The door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty clad in a uniform, gracefully entering with a small box in hand. Adorned in high heels and elegant black stockings, she exuded an irresistible allure. Her exquisite features, delicately enhanced with makeup, resembled a blossoming peach flower. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, captivating all with a single glance. "Good day, sir. May I inquire about the service you wish to indulge in?" The technician smiled sweetly at Li Chun, her grin as delightful as honey. "Ah, what services do you offer?" Li Chun, momentarily taken aback, was interrupted by the beauty, his voice brimming with curiosity. "Here is the service menu for your perusal." She graciously presented him with a list of offerings, her movements as elegant as a little princess. Li Chun casually selected a service priced over 200, setting the menu aside. He felt an exhilarating rush inside, never having imagined that he would one day experience such luxuries. Observing the enchanting technician before him, he secretly reveled in his thoughts. You spend hundreds of thousands to marry someone, yet here I am, spending just over 200 to have her pamper my feet. What a bargain, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the couch potato system, and the system is currently binding. Please hold on. Holy moly, a system? This must be a joke, right? This is straight out of a novel. How incredible. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before him, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Due to the system detecting the host's skepticism, it is automatically unbinding. Another notification echoed in his ears, and Li Chen's composure shattered, his heart racing wildly. Wait. Dear system, I was mistaken. I harbor no doubts. Please don't unbind. He hastily admitted his error, his demeanor almost pleading. The system has detected that the host acknowledges their mistake and is a good child. Binding is resuming. Please hold on, phew. Thank goodness. If it were to unbind, that would be quite a loss. Missing this fortuitous opportunity would be disastrous. Li Chun suppressed his excitement, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Damn it. I'm done with this. What will you do about it? I've never liked you, you fat pig. Li Chun seized a cigarette, lighting it with determination to steady his racing heart and trembling hands. Enough. Get out of here this instant. The middle-aged man, enraged, nearly ordered him out on the spot, glaring furiously at Li Chun. No need to state the obvious, he'll leave right away. Li Chun flicked the ash from his cigarette, sending it flying directly into the man's collar, as fortune would have it. Holy smokes, that's hot. The middle-aged man writhed in discomfort, his hefty body twisting and bouncing as if possessed. Just you wait, you little brat. He'll make sure you regret this. Ouch. Damn. The man continued to shake his clothing with fervor. Ha ha ha. Farewell. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chun dashed out in a flash, mounting his little electric scooter and vanishing without a trace. That speed was undoubtedly the result of a newly replaced battery. Ding! Congratulations, host. The salted fish system has been successfully bound. Please confirm receipt. Failure to do so within 24 hours will result in automatic disappearance of the system. The melodious prompt echoed once more at this moment. When Li Chun heard that sweet voice, he felt an immense trust, and a look of reverence graced his face, as if he had just heard the most exquisite sound in the world. What on earth does this salted fish mean? Is it a metaphor for something else, or has the target already been established? Li Chun muttered to himself. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Salted fish it is. He even managed to console himself, embodying the essence of a carefree youth. Calling system? System, are you there? What the heck? Why is there no response? It didn't mention the secret code. Li Chun attempted several times to call the system, but to no avail, which left him utterly distressed, his anxiety skyrocketing that if he couldn't summon it, how would he confirm receipt? After 24 hours, it would be unattached, and what then? Salted fish. Salted fish system? Still, there was no reaction. Could it be that I am the salted fish? Ding. Congratulations, host. Your first call to the system was successful. The system panel will automatically pop up for future calls. Merely think it silently. Damn it, system. I seriously suspect you are playing tricks on me, but I have no evidence. Li Chun grumbled to himself, his tone reminiscent of a disgruntled spouse. Host, Li Chun. Age, 19. Charm value, none. Skills, none. Gold coins, none. Lottery chances, 1. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. It feels like I'm about to take off. Li Chun joyfully danced about, exuberant as if he had just emerged from hospital ward. Unconsciously, Li Chun burst into laughter, completely absorbed in the delight of acquiring the system. A beautiful woman passing by was taken aback by his outburst. "Ah, crazy person," she exclaimed, hastily stepping aside while casting him a reproachful glance. This enchanting woman possessed lustrous, long black hair that cascaded down her shoulders like silk. Her complexion was fair and delicate, with brows resembling distant verdant hills, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with an animated gleam. Her long eyelashes curled gently, while her dainty nose stood elegantly. Her lips, akin to blooming petals, bore a hint of a smile that warmed the heart like a gentle spring breeze. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, adorned in a simple white dress. The fabric was light and airy, swaying gently in the breeze, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her slender waist was barely graspable, and her long legs were both straight and alluring. Beneath the hem of her dress peeked a pair of exquisite white high heels, adding an extra touch of elegance. Upon her shoulder rested a petite black handbag, creating a striking contrast against her white dress and bestowing an air of sophistication to her overall appearance, rendering her even more enchanting. "Damn, it's a shame to waste such beauty on foul language," Li Chen muttered with a frown, his tone rather irritable. Numerous passers-by on the street regarded him with bemusement, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this child out his mind? What on earth is he yelling about?" An elderly gentleman observed, while gesturing towards Li Chun, resembling a meddlesome neighborhood elder. "I suspect he's not quite right in the head. He seems rather pitiable, perhaps traumatized by something." Another lady chimed in, her expression that of a concerned matron. "Indeed, the pressures of modern youth are overwhelming. He's likely driven mad by debt." A middle-aged man added, joining the conversation. Li Chun paid no heed to the opinions of others with a twist of his right hand. His electric scooter surged forth, the speed unmistakably indicative of a freshly replaced battery. The scene was left with a gathering of onlookers, who continued to murmur in discussion about Li Chen's retreating figure. Li Chen sped along on his electric scooter, racing fervently towards his modest rental abode. In the blink of an eye, he arrived back at his humble quarters. This was a tiny room of roughly 10 square meters, with a monthly rent of 150 yuan, a considerable financial strain for Li Chun, an unpaid apprentice, rendering it a daunting burden indeed. Upon entering, Li Chun promptly locked the door behind him, cautiously making his way to the bedside while drawing the curtains shut. He lay down slowly upon the rickety wooden bed. The sole appliance in the room was a fan, the kind that could be purchased online for a mere 9 yuan, a quintessential emblem of frugality. A piece of iron wire was nailed to the wall, from which the small fan dangled, swaying gently and providing a meager breeze, barely enough to be considered refreshing. In such dire living conditions, even a mouse would shed tears upon entering. It was exceedingly shabby. Li Chun retrieved his phone, glancing at his bank balance, and shook his head in dismay. Only 375 yuan remained. This constituted all of Li Chen's worldly possessions, leaving him quite financially constrained. Gradually pulling his thoughts back, he tossed his phone aside and silently chanted, "I am but a salted fish." The system panel materialized before him, a sight that still rendered him incredulous, akin to a scene from a science fiction film, featuring a transparent virtual control panel. Truly astonishing. Gazing at the number of lottery draws available, Li Chun mentally declared, "Lottery." Suddenly, the control panel vanished, replaced by a square lottery wheel reminiscent of an old Apple machine, whirling in a dizzying display. All the prizes were obscured by question marks, rendering them entirely mysterious. It was akin to unboxing a blind box, with outcomes solely dictated by luck. Li Chun, undeterred by uncertainty, muttered to himself, "Anything would suffice. Surely they wouldn't give me a mere thank you for participating." Once more, Li Chun intently whispered, "Commence the lottery." The roulette illuminated with a small red light and began to spin, gradually increasing in speed. Li Chun stared at it for a full 10 minutes, during which the wheel showed no signs of stopping. He mused to himself, could it be that it only halts upon command? With a sudden slap, Li Chun chastised himself, realizing how foolish he had been to remain transfixed for so long without understanding the situation. What a delayed reaction. Perhaps I should draw on some intelligence. My mind requires a boost. Stop. No sooner had he spoken than the wheel began to slow down, finally bouncing to a halt on a designated square. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a novice super small gift pack. The crisp voice echoed once more. What the heck? The system bestows a grand gift, and I receive a mere super small package? Do you look down upon me? Li Chun grumbled through gritted teeth, resembling an indignant little bird. Be grateful for the small gift. The system retorted, this time laced with a hint of playful sarcasm. Li Chun felt utterly deflated. This system was far too intelligent and whimsical, straying from conventional norms. Well, a small gift is still a gift. After all, I am but a salted fish. He consoled himself, appearing rather pitiful. Open the small gift. Li Chun intoned to himself, ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 gold coins, a charm value of 1, and 1 beginner random skill book. System, can these gold coins be converted to cash? Li Chun inquired, perplexed. Other systems were far more impressive, surely. His wasn't lacking too severely. He often passed the time reading novels where protagonists secured luxuries like Lamborghinis or Ferraris through mere lotteries. They received entire office buildings or shares at the very least, a grand gift worth billions. Such scenes were nothing short of extravagant. And here he was, reduced to this. Certainly, the gold coins can be exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio with real currency. Please proceed with the conversion. The system responded, its voice reminiscent of a smart assistant. Phew, that's a relief. 10,000 is no small sum. I shall use the skill book immediately. Li Chun exhaled, feeling a sense of ease. For him, that amount was indeed a fortune. Even if it wasn't a godly system, it was better than nothing, and he promptly utilized the random skill book. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the super invincible skill. Wildflowers can be picked freely. What on earth is this? What is this? Li Chun's eyes widened in astonishment, wearing an expression akin to encountering a ghost. Suddenly, a song sprang to his mind, and he found himself humming a few lines. Feel free to pick the wildflowers by the roadside. Even if you do, it's all in vain. Upon finishing, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. System, convert the gold coins. Li Chun commanded once more. Ding! His phone suddenly buzzed with a text message notification. Li Chun quickly picked it up and, upon opening the message, felt an instant surge of joy. The funds had indeed arrived. His bank balance now stood at 10,375 yuan. Endless, absolutely endless. Li Chun planted a grand kiss on his phone. This time, I've struck it rich. Work? I shall never work again in this lifetime. I will defy fate and turn my life around. I shall savor every moment of life. Li Chun exclaimed, animatedly dancing around his modest rental room, even performing the 3rd driving test routine, creating a scene that was nothing short of exhilarating. Li Chun stared blankly at his phone balance, pondering, with such a substantial sum at my disposal, how should I indulge? Perhaps I should rent a nicer place? No need. Once I have enough, I'll simply purchase a grand house. He contemplated, but found himself at a loss regarding how to spend this newfound fortune. Residing in a small county town where the average housing price hovered around 1,000 to 2,000, moving to the city would demand several thousand per square meter, a luxury he dared not dream of. Staying put in the county was, for now, a prudent choice. Li Chun retrieved his phone and opened the food delivery app. He typically hesitated to order takeout, but with uncertainty looming over his choices, he decided to quell his hunger first. Li Chun was indeed quite lazy, preferring to remain sedentary whenever possible. After browsing the options, he settled on a pizza. All right, I'll order a pizza. He had never dared to indulge in such a treat before, entirely unaware of its flavor. He ordered a fruit pizza, then reclined comfortably on his bed, awaiting its arrival. As for Li Chun, his life had not been without its hardships. His parents divorced when he was young, and his mother swiftly remarried, severing all ties with him. His father tragically lost his life in a car accident, with the negligent driver being a destitute individual who paid no compensation and was imprisoned instead. A cruel twist of fate. Li Chun grew up with his grandparents, who struggled to make ends meet. Due to their dire circumstances, he dropped out of school after junior high. Having been an apprentice for less than a year, he earned no wages. His grandparents relied on farming and raising livestock to barely cover household expenses, often sacrificing their own needs to provide for Li Chun. Li Chun's sole aspiration was to ensure his grandparents could enjoy their twilight years in peace, free from suffering. Initially, he intended to send the money back home immediately, but he was uncertain how to explain its origins to his grandparents. Would he tell them it was a gift from system? He feared such a revelation might lead to one of them being taken away, and he could hardly bear that thought. After much contemplation, he resolved to remain silent for the time being. Although their situation was not affluent, they were not destitute either. He decided it best to gradually introduce the subject when the opportunity arose. A more cautious approach seemed wiser. Moments later, while still lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted him. It must be the delivery. Li Chun hurriedly rose to open the door. Receiving the food and placing it beside his bed, he grabbed a small stool and gazed at the pizza before him, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Fate, it seemed, had a penchant for teasing. While other children had sampled a variety of foods by a young age, with parents indulging their every whim, Li Chun could only reflect on his own circumstance at 19. He was about to savor his very first slice of pizza. The disparity was striking, akin to the heavens and the earth, that he slowly unwrapped the package, and a delightful aroma of dough mingled with a fruity fragrance instantly wafted into the air. Chun closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the enticing scent filling his nostrils, resembling someone indulging in a sensory feast. What the hell? How was this just a piece of flatbread? Scoundrels and scrupulous merchants, I shall lodge a complaint against you. He glared at the leavened flatbread before him, his anger surging like a volcano poised to erupt. Hello, is this the pizza shop? Why on earth is the pizza? I just ordered a mere flatbread. Give me an explanation. Li Chun exclaimed as he dialed the merchant's number, his voice resonating with indignation. Good day, sir. Such an occurrence is nearly impossible. We adhere strictly to our standards in preparation, came the voice of a woman on the other end, her tone exceedingly polite, as gentle as a spring breeze. Am I blind? Is clearly just a flatbread, devoid of anything, Li Chun thought, feeling as if he had been deceived, even if he had never seen a pig run. He certainly knew what a pizza looked like. Sir, could it be possible that you are holding it upside down? The woman suggested, her demeanor becoming even more soothing, as if she were comforting a child. Impossible. How could it? Li Chun's words faltered as he froze mid-action. Upon flipping the pizza over, he indeed discovered the fruits and other toppings. Embarrassed, he pressed his toes firmly against the ground, nearly bursting through his flip-flops. The scene was akin to a public humiliation. I apologize. My brother, for some reason, got it wrong. Li Chun hurriedly ended the call, grateful for his quick wit. His reflexes were truly commendable. Gazing at the pizza before him, his mouth watered in anticipation. So fragrant, so delightful, he murmured to himself, resembling a greedy little kitten. Li Chun returned to his thoughts and began to devour the pizza with fervor, a blissful smile gracing his face. For a child from a poor family, happiness can be remarkably simple. For Li Chun, some joys were mere fantasies, while others would forever remain out of reach. For instance, familial affection, he would never have the opportunity to experience it in this lifetime. And friendship, he had none since childhood. Everyone seemed to avoid him who would want to befriend someone in tattered clothes. Even now, he had not a single friend, and regardless of his happiness or sorrow, there was no one to share it with. In other words, if you prosper, you will find no multitude of relatives or friends seeking favors or loans. As the saying goes, bear your burdens alone and enjoy your blessings in solitude. Li Chun swiftly consumed an entire 12-inch pizza, showcasing an impressive appetite. He patted his round belly, finally revealing a contented smile. After tidying up the remnants and tossing the trash into a bag, he carelessly discarded it by the door. Thus, the day came to a close, and he lay down on his worn bed, soon succumbing to the sounds of snoring within mere minutes. Eating and sleeping, his life resembled that of a pig. Li Chun's routine was remarkably simple. It appeared carefree. Yet deep within, he bore a heavy heart, much like someone with a smiling exterior but harboring a storm of frustrations within. Chapter 4: Encounter with the beautiful salesgirl. On a radiant and splendid day, Li Chun languidly awoke from his slumber, shaking his drowsy head as if he had momentarily forgotten that he was now a host. He unsteadily rose to his feet and ambled to the faucet, splashing water on his face with little care, barely processing the action before it was complete. Suddenly, he tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot. The system. It dawned on him that he had yet to participate in the lottery today. System, activate the lottery. Li Chun hastily organized his thoughts and summoned the system panel. As he gazed upon the familiar interface, he realized that he was no longer the struggling youth he once was. The roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, accompanied by a dazzling display of lights. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a chance for a 99-fold cashback. Please complete the task promptly. The time limit is 2 hours. Expired tasks will be forfeited. The system's notification echoed, its familiarity striking him. What? Is this a joke? So stingy? Other systems offer hundreds or thousands of times the return, and you give me a measly 99-fold? Li Chun struggled to suppress his irritation, feeling an urge to lash out. Where should I spend this 10,000? What should I buy? His mind raced. Even the smallest of gains should not be overlooked. Shopping. I shall indulge in a shopping spree, he muttered to himself. The system promptly reminded him. The host must spend the entire 10,000 in a single transaction for the task to be valid. The system's notification chimed once again. Thank goodness for the reminder, otherwise, it would have been in vain. But a single transaction? What should I purchase? Li Chun quickly tidied himself and stepped outside, hopping onto his beloved electric scooter, heading straight for the shopping plaza. In no time, he arrived at the plaza, zipping along at a speed of 60. Once inside, Li Chun surveyed his surroundings, aimlessly wandering. Suddenly, he halted in front of a watch store. Enchanted by the array of exquisite timepieces, Li Chun felt a stirring within him. What man does not yearn for a cherished watch? Although he could never afford one before, that did not deter him from dreaming. Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase a watch? Do you see any styles you fancy? A stunningly beautiful salesgirl approached him, her demeanor exuding grace and charm. Her visage was breathtaking, with brows like distant mountains and subtly alluring eyes. Her skin was as pristine as snow, and her figure was simply captivating, accentuated by her long legs clad in black stockings and a tailored black suit, an image that ignited passion. Which one have you set your sights on? I can fetch it for you to try on, she offered, her professional smile unwavering, showing no sign of judgment regarding Li Chun's attire. Let me take a look first, Li Chun stammered, flustered by conversing with such an exquisite beauty. Of course, sir. Take your time, the salesgirl replied, her patience evident as she waited quietly. Li Chun glanced back and forth several times, seemingly having chosen the wrong counter, as the prices here started at over 10,000, which he simply could not afford. Just as he contemplated turning away, he suddenly noticed an older model watch nestled in the corner, marked with a small tag indicating a special price of 998 yuan. He pointed at the watch and addressed the beautiful saleswoman. Could you please show me that watch on special? Certainly, please hold on a moment. The saleswoman promptly retrieved the watch and handed it to him. Li Chun carefully accepted the watch, examining it closely, already enamored. A pauper, yet still looking, a mocking voice reached Li Chun's ears. At the adjacent counter stood a heavily made-up woman, clearly one of those gold-digging types. He feigned ignorance, glancing at the saleswoman. Miss, I would like to purchase this watch. But is there any possibility for a round figure of 10,000? Can I just swipe for 10,000? Li Chun hesitated, gazing at the beautiful saleswoman. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but this watch is already at a special price. It cannot be discounted further. The saleswoman discerned his dilemma and patiently explained. Assuming he found it too expensive. No, I meant to ask if you could sell it to me for a complete 10,000 without the 2 yuan change? Li Chun stammered, looking at the enchanting saleswoman. Goodness, isn't that a bit over the top for a show of generosity? You mean to say you don't want the 2 yuan back? The glamorous woman immediately interjected with a derisive tone, her disdain palpable. Certainly, sir. Would you like me to wrap it up for you? The saleswoman maintained her radiant smile. Yes, thank you. I'll take this one. Li Chun felt a surge of excitement, finally able to complete his task. Soon enough, the saleswoman had packaged the watch and, as per Li Chun's request, processed the payment for 10,000. Just as he received the watch, a text notification pinged on his phone, alerting him of a bank deposit. Indeed, his balance had increased by 990,000 yuan. The saleswoman pulled out her phone and politely remarked, Sir, you may add me on WeChat. Feel free to contact me directly for any future needs. Taken aback, Li Chun stared at the beautiful saleswoman momentarily, somewhat stunned. Please don't misunderstand. As you are now one of our valued members, this is standard procedure for me as your sales representative, she quickly clarified, assuming he was reluctant to add her. Oh, all right. Li Chun pulled out his phone and added her on WeChat, then turned to leave. Suddenly, he halted, approached the adjacent counter. and glared fiercely at the glamorous woman. "Do you believe I wouldn't slap you for your insolent remarks? Why must your mouth be so insufferable?" The flamboyant woman trembled in fear, about to retort, but upon seeing his fierce demeanor, she dared not utter another word. Li Chun nonchalantly turned and strolled out of the boutique. The saleswoman watched his retreating figure, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Chapter 5. The temptation of the enchanting technician. Li Chun leisurely rode his electric scooter along the road, his mind buzzing with excitement over the recent deposit of 100,000 yuan. He felt a rush of exhilaration, almost overwhelmed by the unexpected windfall. Just as Li Chun was lost in reverie, he was drawn to an opulent establishment that boasted extravagant decor. This venue was once beyond his wildest dreams. Rumored to be a haven for the affluent, a veritable epitome of elegance and sophistication. With a decisive breath, he glanced at his phone and, summoning his courage, veered towards the entrance. Whistling a cheerful tune, he feigned nonchalance as he parked his scooter and strolled into the grand lobby. Upon entering, Li Chun was instantly astounded. The lavish interior, reminiscent of a palace, was breathtakingly resplendent. He had never set foot in such a luxurious place, and his jaw dropped in awe, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A handsome young man approached, bowing respectfully as if he were addressing a distinguished patron. It's just me," Li Chun replied, somewhat timidly, his voice trembling slightly. "Excellent, sir. Please, allow me to offer you a pair of slippers." The young man graciously led Li Chun to a plush sofa, presenting him with a pristine pair of slippers and gesturing for him to change. Li Chun removed his scuffed sneakers, and the young man promptly took them, displaying no sign of disdain as he placed them neatly in the shoe cabinet. "Right this way, sir." The young man guided Li Chun directly to the elevator, where they ascended to the second floor. As the elevator doors opened, Li Chun was greeted by two stunning women clad in kipeos. Their heights were comparable to his, and their figures were voluptuous and alluring. The kipeos accentuated their curves, swaying as they walked with an elegance akin to runway models. Captivated, Li Chun's gaze remained fixated on them. Under the ladies' guidance, he was led to a private room. The space was modest, furnished with only a sofa bed. The dim lighting created a mysterious ambience reminiscent of a bar, and the immaculate cleanliness, combined with the sophisticated decor, imparted a profoundly comfortable sensation. To suggest that the atmosphere was conducive to a legitimate massage was utterly implausible in Li Chun's mind. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Do you have a preferred technician?" The reception lady inquired with utmost politeness, her face illuminated by a warm and radiant smile, reminiscent of spring blossoms. "And no, this is my first visit," Li Chun stammered, unable to meet her gaze. "We have a plethora of technicians, all highly skilled. Would you like me to recommend one, or would you prefer to choose a number yourself?" The lady explained patiently, her voice soothing. "Let us go with number 18. If available," Li Chun replied, as 18 was his lucky number. "Please hold on a moment. Number 18 is available. Kindly relax. Your technician will be with you shortly." With that, the reception lady gracefully exited the room, closing the door behind her. Li Chun finally exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at everything before him, still feeling somewhat incredulous. Previously, he could hardly have imagined such circumstances. Even the basics of sustenance had been a challenge, and he had been living in utter poverty. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." As the door swung open, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a uniform entered gracefully, holding a small box in her hands. She wore high heels paired with black stockings, exuding an alluring charm. Her voluptuous figure was curvaceous, reminiscent of a goddess stepped straight out of an anime. Her exquisite face was lightly adorned with makeup, akin to a blooming peach blossom. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and each smile and glance she cast was imbued with a myriad of enchanting emotions, as if a mere smile could evoke 100 charms. "Good day, sir. May I inquire which service you wish to avail?" the lovely technician inquired, her face aglow with a smile as sweet as honey. What services are available?" Li Chun, still somewhat dazed, was abruptly interrupted and asked with a voice brimming with curiosity. "Here is the service menu. Please take a look," she offered respectfully, presenting a price list with the grace of a princess. Li Chun casually selected a service priced over 200, setting the list aside. His heart raced with excitement, never having dreamed he would one day indulge in such luxuries. Glancing at the enchanting technician, he secretly reveled in the thought. While others might spend hundreds of thousands to marry a wife, He could enjoy her attentions for just over 200. What a remarkable bargain. As Li Chun pondered this, his exhilaration grew. What could not be achieved with hundreds of thousands could be resolved with a mere 200. Who needed to marry? This seemed undeniably practical. The more he contemplated, the more resolute he became to accomplish great things with minimal expenditure, aspiring to be a master of frugality. Time slipped away swiftly, and before he realized it, the experience had concluded. The entire encounter left Li Chen's heart soaring. He felt as though he were in the throes of romance, his heart thumping wildly. "Good day, sir. Your service has concluded. Would you like to extend your time?" The technician inquired with a cheerful smile, casting a flirtatious glance that electrified Li Chun, sending a thrill through him. "Yes," he blurted out impulsively. Recognizing him as a lucrative client, the technician immediately intensified her massage, and noticing Li Chun's youthful appearance, she playfully teased him from time to time. Li Chun, unable to withstand such stimulation, found himself flustered and at a loss, ultimately opting to close his eyes and feign sleep. This experience was truly a roller coaster of emotions. It was exhilarating, yet left him yearning for more. Chapter 6. Mom, I'm in love. Time passed silently, and Li Chun unexpectedly extended his visit by 3 sessions in that establishment. This delighted the technician beyond measure, her joy seemingly soaring to new heights. "Young handsome, may I add you on WeChat? Please let me know in advance next time you come." The beautiful technician swiftly pulled out her phone, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she gazed eagerly at Li Chun. Li Chun, not one to be overly formal, thought to himself that he seldom had friends, and perhaps a chat might alleviate his boredom. With that in mind, he decisively added the beauty on WeChat. After settling the bill, he swaggered out of the establishment. As soon as Li Chun stepped outside, he instinctively clutched his chest. Goodness, that visit just cost me $1,000. I've definitely fallen for that woman's tricks. However, he quickly consoled himself. Oh well, I'll have a system in the future. This little amount is hardly a concern. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a satisfied smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He glanced back at the entrance of the establishment before hopping onto his little electric scooter and departing with a flourish. Inside the establishment, a charming technician with an innocent demeanor looked at Li Xiaoya with curiosity. "I heard you encountered a significant client today?" "Indeed. Doesn't he seem like a wealthy individual? He looks just like a child." Li Xiaoya recalled the youthful face, a smile gradually appearing on her own. "Wow, that young handsome must be utterly captivated by our Xiaoya." "Don't be absurd. He's just a kid, likely only 17 or 18. Li Xiaoya quickly retorted, her cheeks flushing a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. Li Chun rode his electric scooter and casually found a small restaurant. After ordering a few dishes, he devoured them with remarkable speed. Sated and content, he began his journey homeward. Observing the street gradually darkening, Li Chun fell into deep contemplation. Should I embark on some enterprise? Once the system grants me billions, I must accomplish something grand. Otherwise, life will be dreadfully monotonous. Before long, he returned to his rented room. He reclined on his small wooden bed, idly scrolling through his phone. He busied himself watching Douyin and flipping through novels. Lost in his own world, time, in its monotony, seemed to drag on like a snail. Suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. "Are you home?" Li Chun glanced at the message, then at the contact name. It was the technician from earlier. "Yes, I'm home now. Just returned from dinner," he quickly replied. "Great. Thank you for taking care of my business today," Li Xiaoya responded politely. "No need for thanks." Li Chun replied succinctly, keeping his words to a minimum. "What is your name? Let us be friends. I'll add you to my contacts." "Li Chun. And you?" "Li Xiaoya. It seems we share the same surname." "Quite a coincidence." "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, it's rather serendipitous." Li Chun half reclined on his bed, phone in hand, occasionally breaking into a silly grin, much like a fool enamored. Thus, the two engaged in a delightful conversation, their exchanges flowing effortlessly for quite some time. Li Chun, typically devoid of friends and inexperienced in conversing with young women, found himself unexpectedly exhilarated. The more he engaged in conversation, the more he became enthralled, unable to cease. He felt as though spring had finally arrived in his life, hinting at the possibility of romance, a feeling that was nothing short of delightful. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Li Xiaoya, an image that lingered incessantly. Could it be that I am truly falling in love? Is it possible that I have developed feelings for her? He mused to himself, humming a little tune. Love arrived swiftly, like a whirlwind. Before he realized it, The clock struck midnight. As he glanced at the time, he felt no fatigue. Instead, anticipation surged within him, for after midnight, he could partake in a lottery. He contained his excitement, eagerly watching the seconds tick by. At last, the hour arrived, and Li Chun summoned the interface. Upon seeing the freshly updated lottery entries, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, akin to a flower in full bloom. Let the lottery commence. He commanded the system. Stop. The lottery wheel, spinning wildly, finally came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a subpar scanning function. Note, this function allows scanning of all objects, providing detailed information about scanned items, though its effectiveness may vary. Wow, this is exhilarating. It's like having X-ray vision, and it even comes with informative prompts. This system is astonishing, Li Chun exclaimed, his excitement causing him to dance around, nearly causing his small wooden bed to collapse. He disregarded the last part of the announcement entirely, suppressing his elation. He glanced up at the ceiling fan and inwardly commanded, scan. Name, mini ceiling fan price, 99 yuan origin, unknown details, due to the product's poor quality. Further information is unavailable. As he surveyed the prompt on the screen, joy enveloped him. This function was nothing short of extraordinary. What would happen if he were to scan a person? The thought made him chuckle foolishly to himself. Host, please refrain from daydreaming, came a mocking voice from the system. Yes, it was indeed a taunt. Ugh. Li Chun rolled his eyes dramatically. Chapter 7. A date with technician number 18. The next day dawned bright and sunny, and Li Chun indulged in a sleep-in, having not done so in ages. With a sense of annoyance, he spat out, "Curse you, Zhou Poppy." From this day forth, he resolved to be a diligent pursuer of fortune. Li Chun stretched leisurely, feeling utterly refreshed. After a few movements, he approached the faucet, instinctively splashing water on his face. Before his senses fully registered the sensation, he concluded his actions, embracing life's spontaneity and reveling in the freedom to act as he pleased. He approached his bedside, picked up his phone, and habitually opened WeChat. It wasn't that he was particularly busy. Rather, he was accustomed to perusing the moments of others, which constituted the sole purpose of WeChat for him. Before the 18th, his phone was merely a timepiece. Noticing unread messages on WeChat, he eagerly opened the one dated the 18th. Good morning, have you woken up? Li Xiaoya had sent a greeting quite early. This thrilled Li Chun, and he quickly replied, "Just woke up, what's up?" Moments later, his phone chimed again. "Oh, nothing much, just checking in." The tone of her message sent a shiver through him, evoking vivid memories of Li Xiaoya's alluring figure. "Oh, really? I thought you missed me." Li Chun, having learned to flirt, intentionally teased her, eager to gauge her reaction. He was determined to be bold and unafraid of challenges. "Hee, I did miss you. Are you coming to see me?" Li Xiaoya responded instantaneously, her tone playful. "Sure. Are you at work?" Li Chun replied promptly, fearing that a delayed response would make him appear overly eager. "Not yet. I'm about to grab a bite. Want to join?" Li Xiaoya tentatively invited. "Absolutely, where?" "Send me your location," Li Chun eagerly responded, seeking any excuse to meet her. Soon, Li Xiaoya sent her location, which was conveniently near the club. Li Chun swiftly donned his old, yellowed clothes and worn-out black sneakers. With this attire, even entering a restaurant would be considered fortunate. He realized he needed to upgrade his wardrobe. This appearance was too embarrassing and did not align with his newfound status. "I'm a wealthy man now. I must indulge." Once ready, Li Chun hopped on his beloved electric scooter and sped off to the restaurant, his speed indicating a newly replaced battery. In no time, he arrived at the restaurant, parked his scooter, and walked straight in. Scanning the room, he spotted Li Xiaoya in a corner by the window. Today, she wore a white crop top and ultra-short denim shorts, her long, fair legs complemented by white canvas shoes. She was stunning. Li Chun, captivated by her presence, resolved to cherish her, adhering to the adage that good girls should be treasured, while bad ones should not be wasted. With this principle in mind, he was determined to win Li Xiaoya over. As he entered, countless eyes turned towards him, with many questioning whether a vagrant had wandered in. The owner frowned slightly, sizing up Li Chun. Seeing that he didn't appear to be homeless, but merely poorly dressed, he refrained from intervening. Li Chun walked straight to Li Xiaoya and sat directly across from her. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, witnessing what seemed like a flower blooming amidst a pile of dung. Many in the room questioned their own eyes, wondering how someone as handsome as themselves could be overshadowed by this apparent beggar. All the men internally lamented why the flower wasn't flourishing beside their own heaps of dung. If a gaze could kill, Li Chun would have perished dozens of times by now. Unfazed by the scrutiny of those around him, he engaged in lively conversation with Li Xiaoya, their laughter echoing amid the crowd. This scene resembled a rather discordant painting. Soon, they finished their meal, and Li Xiaoya eagerly insisted on settling the bill. Despite Li Chen's attempts to dissuade her, "You took such good care of me yesterday. Today it's my treat," she declared with a beaming smile that was simply adorable. In truth, Li Xiaoya was not much older than Yi Fan, merely a year older than Li Chun, which was but a small difference. "All right then. I shall treat you next time, but you mustn't snatch it away." Li Chun feigned irritation, though his heart danced with joy. He mused to himself, "No wonder I have taken a liking to her. She even insists on treating me to a meal. Her character is commendable. I have to get to work now." "Where are you headed?" Li Xiaoya asked, feigning curiosity. "I have a few errands to run. I'll come find you once I'm done," Li Chun replied cheerfully, intending to purchase some clothes to uphold his status as a host. Although he wasn't endowed with a godly fortune, he still had a system to adhere to. "All right then. You take care of your business first. I'm off to work." With that, Li Xiaoya turned and walked toward the club, her graceful figure igniting the imagination. Li Chun deliberately waited until she entered before proceeding to his vehicle, flooring the accelerator and feeling a rush as he sped toward the shopping plaza. Off he went. Chapter 8. Encountering the beautiful salesgirl at the New Century Shopping Plaza, Li Chun parked his electric scooter and strode confidently toward the entrance. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a familiar face. "Oh, Mr. Li, are you here to shop?" It was the salesgirl who had previously sold him a watch. "Ah, it's you. I'm here to buy a couple of outfits and just browse around," Li Chun responded cheerfully. "Would you like some assistance?" The salesgirl, with her fiery enthusiasm, eagerly introduced herself. It was unclear whether her friendliness stemmed from genuine politeness or ulterior motives, but she was particularly attentive. As the saying goes, no one rises early without a benefit. Perhaps she aimed to secure Li Chun as a customer. "Is it convenient for you? If it's not too much trouble, I could use your guidance, as I'm not very knowledgeable about these things," Li Chun said, not one to refuse a complimentary guide. After all, one should save where possible. "What is your name, if you don't mind sharing?" Li Chun inquired tentatively. "My name is Tang Shui, but you can call me Xiao Shui, as my colleagues do." She cheerfully introduced herself. "Then I shall not hold back. I will call you Xiao Shui as well." "Great. It feels more intimate that way." Tang Shui smiled at Li Chun, her radiant smile reminiscent of blooming flowers in spring. "Isn't it busy for you today? I hope it doesn't interfere with your work?" "Not at all. There are other colleagues in the store." Xiao Shui shook her head gently and smiled faintly at Li Chun, her smile so enchanting it could melt hearts. Today, Tang Shui donned her professional attire, the sleek black blazer perfectly accentuating her alluring figure, resembling a walking mannequin. Her high heels paired with black stockings further elongated her exquisite legs. The eye-catching, form-fitting mini-skirt made her a veritable vision of beauty, simply breathtaking. Accompanying such a stunning professional woman on a shopping spree was indeed a delightful experience. The only downside was the countless piercing gazes that felt like daggers, accompanied by expressions of barely concealed envy. Yet, Li Chun remained unfazed, even feeling a twinge of pride, striding forward with an air of nonchalance, almost swaggering. "Mr. Li, what kind of clothing are you considering?" Tang Shui turned back with a playful smile, reminiscent of an adorable kitten. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps something casual." "Just recommend something for me," Li Chun replied absent-mindedly, utterly captivated by Tang Shui's demeanor. "Then I shall choose something for you at random. If it doesn't suit, don't blame me." Tang Shui feigned a cute expression, eliciting exasperated glances from nearby shoppers, who were likely thinking, "This is quite unfair." "Sure, go ahead and choose." Li Chun responded nonchalantly. As for him, it was merely about replacing his current attire. He couldn't care less. As he surveyed the unfamiliar brands, he felt utterly lost, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, bewildered and dazed. Soon, Tang Shui selected a rather casual outfit for him, and after trying it on, Li Chun found it satisfactory without much hesitation and decided to purchase it. Indeed, men often make swift decisions when shopping. Either they don't buy at all, or they swiftly conclude their shopping endeavors. Li Chun discarded his old clothes into the trash as he donned his new outfit. The sales assistant patiently removed the excess tags and led him to the checkout. At the moment of payment, a pang of anguish struck Li Chun's heart. Goodness, this whole outfit cost nearly 20,000 yuan. He lamented internally while forcing a casual smile that looked more like a grimace. How is it? Do you like it? Tang Shui playfully stuck out her tongue, seemingly aware of Li Chun's discomfort. It's great. Your taste is quite commendable. I really like it. Li Chun forced a smile while internally cringing at the expense. It's just a bit too pricey, he muttered under his breath. What did you say? Tang Shui turned her head, looking puzzled. Nothing, I was just saying it's really cool. Li Chun quickly diverted the conversation, knowing he couldn't appear less dignified in front of her. Well, I'll head back to work now. If you need anything, feel free to come find me at the store, Tang Shui graciously remarked as she turned to leave. All right, thank you for today, Li Chun responded politely. No need for thanks. Without looking back, Tang Shui waved her hand and departed. As Li Chun gazed at Tang Shui's departing silhouette, her alluring and graceful figure ignited a spark of infatuation within him once more. No, it was more like a shift in affection. Suddenly, Li Chun felt as though he had transformed. The Na'vi youth he once was had vanished, replaced by a rather boorish persona. Shaking off his reverie, he exited the shopping mall and hopped onto his electric scooter, speeding away like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the club, resolved to maintain a sense of singular devotion in matters of the heart and to focus on one pursuit at a time. Skillfully parking his vehicle, he stepped into the lobby, this time with an air of familiarity rather than his previous awkwardness. Welcome back, sir. You're still in Suite 18, right? A young man rushed over with a sycophantic grin. Li Chun nodded, changed his shoes, and ascended to the second floor. Shortly after he made his way upstairs, murmurs began circulating below. I was right. That guy is definitely wealthy. Last time he didn't even change clothes before coming here. The young man spoke with a smug expression, eyeing the beautiful women at the bar. Well, you guessed correctly, but don't get too cocky. You're not a wealthy person yourself. One of the barmaids retorted without hesitation. Who knows? I might be just experiencing life. The young man replied earnestly. The barmaid responded with an exaggerated eye roll, one that seemed capable of reaching the heavens, her pouted lips resembling a bottle of mineral water. Chapter 9. Massage means touch under the guidance of a charming hostess. Li Chun leisurely entered the private room. The routine was the same as before, yet this time, he felt much more at ease. He casually settled cross-legged on the sofa bed and indulged in the fruits on the coffee table, behaving as if he were in the comfort of his own home. Indeed, familiarity breeds comfort, and soon enough, Li Xiaoya entered, carrying a small suitcase. Unlike the previous occasion, she did not provide a professional service. Instead, she plopped down beside Li Chun with a sullen expression reminiscent of a wilted eggplant. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Li Chun immediately noticed her discontent and inquired with genuine concern. Oh, it's nothing. I just got reprimanded during a meeting with the manager. Li Xiaoya pouted adorably, looking quite disgruntled. Why? What did they scold you for? Li Chun pressed on, determined to uncover the details. What else? It's about our performance. We have a monthly target for membership sign-ups, and since I dislike promoting these things, I never meet the quota, Li Xiaoya explained. Her face flushed with indignation, as if she had suffered a great injustice. And what is the target? 5,000 in membership sales. Zhao Xiaoya replied nonchalantly, though her expression betrayed her true feelings. I'll help you out. I thought it was a minor issue, Li Chun exclaimed with bravado, exuding the demeanor of a newly affluent individual. Really? Li Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Li Chun, her eyes seemingly twinkling like little stars. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Li Chun replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of undeniable confidence. Instantly, Li Xiaoya became animated, her excitement palpable as she seized Li Chun's arm, and the sensation was simply indescribable. Li Chun, caught off guard, felt a rush of exhilaration. He was suddenly consumed by the moment, no longer concerned about Li Xiaoya's response as he tentatively grasped her hand. To his surprise, she did not pull away. Whether this was a game of teasing or not, Li Chun chose to believe otherwise, for he could not fathom such a situation. Encouraged by this, he grew bolder. And just as he was about to take further action, Li Xiaoya abruptly stood up, withdrawing her hand. With a sudden kiss on his cheek, her unexpected gesture wiped away any lingering disappointment. I'm going to call the hostess to recharge. Wait for me, she said, sticking out her tongue playfully, resembling a cheerful little rabbit as she scampered out. Li Chun lay back on the bed, overwhelmed with joy, kicking his limbs in a comical frenzy, embodying the essence of a carefree youth. Before long, Li Xiaoya returned with the hostess, who was now equipped with a card reader. Without hesitation, Li Chun produced his bank card and presented it to the hostess. "How much would you like to recharge, sir?" The hostess inquired politely. "How much do people usually recharge?" Li Chun asked, a bit clueless, as it was his first time navigating such procedures. Typically, esteemed guests recharge 10,000, as it comes with an additional 2,000 bonus. Quite a deal, the hostess explained earnestly, her demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned salesperson. "Then let's recharge 10,000. Li Chun declared without a moment's hesitation, displaying remarkable generosity. Following the necessary card payment process, the hostess exited the room, winking at Li Xiaoya as she left, a detail that Li Chun remained blissfully unaware of. Lost in his own thoughts and still savoring the lingering warmth of the kiss, looking utterly infatuated. "Wow, you are just so wonderful to me, thank you," Li Xiaoya exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Chun's, exuding affection. "Not a problem, just a small expense," Li Chun replied with a carefree grin. Embodying the quintessential image of a newly affluent individual, Li Xiaoya was ecstatic. Not only could she enjoy unlimited time today, but she also now had an additional 10,000 recharge card. If she could secure this advantageous connection, that recharge would practically belong to her. It was merely a matter of time. Even if she flirted a little with Li Chun, it hardly seemed a loss, considering he was quite a handsome fellow. Encouraged by the moment, Li Chun grew even bolder, his hand daringly reaching towards Li Xiaoya's long, elegant legs. Seeing that Li Xiaoya did not shy away, Li Chun felt even more at ease, indulging in the delightful sensations that enveloped him. Little did he know that in the eyes of others, he was merely a naive fool, blissfully unaware of his own folly as he savored the moment. Time slipped by, and the earlier promise of spending little to achieve much had long been forgotten. "Are you leaving?" Li Xiaoya asked with a lingering reluctance that tugged at one's heartstrings, her gaze capable of melting any soul. Indeed, the night had fallen. Staying was not an option, though it might not be entirely impossible. "Will you accompany me?" she inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's spirits lifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "That might not be feasible. The establishment has rules," Li Xiaoya said, feigning difficulty. "Then I shall return home to sleep," Li Chun replied, his enthusiasm waning as he exited the room, settling the bill before departing. After Li Chun left the venue, whispers filled the air, each remark more tantalizing than the last. Chapter 10. Li Xiaoya's teasing Li Chun, alone and forlorn, gazed at his humble abode, sighing as he stepped inside. While others who obtained systems basked in luxury, he felt rather inadequate. Days had passed since he acquired the system, and despite a somewhat tolerable life, signs of grandeur seemed utterly absent. His heart brimmed with resentment, though he dared not voice it, fearing the system might abandon him in frustration. After all, having something was better than having nothing. This principle was not lost on Li Chun, who understood the value of discretion. Glancing at his account balance, he noted it had dwindled to less than 70,000, having spent nearly 30,000 in a single day. Depending on perspective, this could be deemed significant or trivial. Nonetheless, he felt a pang of regret. Just then, a notification from WeChat interrupted his thoughts. It was Li Xiaoya. "Have you arrived home?" Her inquiry, laced with genuine concern, stirred feelings of self-importance within him, almost making him beam with delight. "Yes, I'm home, no need to worry," he promptly replied, though truth be told, she likely wasn't worried at all. "That's good to hear. Thank you immensely for today, you have been so kind. I must treat you to a meal next time to express my gratitude." Li Xiaoya expressed her appreciation sincerely. No need for formality, it was merely a small matter. "Don't dwell on it," Li Chun responded generously. In truth, exchanging a lavish evening for a simple meal felt rather disproportionate. Yet Li Chun remained blissfully unaware of his own naivete. But gratitude is essential. How is it that I began to miss you so soon after you left?" Li Xiaoya teased playfully. "Is that so? I feel the same. What shall we do about it?" Li Chun replied, caught in the moment. Li Chun responded with an air of pride, his face radiating sheer happiness, blissfully unaware that he was lost in his own world. "Then you should come see me every day, if it doesn't take up too much of your time." Such charming words spilled from his lips, revealing a truly considerate young lady. "It won't be a bother. I'll visit you whenever I can." Li Chun eagerly agreed. This simpleton was certainly astute, saying whatever came to mind, disregarding any personal opinions he might hold. Who cares about opinions when there's affection to be expressed? The nature of their relationship was ambiguous. It could be described as lovers, yet it lacked the essence of such a bond, as neither had openly declared it. Yet to deny the underlying tension of their conversations would be foolish. Li Chun's thoughts remained so innocent. Without experiencing the harsh realities of the world, he would never truly mature, remaining adorably naive. As their conversation meandered into the depths of the night, the clock struck midnight. Glancing at the time, Li Chun hastily concluded their chat. He summoned the system, his heart racing as he noted the updated number of lottery draws. With a silent incantation, he initiated the lottery. The wheel spun, chaotic yet mesmerizing. "Stop," he commanded, and the wheel gradually came to a halt. "Congratulations, host. Charm value increased to 5. You have acquired the basic chef skill." The system's monotone notification echoed methodically. "Damn it. Another skill? What use is this useless trinket to me? System, can you provide something of substance?" Li Chun grumbled, his frustration palpable. The host may choose to forfeit or destroy the skill. The system retorted, its tone edged with irritation. "Don't blame the system for your poor luck." Li Chun found himself momentarily speechless, stifled by the system's rebuttal, and resigned to the situation. "At least I won't go hungry now. This system is surprisingly considerate," he declared with a fierce grin, baring his teeth as if ready to devour someone. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. With that thought, Li Chun summoned his status panel to assess his attributes. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm value, 6 skills, wildflower picking, inferior scanning, basic chef coins, none lottery draws, 0 gazing at his skills, Li Chun pondered. Wildflower picking was of little use, and cooking was out of the question. He had firmly decided against taking a job. That left scanning, but how could scanning possibly generate income? Suddenly, an idea struck him like lightning. "Scratch-off tickets," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. "This should work. Tomorrow, I must try it, otherwise, I'll be left with nothing." Content with his plan, Li Chun nodded decisively, resolved to act on it the following day. With 2 lottery stations in town, if he could sweep through both, the spectacle would surely be astounding. Shaking off his thoughts, the panel vanished before him. He pondered the utility of his charm value. Could it perhaps be used to enchant someone? What delightful possibilities that could entail. Unable to unravel the mystery, Li Chun shrugged it off and burrowed into his blankets, drifting into a deep slumber. In dreams, anything was possible. Chapter 11. Scratch-off ticket wins. Early the next morning, as Li Chun awoke from his slumber, he quickly rose from his bed. For today, he had an important matter to attend to. After a brief tidying up, he dashed towards the nearest lottery ticket outlet, as if propelled by the winds of fortune. From a distance, he spotted the brightly illuminated sign of the lottery center. He swiftly parked his electric scooter and took a decisive step inside the store. Upon entering, Li Chun was greeted by a myriad of colorful posters and public information about the lottery, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This was his first foray into the world of lottery tickets, and he felt utterly clueless, a complete novice. The shopkeeper, noticing the unfamiliar face, warmly welcomed him. "Hey there. Looking to buy some lottery tickets?" "Yes, just browsing. I've never bought one before and thought I might try my luck," Li Chun replied, feigning nonchalance as he scanned the surroundings. Generally, those who purchase lottery tickets do so with a sense of hopeful anticipation, despite the meager odds of winning. Yet, there remained a glimmer of possibility, and not buying would mean foregoing any chance at all. The lottery shopkeeper began to work on his persuasion. In truth, Li Chun was already inclined to make a purchase, as he was brimming with excitement. His mind was flooded with system notifications. He reached out and randomly selected a scratch-off ticket, priced at 20 yuan. As the name implies, scratching it could yield a reward of 20 yuan, and of course, the higher the ticket's value, the greater the potential prize, up to a staggering million. Taking the scratch-off ticket from the shopkeeper's hand, Li Chun pretended to deliberate with an air of innocent ignorance. After much deliberation, however, he found himself unable to settle on a single ticket. The shopkeeper's expression grew increasingly dismayed, resembling one who had just tasted bitter melon. As Li Chun examined each ticket, the system would reveal the prize amount for each one. Astonished by the technology, he found it remarkably magical. After switching through 3 or 4 tickets, each promising only modest winnings of dozens or hundreds, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had envisioned a grand victory, yet it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Noticing the shopkeeper's grim demeanor, Li Chun felt a twinge of guilt. However, having thoroughly rummaged through the scratch-off tickets, it was evident that no grand prize awaited him. Driven by a sudden surge of sympathy, he selected a few tickets with smaller rewards and scratched off several. This unexpected display of enthusiasm sent the shopkeeper into a cold sweat. Is it truly possible that the odds of winning are this high today? The shopkeeper wondered, utterly bewildered as he watched Li Chun vigorously scratching away. The most infuriating part? After scratching, Li Chun still couldn't discern the winnings, leaving the shopkeeper responsible for verifying the prizes. This spectacle quickly attracted the attention of onlookers in the store. Realizing the commotion he had caused, Li Chun inwardly cursed. Oh no, I've let my pride get the better of me. All the tickets I picked are winners. If this gets out, it would surely make headlines. A scratch-off ticket with a guaranteed win? Not even the ghosts would believe that. Li Chun hastily grabbed some losing tickets, and upon seeing this, the crowd shook their heads and continued to select their own lucky numbers. With a flurry of swift actions, Li Chun won several thousand. Given such odds, one might question whether it was sheer luck. Who would believe it? The lottery shop owner certainly did not, remaining in a state of bewilderment throughout. Even after Li Chun exited the shop, the owner remained perplexed. The entire occurrence was rather bizarre. After years of running a lottery shop, this was the first time he had encountered such a high winning rate with scratch cards. The owner had observed Li Chun's subtle movements and had discreetly noted his appearance. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, he seemed to have inadvertently revealed his hand. He was now hastily making his way to another lottery shop, eager to see if there were any high-value prizes available. The county town was relatively small, and Li Chun soon arrived at the second lottery shop. This time, the situation was much better. He at least had a clearer understanding of what was available. He approached the counter directly, quickly scanning the array of scratch cards. Suddenly, his heart raced. Could it be 20,000? He muttered a few exclamations under his breath, nearly unable to contain his excitement. Struggling to calm his racing heart, his hands trembled involuntarily, as if electrified. How much for that stack? I'll take them all, Li Chun declared, opting not to purchase just one, but to buy the entire stack. Considering the previous spectacle, it was wise to exercise caution and avoid repeating the same mistakes. All right, let me calculate that. The middle-aged owner, upon hearing this, was instantly as jubilant as if he had hit the jackpot himself. Clearly, a big client had arrived. He swiftly gathered the stack of scratch cards and calculated the total. There are 35 cards, totaling 700. The shop owner cheerfully handed the tickets to Li Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chun scanned the payment and began scratching. He deliberately left the ticket with the grand prize for last, relishing the thrill. The owner watched eagerly from the side. He had seen many people engage in this manner before. With only one ticket remaining, Li Chun picked it up and kissed it fervently, saying, "Brother, this is all on you. If I don't win, I'll be eating nothing but air tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the owner's interest piqued further. He thought to himself, what a gambler. He's so broke he can't afford a meal, but still plays the lottery. If he wins, it would be a miracle. Just as the owner finished his thought, his eyes widened in disbelief. No way. What's the matter, boss? Did I win? Just a few hundred? Li Chun feigned ignorance, inquiring innocently. Brother, you've struck it rich. This is not just a few hundred. It's a 20,000 grand prize. The owner exclaimed, ecstatic and animated. Not having won the prize himself, but knowing he would earn a commission, which made him quite pleased. Really? You're not joking with me, are you? Li Chun looked at the lottery shop owner with skepticism. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, sell it to me for 2,000. The boss cast a mischievous grin at Li Chun, leaving one to wonder whether his words were spoken innocently or with intent. Boss, have you lost your mind? Am I the fool, or are you? Can I check for myself whether I've won? Li Chun regarded the boss with a look of disdain, inwardly thinking, I knew the moment I walked in. You thought you could trick me, you simpleton? Hurry up and process my winnings. Li Chun urged. All right, bring me the payment code. Although the boss felt a twinge of envy, he dared not entertain any ulterior motives. Before long, the transaction was completed, and Li Chun's phone buzzed with the notification of the deposit. Glancing at his balance, a satisfied smile crept across his face as he turned to exit the lottery station. I'll be back another day, brother. The boss cheerfully called after him. Sure, I will. Li Chun waved as he stepped out of the shop. As soon as he emerged, he excitedly hopped on his electric scooter, speeding away while exclaiming, Awesome. Chapter 12. The class flower, Su Jingyi with exuberance. Li Chun rode his scooter unsteadily toward the club. Hey, Jingyi, look. Isn't that guy on the electric bike, Li Chun? Shin Yu exclaimed, tugging at Su Jingyi's arm. Who are you talking about? Su Jingyi replied, a look of confusion on her face. Don't you remember? He was our middle school classmate, the one who always wore shabby clothes, Shin Yu said, her excitement palpable. I remember now. He never spoke to anyone and always looked disheveled. Su Jingyi recalled. Though they had little interaction, his appearance left a lasting impression on everyone. Yes, that's definitely him. He looked just like that. Xinyu animatedly gestured. It's been 2 years. People change, right? He can't possibly still look the same. Su Jingyi wasn't overly surprised, acknowledging the inevitable changes that come with time. Everything requires a price, especially growth. We gradually trade our youth for maturity, exchanging innocence for experience, bearing the weight of life's responsibilities and shackles. Consequently, our laughter loses its purity, and our tears no longer run deep. It seems so. No one seemed to notify him about last year's reunion, Xinyu said, her playful demeanor fading, as they were all aware of Li Qin's circumstances. Perhaps no one has his contact information, Su Jingyi began, but shook her head, choosing silence. Forget it, let us go. This year. I'll figure out a way to notify him. Whether he comes or not is his choice, Xinyu smiled, linking her arm with Su Jingyi's as they vanished into the crowd. Achu, who's thinking of me? It must be Xiaoya. Li Qin suddenly sneezed, muttering to himself with a silly grin. In recent days, Li Qin had become somewhat obsessed. Whenever he found himself with free time, he felt compelled to head to the club. Thus, fate led him once again to the entrance of the establishment. Li Qin smoothly executed his habitual routine and soon found himself lounging comfortably on the bed, with a soft tune lingering on his lips. It was evident that winning the lottery brought a certain euphoria. Countless souls in life, perhaps, still cling to the dream of a lottery ticket transforming their fate. Don't look away, I speak of you. Moments later, a lovely hostess entered. Sir, I apologize, but Technician 18 is on leave today, she said with a politeness that could melt ice, her voice so gentle it seemed to drip with sweetness. Would you like me to arrange another technician for you? And perhaps you could return to Technician 18 next time? She inquired tentatively. Very well. Just assign someone at random, Li Qin replied, feeling quite cheerful today and unwilling to let this matter dampen his spirits. After a brief interlude, a beauty entered, rivaling Li Xiaoya in charm. Though her makeup was rather flamboyant, one could only wonder how she would appear without it. Her lips were luscious and full, with a slight upward curve that hinted at seduction. Her figure was both graceful and elongated, each movement imbued with an enchanting rhythm. Cascading black curls fell from her shoulders, draping casually. Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to serve you. I am Technician 6. She gently tossed her hair, revealing her elegant neck and delicate collarbone. This gesture was both graceful and effortless, inadvertently quickening the heart. Li Qin found himself utterly captivated by the alluring Technician 6. Since entering society, he had noticed that his heart raced more frequently. Soon, the massage commenced, and she was well aware that this handsome lad was the infamous big spender. After all, she wouldn't have dared to provoke him otherwise. She was quite confident in her allure and skills. Before long, their conversation became more familiar, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Are you disappointed that Technician 18 is not here today? Technician 6 asked playfully. Not really. Everyone is the same, and you are quite delightful. Li Qin discerned her intentions. She was clearly vying for his attention. Oh, is that so? I must admit, I lack the charm of Technician 18, she teased, leaving her words tantalizingly unfinished, piquing Li Qin's curiosity. What do you mean by that? He asked, slightly puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Technician 18 is simply more skilled. She has managed to earn quite a bit from you in just a few days. She has many clients, far more than I do, Technician 6 said, her tone laced with a strong hint of provocation. Is that so? Are you suggesting she has numerous prominent clients? Li Qin asked, a slight frown appearing on his brow. Seeing that Li Qin was already ensnared, Technician 6 continued leisurely. Of course. There's a queue every day. Many private rooms are reserved just for her. She often goes out. Ah, but that is nothing. Upon hearing this, Li Qin felt a wave of agitation wash over him, a sense of betrayal creeping in. Internally, he berated himself for being such a naive fool. Stop dreaming. What business is it of mine? Why should I be concerned? Suddenly, he realized that their relationship was tenuous at best, and he had no right to dictate her actions. Yet, a surge of anger churned within him, unable to suppress the urge to curse. Ultimately, had he been misguided? Li Qin pondered silently, beginning to feel somewhat distracted. The sixth girl, sensing the opportune moment, hastily urged. You needn't be overly concerned. You can always reach out to me. I am not lacking in worth. All right. I shall certainly do so next time. Li Qin quickly diverted his attention. Splendid. I'll be waiting for you. The sixth beauty resumed her dual approach of charm and gestures, intent on ensnaring the unsuspecting Li Chun. Such antics left the novice utterly bewildered, but he managed to grit his teeth and endure until the service concluded. He swiftly settled the bill and fled the establishment, while the sixth beauty watched his retreating figure with a gleam of satisfaction, convinced that she had successfully ensnared Li Chun. Chapter 13. The host is a great fool. Li Chun lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning, the words of the sixth technician echoing ceaselessly in his mind. Ultimately, unable to resist, he picked up his phone and messaged Li Xiaoya. Are you there? Yes, why? Do you miss me? Li Xiaoya teased playfully. I visited your establishment today, but did not see you. They informed me you were on leave. I wanted to inquire what was amiss. Li Chun did not confront her immediately, engaging in casual conversation first. Oh, you went. I did indeed take a leave today. There were matters at home. Li Xiaoya replied hesitantly. What sort of matters? Li Chun continued to probe. Nothing serious. I'll return tomorrow, she evasively replied without disclosing specifics. I heard you have numerous prominent clients and often go out with them. Is that true? Li Chun could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Who told you that? Li Xiaoya's tone grew noticeably anxious. Does it matter who told me? Just tell me whether it's true or not. Li Chun's tone grew increasingly intense. It is true. But let me explain. Li Xiaoya confessed candidly, yet it seemed she wished to elaborate further. No need for explanations. It is what it is. After sending his final message, Li Chun promptly deleted her from his contacts, granting her no opportunity for rebuttal. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya curled up at the head of her bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, her body trembling slightly as she quietly wept. Was she lamenting the loss of a significant client or experiencing a pang of conscience for betraying this innocent boy? Li Chun, fuming, tossed his phone aside, harboring a simmering frustration that he could not express. This turmoil troubled him deeply, despite the absence of romantic ties with Li Xiaoya. After all, he was merely a young lad freshly stepping into society, still cherishing the naive aspirations associated with beauty and goodness. Perhaps it was due to her being the first girl he encountered, or perhaps he was merely experiencing the stirrings of youthful affection. At this moment, his heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, leaving him in agony. Li Chun fought to banish her image from his mind, yet it lingered obstinately. He lay upon the bed, his hands fiercely grasping his hair as he roared in anguish. Amidst the turmoil of my thoughts, time passed slowly in a torturous manner, and before I knew it, midnight had arrived. Li Chun gradually emerged from his dazed state, recalling that he could participate in the lottery once again, which improved his mood slightly. He mused to himself, love is akin to a ghost. Many speak of it, yet few have encountered it. Nevertheless, I believe that one day I shall meet the enchanting goddess who will make me believe in love. Do not lament the absence of kindred spirits on your journey. Who in this world does not recognize your worth? Li Chun slowly gathered his thoughts and silently commanded, System, initiate the lottery. The lottery will materialize gradually, eventually coming to a halt, accompanied by a melodious chime. Congratulations, host. Charisma value. 2. You have acquired the devoted admirer skill. What on earth? What are you trying to do, system? Are you mocking me? Li Chun felt utterly exasperated. The system seemed increasingly unreliable. Could you not be like those systems in novels that bestow a Lamborghini or Ferrari? If not, a mere sum of 18 million would suffice. He vented his frustrations, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Is today my unluckiest day? After a bout of complaints and realizing the system was unresponsive to his grievances, Li Chun could only sigh in resignation and offer himself some solace. Whenever I face adversity, I remind myself, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit, strengthen their muscles, and leave them hungry and weary. Yet, I find that perhaps fate is intent on pushing me to my limits. Life resembles an electrocardiogram. When everything goes smoothly, one is bound to perish. Thus, the ups and downs of my existence signify that I am still alive, and I shall live vibrantly. Li Chun consoled his wounded spirit once more. After a period of self-healing, he finally calmed his emotions and fell into a deep slumber on the rickety wooden bed. Chapter 14. An indecent massage time is always beautiful. Yet the hours of sleep seem fleeting. It feels as if I have barely closed my eyes when dawn breaks. Li Chun had long forgotten the troubles of yesterday. Youth is indeed a blessing, allowing one to turn the page effortlessly. Should I venture to scour the lottery station once more? Li Chun pondered silently. Perhaps not. The owner likely hadn't restocked, and it would be prudent to wait a few days. Gazing at his eerily silent phone, which had reverted to a mere timepiece, an alluring figure once again danced through his mind. Out with the old, and in with the new. It might be worthwhile to seek out number 6. I must change my focus. Li Chen resolved to encourage himself silently. In this vast world, where flowers bloom abundantly, why confine oneself to a singular establishment? I cannot comprehend why this youth thinks so. Why not earnestly seek a companion from that establishment? After a brief wash-up, Li Chen ventured out for a bite before heading directly to the club. I must be the first host with a system to frequent a club. Upon entering the lobby, a dapper young man hurried over, exclaiming, "Welcome, brother. Back to number 18? Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, then slowly spoke. "No, today I will switch to number 6. The handsome young man was also surprised, internally contemplating. Number 6 is quite impressive. They managed to poach them with just a day's leave? Quite ruthless. All right then. This way, please." The young man cheerfully escorted Li Chen into the elevator. Just as the elevator doors opened, a familiar figure came into view. It was Li Xiaoya, clad in a sleek black backless dress that hugged her curves, its hemline resting just above her thighs, showcasing her long, slender legs. The silk fabric gleamed, tightly embracing her physique and accentuating her alluring silhouette. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders in gentle waves, exuding an enchanting fragrance. In that fleeting moment, Li Chen almost found it in his heart to forgive her. "Oh, you're here. Please wait for me while I change," Li Xiaoya said with a sweet smile, radiating playfulness and charm. "No need. I've switched to someone else today." Li Chen's face remained impassive, not even glancing at Li Xiaoya as he followed the attendant to the private room. Li Xiaoya stood there, dazed, her feelings a tumultuous mix. She had sent countless messages the previous night, all showing as not added as a friend. Yet, she had expressed everything she wished to say, though she was uncertain as to why. Her eyelashes fluttered down, soon dampened by tears, 2 large droplets rolling down her cheeks unimpeded, evoking a heart-wrenching sight. Li Chen, indifferent to Li Xiaoya's emotions, was already reclining on the bed, indulging in the massage service from number 6. Number 6 was far bolder than Li Xiaoya, playfully teasing Li Chen, causing his heart to race and feel exhilarated, much like riding a roller coaster. Suddenly, his phone chimed. He glanced at it and set it aside. It was a friend request from Li Xiaoya, which he chose not to accept. He thought to himself, "Humph, still trying to make me the scapegoat? Regretting it now?" In the lounge of the club, Lin Yuru, a close friend of Li Xiaoya, inquired with concern, "Xiaoya, what is going on? I just heard that your handsome guy was taken by number 6. Lin Yuru, also a technician at the club, boasted a head of golden short hair, neatly framing her exquisite features. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled, complemented by a high nose and full lips that revealed a radiant smile, showcasing her flawless teeth. Her tall and slender figure, even in the club's uniform, could not conceal her sensuality. "It's nothing. He learned some things yesterday, questioned me about them, then deleted me as a friend. I added him back, but he hasn't responded," Li Xiaoya recounted, struggling to hold back her tears as she relayed the events to her dear friend. "Someone must have meddled. Otherwise, how would he know? Could he have misunderstood you? Did you not explain?" Lin Yuru, with a look of deep concern in her eyes, inquired about the situation. "He did not grant me the opportunity to explain and simply deleted his friend. This charming young man does not seem to possess such a callous heart. What could be the reason? Logically, it shouldn't come to this, unless..." Lin Yuru furrowed her brows, pondering and speculating. "Unless what?" Li Xiaoya raised her gaze to Lin Yuru, asking urgently. "Unless he has feelings for you. Otherwise, he would not be this upset," Lin Yuru asserted with unwavering certainty, her eyes reflecting a belief in her own words. She was convinced that this was the cause. Otherwise, it simply did not make sense. "Impossible." Li Xiaoya firmly rejected Lin Yuru's assertion. "How could it be impossible? Should I go and talk to him?" "You mustn't disturb him," Li Xiaoya sighed, wiping away the remnants of tears from her eyes. Observing her dear friend in such distress, Lin Yuru understood Li Xiaoya's sentiments. She thought to herself, "Alas, it seems these two have developed mutual feelings. I must find an opportunity to assist her." Lin Yuru turned and exited the lounge. Li Chen, as was his custom, continued to work overtime, seemingly accustomed to passing time in this manner. The 6th girl was utterly delighted, as the subsequent interactions were merely playful banter that could be easily glossed over. It required no physical exertion, and one could earn money. Who wouldn't appreciate such a client? At that moment, The two were engrossed in their lively conversation, while Lin Yuru stealthily stood at the door, carefully eavesdropping. She initially intended to enter and clarify matters, but upon reflection, it seemed inappropriate, as she did not know Li Chun at all. Noticing that Li Chun showed no inclination to leave anytime soon, Lin Yuru decided to depart, vowing to seek a more suitable opportunity next time. The sixth girl, sensing a shadow at the door, felt a surge of confidence, believing it to be Li Xiaoya, unwilling to concede her client. When the figure departed, she breathed a sigh of relief. In her determination to capture Li Chun's attention, she leaned closer, resting her head against his chest. Li Chun, still with his eyes closed, feigned sleep. The sensation was undeniably pleasant. For him, this was a maiden experience of such close proximity to a girl. His heart began to race, pounding with excitement, as he struggled to suppress the warmth rising within him. This feeling seemed to ignite his emotions once more. Should he continue, he might find himself unable to resist. He pondered inwardly. Is this circle truly so chaotic? It appears not only is my system lacking propriety, but this massage too lacks decorum. Chapter 15. The depths of the club. Time at the club always seems to pass swiftly. Before one realizes it, 5 hours had elapsed. The clock struck midnight, and the exhilarating moments of the day were finally upon them. Although aware that the system was not particularly reliable, there remained a flicker of hope akin to the thrill of a lottery. Li Chun continued to relish the embrace of the beautiful girl, her delicate hand slipping into his pocket. Quietly, he summoned the system, examining his attributes. Host, Li Chun. Age, 19. Charm value, 8 skills, wildflower gathering, inferior scanning, novice chef. Devoted admirer coins, none lottery draws. When observing his peculiar skills, Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. Only the scanning ability appeared to hold any merit. It was likely sheer luck that he had drawn such a skill. Lottery draw. The familiar scene and sound enveloped him. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm point, 500,000 coins, and earned the title Stunningly Attractive. How splendid. Today, I received coins. Is this a sign of pity for my misfortune? And what on earth is this title? Stunningly Attractive? Li Chun chuckled with delight at the newfound coins, though he remained perplexed by the title. System, how does one utilize this title? Adhering to the principle of inquiring about uncertainties, Li Chun promptly asked, due to the host acquiring the skill of devoted admirer, as a qualified admirer, your appearance cannot be lacking. The host merely needs to silently invoke the title, and it will automatically bind and enhance your charm. The system explained in a sweet, yet slightly mocking tone. Yes, the mockery was unmistakable. Wait, can you clarify what that means? Li Chun inquired, his limited cultural understanding leaving him bewildered by the system's teasing. However, there were no further responses from the system. Disheartened, Li Chun reluctantly closed the lottery system and silently recited, use title. Suddenly, the title in his inventory vanished, replaced by a warm sensation coursing through his body. A slight tingling sensation danced across his face before it dissipated. How wondrous. Exchange coins. No sooner had he uttered the command than a notification chimed. Without needing to check, he knew with certainty that the full 500,000 had been credited. In just 2 short days, Li Chun's bank account had swelled to over 760,000, an amount far too substantial to spend. How extravagant, Li Chun mused to himself. What did you just say? Wait, why do you seem even more handsome? The beauty at table 6 queried, tilting her head in curiosity. Nothing at all, just the same. Li Chun hastily deflected. Phew, I must head home. You must be finishing up as well. Li Chun gathered his thoughts, preparing to depart. Lingering here all night seemed futile. Are you leaving? I too am nearing the end of my shift, but if you desire, I could keep you company a while longer. The beauty at table 6 clearly was not ready to part. Such a splendid opportunity. An extra hour would be a boon. Perhaps not. It's too late, and I need to get some rest, Li Chun expressed, unwilling to extend his stay. For him, having completed the lottery, sleep was now on the horizon. Very well. Do return early for rest. Remember to seek me out next time. Absolutely. I shall make it a point, Li Chun replied as he rose slowly, stretching his limbs. Reluctantly, the beauty at table 6 withdrew her hand, casting him a flirtatious glance. They exchanged an awkward smile, each feeling the weight of their interaction. Li Chun swiftly changed his attire and stepped out of the private room, gradually making his way to the elevator. Just around the corner, a figure took a step forward and then halted. It was Li Xiaoya. She intended to approach and offer an explanation, yet before she could move closer, Li Chun had already entered the elevator. At that moment, the sixth beauty, carrying her small suitcase, approached with an air of self-satisfaction. Xiaoya, my apologies, but I did not steal your client. He chose me of his own volition, and I am powerless to alter that. She remarked with a hint of mockery in her gaze, her demeanor undeniably arrogant, almost infuriating. You know what you've done. I prefer not to escalate matters further. So do take care of yourself, Li Xiaoya responded, turning away without a glance back. How arrogant. Just wait. I shall snatch your clients away. And then we shall see how you maintain that haughty attitude. The sixth beauty retorted fiercely, her eyes filled with a palpable animosity. Huh, is it merely because you possess a prettier face? You're just as shameless, so spare the pretenses. With that, she too turned and departed. What a veritable drama of palace intrigue. Even within the confines of a modest club, the undercurrents of rivalry ran deep. Indeed, the waters of society are quite profound. Chapter 16. The invitation from Shun Yu. As the sun reached its zenith, Li Chun remained ensconced in his cozy bed when suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone disrupted his pleasant reverie. Groggily, he answered the call, greeted by a girl's voice, soft yet playful, evoking a sense of comfort. Hello, is this Li Chun? Came the gentle inquiry from the other end. Li Chun shook his head slightly to clear the fog of sleep. Aside from his grandparents, his phone had been largely dormant, with even telemarketers scarce. This early interruption left him somewhat befuddled. Yes, this is me. Who are you? Is there something you need? He replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone, for his peaceful dreams had been shattered. Hee, I'm your classmate. Can you guess who I am? The playful voice chimed in again, accompanied by a delightful laugh. What the hell? Are you joking? How am I supposed to guess? My mood is already sour, and I have no inclination for riddles. Li Chun shot back. Oh, you used to be so quiet. Now you've become rather rude. But I must say, you're quite the man. Come on, are you serious? Just tell me already, or I'm hanging up. Li Chun, unwilling to waste any more time, thought it far better to return to his slumber. He had few friends. As for classmates, they were nothing more than acquaintances. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his secret admiration for a certain girl, for even the poorest of frogs aspire to court a swan. All right. I won't tease you any longer. It's Shinyu. We're having a class reunion the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. in room 666 on the second floor of the New Century Hotel. If you're free, do join us. Shinyu, having expressed all she wished to say in one breath, set aside her playful demeanor, discerning a hint of impatience in Li Chun's tone. Oh well, the crux is that I am not familiar with anyone. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chun ultimately declined. Come on, a gathering is merely a way to get acquainted. You are already stepping into society. Why are you more reserved than us students? Shinyu kindly encouraged him, her curiosity piqued by their brief encounter. All right then, if I have time, I shall attend, Li Chun conceded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of refusing the invitation from a young girl. Great. We shall meet the day after tomorrow. Goodbye. Shinyu concluded the conversation and promptly hung up. Yes, see you the day after tomorrow. Li Chun set his phone down, the image of a girl lingering in his mind. You will definitely come, won't you? He murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. He quickly tidied up and dashed out, hopping on his electric scooter and heading straight for the mall. He intended to purchase a more casual outfit, as wearing his current attire would draw too much attention. Upon entering the mall, he made a beeline for Xiao Shue's counter. Spotting the familiar charming figure, he greeted her. Xiao Shue, are you busy? Oh, it's you. Not busy at all. What brings you here? Tang Shue asked, her curiosity evident. I have a class reunion in a couple of days, and I want to buy a more ordinary outfit. Could you help me pick something? Li Chun said, slightly embarrassed. Wow, you really think of me as a personal shopper? Tang Shue pouted, pretending to be annoyed. No, don't misunderstand. I genuinely have no idea what to wear, and I rarely buy clothes. That's why I came to seek your assistance, Li Chun hastily clarified, feeling somewhat intrusive. Haha, I'm just teasing you. No worries. Let us go take a look. Tang Shue chuckled at Li Chun's anxious expression and readily agreed. Ah, thank you so much. Li Chun exhaled in relief as they made their way toward the men's clothing section. In no time, they settled on a sporty outfit, suitable for a child's gathering, as anything too formal would seem out of place. The chosen ensemble reflected youthful vitality. Li Chun, unfamiliar with these brands, was indifferent. He found it amusing to see their logos back to back. However, when they reached the checkout, he was taken aback by the price. Goodness. Is athletic wear really this expensive? Over 5,000 for an outfit and a pair of shoes? His expression was one of disbelief, as he typically wore budget-friendly sportswear that hardly exceeded 150. Well, brand name items do tend to be pricier, but it's still manageable, Tang Shui reassured him, assuming he was merely concerned about the cost. Little did she know, Li Chun was not troubled by the expense. Rather, he reminisced about days when he felt far less than worthy. Li Chun observed a beautiful young woman passing by, cradling a small teddy bear adorned with streaks of colorful fur and dressed in an exquisite little outfit. It's nothing, quite nice indeed. Thank you. After swiftly settling the bill, the two made their way back. As they strolled past a boutique selling handbags, Li Chun noticed Tang Shui fixated on a particular bag displayed prominently. What's this? Do you fancy it? He inquired, noticing her keen interest. Yes, I've had my eye on it for quite some time. If I save for another couple of months, I shall make it mine, Tang Shui replied, a hint of excitement in her voice as she playfully waved her small fist, appearing exceedingly adorable. Li Chun made a mental note, and they continued on their way. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. I feel quite embarrassed for always troubling you. Li Chun extended his invitation with utmost sincerity. Oh, you remember. I shall keep that in mind. You owe me a meal. Tang Shui responded, having relaxed considerably after several encounters, occasionally exchanging playful banter. All right, I will definitely make it up to you. Feel free to reach out when you have time. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Li Chun wandered around before returning to the handbag display. Chapter 17. The peculiar task of the system. As soon as Li Chun appeared, a sharp-eyed saleswoman approached him, having noticed his earlier interaction with Tang Shui. She was an elegant young woman, clad in a simple yet refined professional outfit that exuded an air of sophistication. Her neatly arranged hair was either styled in a bun or tied back, imparting a sense of efficiency and poise that was quite pleasing to behold. Good day, sir. Are you interested in this handbag? She greeted with a warm smile, displaying impeccable courtesy. Yes, I would like to take a look. How much is this one? Li Chun inquired calmly. Your taste is impeccable. That lovely lady earlier must be your girlfriend, right? This bag would suit her perfectly. It's a new release this year. Priced at 38,888 yuan, which falls into the mid to upper range of luxury items. As a saleswoman in the luxury goods sector, she possessed an intimate knowledge of every product in the store, capable of detailing the design philosophy, material characteristics, and craftsmanship of each handbag and piece of jewelry. Her voice was soft and melodious, delivered at a measured pace, providing an experience that felt genuinely luxurious. All right, please wrap it up for me. Li Chun stated without a moment's hesitation, proceeding to complete the purchase. The saleswoman was taken aback, having prepared an array of persuasive phrases that she had not yet had the chance to employ before the transaction concluded. As she stood in astonishment, Li Chun had already departed with the bag in hand, leaving her momentarily bewildered. At that moment, Tang Shui was idly scrolling through her phone at the counter. As the store felt somewhat desolate, the shopping mall was naturally not bustling with customers today, and the luxury goods section was even quieter. Suddenly, a handbag came into her line of sight, and upon looking up, she was astonished to see Li Chun returning. Oh my goodness, did you actually buy it? Tang Shui gasped in disbelief as she gazed at Li Chun. What else could it be? Did you steal it? I've gifted it to you as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Li Chun's expression remained inscrutable, exuding an air of nonchalance. Tang Shui, however, was taken aback. She knew the price of the handbag all too well. Could it truly be that easily given? No. This is far too extravagant. It's inappropriate. She hastily declined. Despite her fondness for the bag, it felt improper to accept such a lavish gift. What should we do now that it's already been purchased? Should I just toss it away? Li Chun jested. No way. That costs several tens of thousands. How could I possibly discard it? Tang Shui exclaimed, suddenly anxious, for she had long coveted such an item. Exactly, so just accept it. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Li Chun did not afford her the chance to refuse again and swiftly departed. Wait, don't go, Tang Shui called out, but by then, Li Chun had vanished, leaving her reluctantly accepting the gift, although she felt a twinge of guilt for receiving something so valuable. Who on earth is this guy? First, he buys a watch in such a peculiar manner, and now he is becoming increasingly generous. It's utterly baffling, Tang Shui muttered to herself. Nearby, a pair of vengeful eyes bore witness to the unfolding scene, igniting a fierce resentment within. Damn, that bumpkin is surprisingly wealthy, a woman hissed, casting a disdainful glare at Tang Shui. Last time, he escaped unscathed. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson. Ding. Special mission received. Elevate Tang Shui's affection level to 90 and establish a romantic relationship. Reward, 2 million coins. Will the host accept? A melodious notification chimed in Li Chen's mind, causing him to abruptly halt. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Do you even know how to ride a bike? A young man shouted in anger. Oh, my apologies. I wasn't paying attention. Li Chen quickly responded, his tone friendly, narrowly avoiding a collision with the electric scooter trailing behind him, which startled the young man considerably. Li Chen swiftly refocused, examining the notification he had just received. This was the system's inaugural mission. He was elated, for even though the reward was not particularly lavish, it was better than nothing. For his quirky system, such a generous reward was indeed a rarity. However, he pondered whether the mission's difficulty was somewhat excessive. Thankfully, there was no time constraint, otherwise, it would be an insurmountable challenge. It seemed that today's gift was not offered in vain. Accept mission. Friendly reminder. Failure to complete the mission incurs a penalty of deducting 5 minutes from the host's lifespan. What the heck? Is it really necessary to be so harsh? I'm still a novice. What if I only have 3 minutes left? Li Chen's mind raced with 1,000 frenzied thoughts. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he declared, Fine, I'll do it. Accept the mission. Congratulations, host. You have accepted the mission. Completion rewards, 2 million coins. Failure will result in a deduction of 5 minutes from the host's lifespan. Please complete the mission diligently. No, system, how do I check my affinity? Li Chen anxiously inquired, feeling utterly lost about whether he had completed his tasks. The host will receive prompts when scanning any task objectives. Please try it yourself. Phew. Fortunately, the system proved to be reliable this time. Li Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing away on his electric scooter. Chapter 18. The super invincible vehicle gift pack. A figure on an electric scooter darted swiftly through the streets. As he passed by a lottery shop, he suddenly executed a dramatic maneuver, stopping with an air of flamboyance. If it had been a Ferrari, it would likely have drawn a crowd. However, on an electric scooter, it seemed rather pretentious. Wow, you startled me. What is so cool about riding a shabby electric bike? Exclaimed a girl with an unimpressive appearance, who then playfully patted her ample chest and stomped her foot, believing herself to be endearingly charming. This scene almost made Li Chen regurgitate the leftover food from yesterday. He hastily stopped his scooter and ducked into the lottery shop. He intended to see if the owner had replenished the stock, perhaps hoping for another grand prize, already daydreaming about it. Unbeknownst to him, the chance of winning a grand prize was the result of several years of accumulated luck in the county. There aren't that many prizes waiting for someone to scratch off. If there were, everyone would be buying tickets. After a fruitless round, Li Chen left the lottery shop. Dejected, a plethora of scratch cards, with the highest prize only being 500, hardly piqued his interest. The shop owner furrowed his brow, having spotted the familiar figure. However, seeing that Li Chen had not purchased a single ticket today left him perplexed. What is going on? Not buying even one. Could it be? The shop owner began to speculate, and if he knew he was correct, his expression would be quite telling. Li Chen resumed his leisurely ride on the scooter, soon spotting the entrance to the club. Today, he chose not to go. It seemed that the matter concerning Li Xiaoya had gradually diminished his interest in the place. Just as Li Chen departed, a familiar figure appeared at the club's entrance. Oh my, what is going on? Why didn't he come in today? Lin Yuru, hands on her hips, panted as she murmured to herself. Spotting Li Chen from a distance, she hastily ran back, only to find that he had not come today. Looks like it's another no-show. I'll have to wait for next time. Lin Yuru sighed, steadying her racing heart before turning to enter the club. Before long, Li Chen returned to his rented room, carrying bags and humming a cheerful tune, evidently in high spirits. He tossed the items onto the table and collapsed onto the bed, yearning for a life of leisure and indulgence. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message, causing Li Chen to pause momentarily. If he remembered correctly, only one friend remained. Are you home? Came the simple greeting, accompanied by a playful emoji sticking out its tongue. Upon returning home, Li Chen instinctively replied to the message almost instantly. Whether out of habit or perhaps a touch of infatuation, his responses were remarkably swift. Thank you for the gift you presented today. It truly took me by surprise. Tang Shui expressed her gratitude with great politeness. It's no trouble at all. I've already troubled you twice. This small gift is merely a token of my appreciation. Please don't take it to heart, he replied. Accepting such a valuable gift makes me feel a bit uneasy, she countered. Not at all. There's no need to make a fuss. It's just a gesture of thanks. Very well then, let me treat you to a meal another day. It may be inconsequential to you, but it certainly amounts to several months' worth of my salary, she proposed. Sure, sounds good. You owe me a meal now. Li Chun was utterly delighted, as he had been yearning for an opportunity to connect further. How else could he fulfill his objective? The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, growing increasingly familiar with each other. One was gentle and charming, while the other was handsome and affluent. They indeed made a fine pair. For dinner, Li Chun once again opted for a simple takeaway, which had become his customary routine. He had no desire to utilize the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the system. Glancing at the friend request notifications that occasionally illuminated his screen, he had yet to open them, uncertain whether it was a matter of intentional rivalry or genuine anger. Before long, midnight arrived, and Li Chun groggily opened his eyes. A full meal followed by a good night's sleep was his standard practice. Noticing it was already 1 a.m., he slowly rose to relieve himself. Upon returning to his bed, he sat cross-legged, unsure of what he awaited, with his eyes closed and an expression of quiet contemplation. Whether he was making a wish or simply seeking blessings remained a mystery. As Li Chun focused his thoughts, the system materialized before him. Familiarity with the interface had dulled any emotional turbulence. The lottery process was swift, and a cheerful voice announced, "Congratulations, host. Charm value increased by 1. You have received a super incredible vehicle gift pack." Wow, wow, wow. Li Chun exclaimed in a flurry of excitement. He was elated. He has arrived with gifts. My Ferrari, my Lamborghini, my Aston Martin. He jubilantly danced about, overwhelmed with joy. Open it, open it. Reveal my super incredible vehicle gift pack. He shouted in exhilaration. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 super incredible vehicle. Please click to accept. The full payment purchase agreement will automatically appear in your hands. Accept. I accept. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and indeed, a purchase contract materialized in his hands, containing his excitement. Li Chun's trembling hand slowly opened the contract, and the first line of text leapt out at him. Chapter 19. A date with Tang Shui Wuling Hongguang purchase agreement. A thunderbolt struck Li Chun, rendering him speechless. He stood frozen, staring at the contract in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Dog system. Are you playing with me? Where's my Ferrari? My Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Bugatti? A surge of blood rushed to my throat, and I swallowed hard. System, are you sent by heaven to torment me? Li Chun slumped onto the bed, dejected, sighing and murmuring. Ding. Please do not be ungrateful, dear host. The system detected that this vehicle is referred to as a divine car, which is why it was matched with the super invincible vehicle package. The system explained earnestly, leaving no room for rebuttal. Fine, I understand. Li Chun was at a loss for words and could only reluctantly accept reality. After all, it is a car. It is better than having none. He repeatedly reassured himself. A sleepless night ensued, and his restless emotions caused him to toss and turn in bed. At dawn, he rose with dark circles under his eyes and trudged to the bathroom. Habitually, he lit a white tower cigarette to dispel the unpleasant odor. After a simple freshening up, he stepped out of his room. Glancing at his trusty little electric scooter that had accompanied him in battles, he felt a twinge of reluctance. With a sigh, he waved goodbye and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the dealership. Upon entering the store, a beautiful saleswoman approached him, and he couldn't help but feel the sting of comparison. Her looks paled in comparison to those in a clothing store, and Li Chun entered with a lackluster attitude. Since he was already there, he decided not to be picky. After all, he wasn't there for a blind date. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at cars? The saleswoman greeted him with a professional smile and approached him politely. I have a contract. Could you take a look? Li Chun nervously produced the document, uncertain of its validity, hoping it wasn't a scam. Certainly, sir. Please have a seat while I verify this, the saleswoman replied, swiftly walking into an office. Li Chun glanced around in boredom. The cars before him failed to ignite any interest. Shortly, the saleswoman returned with a smile, saying, Sir, please follow me. There is no issue with the contract, and I will take you to collect your car. All the paperwork has been completed, and the license plate is installed. You may drive it away at any time. Wow, this dog of a system actually performs well. Having completed everything already, Li Chun mused to himself. Following the saleswoman, They wound through the dealership until they arrived at a parking lot, where rows of Wuling vehicles greeted his eyes. When the saleswoman halted in front of a pink car, Li Chun was instantly dumbfounded. Oh no, it can't be this pink one. He inwardly cursed. This is the vehicle specified in your contract. Please check it. And if everything is in order, you may drive it away, the saleswoman explained confidently. Well, I suppose there is no problem. I'll just drive it away. At that moment, Li Chun had nothing more to say. He was devoid of the mood to inspect and merely wished to leave quickly. Very well. I wish you a pleasant driving experience. Should you have any issues, feel free to consult after-sales service, the saleswoman said before turning to leave. Li Chun hurriedly took a seat in the car, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings. He swiftly started the engine and sped out of the parking lot. Although he had never driven before, who among us does not possess a driver's license? Much like a seasoned veteran of the road, he navigated with remarkable ease. He made do with this means of transportation, relishing the fact that it incurred no expense. Li Chun remained in a state of self-reassurance. The thought of purchasing a vehicle with his own money was indeed unthinkable, for his modest earnings were hard-won and scarce. Though diminutive, the vehicle was surprisingly well-equipped, far superior to a mere electric scooter, marking him as part of the automotive community. He was likely the most beleaguered system host in history. Alas, what could he do, given that he was burdened with an unorthodox system? Just as Li Chun's thoughts wandered into the ether, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he saw it was Tang Shui, and he swiftly pressed the answer button. Xiao Shui, is there something you need? Can't I reach out to you unless there's something urgent? Of course you can. How about we have lunch together? I happen to be free today. Tang Shui extended her first official invitation for a date. Their previous encounters had been mere coincidences or emergencies. Sounds great. Where shall I meet you? Li Chun eagerly responded, thinking this opportunity was fortuitous. Let's meet at the entrance of the mall. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Li Chun pressed the accelerator, racing towards the mall. This time he was indeed pressing the gas pedal, not merely twisting the throttle. The car came to a gentle halt at the entrance, where a stunning sight caught his eye. She wore a form-fitting black dress that exquisitely accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her slender waist was barely graspable, and as she walked, she moved with a captivating grace. Her long, straight legs peeked through the slit of her dress, complemented by a pair of black high heels that enhanced her allure. There you are? Tang Shui exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. She never imagined that someone so generous would drive such a modest vehicle. Yet, she showed no hint of disdain, merely astonishment. You look absolutely stunning today, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Li Chun's charm skills kicked into high gear as he began showering her with compliments. It's not that extravagant. I invited you to lunch, so I had to make an effort. Wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of you. Tang Shui was clever and articulated her thoughts beautifully. Her charming demeanor was utterly enchanting. Li Chun felt elated, his heart soaring as if filled with nectar. They casually chose a restaurant, eschewing extravagance, and dined while engaging in delightful conversation. After several encounters, their relationship seemed to be warming ever so slightly. Suddenly, Li Chun recalled his task and swiftly glanced at Tang Shui, activating his mind's scanning ability. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Affection level, 50. Romantic encounters, 1. Combat experience, 0. As he surveyed the information before him, Li Chun marveled at its peculiarity. How remarkably intriguing. Yet, with an affection level of just 50, he still had quite a distance to cover to reach his goal. Looking at Tang Shui's other details, he was once again taken aback. The number of romantic encounters stands at 1, yet the practical experiences reveal none. In a moment of whimsical reflection, a silly smile crept upon my face, reminiscent of a fool. What are you laughing at? Inquired Tang Shui, her curiosity evident. And nothing at all. I hastily stammered in response. All right then, Tang Shui decided not to press further. Thus, a simple dinner gathering drew to a close, with the fleeting beauty of time always seeming too brief. As Tang Shui needed to return to work in the afternoon, I escorted her home. Watching her alluring figure gradually fade from view, I licked my lips, reluctant to depart. Chapter 20. Li Xiaoya's social connections within the club. Li Xiaoya gazed at the friend request page on her phone, having attempted numerous times to reach out, yet receiving no response. Though she understood that there was little connection between them, an uncontrollable urge to explain and connect persisted. Lin Yuru, observing her friend's distracted demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. Xiaoya, if you truly cannot let go, You should seek him out and clarify things, she suggested gently, wrapping her arm around Xiaoya's shoulder in an attempt to console her. Where would I even find him? Li Xiaoya replied softly, not lifting her head. That's true. He hasn't been around lately. What should we do? Lin Yuru shared Xiaoya's anxiety internally. I just don't want him to misunderstand me. She lamented as tears unwittingly fell onto her lap. She couldn't quite comprehend why she felt this way, why she had become so affected. In truth, the simplest form of love is the most genuine. Love is akin to a glass of perfectly tempered water. It will never scald you nor freeze you. Yet once that glass is missed, it may never return. Coincidentally, at that moment, Li Chun had just entered the premises. Furthermore, it was quite fortuitous that Lin Yuru spotted him in the corridor. Without hesitation, she followed him into the private room. Li Chun, oblivious to her presence, sat down on the bed, prepared to speak when suddenly a beautiful woman appeared before him. She had a head of short, golden hair that framed her exquisite features. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her nose delicately pronounced, and when she smiled, there was a playful air about her. Her tall and slender figure, even clad in the club's professional attire, could not conceal her alluring physique. Who are you? What do you want? Li Chun scrutinized the enchanting woman with suspicion. Hello, handsome. I'm Li Xiaoya's close friend, she said, winking at the attendant beside her, who promptly closed the door and exited. Oh, what brings you here? Li Chun, intrigued, was eager to learn what the girl had to say. There's a matter at hand. You and Xiaoya must have some misunderstanding. She hasn't been eating or sleeping well lately, losing considerable weight, and I can no longer stand idly by. Lin Yuru spoke with a tone of indignation. And what does that have to do with me? Li Chun replied dismissively, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. I am uncertain of what you have heard, but I trust it is not flattering. The last time she took leave was due to a family emergency. Her father had passed away long ago, leaving behind a bedridden mother. She had to leave because the caregiver indicated her mother's health was deteriorating, prompting her to return home. Lin Yuru recounted the circumstances of Xiaoya's family to Li Chun in detail. Upon hearing this, Li Chun stood frozen in place, a feeling he knew all too well. When she was out with someone else, Li Chun stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. So that was the reason. I knew it. Lin Yuru immediately donned a look of disdain, as if she had predicted that number 6 was gossiping behind her back. Indeed, she had gone out. But it was merely for a meal, nothing more. Sometimes I accompanied her. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative. I have spoken my piece, and the decision lies with you. After delivering her words in one breath, Lin Yuru turned and departed the private room, her demeanor brimming with indignation. As if she were seeking retribution, Li Chun sat silently on the bed, wrestling with his thoughts. If what that girl said was true, had he misunderstood her? Moments later, a knock echoed at the door, and the hostess entered. Brother, is it 6 or 18 today? After frequent visits over the past few days, the staff had grown somewhat familiar with Li Chun, often exchanging playful banter. Li Chun gazed at the hostess, who bore a teasing smile, feeling utterly helpless, and finally sighed deeply. 18. The hostess exchanged a knowing smile with Li Chun and nodded before leaving. It appeared that Xiaoya had quite the rapport with the people here. They seemed to rally around her, whether intentionally or not. The hostess hurried to the lounge, scanning the room before approaching Xiaoya. Xiaoya, go ahead, he chose you today? Really? Li Xiaoya sprang to her feet, her expression so animated it could easily become a meme. Clearly, Yuru's words had made an impact. The hostess beamed at Li Xiaoya. Sharing in her joy, Xiaoya glanced at Lin Yuru, her gaze scrutinizing. Lin Yuru playfully stuck out her tongue, resembling a child caught in mischief. Li Xiaoya quickly adjusted her outfit and checked her reflection in the mirror before contentedly picking up her small suitcase and exiting the lounge. Number 6 sat in the corner, watching the scene unfold with gritted teeth, her expression truly remarkable. She was likely cursing internally. Lin Yuru turned to look at her, her triumphant expression unmistakable. And she did not forget to shoot a glare at number 6 as she turned away. Chapter 21. The taste of first love. The private room door swung open once more, revealing a familiar figure, her face bearing signs of weariness. She was a stark contrast to the lively and cheerful Li Xiaoya from before. Li Xiaoya forced a smile as she looked at Li Chun, tears welling in her eyes. Yuru told you? Li Xiaoya asked quietly, standing by the bed. Yes, she did. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Li Chun gazed at Li Xiaoya before him, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Her pitiful demeanor evoked a deep sense of compassion within him. It's all right. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Large tears began to uncontrollably cascade down her cheeks. A simple "I'm sorry" had been long anticipated in her heart. What she truly desired was not an apology or forgiveness, but rather a sincere hope that the man before her would not misconstrue her intentions. Li Chun, having never witnessed a girl in tears, felt utterly flustered and somewhat at a loss. "Please don't cry. I've already apologized. This is beyond my understanding, and I simply don't know what to say," he confessed, having never encountered such a situation before. "I understand," Li Xiaoya responded obediently, wiping away her tears and offering him a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. "How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Consider it an apology," she suggested. "Really? Then I want spicy hot pot." Li Xiaoya's spirits lifted instantaneously, as the clouds of despair dissipated just as swiftly. Li Chun, however, wore a look of disbelief. Was that all it took? No wonder people said girls were easy to console. If all else failed, a meal of spicy hot pot would suffice. The two of them chatted in the private room, and soon, all lingering unpleasantness was cast aside. Sometimes, this is how it is, whether in friendship, love, or family ties. If misunderstandings arise, discussing them openly can lead to resolution. Life is too short for excessive seriousness. Living that way is exhausting. In a few decades, when we reunite, we'll send each other off to the crematorium, all reduced to ashes, yours in one pile, mine in another, and we shall remain strangers. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. With the shadows of their hearts lifted, everything appeared joyful once more. "Shall we go?" "Yes." They exchanged smiles and soon found themselves seated at a table for spicy hot pot. Sometimes, a date isn't about what you eat or where you go, but rather who you are with. In a whirlwind of enjoyment, they spent just over 30 yuan, a far more economical choice than extending their previous engagement. At that moment, Li Chen's mind flashed with the notion of achieving great things with little expenditure. In the park, elderly couples danced joyfully, their happiness seemingly unfathomable. Perhaps their joy was as simple as being together with their beloved companions. The two strolled aimlessly, occasionally brushing hands together, only to quickly withdraw. The scene evoked memories of first love. "Shall we take a picture together?" Li Xiaoya gazed at Li Chun with longing in her eyes, brimming with desire. "Sure. Use your phone. Mine has poor resolution," Li Chun replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "All right." Li Xiaoya retrieved her phone and raised it high, aiming it at the two of them. Li Chun, subtly inching closer to her side, had no ulterior motives, simply, the screen was too small. Suddenly, he turned to the crowd in the square and shouted, "We are about to take a picture. If you're not with your original partner, please step aside." In an instant, a wave of elderly dancers dispersed. The elderly gentlemen cast their piercing gazes in unison, murmuring indistinctly amongst themselves. Li Xiaoya hastily pressed the shutter button, and both of them burst into laughter as they fled, leaving a group of irate old men grumbling behind them. They ran at a brisk pace, unaware of how far they had ventured, finally pausing, breathless yet adorned with smiles. Unbeknownst to them, their hands had intertwined unconsciously. Just as Li Xiaoya attempted to withdraw her hand, Li Chun exerted a gentle pull, drawing it back once more. This time, she did not shy away. Instead, she lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Can one truly fathom that this was the same Li Xiaoya who dared to snuggle close and steal a kiss from Li Chun? The same event occurring in disparate settings yields different effects and emotions. At the very least, the initial intentions differ. What may have initially been a simple task for a recharge of a mere 10,000 could evolve into something far more complex when one realizes the weight of loss. Thus, we must learn to cherish those present in our lives, lest we only come to regret our actions after they are gone. The conclusion may not always mirror the perfection found in novels. Chapter 22. A class reunion confronts a mad dog. The first rays of dawn's light bathed the county town, awakening the slumbering populace. The streets gradually buzzed with life as the working crowd hurried past, the enticing aromas from breakfast stalls wafting through the air. Li Chun slowly opened his sleep-laden eyes, a sweet smile lingering on his lips, clearly still immersed in the bliss of last night's date. He rose languidly, stretching his limbs with vigor. Indeed, as the ancients have proclaimed, joy elevates the spirit. Li Chun's mood was exceptionally bright today. He glanced at his phone to find the friend request list still marked in red. "Oh no, I forgot," he exclaimed, quickly accessing the list to approve the pending request. Moments later, a message popped up. "Humph, finally remembered me? You didn't even think to add me back after returning last night." A wave of mildly resentful words greeted him. I apologize, please don't be upset. It completely slipped my mind. I collapsed into bed as soon as I got home. He replied, channeling the spirit of a devoted admirer with utmost sincerity. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. You made me wait ages before I could sleep. And I wanted to wish you good night. Came the swift response from Li Xiaoya, who was feigning annoyance. Yes, it's my fault. I was careless. It won't happen again, she added, her tone light. Just observe her demeanor. If everyone behaved like a lovesick fool, where would be the spark of discord in a relationship? They exchanged a few more casual remarks before returning to their respective tasks. That evening, Li Chun was set to attend a class reunion, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, these classmates were merely acquaintances, and he suspected that most still held him in low regard. After much internal deliberation, he ultimately resolved to attend. After all, establishing social connections is essential, and he was no longer the timid boy he once was. After all, it has been quite some time since I entered society, and I have encountered all sorts of people. I tidied myself up rather simply, surprisingly without any pretense this time. I even took a shower, although the conditions were modest. This single-room rental still offered a communal bathroom. Dressed in my newly purchased sportswear, I felt as though I had transformed back into that youthful lad. Now, with systematic enhancement, Li Chen's physique and appearance undeniably resembled that of a high-class gentleman. Although his inner character had been forcibly altered to that of a sycophant, it certainly did not detract from his outward charm. On the streets, one could expect many admiring glances. If only he could emerge from a supercar instead of this modest vehicle, it would be utterly perfect. The evening approached swiftly, and Li Chun drove his little car. Indeed, it was quite a small vehicle, heading towards the Century Hotel. The Century Hotel could be regarded as one of the more upscale establishments in the county. It was rumored to be owned by the same proprietor as Century Plaza, and Li Chun felt a twinge of envy. Secretly, he berated the system in his mind 100 times. Upon entering the lobby, which was adorned in opulent gold and glimmer, Li Chun realized he had never set foot in such a place before. In his previous life, he would have only dared to visit modest eateries. Quickly regaining his composure, he made his way directly to the elevator. Strolling leisurely, he soon arrived at the private room numbered 666. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was nearly filled to capacity, and countless gazes turned towards him, most expressing surprise, as many no longer recognized Li Chun. After all, his current appearance bore no resemblance to that of the scruffy boy he once was. Whispers and murmurs erupted among the guests. Suddenly, Xinyu stood up, beaming, and called out, Li Chun, come, come. There's an empty seat here. It was unclear why Xinyu was so enthusiastic. Perhaps it was her nature or mere curiosity. Li Chun did not decline and walked over. There was an empty seat right next to Xinyu, and he took it without hesitation. Casually glancing beside Xinyu, he noticed Su Jingyi. With a delicate oval face, skin as fair as snow, she appeared almost ethereal. Her large, deep-set eyes sparkled brightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. Beneath her high nose was a pair of luscious red lips, slightly curved at the corners, as if perpetually hinting at a smile. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down to her waist, and she donned a pink sweater paired with blue jeans, exuding youthful vitality. This was the class beauty whom Li Chun had secretly admired for several years. Just as Li Chun was lost in daydreams, an untimely voice interrupted. Oh, who is this? I hardly recognized you. Now you dress like everyone else. A pair of unfriendly eyes, wearing a mocking smile, were fixed upon Li Chun. With a twitch of his right lip, a smirk formed, leaving everyone astonished. Was this really the same timid, scruffy boy? He used to be too afraid to speak. And now he appeared so brazen? The collective thoughts of the onlookers echoed the same sentiment. Xinyu covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Even Su Jingyi glanced at Li Chun, her gaze imbued with a complex mix of astonishment, sympathy, and perhaps a hint of disappointment. The reasons for such an inner turmoil eluded comprehension. The speaker, Zhang Hanbo, could be considered a semi-rich second generation. Why semi-rich, you ask? His family possesses a modest fortune, perhaps a few million at most. Yet, in this gathering, he certainly qualifies as a rich second generation. Outside of this context, however, he would likely be regarded as insignificant. Hence, the designation of semi-rich. Upon observing Li Chun's expression and demeanor, Zhang Hanbo's temper flared, his anger rising to unprecedented heights. What's with that attitude? What kind of look is that? He bellowed, his aggression evident as he began to bluster. Li Chun, however, merely lifted the teacup before him, taking a delicate sip. He shook his head, choosing silence, which further altered everyone's perception of him. This group of students had never witnessed such a scene, and they were left in awe of Li Chun's composure. After all, there's a saying about how one should not underestimate a person after a brief absence. Hey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Don't think you can just change your clothes and sit here. Have you considered your own standing? Do you even belong here? The more Li Chun ignored him, the angrier Zhang Hanbo became, his words growing increasingly harsh. Enough already. Li Chun isn't stooping to your level, yet you persist. Shin Yu interjected, her brow furrowed with concern as she cast a warning glance at Zhang Hanbo. The latter, noticing Shin Yu's defense of Li Chun, grew even more incensed, as if no authority could quell his wrath. Am I wrong? Everyone here knows his family situation, right? He can't even afford school fees and is destined to become a societal miscreant. With that proclamation, he crossed his legs defiantly, exuding an air of reckless bravado. Chapter 23. A resounding slap. The room fell silent, the tension palpable as if a pin could be heard dropping. No one dared to confront Zhang Hanbo openly, given his privileged background. Who would be foolish enough to invite conflict? Zhang Hanbo. You. Shin Yu's face flushed with anger. Her small fists clenched tightly as if she were ready to fight, yet she felt powerless, resorting to stamping her foot in frustration. Why was Shin Yu so protective of Li Chun? After all, it was she who had invited him and proposed the idea, fostering a sense of responsibility to speak up on his behalf. Li Chun gently tugged at Shin Yu's sleeve, signaling her to take a seat. With a frustrated stamp of her foot and a sulky pout, she complied and sat down. Throughout, Su Jingyi had been intently observing Li Chun's reactions, yet she offered no assistance. As the onlookers settled into a mindset of mere spectatorship, Li Chun rose slowly, walking with deliberate calmness as he spoke. I am aware that my family is not wealthy. In the past, I preferred silence, and I share little in common with all of you. Your disdain for me is understandable. To everyone's surprise, some nodded in agreement with his words. How infuriating was that? Li Chun continued. So why is it that when I return the favor in kind, you perceive it as my fault? Why do you mock me? I comprehend your sentiments and harbor no resentment. Rather, it is I who exhibit audacity. All fell silent, for they were merely students, untouched by the harsh realities of life. However, Li Chun was different. He had nearly succumbed to the trials of society over the years. Soon, his voice resonated once more, drawing all eyes upon him. I neither steal nor rob. I sustain myself through my own capabilities. What fault do I possess? I wish to inquire of my esteemed classmates. What gives you the right to look down upon me? Is it your parents' status or their wealth? If I am deemed unworthy to occupy this space, what of you? Everyone stood frozen in place. Indeed, what were they? Abandoned by their parents, what did they amount to? Perhaps mere pawns in a game. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Su Jingyi's gaze, her lips curling slightly. Shin Yu, on the other hand, was entirely captivated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I adhere to a steadfast principle. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Should one offend me, I shall yield a little. If they persist, I shall retaliate. The final word sent shivers down the spines of those present. It was chilling indeed. Why invoke the need for a syringe? Nonetheless, I bear no grudges. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, especially Zhang Hanbo, who sensed Li Chun had approached him from behind. Panic surged within him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. For I seek immediate retribution. With a sharp crack, Zhang Hanbo felt a dizzying blow to the right side of his face, sending him crashing to the ground, his mouth twitching in shock. Everyone was astounded, eyes wide at the scene unfolding before them. How utterly ruthless. Would that strike not be the end of him? Shin Yu had completely lost her composure, practically a fanatical admirer, nearly bursting into cheers. Li Chun cast a glance at her, smiling and nodding, mimicking a phone gesture with his hand. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as though he was signaling for applause. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now. We shall reconvene another time. With those words, Li Chun departed with an air of confidence. His demeanor, movements, and gaze bewitched all present. After Li Chun exited, chaos erupted in the private room. Everyone was in an uproar. What just happened? How did Li Chun become so formidable? I have no idea, but he struck with great ferocity. Damn, Li Chun. You'll regret this. Zhang Hanbo finally emerged from beneath the table, fuming with rage. Everyone, quiet down. The dishes have arrived. Let us eat. Shin Yu called out, her voice cutting through the clamor. All you do is shout about eating. Zhang Hanbo raged, behaving like a cornered animal, lashing out at anyone within reach. If you provoke him, is it really necessary? Beware of the consequences of your words. Su Jingyi interjected softly, offering a modicum of justice on Li Chen's behalf. Zhang Hanbo, having endured years of servitude, dared not express his ire towards Su Jingyi, who had persistently treated him as though he were invisible. Witnessing such a scenario, he found his appetite utterly diminished and, in a fit of anger, turned away and departed. All right, the spectacle has concluded. Let us proceed. Su Jingyi remarked with a hint of a smile, observing the crowd. As the onlookers ceased their chatter, the farcical episode reached its conclusion, leaving the gathering in a state of discontent. The promised subsequent event lost its appeal, with no one willing to take the initiative to organize it. Xinyu and Su Jingyi left early, and upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, Xinyu spotted someone in the corner and rushed over. Hey, what brings you here to indulge in solitary dining? She playfully shouted, feigning a scare towards Li Chen. Li Chen merely lifted his eyelids and continued to eat. What else? One must satisfy their hunger. Su Jingyi approached silently, watching Xinyu display her antics. Don't take what happened earlier to heart. It's all my fault. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited you. Zhang Hanbo is simply insufferable. He has infuriated me. Xinyu pouted adorably, embodying a comical frustration. Well, you seem more upset than I am. I hardly mind it. I'm accustomed to it. The words were spoken without malice, yet they resonated deeply, leading both women to cast sympathetic glances at Li Chen. Despite being of the same age, they felt a sense of pity for him, as he had already assumed a role reminiscent of his parents. All right then, since you're fine, I'll feel at ease. Let us arrange a small gathering another day, Xinyu said cheerfully, her concern evident. Su Jingyi, resembling a regal swan, stood silently aside, her pride seemingly unyielding. Very well, I shall treat you next time. Li Chen responded with politeness, entirely disregarding Su Jingyi. It's settled then, farewell. With that, Xinyu took Su Jingyi by the hand and departed, casting only a fleeting glance at Su Jingyi before averting her gaze entirely. Since she is unattainable, let us not strive for it. It is rather exhausting. Yet, Su Jingyi felt a pang of discomfort. She was accustomed to being the center of attention, yet today, she felt like an invisible bystander. Watching Xinyu engage in light-hearted banter with Li Chen, eliciting a tinge of envy within her. At that moment, she could only wonder, why the pretense? Chapter 24. Breaking a million inside a second-hand Mercedes, Zhang Hanbo slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it, just you wait. I shall have my revenge. He seethed, releasing the pent-up rage that had built within him. Being merely a student, he felt incapable of confronting Li Chen directly, thus refraining from physical confrontation. But he resolved to reclaim his dignity. Calm down, brother. There's no need to stoop to his level. It would only diminish your status. Came the obsequious voice from the passenger seat, belonging to Zhang Hanbo's sycophant, Li Songhai. Zhang Hanbo's father is engaged in civil construction, undertaking various small projects. Over the years, he has earned a substantial income, thriving in his endeavors. On the other hand, Li Songhai's family supplies building materials to Zhang's father. The two families have maintained a cordial relationship, as they rely on each other for their livelihoods. How dare you say that? Where were you just now? Why didn't you step forward? Zhang Hanbo immediately directed his ire at Li Songhai. Brother, I simply didn't react in time. Besides, if we escalate this, I fear it may affect our studies. He isn't concerned because he has already dropped out. We are not in the same situation, are we, brother? Li Songhai trembled in fear, quickly searching for excuses, worried that Zhang Hanbo might erupt in anger again. You do have a point. We can't let his actions disrupt our education. Otherwise, my father would not spare me either. Zhang Hanbo suddenly came to a realization. He acknowledged that Li Songhai's reasoning held merit and chose not to pursue the matter further. Think of a way to find out what he is up to. Where he lives. I want to seize the opportunity to deal with him. Zhang Hanbo still could not swallow his anger and planned to spend money to get back at Li Chen. Although he could not act directly, that did not impede him from hiring someone else. All right, brother. I'll inquire about it tomorrow. Li Songhai, eager to please, readily agreed. Good, keep close to me. I'll have my father look after your family's business. You won't be treated unfairly. His tone exuded an air of entitlement, reminiscent of a young master from a wealthy family. Thank you, brother. If there's anything you need, just let me know, and I'll ensure it's done. Li Songhai nodded enthusiastically, resembling a sycophant in the presence of royalty. Meanwhile, Li Chun had just filled his stomach and was driving his little car home. Although there had been some unpleasant incidents earlier in the evening, they did not dampen his spirits. He hummed a tune as he entered his rental apartment, seemingly in good humor. Whether it was due to seeing his beloved or the thrill of a satisfying slap, one could only speculate. Lying on his simple bed, he idly scrolled through his phone until he remembered the task at hand and opened the chat interface. "Are you asleep, my darling?" "Not yet." "Who is your darling?" Tang Shui quickly replied. "Oh dear, I sent that by mistake. My apologies." Li Chun responded with a mischievous grin. "Humph. So you're calling someone else your darling? It seems you have many darlings." "Not really. Counting you, there are only 7. Please, don't include me in that count. Your pond is too crowded." "Very well. I shall prepare a separate fishbowl just for you." Giggling. "Is this your way of keeping a secret, love?" "If I had that intention, it would depend on whether you grant me the opportunity." "Sorry, no opportunity." "What a pity. I had planned to treat you to dinner and a movie tomorrow." "Haha. If you put it that way, I might just have some free time." "Then let us meet tomorrow. I'll be waiting at your doorstep." "All right. Consider this your chance to impress. I happen to be off tomorrow." As the chat concluded, Li Chun was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing. Is this system trying to transform me into a scoundrel? With his skills as a devoted admirer unleashed, his words flowed uncontrollably, and his charm reached unparalleled heights. Suddenly, Li Chun sat up abruptly, slapping his thigh. "Oh no, I haven't entered the lottery yet." Tom was still on his side. He nearly missed it. "System, initiate the lottery." The familiar process flashed before him like a specter. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Charm value, 2 gold coins, 500,000, and you have acquired the skill of a piano master." Phew. At least the gold coins were somewhat useful. Li Chun had long since abandoned hope for skills, as they often yielded trivial rewards. Once the lottery concluded, it was past midnight, perfectly timed. Since it's time, let's continue the lottery. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Charm value, 1 gold coins, 100,000, and you have obtained a misfortune card. Note, can be used on any target, causing them bad luck for 30 minutes. Wow, finally not a skill, but a card? This is a valuable item, a weapon for mischief. System, check attributes. Host, Li Chun, age, 19, charm value, 12, title, stunning beauty, skills, wildflower picker, inferior scanner, junior chef. Devoted admirer, piano master, backpack, 1 misfortune card, gold coins, 600,000, lottery chances, 0. After a moment, a text notification chimed, and Li Chun took out his phone to check. His excitement skyrocketed upon seeing his balance. 1,320,000 yuan. Haha. Finally broke 1,000,000, what a thrill. While protagonists in novels often started with billions, here he was, elated with the system for merely reaching 1,000,000. Such is the disparity. Chapter 25. A date the next day. Li Chun arrived early at Tang Shui's doorstep, idly smoking in his car. Moments later, a figure appeared in his line of sight, Tang Shui, stepping out with a lively gait. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, accentuating her exquisite oval face. Her cherry-red lips seemed naturally tinted, and her curvaceous figure was elegantly showcased in a snug black dress, perfectly outlining her silhouette. The hem of her dress revealed a pair of long, fair legs, complemented by black high heels, exuding both sensuality and grace. Li Chun couldn't help but drool. As soon as she entered the car, a subtle scent of perfume enveloped him, combined with Tang Shui's breathtaking beauty, intoxicating him completely. "Haven't had enough of the view? Let us go." Tang Shui playfully shot him a glance, her face alight with smiles. "With looks like yours, aren't you meant to be admired? I'm merely appreciating." Li Chun unabashedly flattered her, his dogged devotion shining through. "Haha, you're so beautiful. Stop smiling. What's wrong? Your smile is simply captivating. Haha. How have you become so eloquent?" Although Li Chun spoke of Tang Shui, her heart brimmed with joy. What girl does not revel in compliments? Is there any? I merely articulated a fact. Li Chun, with a serious countenance, engaged in earnest nonsense. "You've won. What shall you have me treat you to?" Tang Shui, with a resigned shrug, gazed at Li Chun with curiosity. "You choose. I'm amenable to anything. Your favorites are mine." Uffed. Hee. Then I adore durian. Tang Shui said with a mischievous smile. "Well, that's not entirely off the table." Haha. The atmosphere in the car was harmonious, ever since she boarded. Tang Shui had been smiling. The two casually selected a restaurant. The meal was secondary. The fare was inconsequential. What mattered was the company at the table. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, their relationship was gradually warming, with his charm playing a pivotal role. Thus, they shared a jovial lunch, simple yet filled with happiness. At the top of Century Square stood a grand cinema, where they now found themselves in the lobby, gazing up at the titles displayed on the screen. Which one shall we watch? Li Chun turned to Tang Shui. Anything, as long as it's not a horror film. Then let us watch that romantic movie. Li Chun casually selected a film and purchased tickets, along with a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola. All eyes, whether deliberate or not, were drawn to them, envious of the quintessential pairing of a handsome, affluent young man and a beautiful, wealthy young woman. Soon, they approached the ticket checkpoint, walking side by side. Li Chun opted for the last row, a well-known sanctuary for secrets within the cinema. Do not inquire about the purpose, deduce it yourself. The film commenced, and they quietly watched together. Occasionally, their hands would reach for the popcorn simultaneously, only to withdraw swiftly. After that, there were no further developments. Do not speculate wildly. Why do young couples in the throes of romance favor watching movies? Perhaps it is the ambience, the dimly lit surroundings that conveniently facilitate intimate gestures, especially for those still in the pursuit of affection. This space can be described as a haven for swiftly intensifying feelings, as well as a clandestine dock. As the credits rolled, their inaugural date came to a close. Although the intended goal remained unachieved, the impact was palpable. Just after they exchanged farewells, Li Chun observed Tang Shui's retreating figure and initiated a scan. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Affection level, 68. Number of relationships, 1 instances of intimacy, 0. Watching the affection level rise steadily. Li Chun's heart blossomed with joy. The target of his mission appeared increasingly within reach. He resolved to exert even greater effort. Li Chun murmured to himself as he drove back to his rented apartment. As I opened the door, my phone rang with a message. Humph. Ignoring me all day and not bothering to check on me. What do you mean by that? Li Xiaoya sent a message in a tone filled with anger. Upon reading her message, Li Chun sensed trouble brewing. It seemed that being a scoundrel was indeed an art that required equal attention. He hurriedly typed a response. I apologize. I was held up by some matters today and have been exceedingly busy. I haven't even had a bite to eat all day. Alas, how pitiful. I walk in and immediately get scolded. He clicked send and sighed in relief. I was wrong. I misunderstood you. How could you be so busy? Hurry and order some takeout. Don't let yourself go hungry. Li Xiaoya immediately replied with an apology and concern, clearly feeling quite sympathetic. It's fine. It can't be helped. Otherwise, how could one enjoy such generous offers? Boo-hoo. We shall never recharge again. How can that be? What about your tasks? To hell with the tasks. Li Chen's bold maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Not only did he soothe her emotions, but he also gained unexpected rewards. It was truly a textbook example. This time, he had indeed spent a small sum to achieve great results, securing a long-term free meal pass. Little did he know, greater investments lay ahead. Chapter 26. Li Chun under investigation. Li Chun was awakened from a deep slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked it up, noticing it was an unfamiliar number, and answered. Hello? Hello, Mr. Li. This is a financial advisor from Agricultural Commercial Bank. I am calling to inquire if you need assistance with any financial planning. A sweet voice floated from the other end of the line. Li Chun immediately felt awake and pondered for a moment before responding. How did you get my number? Mr. Li, I am a bank employee, naturally. I have your contact information. Oh, all right. I don't need anything at the moment. Li Chun declined outright, as he was more focused on saving money for entrepreneurship rather than investing in financial products. I see. Would you be interested in obtaining a gold card? Your deposit amount has already reached the standard for holding a gold card. If you would like, I can assist you with the upgrade. The bank representative's tone was exceedingly respectful as she extended her offer once more. Well then, what procedures are required? Li Chun asked curiously, as he truly was not well versed in such matters. No procedures are necessary, Mr. Li. I will handle everything on my end and contact you again. I will personally deliver it to you. All right, that sounds good. I appreciate it. It's no trouble at all, Mr. Li. I won't take up any more of your time, and I wish you a pleasant day. Goodbye. Thank you, goodbye. After hanging up, Li Chun found himself no longer sleepy and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to draw his lottery for the day, he summoned the system. System, initiate the lottery. The lottery process flashed by in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm point, 500,000 coins, and acquired the skill of Master of Intimacy. Li Chun instantly spewed a mouthful of old blood, his veins throbbing as he gazed at the skill bestowed by the system. System, could you be a bit more serious and offer something practical? Li Chun exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he engaged in a heated exchange with the system. Ding. Host, would you like to proceed? Damn, you're relentless. I concede, my little brother. Li Chun was utterly speechless, seemingly at the mercy of the system. This time, he refrained from hastily exchanging for gold coins, opting instead to accumulate some wealth. Since the system was unhelpful, he resolved to gather his resources slowly, as the saying goes. Many a little makes a mickle. At County Number 1 High School, bro, I found something out, Li Songhai whispered conspiratorially as he approached Zhang Hanbo. What did you discover? Zhang Hanlin nonchalantly propped his feet on the desk, engrossed in his phone, not bothering to lift his gaze. After leaving school, he had wandered around the county for over 6 months, eventually taking up an apprenticeship, only to be dismissed after about a year. Just recently, perhaps less than a month ago, he suddenly came into money, with rumors swirling that he had won the lottery. Li Songhai, with a serious demeanor, concluded his report, having done his research thoroughly and accurately. Damn, it seems a fool has struck it rich by winning the lottery. Do you know how much he won? Zhang Hanbo ground his teeth, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I don't really know, but probably not a lot. I've heard rumors of a big prize. There was a banner at a lottery shop claiming someone won 200,000 from a scratch card, so it's likely that. Li Songhai continued eagerly, his demeanor servile. All right, I understand. Well done. I'll keep an eye on your family's affairs, Zhang Hanbo replied, returning to his phone as if nothing had transpired. Thanks, bro, Li Songhai said with a nod, bowing as he departed. Meanwhile, Li Chun was in a relatively good mood, unaware that someone was plotting revenge against him. He was busy responding to messages, eager to ensure that everyone received their fair share of attention, his hands flailing in excitement. I miss you. Will you come find me this afternoon? Li Xiaoya seemed to have fallen into the throes of love, becoming increasingly proactive. Sure, I'll come see you shortly. Li Chun hurriedly concluded his conversation with her. However, his phone continued to buzz incessantly, indicating that he was still in conversation with Tang Shui. Their work schedules were entirely different, making their meetings possible only through private arrangements. Tang Shui lacked the convenience that Li Xiaoya enjoyed. Nevertheless, they had agreed to hang out next time they had a day off, and Li Chun was determined to complete his task, even if it appeared somewhat callous. So far, he had not managed to secure the affections of either lady. A vibrant pink car was parked outside a club, becoming a striking sight that drew the attention of passers-by. This car is nice. I should get one for my wife. It's perfect for women, a middle-aged man remarked, leaning against the passenger window and mumbling to himself. Li Chun lay on his bed, reveling in the services of a beautiful companion, when he suddenly sneezed twice. Is the air conditioning too cold? Should I turn it off for a while? Li Xiaoya asked with concern, thinking the temperature might have dropped, as she thoughtfully draped a small blanket over Li Chun. No need to worry. I'm sure someone will scold me. Li Chun muttered, continuing to enjoy the moment with his eyes closed. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing their unique world together, which was quite delightful. I think I might lose my job, Li Xiaoya suddenly exclaimed, startling Li Chun. What do you mean? Our boss is facing financial issues and plans to sell the club, she sighed, her face clouded with concern. Is everything all right at home? Do you need money? Li Chun inquired cautiously. No, it's fine, Li Xiaoya feigned strength. Though only she understood the weight of impending unemployment, the burden of her mother's medical expenses and caregiver fees looming over her like a mountain. Li Chun, having learned about her family's situation, had been contemplating ways to assist her. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Why not take over the club himself? This way, he could provide Li Xiaoya with a stable job and alleviate his own boredom. Moreover, would he not save on the expense of changing technicians? Hey, is your boss around? What do you need him for? Li Xiaoya asked, puzzled. He has been here these past few days, occasionally meeting with potential buyers, she added, still bewildered by Li Chun's intentions. Oh, I see. I understand now. Li Chun had made up his mind to speak with the club's owner shortly. Chapter 27. Acquiring the club. The entire afternoon was spent in their cozy retreat, engaged in playful banter. Time slipped away, and Li Xiaoya eventually excused herself, her cheeks flushed. Li Chun hastily dressed and zipped up his jacket. Wait, why zip up? Never mind, he thought, as he strode out of the private room and headed toward the elevator. The club spanned 4 floors, with the second and third filled with various private rooms of all shapes and sizes. The 4th floor was dedicated to office space. Despite its small stature, it was fully equipped with departments such as finance, human resources, and logistics. Li Chun soon found the general manager's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A middle-aged voice called out, imbued with a hint of weariness and resignation. Upon entering, Li Chun beheld a spacious and lavishly decorated office. The solid wood desk and chairs were clearly of high quality, and there was a designated tea area complete with an elegant wooden table set. On the table rested a beautifully crafted wooden tea tray, featuring a charming little figurine that, when water was poured over its head, would cause water to flow out. Chuckling to himself, Li Chun approached the middle-aged man and extended his hand. Hello, you must be the owner. I've heard the club is up for sale. Are you planning to step away from this venture? He inquired tentatively, with a humble demeanor. Yes, that is correct. How did you come to know? You seem quite young. The middle-aged man responded, regarding Li Chun with a mix of curiosity and surprise. As the saying goes, those without hair on their lips are unreliable in their dealings. Observing Li Chun, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, naturally sparked some skepticism. I am a regular patron of your establishment, and I still have over 10,000 left on my membership card. If you decide to leave, you must refund me. Li Chun teased, a gentle smile gracing his face. My dear young friend, you certainly have a knack for humor. Even if the membership is transferred, it remains valid for use. Rest assured. He laughed. I was merely jesting. But tell me, what price is the owner willing to accept? Li Chun shifted his demeanor, now engaged in serious conversation. Are you interested, young man? The club owner regarded him with curiosity, questioning the young man's capabilities. He struggled to believe it. If you're considering this, let us discuss the price. Li Chun appeared earnest, devoid of any jest. The club owner, sensing the gravity of the situation, perked up. He urgently needed funds, hence his decision to sell the establishment. Yet, finding a financially capable buyer in a small county was no simple task. Those without money could not afford it, and the truly wealthy had no interest in such locations. My friend, I see your sincerity. The business here is quite prosperous, as you likely know. I won't mince words. 2 million. The owner gritted his teeth, as though he were experiencing significant loss, his face reflecting reluctance. That's rather steep. While your business is decent, I fear this price is excessive. I could secure a similar deal in the city, Li Chun retorted bluntly, indicating his intent to negotiate aggressively. That cannot be. My establishment is indeed a bargain. Recently renovated, with a stable clientele. The technicians are ready to go. This entire package is quite reasonable, the owner persisted, attempting to highlight the merits of his club. How about this? Spare me the self-praise. I'll offer 1 million. If that suits you, I shall proceed with the acquisition. Li Chun decisively slashed 10,000 off the price, nearing a conclusion. Your cut is rather severe. How about 15 million? That's a compromise. The owner, biting his lip, presented what he believed to be a significant concession. 1.08 million, Li Chun stated leisurely, his expression unchanging as he gazed out the window. Wait, why is the price decreasing? The owner broke into a cold sweat, having never encountered such aggressive bargaining. Is that unacceptable? If so, I can settle for 1.05 million. Should you refuse, I will take my leave and potentially open a competing establishment right across from you. I happen to know a technician from your club, and if I were to promote her to manager while increasing the technician's wages, what do you think would happen? Li Chun regarded the club owner with a sly expression, as if he had already secured the upper hand. My friend, you are quite shrewd. I am impressed. You truly do not resemble someone of your age. Appearing more seasoned than I, the owner conceded, realizing that waiting any longer was unwise, given his urgent need for cash and the uncertainty of finding a suitable buyer. Then it is settled at 1.08 million. I do not wish to impose. Li Chun grinned mischievously at the owner, adopting a demeanor of someone who had just gained a significant advantage. Agreed. Let this be the beginning of a friendship, the owner readily acquiesced, recognizing that he had little choice in the matter. Well then, please arrange for someone to handle the formalities. All right, just a moment. Approximately an hour later, all the procedures had been completed. The efficiency in this small county seat is commendable. After all, with just a few people, one can easily become familiar with them. Li Chun also requested the boss's bank account number and directly transferred 1 million. What's this about, little brother? The boss inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Indeed, wasn't he agreed upon to be 1 million? Li Chen replied earnestly. Ha ha, little brother. I've made a good friend in you. If you ever find yourself in need, just let me know. The boss chuckled heartily, his mood evidently lifted. He even handed Li Chen a business card. I want to be polite then. Who knows when I might truly require your assistance? Li Chen laughed in return. The atmosphere instantly transformed, becoming remarkably harmonious. Such is the way of human relationships. Leaving a thread of connection makes future encounters more pleasant. It's better to have an extra friend than an extra foe. The path ahead can only widen. Chapter 28. Confirming the relationship with Li Xiaoya, Li Chun held the contract in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He finally possessed his very first enterprise. He promptly sent a message to Li Xiaoya, inviting her to his office, intending to surprise her. Upon receiving the message, Li Xiaoya felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It was rare for the boss to summon someone for a discussion, and she was uncertain about the purpose of Li Chen's invitation. She cautiously knocked on the door, her heart racing with trepidation. Come in, a familiar voice called out. As she entered, the sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. Staring at Li Chen, who occupied the boss's chair, she was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Why are you still standing there? Come and sit, Li Chen said with a gentle smile, observing the frozen Li Xiaoya. Oh, what is going on here? Li Xiaoya cautiously inquired. It's exactly as you see. I've taken over this place. From now on, I shall be your boss, Li Chun replied with a mischievous grin. What? No way. You really bought it? Li Xiaoya exclaimed, still gazing at Li Chun in astonishment. This was utterly unbelievable. She had never imagined Li Chun to be so affluent. Of course, why would I deceive you? How does it feel to be the future boss lady? Li Chun teased, playfully raising his eyebrows. Who agreed to be the boss lady? You're insufferable. Li Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully rubbed her hands together, looking incredibly endearing. Ha ha. All right then, I shall seek another boss lady. You. How dare you? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya immediately protested. Who wouldn't want to be the boss lady, after all? Ha ha ha. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You won't be working as a technician from now on. I simply lack the time to manage these matters. Henceforth, it will be your responsibility, Li Chen said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Li Xiaoya, retracting his previous playful demeanor. Can I really handle it? Li Xiaoya hesitated, uncertain if she could manage such a significant venture. You believe you can, and thus you shall. Even if you cannot, my faith in you will suffice. Li Chen declared with unwavering conviction, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, as long as you trust me. But if I falter, do not blame me. Li Xiaoya playfully stuck out her tongue, her face betraying her lack of confidence. You must have faith in yourself. At the very least, I believe in you. Yes, I will give it my all, Li Xiaoya replied, moving closer to Li Chun and planting a kiss on his cheek. In response, Li Chen embraced her, pulling her onto his lap. Let us change our names. What shall we choose? The two remained entwined in their affectionate embrace. I am uncertain. What do you wish to rename us? She asked, her hands wrapped around his neck, her cheeks flushed with warmth. How about Qinya Pavilion? Li Chen suggested, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the beauty in his arms. Upon hearing the name, Li Xiaoya's cheeks flushed even deeper, her heart swelling with warmth. Very well, I shall follow your lead. As her words faded, a few tears escaped from the corners of her eyes. They were not tears of sorrow, but rather of profound emotion. Aside from her parents, Li Chun was the first person to care for her so deeply, melting her heart completely. In that moment, she had surrendered utterly. Clinging tightly to Li Chen's neck, she allowed her tears to fall freely, one by one, onto his shoulder. Li Chun, feeling her surge of emotions, recognized this sentiment all too well. As fellow wanderers of fate, who could claim a better existence than the other? Had it not been for the arrival of an unexpected system, he would still be enduring scorn in silence, merely attending to learn while being provided sustenance. Time slipped away as they remained locked in each other's embrace, and gradually, Li Xiaoya's emotions began to stabilize. She slowly released her grip, their gazes meeting. For the first time, she perceived Li Chun not as a boy 3 years her junior, but as a man upon whom she could genuinely rely. Her hands gently caressed his cheek, inching closer until their lips met. In that moment, Li Chen's first kiss was stolen away. Unbeknownst to him that it was also Li Xiaoya's first. Their lips pressed together, tender yet fervent. Li Chen's arms encircled Li Xiaoya's alluring waist, drawing her nearer, as if to meld her into his very being. In turn, Li Xiaoya's arms clung to Li Chen's neck, reciprocating the embrace. This kiss was imbued with yearning and profound affection. They seemed to forget the world around them, lost in this exquisite moment. They were wholly entranced, their breaths intertwining, their heartbeats synchronizing. The air itself felt suspended in time, as they held each other tightly, a potent aroma of desire enveloping them. Both, tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, indulged in their cravings. After an indeterminate duration, they gradually released one another. As their lips parted, a delicate thread lingered between them. They slowly separated, their eyes brimming with love and longing. Their foreheads touched, feeling each other's warmth and breath, as if the world had been reduced to just the two of them. True love, forged through the trials of time, steadfastly upholds its original intentions, remaining unwavering and devoted. A beautiful romance is characterized by the shared experience of life's significant moments, creating cherished memories together. Love is a splendid fate, enabling two strangers to meet, understand, and fall in love, together crafting a radiant future. Chapter 29. Moving, Li Chun returned to his rented room, gazing at this familiar space, his heart brimming with reflection. In less than a month, his destiny had undergone a complete transformation, and he was finally departing from this small abode. After tidily packing a few articles of clothing, he realized there was little else of value to take. Even the rickety little fan had fulfilled its final duty. With his remaining meager belongings, Li Chun drove back to the hall. On the 4th floor, there was an expansive bedroom, once a temporary refuge for the former owner. Li Xiaoya had replaced all of the previous owner's belongings, adorning the room with brand new furnishings, including various personal items from the office, an indication of a woman's meticulous nature. As Li Chun surveyed his surroundings, everything felt somewhat surreal. Although the system had proven unreliable, it had undeniably altered the course of his life. The other employees had received the news and gazed at Li Chun, transformed in stature, with eyes filled with admiration. Yet, one pair of eyes evaded his gaze. It was evident that it belonged to number 6, who had previously tasted the new boss's influence. Li Xiaoya chose not to dismiss her, as their circumstances had shifted. The staff still required someone like number 6, primarily for the sake of the hall's performance. With the competitive tension dissolved, animosities and jealousies dissipated. In fact, Li Xiaoya had even cultivated a rapport with number 6, furthering their business interests. Lin Yuru, as the close friend of the boss lady, had also been promoted, transitioning to the Human Resources Department, where she managed the affairs of the logistics office, effectively becoming a junior steward. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Identities and relationships had transformed. The only constant was Li Chun, who maintained his role as the carefree overseer, embodying a casual demeanor that proved beneficial for the employees, as it bridged any generational gap with the new boss. The expansive office had naturally become Li Xiaoya's workspace. Everyone was now aware that the relationship between Li Xiaoya and Li Chun had been solidified. At that moment, Li Chun had retreated to the bedroom, engaged in a lively conversation with Tang Shui, as he still had that task lingering in his mind. The reward was not his primary concern. Rather, the penalty for failure was excessively harsh. He was motivated to complete the task for the sake of a prosperous future. Glancing at the balance in his account, Li Chun found himself in a quandary. The hard-earned million had vanished in an instant. With 220,000 remaining and 500,000 in gold coins yet to be converted, he had a total of 720,000 available funds. Li Chun summoned the system to review his attributes. Host, Li Chun. Age, 19. Charm value, 13. Title, Aesthetic Wonder Skills, Wildflower Picker, Inferior Scanner, Novice Chef, Devoted Admirer, Piano Virtuoso, Intimate Master Backpack, Misfortune Card X1 Coins, 500,000 lottery attempts, 1 sigh. Well, let us proceed with the lottery and hope for something splendid. Lottery. The familiar process unfolded once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm point, 200,000 coins, and acquired the skill of Time Management Master. What on earth is a Time Management Master? System. Please do not let me stray further down the path of unworthy suitors. Ding. The host should feel fortunate. Another jest from the system. Li Chun had grown accustomed to it. All right, I am grateful. Is that sufficient? Li Chun felt helpless against the system's antics. All he received were trivial skills, preventing him from truly thriving. Just as he wallowed in his financial despair, another conundrum arose. The door to his bedroom was knocked upon. "Come in." Li Xiaoya entered slowly, plopping down on the edge of the bed, her lips pouting in evident displeasure. "What troubles you? Who has upset you?" Li Chen inquired with concern, observing Li Xiaoya's troubled expression. "My paycheck is due soon, yet my account is empty," Li Xiaoya lamented, her sighs growing heavier. Her pout so pronounced it seemed it could support a bottle of mineral water. "I wondered what was amiss. We have just taken over. Of course the accounts would be bare. How much do you need?" Li Chen not only remained unperturbed, but also sought to comfort Li Xiaoya, uncertain of who the true boss was. "Probably around 200,000. Some technicians are paid daily, while others are on a monthly basis. Not to mention the service staff and management." Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with a woeful expression. "Fear not, this is not a problem. I will promptly transfer 30,000 to finance. Do not worry." Li Chen smiled warmly at Li Xiaoya, finding her adorable demeanor both amusing and endearing. "Ah, all right. Investing so much again. When will we see profit?" Enough. Go on with your tasks. Do not fret. It will all improve in due time." Li Chen hurriedly ushered Li Xiaoya away, fearing she might burst into tears. As soon as Li Xiaoya exited the room, Li Chen immediately exchanged coins and transferred 30,000 to finance. Watching his account diminish by that amount was truly painful, though he spoke nonchalantly. Inwardly, he felt a pang in his heart. After acquiring the club, his account held 220,000, adding to that 700,000 coins, and then subtracting the 30,000. He was left with a mere 660,000. Spending money felt like water flowing rapidly. Saving was proving to be a daunting task. Li Chen once again found himself troubled by finances. Chapter 30. The first encounter with Zhou Wanrong. Li Chen, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. It was already noon. "Hello. Good day, Mr. Li. I apologize for the disturbance, but your gold card has been processed. Is today a convenient time for me to deliver it to you?" A sweet voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Oh, it is you. Yes, that works." Li Chen stretched lazily and straightened up. "Where shall I meet you? If you don't mind, may I add you on WeChat and you could send me your location?" "Certainly. This is the number." "All right. I won't disturb your rest any longer, but I'll need your assistance shortly." After concluding the call, Li Chen promptly received a friend request, which he accepted without hesitation. He then opened the profile and sent his location. Slowly rising, he completed a brief morning routine when he heard a clattering sound outside. He stepped out of the bedroom and gazed out the window, discovering that a new sign was being installed at the conference hall. "Oh, you're awake? You really had quite a sleep. It's not even dark yet," Li Xiaoya remarked sarcastically as she exited the elevator. Li Chen turned to see her and managed an awkward smile. "I'm all right, just used to it. Otherwise, you could have slept here and woken me up." "Haha. Dream on." Li Xiaoya laughed heartily. "A bank representative will come by shortly to deliver your bank card. Just inform the front desk." "Understood. What do you feel like eating for lunch?" Li Xiaoya casually linked her arm with Li Chen's, her tone affectionate. "Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Just buy an extra portion of whatever you choose." "All right. I shall buy something at random then." Li Chen affectionately ruffled Li Xiaoya's hair and gently kissed her forehead. "Well then, I'll be busy. Call me if you need anything." "Okay, off you go." Li Chen turned back to his bedroom. Moments later, a knock echoed on the door. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a stunning woman. Her long, sleek black hair cascaded down to her waist, with neatly styled bangs swept to one side. Her features were exquisitely defined, eyebrows like crescent moons, eyes resembling autumn waters, and lips slightly curled in a confident smile. She donned a professional outfit, a white shirt paired with black trousers, topped with a fitted black blazer that exuded both elegance and femininity. Despite being well covered, her alluring figure was unmistakable, accentuated further by her black high heels, embodying the essence of a corporate queen. "Good day, Mr. Li. I am your financial advisor, Zhou Wanrong, and here is your gold card. Should you have any questions or needs in the future, please feel free to contact me directly." Her demeanor was gentle yet poised, embodying the traits of a true professional. Li Chen smiled and nodded, responding slowly. "Thank you. I appreciate you making the trip. You've worked hard." He extended his hand, engaging in a courteous handshake with the captivating woman. "Mr. Li, you are too kind. This is my duty. It's only right." Zhou Wanrong replied with a polite smile. "I wonder if you have any needs regarding financial management or loans. If so, I can assist you with the application." She reiterated her professional offer, displaying determination. Apologies, my dear, but at this moment, I truly have no such needs. If there are opportunities in the future, I will contact you at the first moment. For now, Li Chen truly does not need financial management, as he has no wealth to manage. A loan is even less necessary. The lack of funds is merely temporary. And with a little effort, he can still scrape together some money. I am referring to money, so do not misconstrue my words. Well, I shall not disturb you any further. I hope we can collaborate someday. Upon witnessing Li Chen decline her business proposal once again, Zhou Wanrong rose to leave. Indeed, opportunities will surely arise. Let us keep in touch. Li Chen also stood up, escorting Zhou Wanrong to the elevator. After all, she is a bank representative, and one must not offend her. Who knows when he might truly need a loan? Oh system, if you do not allow me to indulge soon, I may genuinely have to resort to taking out a loan. Li Chen muttered to himself in frustration. As a formidable system host, if you are unashamed, you may proceed. Another mocking voice echoed. Oh come on, I was just making a casual remark. Why do you seize every chance to ridicule me? If there is an urgent matter, will you even show up? Li Chen sighed, expressing his deep sense of helplessness. After the mockery, the system fell silent once more, behaving excessively arrogantly. Just as Li Chen was brooding, a message arrived on his phone. What are your plans for tomorrow's break? Shall we go out for a stroll? Perhaps a hike? Tang Shui sent the message. Sounds good. Let us stick to somewhere nearby. We won't have enough time if it's too far. Sure. I will come to pick you up tomorrow. Great. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Li Chen put away his phone. A broad smile gracing his face as he felt he was not far from completing his task. Little did he know, another crisis was about to unfold. Chapter 31. A date for hiking the next day. Sunlight bathed the earth in warmth and brightness. Li Chen rose early, filled with anticipation as he drove to pick up Tang Shui. Today, she donned a set of athletic wear, exuding youthful vitality and a unique allure. She wore a fitted sports tank top that accentuated her enviable figure. Her slender waist was delicate, and the neckline of the top perfectly showcased her exquisite collarbone and a hint of fair skin, emanating a subtle temptation. Below, she wore black form-fitting leggings that hugged her long legs closely, paired with white athletic shoes. Her lustrous black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her face, devoid of makeup, still radiated a bright and clear complexion. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled, framed by long, fluttering eyelashes. The corners of her mouth turned up in a sweet smile, captivating all who beheld her. Wow, you look stunning today, Li Chen exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. Haha, you flatterer. Let us hurry up. Tang Shui giggled, clearly delighted. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, both wore radiant smiles as they set off towards the nearby mountain. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, they gazed upward, where the rolling peaks resembled a great dragon winding through the landscape. The mountain is adorned with lush greenery, as if nature has draped a verdant cloak over the majestic peaks. The leaves rustle softly in the gentle breeze. As they traverse the winding path, a vibrant array of wildflowers bloom along the wayside, resembling a splendid sea of blossoms. They sway gracefully in the wind, exuding delightful fragrances. While butterflies dance among the floral tapestry, the two continue their ascent until they arrive at a breathtaking waterfall. The cascade plunges from great heights, sending sprays of water into the air. The pool beneath the waterfall is crystal clear, revealing fish frolicking joyfully in the water. The stones encircling the pool have been polished smooth by the flowing currents, a testament to nature's artistry. Wow, look at all the fish, Tang Shui exclaimed excitedly, her feet tapping in delight, her demeanor radiant. The mountain air is exceptionally refreshing, infused with the earthy scent of soil and the fragrance of foliage. A deep breath invigorates the spirit, bringing forth a sense of tranquility. In the distance, the mountain ranges emerge and recede under the veil of mist, resembling a captivating landscape painting. Upon reaching the summit, a panoramic view unfolds, revealing the picturesque county below, evoking a sense of joy and elation. When life's burdens become overwhelming, a stroll amidst such beauty and a breath of fresh air can alleviate the weight upon one's heart. Li Chen and Tang Shui stood side by side at the mountain's peak, immersed in the beauty and serenity of nature. Their hearts brimmed with joy and contentment, as if all their worries had dissipated in that moment. This is the realm I have established for you, my beloved. Do you find it pleasing? Li Chen spoke earnestly, gesturing grandly towards the direction of the county. Ha ha, I adore it, your majesty. Thank you for your gracious gift, Tang Shui replied, playfully bending her knees, hands resting on her waist. With a slight bow, her eyes sparkled with mischief and vitality. Then, she straightened up and twirled lightly, her ponytail tracing a graceful arc in the air. Her movements were elegant yet spirited, reminiscent of an ancient concubine expressing gratitude to her sovereign, exuding both charm and allure. Soon, they both erupted into laughter, their joy echoing in the air, creating a heartwarming scene. Oh dear, I can't breathe from laughing. My stomach hurts, Tang Shui exclaimed, clutching her belly, her expression filled with sheer happiness. The delightful and romantic escapade gradually drew to a close, and they soon found themselves back at the mountain's base. They drove leisurely towards the county. Once in town, Li Chun treated Tang Shui to a simple dinner before escorting her home. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of her community. Tang Shui opened the door and stepped out, turning to Li Chun. Thank you for today. I had such a wonderful time, she said, playfully sticking out her tongue, her demeanor utterly adorable. With a jubilant skip, she bounded into the community. In that fleeting moment, Li Chun activated his scanning device. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Affection level, 75. Number of relationships, 1. Practical experience, 0. As Li Chun observed the affection level soaring, a sense of exhilaration blossomed within him, bringing him ever closer to his goal. He deactivated the system, lit a cigarette, and hummed a tune as he leisurely drove back. Chapter 32. The Conspiracy of Zhang Hanbo. At County No. 1 High School, Li Songhai, wearing a sycophantic smile, followed closely behind Zhang Hanbo. Brother, it seems he has moved. I heard he opened a clubhouse named Chinya Pavilion. Very well, well done. I know how to proceed, Zhang Hanbo replied, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. After parting ways, Zhang Hanbo drove his second-hand Hudo Bin straight towards the county town. Upon spotting a pool hall, he halted and entered, clutching a black bag. The moment he stepped inside, he was enveloped by a thick haze of smoke. The hall was filled with a group of raucous young men. Some were engaged in idle chatter, others were flirting with women, while a few were playing billiards and drinking, a veritable den of vice. Cough, cough. Brother Liang, I'm here. Long time no see. Zhang Hanbo coughed violently, struggling against the oppressive smoke. A young man with a beefy face approached with a hearty laugh, clearly not of good character. Oh, my brother Bo has come. Come, feel free to grab a drink. The young man, named Zhang Liang, was a small-time thug with a bit of notoriety in the area, surrounded by an entourage of followers. Their days were filled with revelry and petty crimes, never daring to go too far, as those who lived by the sword feared the consequences of imprisonment. No need, Brother Liang. About that matter we discussed last time. It's all good, right? Zhang Hanbo got straight to the point, eager to leave. Of course, we handle business professionally, rest assured, Zhang Liang replied, thumping his chest in a rather obnoxious manner. Excellent. I brought the money. Please take a look. Zhang Hanbo handed over the bag. All right, I trust you, Brother Bo. I want to even check it, Zhang Liang said, casually tossing the bag onto the pool table as if he genuinely believed in the transaction. I'll take my leave now. I await your good news, Zhang Hanbo declared, turning to exit the pool hall, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe in such an environment. Very well, I shan't see you off, just await my good news, Zhang Liang responded, exuding confidence without further ado. Boss, 30,000. A youth with bleached hair counted the money from the bag. Understood, he wouldn't dare, Zhang Hanbo remarked. Though he feigned indifference, such individuals possessed little integrity. Prepare some brothers. We'll make our move tomorrow night, Zhang Hanbo instructed the bleached-haired youth. His face contorted into a fierce expression. Got it, boss, it's already been arranged, Huang Mao responded with utmost courtesy, his demeanor reflecting a palpable fear of Zhang Liang. Meanwhile, Li Chun had concluded his rendezvous and swiftly returned to the club. Where have you been indulging yourself all day? Li Xiaoyu inquired, her expression reminiscent of a neglected concubine. Today was quite busy. Where could I have gone to revel? Li Chun lied with a composed face, as if his words were entirely truthful. Well then, hurry and take a shower to rest. Have you eaten? Li Xiaoyu approached him with genuine concern etched on her face. Yes, I dined with a few friends. I'll take a break now. You can carry on with your tasks, he replied, his skill in deception seemingly derived from an unknown talent, for he had no friends at all. All right, I shall get back to work then. Business is quite good tonight, she said, behaving obediently and appearing in good spirits as she turned to enter her office. Seeing her retreat, Li Chun hurried back to his bedroom. Upon entering, he pulled out his phone and glanced at the newly arrived message. Phew, thankfully. I had the foresight to switch it to vibrate mode, he thought with relief. Have you arrived home? Tang Shui had sent him a message. Yes, just got back. Don't worry. Li Chun promptly replied, his eagerness palpable. That's wonderful. I had such a delightful day. Thank you. There's no need for such formality. I too am quite pleased. Hee hee. Then I shall take my leave. Good night, Your Majesty. Good night, my beloved. Their relationship was rapidly intensifying, with playful banter becoming a commonplace exchange. It seemed Tang Shui was thoroughly enjoying the flirtation, and Li Chun was keen to seize every opportunity to benefit from it. System, initiate the lottery. The process flashed by in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value. 2 gold coins. 200,000, and a lucky card has been obtained. Note. Upon use. It can enhance the host's luck for 5 minutes, yielding twice the results for half the effort. Ah, a lucky card? The last time I received a misfortune card, which remains unused. What purpose does this serve? Li Chun pondered as he noticed the lucky card in his inventory. But he chose to focus on his pressing need for gold coins. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm value, 16 title, stunningly attractive skills, wildflower picker, inferior scanner, novice chef, devoted admirer, piano master, intimate expert, time management master inventory, 1 misfortune card, 1 lucky card gold coins, 200,000 lottery attempts, 0 after closing the system. Li Chun gradually withdrew his thoughts, feeling the weight of his ambitious journey ahead. Despite the assistance of the system, which seemed rather unserious, he understood the importance of taking things slowly. Thus, he drifted into a hazy slumber, unaware that a storm was on the horizon. Chapter 33. The club is attacked. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Li Chun lay lazily on the large bed, thoroughly enjoying the private massage service provided by Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya, your skills are becoming increasingly remarkable, he exclaimed with closed eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Li Xiaoya smiled gently, yet her hands remained busy. With her silver tongue, she knew how to bring joy to others. The atmosphere in the establishment was as lively as ever, with guests arriving since noon and waitstaff bustling about. At the entrance, a handsome young man greeted each patron with a warm smile, making everyone feel as if they were embraced by the gentle spring breeze. However, this tranquility was shattered in the evening. A group of uninvited guests stormed to the entrance, led by Zhang Liang, whose fierce expression was accompanied by a band of ruffians, each exuding an air of reckless bravado. The handsome young man at the door hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Excuse me, may I ask what brings you here? If there is no matter, I kindly request. Before he could finish, Zhang Liang shoved him aside with a menacing growl. Get lost. I'm here to stir up trouble today. The young man stumbled but regained his footing, resolutely standing his ground. You cannot act this way. This is a legitimate establishment. Please refrain from causing chaos, or I will call the police. Legitimate? Huh. Let us see it become anything but today. Go ahead, call the police. I dare you. Zhang Liang sneered, gesturing to his cohort. Smash it. The ruffians charged into the venue like wolves, wreaking havoc and destruction. Guests were thrown into panic, scattering in all directions, while the waitstaff stood frozen in terror, unsure of what to do. Hearing the commotion from outside, Li Chun jolted upright in bed, while Li Xiaoya's face turned pale. What is happening? She asked. Li Chun frowned. Let us go take a look. They made their way to the hall, where the sight before them was utterly shocking. The venue lay in ruins, tables and chairs upturned, decorations shattered. The ruffians continued their rampage, hurling insults as they destroyed. Li Chun, consumed by rage, shouted, What are you doing? Stop this at once. Upon seeing Li Chun, Zhang Liang revealed a sinister grin. Ah, so you're the owner here? I'm just here to give you a taste of reality. Don't be anxious. Li Chun gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Zhang Liang. What do you want? Who sent you? Humph. Playing dumb, are we? Zhang Liang replied menacingly. Li Xiaoya trembled with fury. You've gone too far. Is there no law left? Law? Here. I am the law. Zhang Liang laughed arrogantly, his demeanor exuding hubris. At that moment, one of the ruffians approached Zhang Liang and said, Boss, this kid is quite arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson? Zhang Liang nodded. Yes, give him a taste of his own medicine. Let him remember this. The ruffian lunged at Li Chun, raising his fist to strike. Li Chun swiftly dodged, but still received a blow to his shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. Li Chun, Li Xiaoya cried out, attempting to rush to his side, only to be blocked by another ruffian. You'd better behave, or else you'll get hit too, he threatened, baring his teeth. Li Chun glared at Zhang Liang defiantly. Very well. You will regret this. Regret? Bring it on. I look forward to seeing how you make me regret it. Zhang Liang waved his hand, signaling to continue the destruction. The delinquents wreaked havoc in the establishment as if intent on razing it to the ground. Li Chun observed the chaos unfolding, his heart brimming with helplessness and fury. He recognized his inability to intervene and could only urge everyone to safeguard themselves. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Do not confront them directly. Let them wreak their havoc. Li Chun shouted. The waitstaff scrambled for refuge, while the patrons huddled in corners. Trembling in terror, Zhang Liang, with a smug expression, taunted Li Chun. So, do you still regret it? Let me tell you, today is merely the beginning. Far worse awaits you. Li Chun clenched his fists, responding coolly. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Humph, you're all talk. Let us go. Zhang Liang waved his hand, leading the thugs out of the establishment with a swagger. Once they departed, Li Chun and Li Xiaoya hurried to assess the situation. The handsome young man at the entrance bore the brunt of the assault, presumably struck by a shovel. He lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Quick, call an ambulance. Li Chun urged anxiously. Li Xiaoya promptly retrieved her phone and dialed for help. As Li Chun surveyed the wreckage of the establishment, anger and helplessness swelled within him. He remained oblivious to the identity of his adversary. Li Chun, what should we do now? Li Xiaoya inquired with concern. Taking a deep breath, Li Chun replied, First, we must tidy this place up. I will uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Li Chun pondered deeply. Suspecting Zhang Hanbo as the mastermind, given their recent conflict, he understood the urgency of identifying the puppet master. Otherwise, the establishment would never know peace. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang and Zhang Hanbo celebrated their triumph at a bar. Bo Di, that was a splendid job, wasn't he it? Li Chun must be terrified now, Zhang Liang boasted. Zhang Hanbo smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. I intend to make him understand the consequences of provoking me. His demeanor betrayed a sinister cunning, far removed from that of a mere student. Will our actions provoke trouble? Zhang Hanbo expressed a hint of concern, mindful of his academic commitments. What is there to fear? As long as we handle it discreetly, no one will trace it back to us. Very well, perhaps it's best for you to lie low for a while, Zhang Hanbo advised, displaying a semblance of caution. What is there to fear? Does he dare confront me? Zhang Liang scoffed dismissively, his bravado on full display. Li Chun, feeling increasingly agitated, lay on his bed, his thoughts nearly coalescing into certainty. Shaking off his musings, he called upon the system, reminding himself that no matter how dismal his mood, he must not neglect the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. A process ensued, and then ding. Congratulations, host. Charisma increased by 2,500,000 coins acquired, and you have received the master locksmith skill. What is the meaning of this? Am I to open a locksmith shop now? Oh, system, you have truly strayed further from the path of seriousness. He then proceeded to review his attributes. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm value, 18 title, stunningly attractive skills, wildflower picker, subpar scanner, beginner chef, devoted admirer, piano virtuoso, intimacy expert, time management maestro. Lockpicking specialist backpack, 1 misfortune card, 1 luck card gold coins, 700,000 lottery attempts, 0 upon observing this array of skills. Li Chun felt an overwhelming urge to reset everything. Chapter 34. The terrifying Zhao Shu win at the break of dawn. Li Chun was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. Stepping outside, he discovered the staff of the club tidying up the aftermath. Li Xiaoya was organizing everyone, and the damaged items in the hall had been replaced with new ones. You're awake? Li Xiaoya approached him with a beaming smile, as if yesterday's chaos had never transpired. Li Chun gazed at the seemingly strong facade of Li Xiaoya, his heart filled with compassion. Yes, I'm awake. Let us replace what needs replacing and repair what needs mending. If funds are insufficient, just let me know. He affectionately ruffled her hair, offering her a reassuring gaze. Yes, we've nearly finished cleaning up, so it won't disrupt tonight's business. However, everyone is quite shaken, and some are even considering resigning, Li Xiaoya said, her worried expression revealing her own fear. Distribute a red envelope to everyone to soothe their spirits. How is that young man doing? Nothing serious. He just needs a couple of days to recuperate. I've given him a few days off, Li Xiaoya briefly updated Li Chun. That is good to hear. Prepare a substantial package for him as compensation from the club, Li Chun reiterated with emphasis. Understood. I'll arrange that shortly. What do you plan to do? Li Xiaoya asked, her concern evident as she looked at him. Leave that to me. I will handle it. With that, Li Chun turned and ascended to the 4th floor. Picking up his phone to dial a number. A cheerful voice greeted him on the other end. Hey, little brother, what prompted you to call me? On the line was Zhao Shuwen, the former owner of the club. Few who run such establishments are virtuous. And Zhao Shuwen is a man who navigates both light and shadow. He is of a far different caliber than the petty thugs from the previous night. Zhang Liang is merely a child in comparison. Brother, I truly need your assistance with something this time, Li Chun said, maintaining a calm demeanor. With me? You needn't hold back. Just tell me what you need. I will certainly assist you, Zhao Shuwen replied, his impression of Li Chun having been greatly enhanced by their previous encounter. Yesterday, someone caused a ruckus at the club and vandalized the 1st floor. However, I'm not well acquainted with individuals in this realm. Could you help me investigate who orchestrated this? Li Chun explained the situation slowly, knowing that this task should not pose much difficulty for Zhao Shuwen, especially since he had no other contacts. Damn it, who has the audacity to do such a thing? Don't worry, my brother. I will uncover the truth for you and provide an answer, Zhao Shuwen exclaimed, evidently angered. It was clear he was irate, having just left only to find the place vandalized. It is no wonder that Li Chun would call himself. What he remains unaware of is that he too is powerless in this situation. Within a villa, Zhao Shuwen hung up the phone, his lips twitching in irritation. Damn it. Is this aimed at me? He cursed, a hint of hysteria in his demeanor. Without hesitation, Zhao Shuwen summoned his subordinates, instructing them to investigate the matter immediately. Why was Zhao Shuwen so enraged? He believed this group was targeting him, considering that only a few knew he had taken over. To his astonishment, someone had vandalized his establishment. He suspected that it was his fault for making Li Chun a scapegoat, which fueled his anger. Anyone in his position would likely think the same. Having just assumed control only to face destruction would naturally lead to thoughts of the previous owner. Zhao Shuwen, who could effortlessly produce over 1 million, did not perceive Li Chun as an insignificant individual. Soon, his subordinates returned with information. Brother one. It was the work of a small-time thug named Zhang Liang, who has a gang of several dozen underlings. They likely received payment for this. A towering figure conveyed the news to Zhao Shuwen. Clearly, this was not someone to be trifled with. Damn it, send someone to deal with him. I want the ringleader brought back to me. I am eager to discover who is behind this childish ploy, Zhao Shuwen fumed, his anger palpable. Such juvenile antics were merely an aggravation to him, akin to a toad crawling on one's foot, both repulsive and harmless. Zhao Shuwen promptly dialed Li Chun. Brother, I've sent the driver to pick you up. Come and witness the spectacle, he said, a smirk evident in his voice. All right, brother, I'll be at the club. Li Chun replied, hanging up in quiet admiration of Zhao Shuwen's efficiency. A short while later, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the club entrance. Li Chun entered the vehicle, which then glided away towards Zhao Shuwen's villa. Upon arrival, Li Chun was greeted by the sight of a stunning small villa. Behind the black wrought iron gate stood an imposing mansion, built from dark stone, exuding an air of stability and grandeur. Fountains on either side of the entrance continuously sprayed water, creating beautiful rainbows in the sunlight. Stepping into the villa's grand hall felt like entering a sanctuary. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the soaring ceiling, and the floor was laid with smooth marble, covered by a thick, plush carpet that felt soft and comfortable underfoot. The walls were adorned with exquisite oil paintings, contributing to an atmosphere of sophistication. Upon seeing Li Chun's arrival, Zhao Shuwen hurried over with a welcoming smile. Come, brother, have a seat. The show is about to begin. He beamed, guiding Li Chun into the hall. After offering him a cigarette, they engaged in casual conversation. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from outside the villa, chilling anyone who heard them. Come on, brother, let me show you the spectacle, Zhao Shuwen said, giving Li Chun a friendly pat on the shoulder as he stood up and headed outside, with Li Chun following closely behind. As he stepped out of the hall, he was astounded by the scene before him. It was utterly horrific. Chapter 35. After the storm comes the rainbow. Outside the villa, Zhang Liang had been beaten to a pulp by 2 burly men, his face unrecognizable, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, a sight too grim to behold. Li Chun observed Zhang Liang, who was devoid of the arrogance he had displayed the previous night. Even Li Chun could not bear to watch any longer and quickly intervened. "Stop. Please, cease this." His desperate plea caught the attention of Zhao Shuwen, who turned to glance at Li Chun. Upon seeing Zhao Shuwen and Li Chun emerge from the villa, Zhang Liang was so frightened that he immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Wen, I was wrong. Oh, please, spare me this once." His cries were incessant, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard him. "Damn it, tell me, who sent you? How dare you vandalize my establishment?" Zhao Shuwen roared, causing Zhang Liang to cower in fear, unable to utter a sound. "Ah, Wen, that little brat told me you were done for, that someone else had purchased it. Otherwise, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Zhang Liang whimpered as he spoke. "Who instructed you to do this?" Li Chen inquired. "It was Zhang Hanbo. He gave me 30,000 yuan to create some trouble, claiming you had offended him." Zhang Liang confessed, genuinely terrified. He had no idea of the connection between Li Chun and Wen. Otherwise, he would never have dared to act. "Enough, let it be. Just this once." Li Chun finally relented. He decided not to hold Zhang Liang accountable, recognizing that he was merely a pawn in this scheme. He intended to teach Zhang Hanbo a proper lesson instead. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Otherwise, I would have made sure you never walked away." Zhao Shuwen glared at Zhang Liang menacingly, and it was only then that the two thugs ceased their assault. "Thank you, Wen. Thank you." Zhang Liang stammered. "You should be thanking Li Chun. Otherwise, this matter would remain unresolved." Yes. Thank you, Brother Chun. I promise I won't dare again." Zhang Liang trembled as he repeatedly apologized and expressed his gratitude, realizing he had truly met his match. At that moment, Zhang Liang's heart brimmed with hatred for Zhang Hanbo. Recognizing that he had been thoroughly ensnared, the farcical scene finally came to a close, and Li Chun understood the intricacies of the situation. It was indeed the work of Zhang Hanbo, a suspicion Li Chun had harbored all along, stemming from an unpleasant encounter at a class reunion. Although Li Chun had physically retaliated, Zhang Hanbo had instigated the conflict. "I appreciate your assistance, my brother. Without your help, I would not have unraveled this mystery." Li Chun expressed with utmost respect to Zhao Shuwen. "You needn't be so modest. Had it not been for your intervention at the club, this situation would not have arisen. Besides, you helped me out of a tight spot." Zhao Shuwen dismissed any notion of personal credit, recognizing it was not a significant issue for him. "Then I shall not be polite any longer. Let us gather properly when time permits." With the matter resolved, Li Chun prepared to take his leave. "Haha, very well. I shall have the driver take you home. When we have the opportunity, my dear friend, we must indulge in a few drinks together." Zhao Shuwen is indeed an open-hearted individual, and he greatly appreciates Li Chun's diligent nature, creating a harmonious atmosphere between them. Upon departing from Zhao Shuwen's villa, Li Chun returned to the club. "What happened? You rushed out in such a hurry. Is everything all right?" Li Xiaoyao inquired with concern as soon as she saw Li Chun return. "All is well. Everything has been resolved, and the mastermind has been uncovered," Li Chun replied nonchalantly, a faint smile adorning his face. Li Xiaoyao sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. I thought something serious had occurred." With all the black-clad figures and luxury cars, it was quite frightening. Seeing Li Xiaoyao's anxious demeanor made Li Chun chuckle. "Why are you still worried? It's all fine now." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they entered the elevator and ascended to the fourth-floor bedroom. The events of the past few days had left Li Chun feeling quite tense. But fortunately, everything had been settled. Now, he contemplated how to deal with Zhang Hanbo. Li Chun reclined on the large bed and closed his eyes. Observing this, Li Xiaoya gently shut the door and, with an alluring grace, made her way toward the bedside. At that moment, Li Chun assumed she was going to continue giving him a massage and remained lost in thought about Zhang Hanbo. An hour later, the two found themselves intimately entwined. Li Chun lit a cigarette, leaning back against the headboard, while Li Xiaoya nestled softly in his embrace. Li Chun felt a wave of emotions. His innocence had been taken by Li Xiaoya, marking the end of his Na'vi days, leaving him with a blissful sensation. After a brief moment, Li Xiaoya donned her sleepwear and prepared to take a shower. Li Chun also rose to stretch a bit. However, when he glanced down, he was utterly astonished. "Goodness! No way," he stammered to himself, staring at a crimson stain on the sheets, hardly able to believe his eyes. After all that time, it turned out they were both novices. No wonder they had taken an hour. Li Chun stood there in a daze for a moment before finally shaking off his shock, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Containing his excitement, he summoned the system. Having been busy all day, He hadn't yet participated in the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. A gentle breeze wafted through, and a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Charm value 1. You have received a 1,000,000 gold coin gift package and the title of Hercules. What the? System, what does this mean? Why is my charm value being deducted? Legion exclaimed. What are these coins and titles? The system explained. It has been detected that the host has lost their virginity. A deduction of 1 charm value will occur each time. And the gold coin gift package is a congratulatory reward for your first experience. The title of Hercules. Note, using this title will enhance the host's prowess. Wow, system. You are truly considerate. You even prepared a red envelope for me. So, you mean to say my charm value will be deducted in the future? I suppose I shouldn't indulge too frequently then. And this title, are you looking down on me? At this moment, Li Chun felt a surge of frustration, almost to the point of spitting blood. The only redeeming aspect was the red envelope. Everything else seemed to be the behavior of a scoundrel. Gazing at his attribute panel, he fell into deep contemplation. The attributes and skills indicated a flaw in the direction of the system's nurturing of its host. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm value, 17 title, stunning beauty, Hercules skills, wildflower picker, inferior scanner, novice chef, devoted admirer, piano virtuoso, intimate master, time management expert. Lock-picking specialist bag. 1 misfortune card, 1 luck card coins. 1. 7 million lottery draws. 0 Chapter 36. Utilizing the misfortune card the following day, Li Chun arose early, resolved to visit County High School to teach Zhang Hanbo a well-deserved lesson. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the school's entrance, contemplating how best to deal with Zhang Hanbo. Suddenly, he recalled the misfortune card bestowed by the system. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with fury. He accessed the system, eyeing the misfortune card he had drawn, a smirk forming on his face. Zhang Hanbo, you have brought this upon yourself. Enjoy. Without hesitation, Li Chun activated the misfortune card. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanbo was blissfully unaware of the calamities that awaited him. Parading through the school, flanked by a group of sycophants, he boasted of his past exploits, oblivious to the impending disaster. As he sauntered along, he suddenly felt his feet slip. Before he could react, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Ouch! Damn it! Zhang Hanbo cried out in pain. His minions rushed to assist him, but as soon as they touched him, they inexplicably lost their footing and tumbled down as well. In an instant, chaos erupted, with everyone in a disheveled heap on the ground. Zhang Hanbo scrambled to his feet, his face flushed with embarrassment and confusion. What on earth is happening? Why is the ground so slippery? He muttered as he continued onward. Not long after, a bird flew overhead and, with uncanny precision, dropped its droppings perilously close to Zhang Hanbo's mouth. To his horror, he instinctively licked his lips, and a foul stench assailed his nostrils. Ah! Zhang Hanbo screeched, hastily wiping away the bird excrement. His followers struggled to stifle their laughter, unable to contain their amusement, though they dared not express it too loudly. Fuming with rage, Zhang Hanbo cursed. Where did that damned bird come from? He resolved to wash his face, heading towards the school restroom. However, upon entering, the faucet malfunctioned, spraying water all over him and turning him into a drenched mess. He frantically tried to turn off the faucet, but it wouldn't budge. Defeated, he fled the restroom. Soaked and humiliated, Zhang Hanbo's mood plummeted further. He felt particularly unlucky that day. He decided to retreat to the classroom for a moment of respite. However, as he approached the doorway of the classroom, the door suddenly slammed shut, colliding with his nose. Ouch! Zhang Hanbo exclaimed once more, clutching his nose, tears welling up in his eyes. After a struggle, he finally entered the classroom, only to discover a thumbtack had been placed on his seat by an unknown culprit. He sat down abruptly, yelping in pain as he leaped back up. Who did this? Zhang Hanbo bellowed in anger. His companions rushed over to investigate, but were equally clueless about the source of the thumbtack. Feeling he could no longer sit, he stood sulking in the corner of the classroom. Just then, the teacher entered and, noticing Zhang Hanbo standing there, inquired, Zhang Hanbo, why aren't you seated? As he was about to explain, he was interrupted by a sudden, resounding sneeze that startled the entire class. The teacher frowned and admonished, Zhang Hanbo, mind your image. Go outside and stand as punishment. Embarrassment washed over him, and he wished for a hole to hide in. His streak of misfortune was far from over. As the next class commenced with the teacher calling on him to answer a question, having paid no attention, He was at a loss and faced a harsh reprimand. "Bring your father in tomorrow." Zhang Hanbo stood there, his heart brimming with resentment. He pondered the reasons for his relentless bad luck and speculated whether someone was deliberately tormenting him. Yet, he soon dismissed the thought, realizing that no one could possess such power. As the bell rang for class dismissal, Zhang Hanbo was eager to escape the classroom. However, upon reaching the stairs, he suddenly slipped and tumbled down, resulting in bruises and torn clothing. Groaning in pain, he yelled, "What is happening today? Why am I so unlucky?" Determined to visit the infirmary, he limped along, encountering a series of unfortunate events, such as being struck by a basketball, colliding with a bicycle, and being drenched by a water truck. Zhang Hanbo felt on the brink of collapse. Finally, he arrived at the infirmary. The doctor was taken aback by his condition. "What happened to you? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Zhang Hanbo recounted his day's misadventures, and the doctor, bewildered, remarked, "You are indeed having a very unfortunate day." After treating his wounds, the doctor advised him to rest for a while. Lying on the infirmary bed, Zhang Hanbo was filled with confusion and fear, uncertain when his streak of bad luck would end. Just then, a mouse scurried out from the corner and leaped onto him. "Ah!" Zhang Hanbo screamed again, hastily trying to shoo the mouse away, but it left a scratch on his skin. Overwhelmed, he resolved to seek someone who could divine his fate. Pondering whether he was being plagued by some unclean entity, he arrived at a fortune-telling booth near the school, and the fortune-teller was taken aback by his appearance. Zhang Hanbo recounted his recent experiences, prompting the fortune-teller to close his eyes and perform calculations with his fingers. The fortune-teller began to mutter incantations, then furrowed his brow and shook his head. "You must have offended someone recently," he declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanbo immediately paid and left, lost in contemplation as he retraced his steps to consider whom he might have crossed recently. Shortly after Zhang Hanbo departed, the fortune-teller chuckled to himself. "Today I finally encountered a fool. What a profitable day." Suddenly, Zhang Hanbo thought of Li Chun. Could it be Li Chun? He resolved to confront Li Chun for clarification, and after some effort, managed to find his phone number and dialed him directly. Zhang Hanbo angrily inquired, "Li Chun, are you the one tormenting me?" Li Chun chuckled. "Who are you? What are you talking about? Why would I torment you? I don't quite understand what you're saying." "You." Zhang Hanbo was so furious he could barely respond. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Why indeed? Should he confess to having hired someone? In frustration, he abruptly hung up the phone. At that moment, Li Chun was laughing heartily, finally releasing some pent-up frustration. Chapter 37. An unexpected encounter with Xun Yu and the class beauty suddenly. A series of knocks on the car window interrupted the moment. "Oh, what are you doing here?" Xun Yu smiled brightly, leaning against the window, her large eyes blinking curiously at the inside of the car. Her hair was styled into two adorable ponytails tied with colorful ribbons, the ends slightly curled. Her face radiated a brilliant smile, revealing two charming dimples. Her makeup was fresh and sweet, her gaze brimming with innocence and vitality. She wore white flat shoes and a pink lace dress, the hem of which was fluffy and light. Li Chun widened his eyes in surprise at the unexpected sight of her. He slowly lowered the car window. I was just passing by, admiring the campus scenery. It's not every day I get the chance to study here. I've always longed for it." Li Chun's ability to fabricate stories had become increasingly refined, leaving Xun Yu momentarily speechless. "Oh, I thought you came to hang out with me. What a disappointment." Xun Yu pouted, her adorable expression utterly irresistible. "Ha ha ha, well, I did come to see you too." Li Chun laughed heartily, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Humph, you're just trying to deceive me, aren't you? I'm not that easy to please." Xun Yu feigned annoyance, placing her hands on her hips. Su Jingyi stood quietly behind Xun Yu, observing the pair as if the unfolding scene were entirely unrelated to her. Yet, she couldn't suppress the urge to speak, uncertain whether to initiate conversation. She waited for Li Chun to engage her, but he consistently ignored her presence, leaving Su Jingyi feeling as though her allure had suddenly diminished. Why was it that her prominent presence seemed to fade in Li Chun's company? However, her usual haughty demeanor advised her against taking the initiative. It was an absolute no. "What are you all up to?" Li Chun inquired with genuine curiosity. "Isn't that obvious? School's out." Xun Yu regarded Li Chun with a look that suggested he was rather foolish. All right," he responded, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Aren't you going to give us a ride?" Xun Yu teased, casting a sly glance at Su Jingyi. "Sure, if you don't mind, hop in. I'm heading that way anyway." Li Chun replied candidly, though he bore no intention of ingratiating himself with the two beauties. Little did they know, if Li Chun unleashed his charm, it was likely both young ladies would find themselves captivated. Shin Yu wasted no time, swinging open the car door and plopping down into the passenger seat. Get in, Jingyi. Oh, right. Su Jingyi finally snapped out of her reverie and hurriedly entered the vehicle. What a ride! Shin Yu exclaimed, raising her small fist in excitement. Utterly undeterred by the modest vehicle, Su Jingyi, sitting in the back seat, appeared somewhat distracted, glancing around before retreating back into her thoughts. Where to? Li Chun asked as he started the engine, soon driving away from the school gates. Fully Garden. Shin Yu replied cheerfully. Li Chun chose not to engage further and drove directly towards Fully Garden. Fully Garden, the most affluent residential area in Dongqing County, primarily housed the wealthy, albeit only in comparison to the county itself. After all, it paled in comparison to the city. Even the wealthiest in a small locale have their limits. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of Fully Garden. Shin Yu beckoned Su Jingyi to exit the car. Thanks, classmate. Next time, when it's not a coincidence, remember to invite me out. Shin Yu stuck out her tongue playfully, making a silly face. She was like a spirited sprite, hardly resembling a high school student. After watching the two enter the community, Li Chun drove off, speeding towards Century Plaza. While driving, he sent a message to Tang Shui. Hello? Are you off work? Let us grab a meal together. Sure, I'm on my way. See you at the entrance. Great. In the blink of an eye, Li Chun had parked at the entrance of Century Plaza, humming a tune and smoking a cigarette, exuding a charmingly rebellious air that caught the attention of several young ladies. Soon, Tang Shui appeared within his line of sight. She wore a loose-fitting white printed t-shirt paired with blue ripped jeans, the hems slightly rolled up, revealing her slender ankles. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, creating a fashionable yet comfortable look that radiated urban chic. What made you think of me today? Tang Shui asked, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Just a casual visit. No, actually, I just happened to have some free time today. Li Chun nearly let slip, quickly correcting himself. Humph. A casual visit it is. Then let us enjoy a lavish meal today. Tang Shui deliberately bit into her sumptuous meal with exaggerated zeal, as if she were intent on playfully tormenting Li Chun, which rendered her irresistibly charming. All right, let us go enjoy the feast. Soon, the little car vanished into the bustling streets. Chapter 38. The misfortunes of Zhang Hanbo today. Li Chun found himself in remarkably high spirits. He had taught Zhang Hanbo a lesson and fortuitously encountered two stunning beauties, all while arranging yet another rendezvous with Tang Shui. His heart was filled with joy as he hummed a cheerful tune while driving. At the school gates, Zhang Hanbo, having endured a series of unfortunate events, felt as if his emotions were on a roller coaster, a thrill beyond compare. Finally, the end of the school day arrived, and he longed to return home to soothe his dismal mood. As he stepped outside, he was confronted by a group of familiar faces. Lianggu, what brings you here? Quite the coincidence. Zhang Hanbo greeted with a smile, oblivious to the misfortune that awaited him. Quite the coincidence indeed. Prepare for a beating. Zhang Liang's lips twitched with barely restrained rage as he summoned his henchmen to act. Hey, what is the meaning of this, Lianggu? No, please stop. Zhang Hanbo found himself besieged by a group of thugs, receiving blows that left him a pitiful sight, his face bruised and battered. Zhang Liang approached, crouching down to spit smoke in Zhang Hanbo's direction. What do you mean by that? Take a look at my face. He snarled, pointing at the bruises marring his skin. This is all your fault. Didn't you say that the shop owner had no backing? Damn it, you nearly got me killed. With a vicious sneer, Zhang Liang delivered a sharp kick to Zhang Hanbo's abdomen. Please, no more, Lianggu. That guy truly has no connections. He.S. just an orphan. Zhang Hanbo protested, refusing to yield to despair, convinced he had done no wrong. To hell with you. That's a brother of Wen Yi. You're the one who's dragging me down. Zhang Liang ignored the fallen Zhang Hanbo and strode away with his entourage. Left alone on the ground, Zhang Hanbo howled in pain, his body racked with agony. Onlookers, including fellow students and passers-by, gawked and whispered amongst themselves. Zhang Hanbo now harbored an intense hatred for Li Chun, wishing for nothing less than his utter destruction. The torment he had faced today twisted his psyche further. What are you staring at? Get the hell out of here. Zhang Hanbo bellowed in a frenzied rage, venting his pent-up fury. He limped toward his car, gritting his teeth against the pain as he climbed in. With a fierce determination, he pounded the steering wheel in frustration. Ouch, damn it. I was already injured. And this just intensifies the agony. truly excruciating. Li Chun, just you wait. I will not let this rest. Zhang Hanbo shouted menacingly, starting his car and heading towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Li Chun remained blissfully unaware of the dramatic scene unfolding at the school. He was comfortably reclined on his bed, indulging in exclusive personal service. His life was undeniably sweet, though markedly different from Zhang Hanbo's torment. "Darling, are you comfortable?" Li Xiaoya inquired softly, her hands continuing their gentle motions. "Indeed, it feels wonderful. Your technique is truly commendable. I must give you a round of applause," Li Chun replied, eyes closed, reveling in the luxury of Li Xiaoya's private massage. It was indeed true. This time, he was enjoying a massage without incurring any expense. "Ha ha ha, you're so smooth with your words. As if you're the only one who knows how to flatter," Li Xiaoya giggled, her heart brimming with joy. "How are things at home? What about your mother's illness?" Suddenly, Li Chun recalled something he had been preoccupied with lately, having neglected this matter. "It's the same as usual, nothing has changed," he said, the smile on Li Xiaoya's face fading, replaced by a shadow of sorrow. "Make sure to visit more often. If it's too difficult, bring her to the club. It would be more convenient for you." Li Chun expressed his concern earnestly. "Really? Is that possible?" Li Xiaoya looked at him in astonishment. If it were feasible to bring her mother, she would certainly welcome it, as it would allow her to spend more time with her. "Of course. Just arrange it as you see fit. Prepare a room on the 4th floor," he replied. "All right. Thank you, darling. You're too good to me." Li Xiaoya was overwhelmed with joy. Her mother was her only emotional anchor. "If you need money, just go to the finance department. If it's not enough, let me know. You don't need to report the store's income to me. Keep it for your own spending," Li Chun stated with utmost seriousness, showing no hint of jest, essentially gifting the establishment to Li Xiaoya. "Ah, how can that be? You've invested so much money. I cannot accept that." Li Xiaoya immediately rejected the offer, feeling satisfied with her current situation. "Be obedient. Do not make me repeat myself. What I have said is never to be taken back." Li Chun feigned anger, exuding an air of dominance and masculinity. Seeing his resolute attitude, Li Xiaoya ceased to protest. She surmised that Li Chun's acquisition of the club was not merely for profit. "Very well, I will follow your lead," she acquiesced, transforming back into a gentle woman, burrowing into his embrace. "Now that's more like it. You're so obedient. This establishment was meant for you," Li Chun disclosed, not concealing his intentions. To him, the club was insignificant. He was more interested in the property and land. His initial acquisition was to provide Li Xiaoya with a stable home. "Thank you, darling." Although Li Xiaoya had long suspected his motives, hearing it confirmed was a different matter altogether, leaving her profoundly moved. Ignoring her emotional response, Li Chun closed his eyes and silently summoned the system. "System, initiate the lottery." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Charm value. 2 gold coins. 200,000. Acquired inferior hypnosis technique. Note, can induce rapid hypnosis with the ability to answer any question, but may cause irreversible brain damage and potential insanity. Use with caution." What on earth? Hypnosis? But aren't the side effects a bit severe? Li Chun pondered, realizing that this could not be used indiscriminately. It seemed rather malicious. Even more so than the system itself. While it could not be used casually, what if it were employed against an enemy? Heavenly Zhang Hanbo. Please do not pursue a path of self-destruction. In Chapter 39, Daily Flirtation with Girls, at Century Square, Tang Shui was languidly fiddling with her phone. She had heard about a certain author named Sin Shu, who had penned a rather commendable urban novel, and she was contemplating indulging in it. Just then, an unexpected call disrupted her plans. "Mom, what's the matter?" Tang Shui queried with a hint of irritation. "When are you taking a break? Your Aunt Zhang has introduced you to a potential match. You should come home to meet him." Her mother's voice resonated from the other end. "I want to meet him," Tang Shui retorted. "Why are you being so disobedient? What's the harm in meeting? It's not like they expect anything of you. I still want to go. I'm not even that old. Why should I go on a blind date?" Her tone grew increasingly impatient. "Listen, you're capable enough. Why don't you bring someone home? I'm not worried, so why are you? You're driving me crazy. If you don't bring a boyfriend home by the end of the year, don't bother coming back." The call abruptly ended, indicating that Tang Shui's mother was indeed quite vexed. "Humph. Who's driving him crazy here? A blind date? What for? It's not as though I'm undesirable." Tang Shui pouted, muttering to herself in frustration. As she wallowed in her displeasure, a message arrived. "My little darling, we are a perfect match, no strings attached. Li Chen's message fortuitously popped up. Giggling, Tang Shui was instantly amused, her previous discontent dissipating significantly. Always with the playful banter. Are you that idle? She replied. Not idle. I'm busy calculating on my computer, he responded. What are you calculating? Figuring out how long until we can be together. Have you figured it out yet? Not yet. I can't find the decimal point. Why are you looking for a decimal point? Because we're just missing that little bit. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? As long as you're happy. What are you up to? Don't even mention it. I just got a call from home, and it's quite vexing. You texted just as I was feeling down. What is bothering you? Nothing much. My mom insists I return for a blind date, and said if I don't bring a boyfriend home by the end of the year, I shouldn't come back. It's infuriating. Isn't that perfect? What do you mean, perfect? We would be just right together. My little darling, we make a fine pair. Humph. As if. I'm ignoring you now. Tang Shui put away her phone, her face flushed like an apple, her heart racing with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Chun was elated, feeling that he was nearing his goal, as if the enemy fortress was on the verge of capitulation. Just a little more spark. Li Chun murmured to himself, his smile stretching from ear to ear. What spark? Li Xiaoyao appeared by his side unexpectedly. Startled, Li Chun nearly lost his composure, realizing he had almost been caught off guard. Ah, when did you arrive? I wasn't talking about anything. Li Chun hurriedly denied it, his gaze slightly evasive. Are you planning to take revenge on that person targeting us? You mustn't cause any trouble. It's not worth it. Li Xiaoya urgently advised with concern. Li Chun never anticipated that a woman in love could possess such a negligible level of intellect, concocting a perfect excuse for him. Ah, yes, indeed. Rest assured. It's nothing. I just intend to teach him a lesson. I know my limits. Li Chun quickly acquiesced, finding the most favorable position to extricate himself from the situation. Well, that's good. Don't let this trivial matter bring you trouble. If it comes to worst, we can always report it. Li Xiaoya finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll follow your lead, Li Chun said with a sycophantic smile, swiftly changing the subject. I'm hungry. Go buy me some food. What do you want to eat? Whatever you buy will be fine. Li Chun was eager to send Li Xiaoya away as quickly as possible. Okay, I'll head out now. Wait for me. With that, Li Xiaoya turned and walked outside. Today, she wore a snug black leather skirt that accentuated her alluring figure. A sharp sound echoed as Li Xiaoya shyly turned her head to glare at Li Chun, then continued on her way. Phew, that was close. I almost slipped up. Li Chun finally exhaled, narrowly escaping a predicament. It seemed he needed to save money for a house. Otherwise, things could become inconvenient. Li Chun resolved to diligently accumulate wealth. Oh, saving money, system lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value 1, gold coins 50. And you have received a random task card. Note, using the task card will randomly grant one task. Completing it yields a surprise, while failure incurs no penalties. Interesting. A new item? The randomness of the task is secondary. The absence of penalties for failure is quite favorable. Li Chun nearly laughed aloud at the system's interface. Use the random task card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a new task. Please complete a special task within 2 hours. Completing it will yield a surprise, while failure incurs no penalties. Please make haste to complete the task. What the heck? Are you kidding me, system? Li Chun nearly collapsed at the ludicrous task requirements, inwardly cursing the system countless times. Sigh. Despite the system being a bit of a scam, I wonder what the surprise reward could be. A Lamborghini or a Ferrari? Lost in thought, Li Chun shamelessly smiled again. Chapter 40. The little lecher Li Chun glanced at the time and swiftly rose to head downstairs. Just as he exited the conference hall, Li Xiaoya returned with the food in hand. Where are you going? You should eat first. I'm not eating anymore. I have something to take care of outside. I'll talk to you later. Li Chun tossed out a sentence and hurriedly drove towards the county town. He had received the task of assisting 10 people across the street, and he pondered where on earth such a peculiar task could be accomplished. He arrived at a bustling street in the county town, observing the hurried pedestrians who provided him no opportunity to act. After a brief moment, he finally spotted an elderly gentleman who appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet. He hastened over, showering the old man with affections that left the elder feeling quite embarrassed. Having successfully accomplished his initial goal, he immediately set out to find another senior. Soon, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered several more, completing 5 tasks in a matter of moments. However, it seemed as though fate conspired against him, as no more elderly individuals appeared in sight. Just as anxiety began to creep in, he noticed a small child standing at the traffic light, glancing around curiously. Without hesitation, he scooped the child up and crossed the street, only to be met with the child's sudden wailing. Moments later, a woman's voice rang out from across the road, scolding him as she hurried over. "What are you doing, you lunatic? Why are you carrying my child?" Feeling embarrassed, Li Chun scratched his head, at a loss for words. "You look like a bad person," she continued, accusing him of being a trafficker. No, madam, you misunderstand. I thought the child was trying to cross the street." He quickly explained, ultimately managing to soothe her by purchasing a stick of candied hawthorn for the little one. This spectacle attracted a crowd, with several kind souls stepping in to defend him. Yes, you're mistaken. This young man clearly is a volunteer. I've seen him help several elderly people cross the street," one bystander chimed in. "Indeed, I witnessed that as well," another echoed. Finally, the awkward incident passed, and Li Chun, feeling a sense of urgency, swiftly moved to another intersection. As time dwindled, he still had several targets to reach. With a sigh of relief, he spotted an elderly lady just 10 minutes before his deadline. He successfully completed all his tasks, drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. As the notification of task completion echoed in his mind, he eagerly summoned the system, reveling in his accomplishment. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed a gathering in the square. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a group of children skating. He edged closer to the crowd, squeezing through until he reached the front row, curious to watch the lively scene unfold. The area was teeming with parents and onlookers alike. He observed a young woman gracefully crouching, one foot deftly maneuvering around conical obstacles on the ground, while her other leg extended forward, her ultra-short pleated skirt billowing in the breeze. Li Chun couldn't help but laugh aloud, drawing puzzled gazes from the surrounding crowd. Embarrassed, he lowered his head, wishing for a crevice to hide in, feeling utterly mortified. Yet, the onlookers soon turned their attention elsewhere, dismissing his moment of awkwardness. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chun immediately stood up, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to turn away, a figure materialized beside him. "What a fool!" A mocking voice whispered in his ear, and Li Chun turned to discover the beautiful teacher glaring at him with disapproval. The girl possessed a head of short, ear-length hair, slightly curled at the ends, exuding an adorable charm. Her large eyes sparkled, and she wore a pink t-shirt paired with a white mini skirt, which showcased her slender, alluring legs adorned with black fishnet stockings, radiating an aura of youthful sensuality. While the onlookers were merely enjoying the spectacle, the girl understood that, at that moment, the atmosphere had seemingly frozen. Li Chun attempted to explain himself, but his mind was in a haze, unable to conjure any excuses. It wasn't intentional. My apologies," he murmured as he approached the beauty. "If it wasn't intentional, then what are you laughing about?" she retorted, glaring at him. "Do you believe it was involuntary?" Li Chun thought to himself, feeling helpless and resigned to whatever fate awaited him. "Roke," the young beauty scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance before striding back toward the group of children. Li Chun hastily extricated himself from the crowd, feeling as if he were fleeing for his life, having endured a verbal reprimand. Chapter 41, Offensive Skills Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received a surprise gift package. Yi Chen sat in the car, laughing heartily. Not for any other reason but the sheer joy of receiving a grand gift. Haha, it's actually a grand gift, not a mere small one. Surely, it contains some treasures. Is my supercar finally on its way? He opened the package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a surprise task reward. Charm value 5,1,000,000 gold coins. And the skill of a master fighter. Note, this skill allows you to take on 10 opponents. The specifics depend on luck. Haha, incredible. I like this. From now on, whoever dares to provoke me will find their head shattered into 3 pieces. The system had finally met Li Chun's expectations. This was his first acquisition of a practical skill. With excitement, he clicked to activate it, and in an instant, he was engulfed in a wave of dizziness as a torrent of information flooded his mind. Moments later, Li Chun felt as though he had trained in combat for a decade, his body brimming with newfound strength. Starting his car, Li Chun's spirits soared, and before long, he returned to the club. Upon entering, he spotted the once handsome young man, who appeared to have fully recovered. After a few days of rest, he was once again bustling about, cheerfully attending to guests. Brother Chen, you're back. The young man exclaimed with a beaming smile as he dashed over to greet Li Chun. Yes, are you feeling all right now? Li Chun inquired with genuine concern, knowing that the young man had been injured because of him. I was fine long ago. Red envelopes are the best remedy for injuries, the young man replied playfully. That's good to hear. The red envelope is well-deserved. Work hard, and your future is boundless. Li Chun encouraged him before stepping into the elevator. Hearing his boss's praise, the young man felt elated and promptly ran to the bar, showing off his newfound confidence. Hey, did you hear that? Chen just mentioned that my future is boundless. Sitting at the bar remains that charming young lady. She glanced at the young man and let out a sigh. What does that sigh mean? The handsome lad inquired earnestly. Well, it's certainly isn't that significant. What? Is that how you interpret boundless future? It implies infinite possibilities, doesn't it? What do you mean by not significant? The handsome fellow continued to argue. Yet the young lady chose to ignore him. At this moment, Li Chun had returned to his bedroom. Upon seeing his arrival, Li Xiaoya leisurely followed him inside. Here you go, something new I bought for you, she said, handing him a small box. Domestic? Li Chun seemed quite concerned about this, suggesting a strong sense of patriotism. Yes, give it a try. He did not hesitate and promptly unwrapped the package. In truth, Li Chun did not possess a strong desire for material possessions. Perhaps it was due to having grown up in poverty, making him rather indifferent about what he wore or used. You can fiddle with it yourself. I have things to attend to, Li Xiaoya remarked as she turned to leave the bedroom. All right, Li Chun replied absent-mindedly. As soon as Li Xiaoya stepped out, Li Chun summoned the system panel to review his attributes. Glancing at the assorted skills, he felt that being a martial arts master was particularly appealing. He noticed he had amassed 3.4 million gold coins, which was a substantial sum for him at this point. He quietly contemplated the path ahead. The club had begun to find its footing, and he felt he had given Li Xiaoya a gift. After much deliberation, he still found himself devoid of any clear direction. He truly lacked understanding in financial matters. Sigh. It seems that the only way to broaden my horizons is through reading. My knowledge is far too limited. Li Chun began to scratch his head in frustration, when suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps she could help, he murmured to himself. Without delay, he retrieved his phone and accessed the information of the bank representative, Zhou Wanrong. After some contemplation, he decided to send her a message. Are you busy? Not at all. Mr. Li, is there something you need? She replied promptly, indicating that she was indeed free. I have a few matters I would like to consult with you. Li Chun drafted a message with great courtesy. You are too kind, Mr. Li. It is my honor. Zhou Wanrong's response exuded warmth and humility. I would like to understand more about financial management. Would you be able to assist me? Of course, it depends on which aspect you are interested in. Financial management encompasses various avenues, such as purchasing bank products, investing, stock trading, futures, real estate, and the internet. You can choose based on your interests, and of course, consider how much capital you are prepared to allocate. Zhou Wanrong patiently elucidated the options without attempting to force her services upon him. Li Chun felt a sense of relief upon reading Zhou Wanrong's reply. At the very least, it did not come across as a sales pitch. Her initial approach was suggestive, which spoke volumes about her intelligence and wisdom. Thank you. I will give it some serious thought. There is no need for formality. Feel free to contact me anytime you require assistance. Soon, the two concluded their conversation, and Li Chun once again fell into contemplation. Given his current financial situation, it was unrealistic to aim for grand ventures. He was utterly unversed in futures and stock trading, both of which carried excessive risks. His inclination remained towards tangible enterprises. Gradually, Li Chun's mind began to formulate a plan, since the hope of achieving instant success through the system seemed rather bleak. It would be more prudent to first engage in some real business endeavors to accumulate capital and connections. The individuals at his disposal were limited. He accessed the system to exchange all his gold coins. Moments later, as he gazed at the balance displayed on his phone, a joyful smile crept across his lips. Chapter 42. Proposing collaboration with Zhou Wanrong. To his astonishment, he had amassed 4 million, which filled Li Chun with exhilaration, barely able to contain his excitement. He was ready to embark on the creation of his own commercial empire. Suppressing his elation, Li Chun took out his phone and composed another message. Would you be interested in accompanying me to establish a domain? Indeed, I am willing, but may I inquire about your plans? I intend to build a commercial empire that belongs to us. Very well, Your Majesty. How may I serve you? Haha. Assist me in recruiting talents and preparing the necessary resources. Does Your Majesty require civil officials or military officers? What types and how many? I indeed did not misjudge you. Draft an announcement. Proclaim to the world that I seek to attract talents, real estate elites and senior executives. All are welcome. Certainly, Your Majesty. I shall draft the announcement immediately. Is there anything else to add? Additionally, help me select a site with favorable geomancy to establish our headquarters. I will promptly search for it. And I hope to bring you good news soon. Yes, excellent. Proceed swiftly. Resign from your current position and dedicate yourself to serving me. Wow, that would be splendid. My monthly salary is quite substantial. Your Majesty should reconsider. Enough. Hurry and act. Of course. Li Chun withdrew his thoughts and returned to reality, his mind racing with ideas. Venturing into real estate was indeed an appealing choice, yet it required substantial capital and a robust network of connections. Alas, he feared that he could not manage it alone. Regaining some composure, he acknowledged that he was still quite young. Was it not somewhat fanciful to think he could leverage a real estate project with just a few million? Come to my pavilion. I need to discuss something with you. Understood. I will be there shortly. Zhou Wanrong quickly replied. Moments later, there was a knock at the door, and Zhou Wanrong entered. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her lips curved into a confident smile. She was dressed in a professional outfit. A white shirt paired with black trousers, and topped with a fitted black blazer. Even though she was clad modestly, her alluring and striking figure could not be concealed. Come, take a seat. The bedroom was spacious, with a designated area for meetings, and Li Chun gestured for Zhou Wanrong to sit down. Seated across from each other, Li Chun spoke first. I need to secure a loan. What is the procedure? Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to collaborate with you. May I inquire about the extent of your funding shortfall and whether you possess any collateral? The funding gap is substantial, and the only collateral I have is this venue. Encompassing both the building and the land, Li Chun replied, maintaining a composed gaze towards Zhou Wanrong. If that is the case, an evaluation must be conducted initially. It is difficult to ascertain the exact amount that can be approved at this stage. However, as a gold card client of our bank with consistently stable cash flow, your system's default limit is 5 million, exclusive of your collateral. This figure solely pertains to your personal credit loan limit, Zhou Wanrong explained with utmost professionalism and respect. That is insufficient, Li Chun remarked, slightly furrowing his brow and shaking his head with resolute conviction. Do you have a mental estimate for the amount you require? I will do my utmost to advocate for you, Zhou Wanrong inquired patiently. I am preparing to venture into real estate. How much do you believe I will need? Li Chun smiled as he observed Zhou Wanrong's reaction, contemplating whether to proceed with a partnership with their bank. Zhou Wanrong felt a surge of excitement and surprise. The excitement stemmed from the enormity of the project. If successful, her commission would be considerable. The surprise arose from Li Chun's audacity and capability, seeking to challenge the real estate sector based solely on his current assets. Such an endeavor was no trivial matter. It could easily lead to a futile venture, as many have experienced failure due to cash flow issues resulting in abandoned projects. What gave Li Chun such confidence? Zhou Wanrong was perplexed, yet her exterior remained composed, betraying no hint of her inner turmoil. Mr. Li, I truly did not anticipate your boldness in pursuing real estate. It appears you have thoroughly considered my previous suggestions. Based on your personal credit and collateral, I believe I can secure an approval of approximately 8 million within my purview. However, your funding needs may exceed this, correct? Zhou Wanrong analyzed the situation expertly, making her own commitment. Li Chun nodded in agreement, still silent. Allow me a moment, Mr. Li. I will make a quick call to report this to my superiors and ascertain their thoughts. Would that be acceptable? Certainly, Li Chun replied casually, gesturing for her to proceed. Zhou Wanrong stood and briskly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, voices could be heard in the corridor. Moments later, Zhou Wanrong returned with a smile, settling back into her seat. Mr. Li, after discussions with my superiors and considering your recent fixed deposit amount with our bank, the maximum loan amount we can extend to you is 15 million. This is an unprecedented special approval. Does that sound agreeable to you? Agreed. Li Chun was taken aback by the figure. Having initially anticipated a loan of 10 million at best, and now being offered an additional 5 million, Zhou Wanrong, filled with excitement, stood swiftly and approached Li Chun, extending her hand for a gentle handshake. I am delighted to have reached a collaboration with Mr. Li. When do you anticipate requiring the funds? The sooner, the better, I presume. Are there any formalities needed? Please provide me with the relevant materials regarding the venue, and I shall take care of the rest. I will expedite the process to ensure the funds are transferred as swiftly as possible. At this moment, Zhou Wanrong's smile radiated brilliantly, and her spirits were exceptionally high. Soon, Li Chun handed over the required documents to Zhou Wanrong, who joyfully returned with the materials. Li Chun finally exhaled in relief. The first step had been taken. With his own funds totaling 19 million, he was nearing his goal. Next, he needed to acquire the land, and a particular individual sprang to mind, Zhao Shuwen. Chapter 43. Master Wen joins the fray. Li Chun picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found Zhao Shuwen among the few entries. He dialed directly. "Brother, where are you living it up?" Li Chun joked, attempting to create a sense of camaraderie. "Little brother, I'm at home. What brings you to mind?" Zhao Shuwen responded. "I have something to discuss with you. Is this a convenient time?" "Of course, I'll have my driver pick you up. No need for that trouble. I'll come over myself." "Very well, see you shortly." After ending the call, Li Chun stood and exited the venue. He drove his small car directly to Zhao Shuwen's villa. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the villa, parked, and walked inside. Zhao Shuwen greeted him with a smile, and the two embraced warmly as they entered the villa's grand hall, appearing as if they were long-lost brothers. "Brother, what brings you here personally?" Zhao Shuwen inquired. Li Chun slowly presented a pouch of tea leaves to Zhao Shuwen, saying, "Actually, it's nothing major, just a casual chat with you. Come on. You didn't have to bring your own tea." Zhao Shuwen laughed heartily. "Indeed, I often enjoy this blend. I thought I'd bring some for you to savor." Li Chun replied with a cheerful demeanor, making the atmosphere feel less formal. "All right, I shall taste my little brother's selection. Now, what do you need from me?" The two settled into the living room sofa, and Li Chun offered Zhao Shuwen a cigarette, the familiar white pagoda brand. After lighting it, he began to speak. "I'm looking to acquire a piece of land, and given your extensive network, do you have any suitable recommendations?" Zhao Shuwen took the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "The same old scent. I used to enjoy this in my youth." "So, little brother, you wish to buy land? What is your purpose?" "Well, I intend to secure a piece for development," Li Chun replied casually. "Goodness, little brother, are you planning something grand?" Zhao Shuwen gazed at Li Chun in astonishment, taken aback by his ambition. It was surprising to see someone venturing into real estate within just a few days. Li Chun's aspirations left Zhao Shuwen momentarily speechless. Everyone knew that real estate could be immensely profitable, but mismanagement could lead to disastrous consequences. "Not too bad. I have that ambition. Do you have any insights to share, brother?" Li Chun, with great humility, sought guidance from Zhao Shuwen, who, after all, was a prominent figure in the local community, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of knowledge. "I have no profound insights to offer. After half a lifetime in this field, I have yet to experience anything as grand as what you have taken on, which is quite humbling." Zhao Shuwen spoke candidly, as he had always operated on the fringes of the industry, primarily managing entertainment projects. "Please do not jest. My intention is to learn from you. You must also consider my position, as I will rely on your expertise in the future." Li Chun was cautious not to elevate his standing too high, aware that a fall could be quite painful. Indeed, there was land available. The county had essentially taken shape, and any development would necessitate outward expansion. "I happen to possess a parcel of land that I had previously contemplated developing," he continued, "though I must admit, with age, I find myself hesitant." Zhao Shuwen sighed, exuding an air of regret. "What is the size of the land? Are you considering selling?" Li Chun inquired, surprised to discover that Zhao Shuwen had a ready piece of property. If he could secure it, it would simplify matters considerably. "It's approximately 200 to 300 acres, not particularly vast. If you find it insufficient, there is another adjacent parcel that could be acquired later," Zhao Shuwen replied. "I am indifferent to selling. You may first assess whether the location suits your needs." He reclined on the sofa, patiently awaiting Li Chun's response. Li Chun could discern that Zhao Shuwen was reluctant to part with the land, yet he also lacked the confidence to develop it himself. He pondered swiftly, seeking a compromise. "How about this? I propose two options. First, you sell it directly to me at market value, ensuring you do not incur a loss. Second, you could invest the land as equity and share the eventual profits. The exact percentage of shares is difficult to determine at this juncture, as we must wait for the total investment estimate, but I can guarantee you a minimum of 20 of the net profits." After articulating his proposal, Li Chun sipped his tea leisurely, allowing Zhao Shuwen time to contemplate. Zhao Shuwen was inclined towards the second option. Collaboration inherently involved a degree of risk. However, should it succeed, the rewards would be substantial. He found himself in a quandary. to take the money and walk away or to gamble on the land. Moments later, with a resolute expression, he spoke up. From our first meeting, I have held you in high regard, and this time, I shall join you in this venture. Ultimately, Zhao Shuwen chose to take the risk, recognizing that even in failure, he would not harbor regrets. Very well, let us first inspect the land and make some preliminary plans. Li Chun replied, elated that the land was readily available, eliminating the need for further bureaucratic navigation. With Zhao Shuwen on board, future endeavors would undoubtedly become more manageable. Given Li Chen's current capabilities, he anticipated numerous challenges ahead, and having Zhao Shuwen as a buffer would certainly ease his burden. The two exited the villa, their laughter resonating, clearly in high spirits. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the location of the land. Li Chun surveyed the surrounding geography, nodding appreciatively, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It seems you have chosen wisely. This location is excellent, with the surroundings gradually taking shape. Indeed, while others have completed their projects years ago, the land I bid on remains desolate. Zhao Shuwen's face was etched with a sense of regret, reminiscent of the fervor he once possessed. As he aged, his concerns grew, and his courage diminished. Such is the nature of humanity. Youth is an asset, characterized by boldness, ambition, and action. In youth, one can afford to start anew after a setback. However, as one enters middle age, the stakes become too high, and the fear of loss looms large. After a brief tour, the two engaged in discussions about finer details. Zhao Shuwen was responsible for certain unique social engagements, while the rest remained outside his purview. They reached a tacit understanding before parting ways, each returning to their respective abodes. Li Chen's next step unfolded with astonishing swiftness. The subsequent task was to await the preparations from his beloved concubine. Chapter 44. The prowess of Tang Shui at the Qinya Club. Li Chun was mentally charting his commercial ambitions. Entering the real estate sector was merely the initial stride. He resolved to execute this step proficiently before contemplating further actions. With a deep breath, Li Chun summoned the system. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value. 1. Gold coins. 200, 000. Skill acquired. Chess mastery. Oh. It begins anew. Receiving an abundance of skills pales in comparison to being granted a fortune that dazzles the attributes. Li Chun muttered his discontent, evidently dissatisfied with the skills bestowed upon him. It seemed the system was intent on crafting him into a versatile rogue. He yearned to be wealthy, to ascend to the pinnacle of affluence. Was that too much to ask? The system offered no response, seemingly too apathetic even to mock him. Li Chun chose not to dwell on it further, closing the system and gradually regaining his focus. Phew. Now, it was a matter of whether there was any progress on Tang Shui's end. Lost in thought, Li Chun drifted into slumber. Ever since the system's inception, he appeared perpetually occupied, though his destiny was being subtly reshaped by its influence. Unbeknownst to him, the solid foundation laid in the early stages was not in vain. Years later, he would be grateful for this unconventional system. Time flew, and autumn crept in, bringing a chill to the air. Li Chun awoke to the brisk morning breeze. Realizing he had fallen asleep on the sofa the previous night, rising slowly, he felt a wave of soreness sweep over him. After a quick refresh, he ambled to the window, observing the leaves turning a golden hue. The overcast sky mirrored his contemplative mood. Since receiving Li Chun's message the previous day, Tang Shui wasted no time in resigning from her position. Without pause, she commenced the recruitment of talent and the search for an office space. After a day and night of diligent effort, she finally began to see results. Tang Shui embodied the archetype of a capable and decisive woman, executing her tasks with remarkable efficiency. Soon, Li Chun received a message from Tang Shui. As he glanced at his phone, a satisfied smile graced his face. Your Majesty, please hurry. The location has been sent to you. My beloved concubine, I shall be there shortly. Li Chun tidied himself and stepped outside, only to encounter Li Xiaoya. Honey, where are you off to again? Li Xiaoya asked hurriedly. I'm going out to handle some matters, significant matters. Honestly, what are you up to now? Li Xiaoya inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Li Chun. I'm preparing to start a company. I'm in the planning stages. I might be quite busy lately, so don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself, Li Chun explained while making his way to the elevator. All right then, be careful on the road. Got it. Li Chun wrapped his arms around Li Xiaoya, playfully caressing her curves, then pressed a light kiss on her before stepping into the elevator. Moments later, Li Chen arrived at the location where Tang Shui was situated. This area belonged to the suburbs, not overly remote. Before him stood a stylishly designed 5-story office building. Its interior decor exquisite. It was evident that the place had been previously rented, with the basic facilities still in pristine condition. Seeing Li Chen's arrival, Tang Shui approached him with a beaming smile. Her face, devoid of makeup, still radiated a luminous glow, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled, with long eyelashes fluttering. She sported a high ponytail that accentuated her vibrant energy. Dressed in a black lace dress that subtly revealed her fair skin, she exuded an air of sensuality. Her pert figure swayed gracefully as she walked, and her long, slender legs peeked through the slit of her dress, complemented by a pair of black high heels that further enhanced her allure. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Indeed, very beautiful and alluring. Li Chen surprisingly licked his lips. Giggling, I meant, how do you find the office building? Tang Shui giggled, her demeanor utterly charming. It's acceptable. The location is all right. What about the price? Have you negotiated? Yes, I secured it for 300,000 a year, totaling 800 square meters, which is reasonable. The best part is that it comes equipped with many facilities and decor, saving us quite a bit. This place was not easy to find, Tang Shui said proudly. Indeed. It's perfect. How's the recruitment going? We have over 20 interviews scheduled for today, and I have already notified the candidates. The interviews will begin at 10 this morning. Right here. There's a conference room on the second floor that we can use temporarily. The landlord is likely arriving soon to prepare the contract, Tang Shui reported, animatedly gesturing as she spoke. You've worked hard, my dear. Li Chen gently patted Tang Shui's head. Humph. You must treat me to a lavish lunch to reward my efforts. Tang Shui immediately began to playfully demand recognition for her hard work, looking quite endearing. All right. Once we finish, I will treat you to a grand meal. Li Chen, naturally generous, would not hesitate, especially considering the efforts she had put in. Soon, the landlord arrived with the contract. After a brief negotiation, they swiftly completed the leasing agreement. Originally intended for a 1-year term, Li Chen managed to extend it to 3 years, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Once the contract was signed, and the landlord confirmed receipt of the payment, he exchanged a few polite words before departing. Li Chen and Tang Shui wandered around the building, the exterior appearing smaller than it actually was. Upon entering, I soon realized the space was indeed quite vast. At least for the time being, the scale of the company was sufficient. Moments later, a number of candidates began to linger at the entrance, both male and female. Let us proceed to the conference room, you instructed, directing them to await at the entrance to the second-floor meeting room. Very well. I shall notify them now. Tang Shui sashayed outside with a captivating sway of her hips. Chapter 45. The interviews in the conference room. Li Chen sat at the center, surrounded by the emptiness of the expansive space. Tang Shui positioned herself near the door, ready to notify the candidates waiting outside. The first round of interviews had finally commenced, featuring individuals meticulously selected by Tang Shui, all of whom were elites in their respective fields. Initially, Li Chen's enthusiasm was lacking, but upon reviewing the materials, his spirits were instantly lifted, primarily because most of the candidates were stunningly beautiful. Soon, Tang Shui signaled the start of the interviews, allowing one candidate to enter as another exited. The first to step through the door was a standout among today's contenders. He was tall and robust, exuding a reassuring presence with broad shoulders and a strong back. His facial features were sharply defined, with elegantly arched eyebrows and deep, piercing eyes. His hair was meticulously styled, and he donned a tailored deep blue suit that impeccably accentuated his physique. Beneath it, a crisp white shirt complemented a burgundy tie, while his polished shoes shone brightly, each step resonating with a crisp sound. Li Chen regarded the middle-aged gentleman before him with a nod of satisfaction. Please, introduce yourself. Good day, sir. My name is Sun Haishan. I am 40 years old. I trust you have already perused my resume, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. I have faith in your judgment and insight, Sun Haishan stated confidently, speaking at a measured pace. Indeed, I have reviewed your materials and find them impressive. I hope you will not disappoint me. I can provide you with a substantial platform, but you must deliver an exceptional performance in return. Li Chen remarked with an appreciative gaze. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Excellent, please take a seat. You will preside over today's interviews. Li Chen gestured for him to occupy the main position, while he himself settled into a corner. Sun Haishan paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure. He understood this was a test from the new boss, His future depended on his forthcoming performance. He adjusted his demeanor and nodded to Tang Shui, who returned a smile and rose to call on the next candidate. Thus, one after another, the candidates continued to enter and exit. Before long, only a few remained, and Li Chun appeared somewhat distracted, having already memorized the relevant details from the materials. Just then, a striking woman entered the room. Her short hair was neatly styled, and her unwavering gaze revealed a spirit of tenacity. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt, the cuffs slightly rolled up, exposing her slender wrists. Below, she sported a black skirt that gracefully reached mid-thigh, showcasing her elongated legs. She cinched her waist with a black leather belt and adorned her feet with a pair of sleek black stilettos, the slender, towering heels accentuating her graceful stature. This is the second seed candidate of the day, Zhang Shanshan. A professional lawyer, she is applying for the position of legal consultant. After a brief self-introduction and exchange, the interview segment was swiftly completed. This is acceptable, Li Chen spoke slowly. Understood, boss. Sun Haishan nodded respectfully. My name is Li Chen. There's no need for such formalities. Feel free to call me by my name, he added with a hint of casualness. Then perhaps Li Zong? Sun Haishan replied somewhat bashfully, aware that his age made it awkward to address someone younger too informally. Suit yourself. Truly, there's no need for such restraint. Just relax. Please continue, Li Chen sighed, conveying a sense of resignation. The interview proceeded with another elite candidate. She was impeccably made up, with elegantly shaped brows, deep-set eyes, and vividly colored lips that immediately captured attention. Dressed in an off-the-shoulder black top adorned with a circle of sparkling rhinestones at the neckline, she exuded glamour. Her lower half was clad in white shorts edged with delicate lace, adding a touch of feminine softness. On her feet were black strappy heels, the straps wrapping sensuously around her ankles. This striking beauty was Lu Kaiyun, the day's showstopper, applying for the position of public relations manager. With an extensive network in both the county and city, she was preparing to make a career transition. Currently employed as a PR manager for a real estate company in the urban area, she sought to return to the county for a more convenient proximity to home. The interview segment passed swiftly, with such scarce talent typically securing a position. After a moment of eye contact, Sun Haishan discreetly made a note. The conference room was opened once more, revealing the final candidate of the day. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his gentle gaze shining through the lenses. Clad in a light beige casual suit that was loose and comfortable, he projected an air of nonchalance. Underneath, he sported a pale blue striped shirt, complemented by khaki casual trousers and brown leather shoes that exuded quality. This candidate had also caught Li Chen's attention. He was said to be a Ritter-ni, or rather, an exceptional individual. With both top-tier education and work experience, he was the only one capable of matching Sun Haishan in a contest of wills. Li Chen contemplated pitting them against each other, one as the principal and the other as the subordinate, to settle any disputes. Thus concluded the first interview session of the recruitment fair, establishing a preliminary selection of candidates. Aside from the individuals I have just chosen, what are your thoughts on the rest? Li Chen inquired, his expression neutral as he tested Sun Haishan's insights. I believe there is another suitable candidate. The others are rather average, Sun Haishan replied, fully prepared for this evaluation. Oh, which one? Li Chen asked with keen interest. You man, applying for the sales department. In terms of both qualifications and credentials, she is indeed a commendable choice. Sun Haishan slowly articulated his thoughts. Very well, Mr. Sunday. I would like to inform you that the others you mentioned will also begin work tomorrow. All executive salaries are currently pending. After Li Chen finished speaking, he stood up gradually, cast a glance at Tang Shui, and exited the conference room. Congratulations, Mr. Sun. Tang Shui smiled warmly at Sun Haishan, expressing her heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Miss Tang. I must also express my gratitude for your discerning eye in granting me this interview opportunity, Sun Haishan replied with utmost respect. It was evident to any observer that the relationship between the beautiful woman before him and the boss was quite intricate. Oh, you are too kind, Mr. Sunday. We shall be colleagues from now on, so there is no need for such formality, Tang Shui replied, gracefully departing the conference room. Sun Haishan followed closely behind, shutting the door gently. Chapter 46. The secret of the cinema. What would you like to eat for dinner? Li Chen asked as he drove, his gaze filled with affectionate indulgence towards Tang Shui. I'm just teasing you. Anything is fine, Tang Shui replied, sticking out her tongue with a hint of shyness. That simply won't do. You have worked hard these past few days. How do you feel? Li Chun directed the car towards a fine Western restaurant. Shall I be honest? She asked playfully. Of course. It feels a bit surreal. I can't believe I resigned on a whim, and it still feels like a dream. Tang Shui expressed her thoughts earnestly. For her, it was indeed hard to fathom that she had unreservedly believed in the seemingly playful words of another. That means you still have faith in me. At the very least, you took my advice, did you not? Li Chun remarked with a playful expression, as though a clever plot were unfolding. Yes, do you think I am crazy? Why did I believe you back then? Tang Shui inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Haha, it must be my charm. Li Chun replied with laughter, which echoed in the air. Tang Shui joined him in laughter, and for a moment, they seemed to be playing house. Years later, reminiscing about this moment would surely evoke deeper sentiments. After a short while, the pair found themselves seated in a rather pleasant Western restaurant. Li Chun ordered 2 steaks, a serving of pasta, and a selection of appetizers and desserts. Is there anything else you would like to eat? Li Chun presented the menu to Tang Shui. She promptly pushed it back, saying, That's more than enough. How much can we eat? Li Chun then ordered 2 drinks, and they sat across from each other, their eyes locked. Anyone observing would undoubtedly perceive them as a young couple, seemingly destined for one another. As they shared laughter and conversation over their meal, Li Chun suddenly recalled his task. He activated the system and initiated a scan while observing Tang Shui. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Affection level, 85. Romantic encounters, 1. Practical experience, 0. Upon seeing the affection level of 85, Li Chun felt a surge of excitement. It was so close to reaching 90. He was merely a step away from completing his task. What are you laughing at? Tang Shui inquired. Tang Shui gazed at the grinning Li Chun with a face full of curiosity. Oh, is there nothing to it? Isn't it a delightful experience to share a meal with you? She chuckled. Honestly, have you been secretly indulging in honey? Tang Shui was so amused that her entire being trembled. Even her ample bosom swayed with mirth. Li Chun quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to continue eating. Any further glances would surely unleash a surge of hormones. After a while, the two had eaten their fill and left the restaurant, content and satisfied. Since we have no plans for the afternoon, shall we catch a movie? Sure, Tang Shui replied without a moment's hesitation, her expression radiating joy. Li Chun felt a ripple of excitement within him. If he could seize this opportunity to advance their relationship, his mission would be nearly accomplished. They resumed their drive, heading toward Century Square. After casually selecting a romantic film, they entered the screening room. Upon stepping inside, Li Chun was taken aback. Goodness, is this a stroke of luck? He thought to himself, noticing that the venue was entirely empty. Isn't there anyone here? He feigned ignorance. It seems so. Perhaps no one has arrived yet. Maybe someone will show up soon, Tang Shui mused, glancing around, only to confirm that they were indeed alone. True to form, they settled into their usual spot at the back row. Moments later, the film commenced and the lights dimmed, plunging the screening room into darkness. As expected, no one else entered. Perhaps it was the time of day that deterred the crowd. Cinemas typically drew more patrons in the evening. Soon, an intoxicating atmosphere filled the air as the film's protagonists began to engage in flirtation. Instantly, the ambience between the two became awkward. Seizing the moment, Li Chun reached for Tang Shui's delicate hand and grasped it firmly. As she instinctively attempted to withdraw, he tightened his grip. Tang Shui's heart began to race, and sensing the moment was ripe, Li Chun lifted her into his lap, positioning her face-to-face with him. Their bodies pressed closely together. They could feel each other's rapid heartbeats. Suddenly, the film's music intensified, and Li Chun embraced Tang Shui tightly, passionately kissing her lips. This kiss was brimming with fervor and yearning, as if they were merging their very souls. Tang Shui reciprocated, their tongues dancing together as if they were swirling in a grand ballroom, with the world outside celebrating their love. In a while, they nestled closely against each other, Tang Shui burying her head in Li Chun's chest, absorbing the rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth of his body. They both relished the sweetness of their affection. At that moment, Li Chun contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to deepen their connection. The atmosphere had reached a pinnacle, and such chances were rare. If he hesitated now, it seemed the audience would surely disapprove. Damn it, I must act, he resolved within himself. Chapter 47. Do you have your ID? As the film subtly approached its conclusion, the end credits began to roll, and the two parted reluctantly, their gazes betraying a hint of reluctance. They slowly rose from their seats and exited the screening room. Moments later, they found themselves seated in a small car, the atmosphere tinged with a touch of awkwardness, each too shy to meet the other's eyes. Ultimately, it was Li Chun who shattered the silence within the vehicle, his gaze intently fixed on Tang Shui as he inquired, "Shall I take you home?" Tang Shui lowered her head, a blush creeping down to her collar, and in a barely audible whisper, she confessed, "I seem to have forgotten my keys." Li Chun, fully aware of the implications, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, eagerly pressing further, "But do you have your ID?" Came a sound only Tang Shui could discern. Without hesitation, Li Chun started the engine, pressing the accelerator with fervor. The small car sped away, swiftly disappearing from sight, arriving shortly at the parking lot of a hotel. An expedited process of securing a room unfolded, and Li Chun pushed open the door. Upon entering, he was momentarily speechless, utterly captivated by the luxurious decor and ambience that greeted him. The first thing that caught his eye was the suggestive lighting, soft, warm hues that enveloped the space without being glaring, creating a hazy and enchanting atmosphere. The light cascaded from a crystal chandelier above and wall sconces, gently draping across every corner of the room like a delicate veil. The walls were painted a deep crimson, adorned with abstract art that intertwined lines and colors in a captivating dance. At the center of the room rested an enormous round bed, encircled by sheer drapes in shades of pink and purple, fluttering softly in the breeze, reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise. The bed was dressed in soft velvet linens, inviting one to sink into its gentle embrace. Delicate lace trim adorned the sheets, adding a touch of romance to the setting, evoking a sense of exquisite comfort. Beside the bed stood a uniquely shaped bathtub, heart-shaped and crafted from pristine white marble, its smooth surface reflecting a warm sheen in the ambient light. Surrounding the tub were fragrant petals and flickering candles, creating a serene oasis where one could unwind in warm water and soothing aromas. As if all worries and fatigue were washed away. Should one choose to indulge in a bath, it promised to alleviate all weariness, provided that hygiene is observed. Ideally using a disposable bathtub liner. In the corner of the room sat a sofa, its design reminiscent of a grand shell, with plush cushions inviting one to stay indefinitely. Adjacent to it was a petite coffee table, adorned with elegant wine glasses and a bottle of red wine, imbuing the room with an air of romance. However, one should refrain from opening it casually, for it came at a steep price, charged separately. The romantic ambience enveloped them, allowing all worries to fade into oblivion. At that moment, as she turned, Tang Shui's silhouette appeared utterly enchanting under the glow of the lights. Her slender waist seemed to beckon, as if one gentle embrace could render her entirely within reach. The graceful lines of her shoulders resembled the elegant neck of a swan. Her smooth skin and delicately pronounced collarbone shimmered with an alluring luster in the illumination. Long, straight legs, as white as snow and exquisitely smooth, showcased a length that harmoniously blended youthful delicacy with the allure of maturity. Clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her perfect curves, each step she took exuded a unique rhythm. Tang Shui's cheeks bore a subtle blush, her gaze infused with a hint of shyness and anticipation. In the softly lit room, the dim light cast their intertwined shadows upon the walls. Li Chun gently took Tang Shui's hand, leading her to the circular bed. The soft velvet sheets glimmered under the light, as if inviting them to succumb to bliss. Li Chun gazed tenderly at Tang Shui, his eyes brimming with affection. Tang Shui lowered her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering delicately. She bit her lip gently, a sight both endearing and enticing. They embraced tightly, feeling the rhythm of each other's heartbeats and breaths. Time passed unnoticed as they lay upon the plush bed, basking in one another's warmth. Eventually, Li Chun recalled the system's daily lottery draw, silently summoning it to commence today's chance. Ding! Congratulations, host. Charm value: 1 gold coins. 1 million. Received 1 misfortune card. Phew. Once again, a slight decrease in charm value. Could this million be a gift for Tang Shui? Another misfortune card. How intriguing. Li Chun mused quietly, overall deeming the reward satisfactory. He discreetly closed the system and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 48. Jincheng Real Estate. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the grand bed. Tang Shui slowly opened her eyes, a wave of pain coursing through her body. With great difficulty, she sat up, donned her attire, and tiptoed into the bathroom. Li Chun, sensing that the beauty in his arms had awakened, shook his slightly numb right arm. As he stood, a blush caught his eye. He was well aware, having previously scanned Tang Xue's information. It seemed the system had its reliable moments. Li Chen silently mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Following their exhilarating encounter last night, he received a notification from the system that the task had finally been completed, resulting in an increase of 2 million gold coins. However, this sum felt trivial to Li Chen now, lacking the excitement he once felt upon receiving the mission. Li Chen slowly entered the bathroom, where Tang Xue was engaged in her morning routine, tidying her appearance. He gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, inhaling her unique fragrance, utterly captivated by her expression. Tang Xue straightened, reaching out to caress Li Chen's cheek. In silence, they offered each other solace, perhaps for that fleeting glimpse of crimson. Li Chen was uncertain of how to face them in the future. For now, he simply wished to indulge in his reckless descent. He cursed inwardly, leaving the future to the system. Damn it, that wretched system has led me into a pitiful situation. Are these truly the meticulously selected heroines? Li Chen felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He did not wish to disappoint any of them, yet he could not bear to let go of a single one. All right, enough of this sentimentality. We should tidy up and head to the company, Tang Xue softly murmured, her tone so gentle it was almost suffocating. As he gazed at Tang Xue's reflection in the mirror, he noticed she exuded less of her usual playfulness and more of a womanly charm today, her eyes brimming with affection. Reluctantly, he released her hand, tenderly stroking her small head, his face filled with adoration. Tang Xue playfully stuck out her tongue at Li Chen, embodying a delightful shyness. After a moment, the two slowly departed from the hotel. Li Chen glanced back at the hotel's entrance, a joyful smile gracing his features. They drove directly to the company and soon arrived at the towering building. A few individuals were already waiting at the entrance, having apparently been there for quite some time. Together, they entered the company and gathered in the spacious conference room, seated around the meeting table. Li Chen surveyed the room, a satisfied smile emerging. Today, we officially become colleagues. I hope we can all work hard together to achieve remarkable results, honoring your decisions and my choices. Jincheng Real Estate is officially established today, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to everyone for a bright future ahead. Li Chen delivered a brief opening address, and the room was filled with enthusiasm, erupting into applause as soon as he finished. Moments later, Tang Xue spoke up, smiling as she addressed the group. Allow me to announce the appointments. Sun Haishan, appointed General Manager of Jincheng Real Estate. Ho Su, appointed Deputy General Manager. Lu Kaiyun, appointed Manager of the Public Relations Department. Zhang Shanshan, appointed Legal Advisor. Yu Man, appointed Sales Department Manager. After announcing the appointments, Tang Xue smiled at everyone, conveying her congratulations. Congratulations to all. From today onward, we are colleagues. Thank you, General Manager Tang, for granting me this opportunity to showcase my abilities. I look forward to your guidance, Ho Su replied politely, his demeanor that of an elegant gentleman. Perhaps this is what they call a cultured person. Indeed, without Miss Tang providing us with this interview opportunity, we would not have gathered here, Lu Kaiyun chimed in, her face radiating a smile akin to the warmth of spring. Perhaps due to professional habit, she looked particularly enchanting, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that enhanced her allure. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Please, let us not be too modest. Each of you is an elite in the business world, and the opportunities you have earned are a result of your own efforts. At that moment, Li Chen interrupted the mutual flattery to formally introduce Tang Xue's identity and position. All right, everyone, let us cast aside our modesty. Tang Xue is my secretary and assistant. Henceforth, her words will represent my decisions. All present gazed at Li Chen and Tang Xue with expressions that conveyed an understanding. Tang Xue, albeit somewhat bashful, stole a glance at Li Chen, her eyes brimming with comfort and contentment. Each of you is responsible for arranging the personnel required for your respective departments. Whether you choose to recruit independently or rally your friends or subordinates is entirely up to you. I shall grant you 1 week to manifest a new visage for the company. Li Chen regarded the assembly with utmost seriousness, embodying a demeanor of earnestness. The crowd immediately adopted a grave attitude, pledging with fervor to fulfill the task at hand. President Sun, please expedite the enhancement of the management tiers across all departments. You and President Ho may confer regarding the selection of candidates. There is no need to report back to me. Assemble the organizational structure post-haste. Li Chun instructed Sun Haishan with an earnest gaze. Rest assured, President Li, I commenced preparations yesterday, and results will soon follow, Sun Haishan, a shrewd individual, responded, having cultivated the habit of strategic foresight over years of experience. Indeed, President Li, I will actively cooperate with President Sun's efforts to ensure the company swiftly finds its footing. President Ho Su echoed, his expression earnest and spirited. Excellent. Preparations for the bidding process may commence. The construction site must be set in motion promptly. Most crucially, assist me in identifying proficient financial talents. This aspect demands meticulous scrutiny, no room for oversight. Prioritize the establishment of the finance department. You may initially apply for funding through Tang Shui or even advance expenses for reimbursement. Li Chen delineated the primary tasks before preparing to depart. Understood, President Li. The bidding announcements have already been disseminated. I anticipate numerous companies will respond shortly. I shall ensure the remaining matters are swiftly resolved, and should any decisions require your input, I will reach out to you, Sun Haishan replied with deep respect. His efficiency in managing affairs being quite commendable. Though Ho Su possessed a slightly superior academic background compared to Sun Haishan, the latter's experience and connections were incomparable. Having honed his skills through years of navigating the industry, Ho Su, fresh from overseas, could be forgiven for his relative naivety. Regardless, both held positions as senior executives in a publicly listed company. Had it not been for their return to their hometowns, they likely would not have engaged with a firm of this scale. Naturally, in a nascent company, the inaugural cohort of pioneers held significant advantages. Last night, Li Chun did not return to the clubhouse. Instead, he intended to make a brief round before heading back. Having completed some company matters and shared a moment of tender warmth with Tang Shui before hastening back to the clubhouse. After all, one must ensure equitable distribution of attention. Chapter 49. Equitable distribution. Moments later, Li Chun had arrived at the clubhouse. Li Xiaoya stood by the office window, lost in reverie, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. Her thoughts appeared to weigh heavily upon her, as she did not seem particularly content. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gently enveloping her in a soft halo of light. She donned a fitted black dress, the tailored silhouette exquisitely accentuating her alluring curves. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, as though one could easily envelop it. The hem of the dress gracefully rested just above her knees, revealing her long, straight legs. Her skin, smooth and delicate like fine white jade, seemed to radiate a captivating sheen under the sunlight. With her head slightly tilted, her cascading raven locks fell casually over her shoulders, a few strands dancing gently in the breeze, adding an enchanting touch of vitality. Her visage was both exquisite and charming, her porcelain complexion reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg, so tender it seemed fragile. Beneath gracefully arched brows, her bright, large eyes appeared somewhat dreamy at the moment. Her long lashes fluttered softly, as if whispering the thoughts within her heart. Her petite, well-defined nose complemented her full, rosy lips, which captivated the beholder. Her slender fingers were crossed modestly over her chest, painted with a subtle pink polish that exuded elegance. She stood there, serene, as if time itself had come to a standstill in her presence. An air of unique allure surrounded her, combining the sensuality and charm of a mature woman with the innocence and vivacity of a young girl. She was the most striking sight in the office, compelling onlookers to pause and admire her beauty. Li Chen stealthily approached Li Xiaoya from behind and wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. "Ah!" Li Xiaoya gasped in surprise, her entire body trembling. "It's me. What are you afraid of? Who else would dare embrace you like this?" Li Chen whispered playfully in her ear. "You're so annoying. You startled me," Li Xiaoya replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The warmth of his breath against her ear sent a tingling sensation coursing through her body. "Did you miss me?" Li Chen teasingly inquired, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just returned from a rather eventful escapade. "No. Where did you wander off to last night?" Li Xiaoya placed her hands on her hips, feigning irritation. Her expression, though scolding, lacked any real menace. "I was nearly exhausted, overwhelmed with work. The real estate company was established today. You have no idea how hectic it was." Li Chen's audacity was truly remarkable. Ever since his transformation by the system, he had become a master of fabricating tales without a moment's thought. "Wait, you started another real estate company? Are you venturing into real estate now?" Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flickering in her heart. "Yes, didn't I mention it yesterday?" I'm embarking on something significant, Li Chun proclaimed with pride, raising his eyebrows in satisfaction. All right, but I didn't expect you to go so big, Li Xiaoya responded, her expression serious as she gazed at her man, feeling a twinge of sadness. Perhaps it was because he was so exceptional that she felt a sense of inadequacy, no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't keep pace with him. What's wrong? You don't seem happy at all. Li Chen stepped closer, affectionately pinching Li Xiaoya's cheek. I am happy. It's just that I feel the gap between us is widening. Li Xiaoya appeared slightly disheartened, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Silly girl. Why do you strive to match my pace? It suffices for you to simply be yourself. Li Chun gently reassured her, his gaze brimming with affection. Thus, the two continued their conversation until dusk enveloped them, and gradually, Li Xiaoya began to forget the unpleasantness of earlier moments. How have you arranged matters concerning your mother? Li Chen suddenly shifted the topic, expressing concern for Li Xiaoya's mother. It's nearly all set. The room will be ready in a couple of days. And then we can bring her over, Li Xiaoya replied, her face radiating gratitude as her eyes sparkled with love. That's wonderful. Once she arrives, you can spend every day by her side, he remarked. Thank you, darling. She responded. Why would you be so formal with me? Once she's here, we can have dinner together, and I'll finally meet my mother-in-law, Li Chun said with a mischievous grin directed at Li Xiaoya. All right, as long as you don't mind, Li Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully. What kind of words are those? How could I possibly mind? Li Chen's smile deepened as he swept Li Xiaoya into his arms. Their eyes locked, breaths quickening, and the next moment, they were swept into a fervent kiss. After a brief interlude, Li Xiaoya gasped, Darling, wait. The door isn't locked. Li Chun swiftly crossed the room to secure the office door, his expression playful as he turned back to her. Papers and items tumbled to the floor with soft thuds, but in that moment, they were oblivious to everything else. In their passionate embrace, the world around them faded, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and labored breaths reverberating within the office walls. Time passed unnoticed, the air thick with desire. Darling, I love you so much. Please don't ever leave me. Li Xiaoya suddenly clutched Li Chun from behind, as if fearing he might vanish. Silly girl, how could I ever leave you? I will be by your side for a lifetime, I promise. Li Chun tenderly caressed her small hand, offering gentle comfort. Sometimes, one must admire a woman's intuition. A seemingly ordinary night spent apart had stirred a sense of unease within Li Xiaoya. Her slightly melancholic mood stemmed entirely from this unsettling feeling that made her restless. Li Chun appeared to sense her emotional turmoil and quickly showered her with warmth and affection, ultimately calming her down, which brought him a sigh of relief. If one were to label him as unfaithful, he treated everyone with unwavering kindness. Yet, if one were to argue against that label, he had certainly left a trail of affection everywhere. Some say money is the root of all evil, yet everyone strives earnestly to amass it. Others claim that beautiful women are a source of trouble, but when one encounters a lovely lady, the desire to embrace her becomes overwhelming. Chapter 50. Tang Shui's thoughts. Li Chun lay contentedly on his grand bed, wearing an expression that was both pleasure-filled and infuriatingly smug. He slowly summoned the system, and it was time for the daily lottery draw. System lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your charm value is 1, and you have earned 200,000 gold coins along with a pound of fresh goji berries. What on earth? Are you jesting with me, system? What am I to make of this pound of goji berries? Li Chun's face was lined with frustration. This system was becoming increasingly unreliable, bordering on absurdity. Infuriated, he jumped up and down on the bed. Suddenly, a heap of goji berries appeared, spilling across the bed. This is maddening. System, you have truly outdone yourself. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Chun finally calmed down. One hand fiddled with his phone, watching videos, while the other occasionally popped a goji berry into his mouth. This was indeed much more convenient. A simple reach would yield a handful. The scene left his friends utterly astonished. The next day, Li Chun cursed as he dragged himself out of bed. He gathered the remaining goji berries and casually tossed them into the trash bin, with an expression of utter disillusionment. He sauntered into the bathroom for a brief wash-up. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Zhou Wanrong and quickly pressed the answer button. A gentle voice came through the line. Mr. Li, your loan has been approved. When would you like the funds to be transferred? Wonderful, immediately, Li Chun exclaimed, repeating his enthusiasm 3 times, his mood shifting from cloudy to sunny in an instant. All right, Mr. Li, Please review the payment notification shortly. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhou Wanrong concluded politely before hanging up. Of course, Miss Zhou, I would be delighted to treat you to tea sometime. Li Chun replied with equal courtesy, eager not to offend the goddess of fortune. Since the system was lacking, he would have to rely on the bank to pave his way forward. Li Chun's spirits soared, his smile nearly reaching his ears as he hummed a cheerful tune while descending the stairs. What else with the jolly mood today? Li Xiaoya, just emerging from her office, curiously inquired upon seeing Li Chun's elation. Ha ha ha, it's nothing much. Just got my bank loan approved. Everything is in place, just waiting for the final push. Li Chun replied, beaming at Li Xiaoya, his expression radiating joy. Oh, that's indeed splendid. Congratulations in advance, my husband. Wishing you great success, Li Xiaoya declared, playfully waving her small fists, her demeanor adorably quirky. Li Chun approached her, instinctively ruffling her hair in an affectionate manner, before cheerfully stepping into the elevator. I'm off to work, don't mind me. Just give me a call if anything comes up, he said, leaving without further ado. Driving his little car, he swayed his way to the office. Upon entering, he was taken aback, momentarily thinking he had walked into the wrong place. A long queue had formed in the lobby, with individuals clutching resumes as if they had stumbled into a job market. From afar, Tang Shui spotted Li Chun and approached with a bright smile, her lips curling upward with a hint of confidence. Clad in a professional outfit, a crisp white shirt paired with a form-fitting black skirt, she accentuated her long, slender legs. Even thoroughly attired, her alluring figure was impossible to conceal. Li Chun found himself captivated by Tang Shui's presence today, embodying the essence of a workplace queen in her uniform allure. With a radiant smile, Li Chun approached Tang Shui, expressing his genuine concern. How are you? Are you tired? Hee. Not at all. In fact, I feel quite a sense of accomplishment, Tang Shui replied cheerfully, playfully sticking out her little tongue, a sight undeniably adorable. Indeed, this is something you built from the ground up. You are my great benefactor. Li Chun praised her with equal delight. The establishment and growth of the real estate company could not have been achieved without Tang Shui's relentless efforts and contributions. She was witnessing firsthand the gradual emergence of this colossal entity. Come, let me take you to a special place, Tang Shui said mysteriously, pulling Li Chun upstairs. Curiosity painted Li Chun's face as he found himself puzzled by her enigmatic behavior. What is going on? Why so secretive? Hee. You'll find out soon enough. Tang Shui giggled, intentionally withholding the surprise. Before long, they reached the 5th floor, traversing the corridor until they arrived at the end. As the door swung open, Li Chun was left utterly astonished. Wow, how grand, he exclaimed, his mouth agape in awe. Isn't it beautiful? I worked late last night to set it up, Tang Shui declared proudly, her expression radiating a sense of achievement. Incredible. My goodness, you are truly remarkable. The first thing that caught their eye was the incredibly spacious area, with a soaring ceiling adorned by a dazzling crystal chandelier. The light cascaded down, twinkling like stars, illuminating the entire office. The floor was laid with a thick, imported handmade carpet, its soft texture making one feel as though they were walking on clouds. The office area was situated on one side of the room, dominated by a massive solid wood desk at its center. The desk's surface gleamed like a mirror, adorned with exquisite stationery and a high-end computer. Behind it, an elegant leather executive chair beckoned, providing unparalleled comfort as if it were enveloping you in a warm embrace. Flanking the desk were tall solid wood bookshelves, filled with a variety of books and precious artworks, showcasing the owner's refined taste and erudition. Adjacent to this was a particularly elegant reception area, featuring a set of luxurious leather sofas arranged around a beautifully carved marble coffee table. The sofa's color harmonized perfectly with the carpet, exuding a sense of stability and nobility. On the coffee table sat an exquisite tea set and fresh flowers, infusing the space with vibrancy and life. The backdrop of the reception area was adorned with a monumental oil painting, intricate and lifelike, suffused with artistic flair. Venturing further inside led to the fitness area, equipped with a comprehensive array of advanced exercise machines, including treadmills, stationary bikes, and strength training equipment. The flooring was made of non-slip rubber material, ensuring safety during workouts. The walls of the fitness area were fitted with expansive mirrors, allowing one to monitor their exercise performance at any moment. Nearby was a small relaxation zone, furnished with comfortable recliners and a water dispenser, providing a perfect respite after a workout. Most impressive of all was the bedroom within the office. The door was a finely carved solid wood entryway. Upon pushing it open, one was greeted by a cozy and inviting space. A king-sized bed took center stage, adorned with soft silk sheets and luxurious down comforters, making it irresistibly tempting to lie down and never get up. At the bedside, two exquisite table lamps cast a gentle glow, enhancing the tranquil ambience of the room. The bedroom also features a private bathroom, equipped with a luxurious bathtub, shower facilities, and high-end sanitary ware, allowing one to indulge in a soothing bathing experience amidst a busy schedule. The decor of the entire office harmoniously blends modern and classical elements, exuding both a chic minimalism and an opulent classicism. The artworks and photographs adorning the walls infuse the space with a cultural richness. Several pots of verdant plants placed by the windows breathe life and vitality into the office, ensuring that whether one is working, hosting guests, or simply resting, an unmatched comfort and enjoyment permeate the atmosphere. Li Chun leaped onto the plush bed, a look of sheer delight on his face. "Darling, is this prepared especially for you?" Li Chun asked with a mischievous grin directed at Tang Shui, his demeanor utterly cheeky. "Oh, stop it. I specifically chose this for you. How is it? Comfortable?" Tang Shui blushed deeply, casting a shy glance at Li Chun. "Indeed, it is quite comfortable," he replied, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "You know what I mean." "Oh dear, you are truly incorrigible." Tang Shui's face flushed crimson as she turned away in embarrassment. Next, 1,000 words are omitted. Chapter 51. Another beautiful financial officer knock. Knock, knock. A series of knocks broke the silence, prompting Li Chun to slowly open his eyes. Stretching languidly and adjusting his attire, he called out, "Come in." Sun Haishan entered, glancing around as if wary of witnessing something inappropriate. "Mr. Li, there's a candidate for the financial position today. I believe she has potential. Would you like to meet her?" Sun Haishan reported, his face beaming with a smile. "Very well, bring her in," Li Chun replied slowly, his expression impassive. "All right, I will bring her in. Here is her resume. Please take a look," Sun Haishan said, handing over the document before nervously exiting the office. Phew. Sun Haishan exhaled a sigh of relief as he stepped out, feeling an unsettling sense of something amiss. Little did he know, just as he left, Tang Shui emerged from beneath the large desk, playfully sticking out her tongue at Li Chun with a mischievous yet charming expression. She licked her alluring lips, quickly straightened her clothes, and seated herself on the sofa in the reception area. Moments later, Sun Haishan re-entered the office with a beautiful woman in tow. The woman sported a stylish shoulder-length bob, dyed a fashionable flaxen hue, exuding a playful and vibrant aura. Her fair skin glowed, with a faint blush on her cheeks. She wore a fitted black leather jacket over a low-cut red knit top, elegantly showcasing her elongated neck and delicate collarbones, exuding a sensual yet sophisticated charm. Her form-fitting blue jeans accentuated her long, slender legs perfectly. Sun Haishan froze momentarily upon entering, his heart racing with unease. "Wait, I definitely didn't see anyone just now. How could Tang be here?" He pondered internally, realizing he had arrived at an inopportune moment. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, fearing an unforeseen calamity. Li Chun was earnestly examining Xia Qian's profile when he glanced up to see someone enter. A mere fleeting look nearly caused him to lose his composure. "Please, have a seat," Li Chun offered with a faint smile, gesturing for the two to sit down. "Thank you, Mr. Li," they both replied almost in unison. After a brief introduction and conversation, Li Chun was convinced that this young woman before him was indeed impressive, a standout in the finance sector. Not only did she possess solid professional expertise, but she also enjoyed a commendable reputation within her circle. "Welcome aboard. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. This position holds significant importance," Li Chun stated with utmost seriousness, extending his hand. Xia Qian gently reciprocated the gesture, assuring him, "Rest assured, Mr. Li. I will not let you down." A moment later, Sun Haishan and Xia Qian departed the office to complete the onboarding formalities. Thus, the foundational framework for the real estate division was established, with suitable candidates in place for each key position. The next step was to further refine all roles, allowing the company to commence operations. At that juncture, Li Chun received a text message on his phone, notifying him that the loan had been credited. As he took out his phone, his heart raced with excitement. The message revealed a bank balance of 19.06 million, leaving Li Chun utterly exhilarated, as he had never encountered such a sum before. "Ah, How wonderful it would be if all of this were mine. I could immediately go out and purchase a supercar. He sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yet, he was merely a fleeting benefactor, likely to see the funds swiftly transferred to the finance department. With such a large company, the account remained rather empty for the time being, as there had been no financial management prior. And Li Chun had not been in a hurry to transfer funds. Noticing Li Chun's jubilant demeanor, Tang Shui stood up and approached him. She circled around to his back, her delicate hands resting gently on his shoulders, kneading softly. Although it could not compare to Li Xiaoya's professional touch, it brought a distinct charm of its own. What is the matter? You seem so happy, Tang Shui inquired softly, her smile warm and inviting. Nothing much, just the loan has been credited. I'm merely a facilitator for the transactions, Li Chun replied, eyes closed, savoring the moment. You need to oversee the engineering budget. Please expedite the budget proposal. The company's budgeting department also needs to be established promptly. You must urge them to hasten the process. Understood. I will remind Mr. Sun shortly. But do not stress too much. These matters cannot be resolved in a day or two. Avoid putting excessive pressure on yourself. Haste makes waste. Tang Shui's soothing voice was comforting. Indeed, it appears I have been too impatient. Achieving this much in such a short time is already a miracle. Perhaps I should ease up and allow them some breathing room. Otherwise, I might be labeled as a greedy landlord, Li Chun acknowledged, realizing his own eagerness. The current pace of development was sufficiently rapid. A more measured approach would be prudent. Time flowed slowly, with some engrossed in their tasks while others enjoyed moments of respite. All proceeding in an orderly fashion. Li Chun's business empire has finally revealed a glimpse of its true extent. He gradually withdrew his thoughts, relishing the massage from Tang Shui while summoning the system. System, initiate the lottery. The familiar lottery process flashed before his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value, 2. Gold coins, 200,000. Intelligence, 5. What the heck? System, are you starting to play tricks again? I was hoping for a martial arts master. Yet you don't grant me any skills? Li Chun gazed at the notification, mentally berating the system once more. After a moment, he hastily summoned his attribute panel to take a look. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm value, 22 intelligence, 75 title, stunningly handsome, Hercules skills, wildflower gathering, scanning, beginner chef, devoted admirer, piano maestro, passion master, time management expert, lock picking specialist, subpar hypnosis, martial arts master, chess master backpack. 1 lucky card, 1 misfortune card gold coins, 3, 600. 000 lottery attempts, 0 tasks. None. Wait a minute. System, we need to have a serious talk. What does this intelligence of 75 mean? The average IQ hovers around 90. And you give me a mere 75, implying that I'm foolish, right? Li Chun was on the verge of despair, feeling as though he had once again been toyed with by the system. It is well known that the average IQ of an individual lies between 90 and 110. IQ, or intelligence quotient, is a score derived from standardized tests that measure an individual's cognitive abilities relative to their age group. The mean IQ is set at 100, with most individuals fluctuating around this average. An IQ exceeding 110 is deemed above average, while 120 and above is typically considered to signify a higher level of intelligence. Conversely, a score below 90 may indicate a slightly below average capacity. Of course, IQ tests serve merely as a relative assessment and do not encompass the entirety of a person's abilities and potential. Factors such as emotional intelligence, creativity, practical experience, and more significantly influence an individual's capabilities. Ding. Detection of a significant rise in host's emotional value. Please remain calm. The intelligence value provided by the system is absolute intelligence. Incomparable to that of an ordinary person, you should consider yourself fortunate. If the host is dissatisfied, the system can switch to a humor value. The system's humanized voice chimed in again, maintaining its irreverent tone. Stop. That'll do. Don't mess with me anymore. Li Chun instantly conceded, adopting a more modest attitude. He certainly did not wish to undergo a forced transformation by the system. Chapter 52. Lord Wen's gathering in the office area. A massive solid wood desk gleamed like a mirror. The leather executive chair behind it exuded an aura of grandeur, flanked by towering wooden bookshelves brimming with various books and artworks, reflecting the owner's taste and erudition. Yet at this moment, the office's proprietor was leisurely indulging in a massage from a beautiful woman, clearly embodying the demeanor of a capitalist. Just then, the phone rang. Li Chen glanced at his phone to see it was Zhao Shuwen and promptly pressed the answer button. A hearty laugh resonated from the other end of the line. Ha ha, little brother. What are you busy with? Brother, what else can I be busy with? Are you looking for me at the company? Li Chen inquired with curiosity. There's a gathering tonight. Would you like to join? Zhao Shuwen sent an invitation for the soir. Sure. What kind of gathering is it? It's a bunch of local businessmen, somewhat reputable. We occasionally convene. Zhao Shuwen briefly described the event. All right, what time? Where is it? Wait for me. I happen to be visiting your company as well. We'll go together. With that, Zhao Shuwen hung up the phone, appearing to be already en route. Indeed, moments later, Zhao Shuwen arrived at the company's entrance. The receptionist guided him to Li Chen's office. I must say, little brother, you are truly impressive. Just a few days, and you've already made such progress? I am genuinely in awe of you, Zhao Shuwen exclaimed as he entered, showering Li Chen with compliments. It was quite flattering, and Li Chen sported a beaming smile in response. Oh brother, please don't flatter me. I leave professional matters to the experts. I'm merely a hands-off manager. Li Chen humbly replied, though his face radiated pride. Such praise is not mere flattery, it is heartfelt. This office is quite magnificent, little brother. You certainly know how to indulge yourself, Zhao Shuwen remarked, admiring the spacious and upscale environment, feeling a tinge of envy. Ha ha ha, this is not my doing. Come, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend and secretary, and this is Brother Wen. Li Chen laughed heartily, introducing Tang Shui to Zhao Shuwen. Oh, this must be the sister-in-law. Meeting in person is far more impressive than mere reputation. Indeed, she is as beautiful as a flower. Zhao Shuwen, not knowing where he learned such flattery, delivered it seamlessly. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Wen. You truly have a discerning eye. Tang Shui beamed with joy at the praise, playfully responding. Of course, I trust my little brother's judgment, Zhao Shuwen said, sharing a knowing glance with Li Chen. Both exchanging smiles. The group continued to converse merrily, and time flew by. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Li Chen and Zhao Shuwen boarded a Mercedes, heading towards the venue of the gathering. Upon arrival, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was a familiar place, the Century Hotel. The last time he was here was for a class reunion, where some minor friction had occurred. The two entered together, heading straight for the private room designated for the gathering. By now, all attendees had arrived, comprising some affluent locals. As Zhao Shuwen entered the room, everyone stood, greeting him with warm smiles. It appeared that Zhao Shuwen held considerable weight in this circle, as everyone treated him with utmost respect, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to his capabilities or connections. Soon, everyone settled into their seats, and Zhao Shuwen began to introduce Li Chen to each person. He surveyed the room and then turned to Li Chen, saying, "Allow me to introduce. This is my newly acquainted brother and partner, Li Chen. He is currently taking over my establishment, which has now been renamed the Chinya Club. Moreover, my brothers and I are collaborating on a real estate project, which is currently in the preparatory stages." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded politely to Li Chen, fully aware of the honor it was to be considered a brother by Master Wen, and thus they did not dare to be remiss. "My dear brother, you should frequent this gentleman's establishment. He is the owner of Century Plaza and Century Hotel, Mr. Cui Shuyuan," Li Chen remarked, smiling and nodding at the middle-aged man before him. Internally, he was astonished, for this was indeed a significant entrepreneur, slightly portly and of average height. His round face bore a sun-kissed hue, indicative of someone who often engages in outdoor activities. His hair was neatly styled to one side, interspersed with strands of silver, a testament to the passage of time. Though his eyes were not large, they emanated a shrewd and composed demeanor, as if he could perceive business opportunities at a glance. Clad in a suitably tailored dark suit paired with an exquisite tie and adorned with a luxurious watch, he exuded the confidence and poise characteristic of a successful individual. "This is Mr. Hu Xuelin, the proprietor of Huiyuan Jewelry. You might consider visiting him for any jewelry purchases for your sisters-in-law in the future," Zhao Shuwen added with a raised eyebrow toward Li Chen, as if to imply that with his numerous romantic interests, he had quite a bit of shopping to do. Li Chen was rendered speechless by Zhao Shuwen's teasing, managing only an awkward smile as he turned to Mr. Hu with a slight nod. Mr. Hu was a quintessential local businessman, tall and robust. With a square jaw and well-defined features, his thick eyebrows were slightly arched, imbuing him with an air of authority. His hair was cropped short, lending him a polished appearance. His deep, bright eyes sparkled with intelligence, and when he smiled, shallow dimples appeared, enhancing his approachability. Dressed in tailored business casual attire, his polished leather shoes reflected a blend of modernity and gravitas. This gentleman will be your peer henceforth, my dear brother. You should learn from him. This is Mr. Kai Shuahai, the developer of Rich Garden. Zhao Shuwen concluded, casting a knowing glance at Li Chun. Li Chun acknowledged the middle-aged man with a courteous nod. This businessman had a commanding presence, his stature imposing. His sharply defined facial contours and sun-kissed skin suggested a life weathered by experience. With thick brows and resolute eyes, he emanated determination. His short hair added to his tidy appearance, evoking the image of a cunning yet affable figure. This is Mr. Kong Jia, the owner of my bar, and you might take your sisters-in-law there for some karaoke in the future. Zhao Shuwen's playful tone lightened the mood, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. This middle-aged entrepreneur maintained an upright posture, commanding respect. His well-fitted suit and vibrant tie projected a formidable aura, complemented by a large ring on his hand, symbolizing his wealth and status. It is evident that few in the entertainment industry are to be trifled with. Brother, please refrain from teasing me, Li Chun replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Ha ha ha. Dear brother, do not be modest. There are no outsiders here. With your dashing looks, you must have quite a few young ladies captivated. Zhao Shuwen does not regard Li Chun as an outsider. The two often engage in light-hearted banter. No, that is not the case. Li Chun hastily waved his hands, indicating his innocence. The crowd erupted in laughter, some teasing him further, creating a convivial atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, among this group lurked a future adversary. Chapter 53. Encounter with the roller skating beauty teacher. Haha. Then it's settled. You must not disdain us old fellows. Zhao Shuwen's hearty laughter resonated throughout the hotel lobby, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Brother, what are you saying? It is my honor to gather with you occasionally. Li Chun chuckled in return, responding with utmost politeness. All right, I like this younger brother. Make sure to visit often. You are always welcome at the Century. Cui Shiyuan chimed in with enthusiasm, clearly fond of the young man, who was none other than Li Chun. Of course, President Cui, I am a frequent visitor. Li Chun replied courteously, his demeanor confident yet respectful, showing no signs of their generational difference. He was not lying. He had indeed frequented both Century Plaza and Century Hotel several times. As the men engaged in friendly camaraderie, a stunning figure emerged before them. She stepped gracefully into the spotlight, instantly captivating the attention of the entire venue. Her sleek, shoulder-length black hair shimmered under the lights, the subtle inward curl adding a touch of elegance. With a delicate oval face and snow-white skin, she appeared almost ethereal. Her large, deep-set eyes sparkled brightly, framed by long, fluttering eyelashes. Below her well-defined nose lay luscious, ruby-red lips, the corners slightly curved in an enigmatic smile. She wore a fitted black dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Her long, straight legs peeked through the slit of her dress, clad in black fishnet stockings and elegant high heels that enhanced her sensual appeal. Adorning her long neck was a minimalist yet exquisite diamond necklace. She emanated a unique charm, a blend of mature femininity and youthful playfulness, with every gesture and glance imbued with allure that ensnared all who beheld her. There was an air of mystery about her, an elusive quality that gave off an aura of cool detachment. The familiar visage and silhouette rendered Li Chun momentarily speechless. You're at fault here, my brother. Are you mesmerized? I consider you a friend, and yet you wish to woo my daughter. Cui Shiyuan jested, playfully draping an arm around Li Chun's shoulder. Li Chun's mind faltered. He could hardly fathom that the roller skating instructor before him was indeed Cui Shiyuan's daughter. Can you imagine? The daughter of the Cui family teaching children to roller skate in the plaza? You, Li Chun, you've been staring for ages and can't find the words. What is the matter? Don't recognize me? Surprised, are we? The enchanting beauty gazed at Li Chun with a smile that was both playful and incredulous. How could this little lecher be acquainted with her father? They seemed rather familiar, she mused silently. No, it's just a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here, Li Chun stammered, unable to meet her gaze. Really? Brother, you know President Cui's daughter? Zhao Shuwen asked with a peculiar expression, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound. Indeed. How did you two come to know each other? Cui Shiyuan also regarded them with a look of skepticism. Why don't you ask him? The beauty said playfully, pointing her chin toward Li Chun. Well, it was a chance encounter. I saw Miss Chui teaching children how to roller skate, and I was just watching from the sidelines. Li Chun dared not reveal the truth, fearing Chui Xiaoyuan's wrath. I see, that makes sense. This girl always runs off to do her own thing, Chui Xiaoyuan said sternly, casting a disapproving glance at his daughter. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is my precious daughter, Chui Jia. You young folks should connect and get to know one another. Unbeknownst to him, he was unwittingly pushing his daughter into a den of wolves. Ah, yes, of course, Li Chun replied, somewhat flustered, extending his hand to shake Chui Jia's. You seem a bit reluctant, Chui Jia remarked, firmly gripping his hand, clearly no pushover herself. How could I? I couldn't have asked for anything more. Li Chun quickly plastered on a smile, feigning humility. Humph, you little lecher, Chui Jia whispered teasingly in Li Chun's ear, causing him to shiver in surprise. He hadn't expected such audacity from her in this setting. Chui Jia pulled out her phone, opened her friend code, and presented it to Li Chun. You scan me. Oh, right. Li Chun hastily fished out his phone. Oh dear, took out his device, and added Chui Jia as a friend. Moments later, everyone departed in their respective luxury cars, the gathering having concluded splendidly. A minor farce had come to an end, yet Li Chun's heart raced with excitement. Brother, you are quite impressive. President Chui has only this one daughter, Zhao Shuwen remarked, a knowing smile gracing his face as he looked at Li Chun. Come now. Don't exaggerate. We've merely met once. Li Chun quickly denied, and the truth was, he had not lied. Zhao Shuwen shot him a knowing glance, but refrained from further comment, instead reveling in silent amusement. Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. Honestly, no one believed him. He sighed inwardly. This damn charm of mine. Brother, may I speak candidly? Zhao Shuwen inquired with a serious demeanor. Please, don't be formal with me. Just speak your mind. Li Chun assumed he had something significant to discuss, and listened intently. Shall I have the driver take you to the club, or to the company? Zhao Shuwen burst into laughter. Zhao Shuwen chuckled heartily, eagerly awaiting Li Chun's response. Oh no. Please take me back to the company. My car is still there. Li Chun replied hastily. Ah, yes, that makes sense. We can go to the company first, and then return to the club. Zhao Shuwen nodded, as if just grasping the situation. Li Chun's expression darkened, pondering that this older gentleman seemed rather unserious. Ha, back to the company it is. Zhao Shuwen called out to the driver. Chapter 54. The cost of growth. As Li Chun watched Zhao Shuwen's Mercedes grow distant, he felt a surge of emotions. Today's gathering had truly opened his eyes. He had once been a poor boy, never dreaming he would have the chance to attend such an event. There was much he needed to learn from the demeanor and conduct of others, as these seasoned individuals were far beyond the capabilities of a novice like him. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the dimly lit office building and thought to himself, it seems Tang Shui has also left. I should head back to the club. He hopped into his modest car and drove straight to the venue. Moments later, he parked and entered the club. At this hour, the establishment was still bustling with activity, and Li Chun ascended the stairs on his own. Upon exiting the elevator, he spotted a stunning figure waiting at the door. Li Xiaoya greeted him with a beaming smile, resembling a wife welcoming her husband home. You're back. Are you tired? Have you eaten? She asked, quickly moving to link her arm with his, her feminine charm unmistakable. I've eaten. I attended a gathering with Zhao Shuwen tonight, Li Chun replied slowly, gazing fondly at the beauty before him. Oh, really? That Master Wen is no ordinary person. You should be cautious, Li Xiaoya remarked, well aware of her former boss's nature. He was a classic example of a smiling tiger, appearing harmless yet commanding respect from all. Don't worry. We are in a cooperative relationship now. He has no ulterior motives. He is counting on me for profits, Li Chun reassured her, fully aware of Zhao Shuwen's dubious background. Since the last incident, he had realized that Zhao's foundations were certainly not pristine. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Shuwen was not as straightforward as he seemed. The previous affair was merely the tip of the iceberg. Zhao's primary influence lay within the city, with this being just another one of his hideouts. In a moment, they stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Li Chun held her close, silently admiring the night view outside. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. It is said that a gentleman reflects not in water, but in others. Reflection in water reveals mere appearances, while reflection in others reveals fortune or misfortune. From this day forth, Li Chun had officially stepped into this realm. There is a saying that goes, the disputes have only just begun. Gradually pulling himself back from his thoughts, he retrieved a cigarette. Upon noticing Li Xiaoya took the lighter from her pocket and ignited it for him. "What is the matter? Are you troubled?" she asked gently, her eyes filled with concern. "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that the higher I climb, the heavier my heart becomes. Perhaps this is the price of growth." After speaking, he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze seemingly etched with the weight of experience. This hardly resembled the words of a mere 19-year-old. Li Xiaoya gazed at her man with a complex expression, her heart swelling with myriad emotions. The once innocent youth had matured into a figure of profound steadiness. "Do not overthink it, such is life. Everyone inevitably loses something along their journey of growth." She comforted him with deep affection. "I'm fine. Perhaps today's gathering has broadened my horizons," Li Chen replied, feeling a sense of immaturity wash over him. He glanced at Li Xiaoya, offering her a reassuring look as he gently stroked her hair. "You mustn't forget that you are still a 19-year-old boy. Why burden yourself with such immense pressure?" Li Xiaoya found herself perplexed by Li Chen's relentless drive. Surely, at such a tender age, he should be free to indulge in carefree play. Perhaps it is the fear of poverty, Li Chen thought, memories flooding his mind. He recalled the scene of his parents' divorce, the moment he witnessed his father's passing, the unyielding figure of his mother as she turned away without a backward glance, and the frail silhouettes of his elderly grandparents laboring for the essentials of life. Each memory was a piercing reminder of pain, forever etched in his heart. Li Xiaoya was unaware of the hardships her man had endured, having never heard him speak of his past. Yet, in that moment, as she observed Li Chen's eyes, she inexplicably felt a wave of sorrow. Perhaps this was the silent connection between lovers, or perhaps it was the shared understanding of their struggles. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if even a falling needle could be heard. Together, they nestled against each other, gazing quietly at the starry night sky. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, as if a silent melody of melancholic joy expressed sympathy for their tumultuous fates. After an indeterminate stretch of time, they finally rose from the office. Li Chen lifted Li Xiaoya effortlessly, striding directly towards the bedroom. She wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder, savoring the warmth of their love, her gaze becoming increasingly enamored, revealing an endless sense of fulfillment. With a swift motion, Li Chen locked the door behind them and gently laid Li Xiaoya on the bed. As he beheld his beloved, his eyes burned with fervor. Her body sank slightly into the mattress, blooming like a resplendent flower. The light cascaded upon her alluring form, accentuating her exquisite curves. The neckline of her attire revealed expanses of porcelain skin, while her long, enchanting legs intertwined gracefully, the slight arch of her backside exuding irresistible charm. Li Xiaoya's long hair cascaded like silk upon the pillow, her eyes half closed, long lashes fluttering gently, a soft blush gracing her cheeks. Her lips parted ever so slightly, as if waiting for something. Li Chen's gaze was fixed upon the captivating beauty before him, a tide of uncontainable passion swelling within him. His breath quickened, eyes brimming with desire and affection. Slowly, he leaned closer to Li Xiaoya. Gently caressing her cheek, he savored the delicacy and warmth of her skin. Li Xiaoya let out a soft whimper, her voice as tender and enticing as the mew of a kitten. Li Chen's kisses fell upon her forehead, her eyes, and her cheeks like raindrops, finally resting upon her soft lips. Li Xiaoya fervently reciprocated, her hands tightly embracing Li Chen's neck, pulling him closer. Their bodies pressed closely together, sharing the warmth of their skin and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Li Chen's hands began to roam over Li Xiaoya's form, tracing her smooth skin and alluring curves. Li Xiaoya's body trembled slightly, her breath quickening. "Husband," she murmured, her voice laced with a quiver and playful tease. Here, approximately 800 words are omitted. In that moment, brimming with passion, they seemed to forget everything, existing solely for one another. They were immersed in this exquisite sensation, relishing a happiness that belonged only to them. Chapter 55. Shui Jie takes the initiative. Time slips away, and the night is all too brief. Gazing at the enchanting Xiaoya in his arms, even her slumber appeared irresistibly alluring. Li Chen placed a gentle kiss on Li Xiaoya's forehead and slowly rose. She remained sweetly asleep, perhaps due to the fatigue of the previous night. Li Chen walked to the bathroom, looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, a smirk forming on his lips. After a quick wash, he made his way to the sitting area, settling onto the sofa and casually lighting a cigarette, ready to embrace a new day. Just as Li Chen's thoughts drifted elsewhere, a message suddenly pinged on his phone. Picking it up, he widened his eyes in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. "Little flirt, what are you up to?" It was a message from Cui Jia, dripping with teasing undertones. Li Chen shook his head, a wry smile escaping him. It seemed this nickname was destined to stick. Regaining his composure, he quickly replied, "Just woke up. What are your commands, miss?" "Huh? What time is it?" "Just waking up." "Which little sister did you go out with last night?" Cui Jia instantly shot back. "What on earth are you saying? Am I that kind of person?" Li Chun felt his temper flare at the message. This young lady was truly audacious, speaking in such a manner, far from the demeanor of a refined heiress. "Huh? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you one, little flirt?" Cui Jia's teasing intensified, her playful spirit unmistakable. "Enough already. That was truly a misunderstanding. I've explained it before," Li Chun replied, feeling exasperated. No matter how he explained, she simply wouldn't believe him. In fact, even he had doubts about his own innocence. "Come out with me. I'm feeling down." "Is it necessary? If you're feeling down, why seek me out? You have plenty of friends." Li Chen flatly refused, showing no mercy. He genuinely did not want to meet Cui Jia. The situation was far too awkward. Not an option. "Right now, hurry up." Cui Jia's message came in a commanding tone, making it difficult to decline. Fine. I must admit, I have succumbed to your charms. I shall comply." Ultimately, Li Chen conceded. When this young lady's temper flares, one can only wonder what mischief she may concoct. Moments later, a crimson Ferrari came to a halt at the entrance of the venue. A strikingly beautiful and alluring woman leaned against the car door, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Many paused to admire her, nearly drooling at the sight. Her cascading chestnut curls flowed freely over her shoulders. With a delicate oval face, skin as fair as snow, and a pair of large, deep-set, bright eyes, her long lashes fluttered gently. Beneath her pronounced nose lay a pair of luscious crimson lips, the corners of which turned upward enticingly, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. Clad in a form-fitting black leather dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, the short hemline revealed her slender, exquisite legs. Paired with black ankle boots, she exuded an even more seductive allure. My, this young lady is truly captivating." A young man with dyed blonde hair whistled and dared to tease her. "Get lost." Cui Jia shot him a fierce glare, spitting out a singular word. "Oh, look at her standing tall." The young man, sensing the danger, quickly retreated after exchanging some playful banter. At that moment, Li Chen sauntered out of the venue, lazily making his way toward Cui Jia. "I say, young lady, must we incite envy? With you standing here, every gentleman passing by is bound to lose their wits." Li Chen remarked with a mischievous grin, deliberately teasing her. "I would say you are quite the flirt. Get in the car." Cui Jia retorted with a sidelong glance. Donning her oversized sunglasses and slipping into the vehicle, Li Chen shook his head in resignation, inwardly chuckling. She is certainly not one to be trifled with. After a roaring symphony of the supercar's engine, the two vanished into the streets. Cui Jia drove recklessly, speeding towards the suburbs. Moments later, they arrived at a vast open field. Upon stepping out of the car, Li Chun was utterly astonished. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Expanses of lavender stretched as far as the eye could see, resembling a magnificent sea of flowers. From a distance, it appeared as a deep and light purple ocean, shimmering under the sun's embrace with a mysterious and enchanting glow. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the floral waves to undulate gracefully, releasing waves of intoxicating fragrance. As they approached the floral expanse, the lavender stood tall and elegant. Delicate and upright stems bore small, exquisite blossoms, tightly clustered in spike-like formations, reminiscent of strings of purple wind chimes. Each tiny flower, composed of tender petals, had edges that curled slightly, emanating a soft sheen. The air was thick with the rich scent of blossoms, a unique and intoxicating aroma. It was both subtly sweet and tinged with a hint of fresh grass, instantly calming and uplifting the spirit. Bees and butterflies danced among the blooms, busily flitting from flower to flower, gathering pollen, infusing this floral paradise with vibrancy and life. At the edge of the flower sea stood several ancient trees. The sturdy branches stretch out, providing a soothing shade over this sea of lavender blooms. Beneath the trees, wooden benches are arranged for weary souls to rest and revel in the breathtaking scenery. Seated upon the benches, one gazes upon the vibrant purples, as if transported into a fairy tale where all worries dissipate in an instant. Goodness, how could such a place exist? It's simply exquisite. How did I never discover it before? Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. It was no surprise that Li Chun had never found it, for this place was not open to the public. Even if it were, a mere impoverished youth like him would hardly possess the inclination to wander through a floral paradise. Not only was he a naive simpleton, but he was also rather unfortunate. It's a pity he was so handsome. Cui Jia offered another round of merciless mockery. Rolling her eyes dramatically, Li Chen's expression darkened at her words, though he felt a flicker of comfort from the final remark. What's wrong? I'm just a charming, albeit rustic, little rogue. What can you do about it? He retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. Giggle, giggle. I quite fancy handsome little rascals. Cui Jia replied, casting a teasing glance at Li Chen, as if she had suddenly transformed into a mischievous vixen. Oh, you have quite the taste. Li Chen, unfazed, welcomed her advances without hesitation. Cui Jia, believing him to be feigning indifference, took a few steps closer until she halted just a fist's distance away, gazing up at him with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Seeing the young lady inviting trouble, Li Chen swiftly pulled her into his embrace, their bodies pressing closely together, creating an instantly charged atmosphere. Chapter 56. An enchanted encounter in the flower sea. Cui Jia immediately broke free from Li Chen's hold. Her face flushed like a ripe cherry. Now, you can no longer act so smug. It seems you have a thief's heart, but lack the courage. Li Chen smirked, deliberately mocking her. Cui Jia, infuriated, stomped her feet, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Her face reddened with indignation, yet she wore an expression of helplessness. After all, she had walked right into this herself. I am quite furious. The consequences will be severe, Cui Jia declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Li Chen with faux ferocity. Haha, well, if it comes to that, I shall offer my heart to you. What more do you desire? Li Chen replied nonchalantly, his carefree demeanor only serving to infuriate Cui Jia further. As she spun around and stomped her feet in frustration, Li Chen found amusement in her plight, laughing heartily from the sidelines. You. Cui Jia was at a loss for words. She had intended to tease this little rogue, only to find herself outmaneuvered. All right, no more jesting. But you were the one who started it, weren't you? Why are you getting so flustered? Li Chen chose to ease the tension, softening the atmosphere. If it comes to that, I can take responsibility, can I? Li Chen said with a mischievous smile, raising his eyebrows playfully. Who needs your responsibility? You little rascal. Although Cui Jia appeared fierce in her words, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. All right, I won't stoop to your level, she declared. While Li Chen conceded, slowly turning away and closing his eyes, he savored the gentle caress of the breeze against his face and the fragrant blossoms filling the air. This sensation was remarkably soothing, especially after a period of relentless tension. Accompanying Cui Jia on this outing turned out to be an unexpected delight, genuinely easing his mood. Are you still angry? Let us have a chat and discuss this secret hideaway, Li Chen inquired with genuine curiosity, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. You probably don't know. This place is private and not open to the public, Cui Jia replied proudly, her spirits visibly lifted. Please don't tell me it's cultivated by your family. Li Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Or else, is it yours? Cui Jia retorted, adopting a playful yet defiant demeanor, instantly reverting to her previous state. Not now, but who knows what the future holds? Li Chen shrugged nonchalantly. What do you mean? Cui Jia's face flushed as she suddenly felt shy. I mean, what if I decided to buy this place someday? Wouldn't it then belong to me? Li Chen feigned ignorance, reveling in the banter. The moment those words left his lips, Cui Jia was incensed, feeling embarrassed enough to wish for a crevice to hide within. You're driving me crazy. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? She exclaimed, hands on her hips, pouting in a mock-fighting stance. Not at all. I genuinely meant it. Perhaps you misunderstood? Li Chen continued his playful act, intent on charming this little princess into submission. Fine, you're ruthless, she retorted, turning away in silence. Moments later, soft sobs broke the stillness. It turned out that Cui Jia had cried out of frustration, feeling humiliated. The young lady felt wronged, having been teased after being put at a disadvantage. The more she pondered, the more stifled she felt, and tears began to fall unbidden. Realizing he had crossed a line, Li Chen's composure faltered. It seemed no man could bear to see a woman cry. Anxiety filled him. He was at a loss on how to remedy the situation. Why are you still crying? I was just joking. Please don't be angry, he implored earnestly, but his attempts at consolation yielded no results. All right, I admit I was wrong. I apologize, he pleaded again, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Okay, don't be upset. I'll drop the idea of buying this garden. Will that suffice? He feigned innocence, but this only seemed to exacerbate her irritation. You. Cui Jie stood abruptly, grabbing Li Chen's arm and biting down hard, causing him to yelp in pain. He danced on his feet, calling out, "Ouch! That hurts. Please stop, I'm sorry." He pleaded incessantly, truly humbled this time, his fear palpable in an instant. When Cui Jie sensed the moment was ripe, she relaxed her grip and shot a sidelong glance at Li Chun before dashing away. Goodness, this girl is quite fierce. Li Chun examined his arm, where the unmistakable bite mark had already emerged, with a hint of blood seeping through. The pain made him gasp sharply. Ouch, that hurts. Seeing the genuine pain on his face, Cui Jie felt a pang of anxiety. Had she truly bitten down too hard? She slowly approached Li Chun, her gaze falling upon the blood that had begun to ooze from his arm. Panic set in, leaving her momentarily flustered. I'm so sorry. It's entirely my fault. I didn't think it would be this serious. Cui Jie hurriedly apologized, instantly relinquishing the upper hand back to Li Chun. Are you a dog or something? That was brutal. Li Chun feigned anger, his voice raised. Cui Jie's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression heart-wrenchingly pitiful. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She whimpered, tugging at the hem of her shirt with her delicate fingers, her demeanor one of utter innocence. She gently lifted Li Chen's arm, leaning in closer, her alluring lips pressed against the wound, sucking intently. Moments later, she spat out a mixture of blood and saliva, then tenderly blew on the wound. Her actions undeniably adorable. Does it still hurt? Cui Jie asked softly, her tone dripping with tenderness. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's much better. Li Chen quickly withdrew his hand and rubbed it vigorously, feeling a significant relief. The atmosphere turned awkward once more, and Cui Jie's face flushed a deep crimson. In her moment of haste, she and T considered the consequences, and now, reflecting on her actions filled her with embarrassment. After a brief silence, both of them eased into a more comfortable state, mutually choosing to disregard the earlier topic. Shall we head back? Cui Jie inquired softly, her earlier fierceness completely vanished. Sure, Li Chun replied, having not taken the incident to heart. He had been deliberately teasing her. Seeing the little girl become genuinely subdued brought him relief. At least his pain had not been in vain. They climbed into the car and soon disappeared from the garden, heading towards the county town. Thank you for today. I feel much better, Cui Jie said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, so you were just venting your frustrations on me? Li Chen feigned annoyance, casting her a mock glare. No, I'll treat you to dinner next time as an apology, Cui Jie exclaimed. Next time? Li Chen thought about jumping out of the car immediately. Why are you afraid? I want tea bite. Cui Jie chuckled playfully, a hint of triumph in her smile. Little tease. Chapter 57. Hidden agendas on the fourth floor of the clubhouse. Li Chen quickly rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a long-sleeved sweatshirt to cover the glaring bite mark. If Li Xiaoya or Tang Shui were to see it, he would be in serious trouble. After changing his clothes, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Xiaoya was preoccupied with her tasks and had no time to pay him any attention. Otherwise, well, he walked directly to the reception area and plopped down onto the sofa, rubbing his still aching arm and grimacing in pain. Goodness, that little vixen is far too ruthless. She is no delicate young lady, but rather a heavy burden, a true menace. Li Chen muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in a display of frustration. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. Upon glancing at it, he felt an immediate sense of dread. Little flirt. My apologies for today. I suppose we're even now, considering you were the one who bullied me first. The message was from Cui Jie. After reading it, Li Chun was left speechless. Clearly, it was she who was both inexperienced and playful, yet she shifted the blame onto him. Where could he possibly seek justice in such a situation? Dear young lady, could you possibly let me off the hook? Just consider it a mere whim and release me. Li Chen sent her a message, his face reflecting his helplessness. Ha ha ha, how naive. You think after taking advantage of me, you can just walk away? My goodness. It was merely a hug. Is it really that serious? Li Chun smacked his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rise. Humph. It's so easy for you to say. Who dares to embrace me? Aside from my parents, no one else has ever held me. Cui Jie promptly sent another message of complaint, clearly not intending to let Li Chen off the hook. All right, I concede. What exactly do you want from me? Li Chen was at a loss, entangled with a young lady who was neither to be scolded nor reprimanded, leaving him utterly bewildered. I want you to be at my beck and call from now on. No refusals. Or else, humph. Goodness. What sort of predicament is this? Li Chun exclaimed, utterly confused by the young lady's antics. All right, I agree to your terms. Is that sufficient? He felt further discussion would be futile and decided to acquiesce for the moment. He would observe the situation, adapting as necessary. If all else failed, he would practice in bed. Hey, young lady, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Speak. I have my eye on that garden. Could you speak to your father about selling it to me? Li Chun truly admired that garden, as he had yet to secure his own residence. He envisioned creating an estate. After all, he couldn't continue living in a club or company indefinitely. Upon seeing that garden today, he instantly became enamored with it. Hence his current thoughts. It's not out of the question. It is, after all, my retreat. It depends on my mood. Cui Jie quickly responded. Li Chun, upon reading her message, felt a surge of hope and began to flatter her. Dear young lady, look, I've already agreed to your demands. Surely, you can grant me this one simple request? Besides, even if you sell it to me, you could still visit whenever you please. That does seem reasonable. I'll think about it. Who knows, I might just agree when I'm in a good mood one day. Haha, splendid. It's settled then. Li Chun eagerly confirmed, fearing she might change her mind at any moment. All right, then you shall accompany me for another day of fun tomorrow. Perhaps it's best not to linger. I must head to the office tomorrow, where a multitude of tasks await me. Upon hearing this, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Another day of play? He hastily concocted an excuse, intending to deflect for the time being. Very well, I shall pick you up and tour your company. Good heavens, what is she truly planning? Li Chun felt an urge to vent his frustration, his teeth gritting in irritation. Yet, he refrained from expressing his anger, as he found himself in need of her favor. All right, no mischief allowed. Humph, it's settled then. After concluding the conversation, Li Chun exhaled deeply, pondering the intentions of this young lady who seemed to have ensnared him. Unbeknownst to him, since their last encounter, Cui Jie had developed an infatuation for him. One was blissfully oblivious while the other remained in the dark. Thus began another chapter of unfortunate fate. Regaining his focus, Li Chun summoned the system. Regardless of the gravity of the situation, it could not disrupt his daily ritual of drawing from the blind box. System, initiate the lottery. Pray grant me something splendid. Li Chun mumbled incantations like mommy, mommy. What's that? Though the words were muddled and unclear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 charm points, 200,000 gold coins, and a temporary task. Darn, another task. What could it be this time? He widened his eyes, staring at the interface before him, as yet another task was unveiled, and he eagerly opened it. Congratulations, host. You have received a temporary task. Engage in a sweet romance with Cui Jie. Reward, 5 million gold coins, 20 charm points. Penalty for failure, deduction of 5 million gold coins from the host. Goodness, system, what are you up to? Is this your scheme to establish a harem? I refuse. The moment Li Chun laid eyes on this task, his head began to spin. The reward seemed meager, but the penalty was unbearable. Ding. This task is mandatory upon opening. It must be accepted. Please complete the task promptly. The time limit is 6 months. There is still ample time. The system, unusually playful, seemed to tease him with its tone. Goodness, this is beyond absurd. System, you might just ignite a firestorm. Li Chun was overwhelmed with anxiety, contemplating the potential chaos if things went awry. Surely, even a dozen fire trucks would struggle to extinguish the flames. In a state of agitation, Li Chun paced his room, utterly flustered. It wasn't that he was averse to beautiful women. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Cui Jie was no ordinary girl. If her father were to discover this romantic entanglement and learn of his past indiscretions, he would likely find himself in dire straits. Thus, Li Chun felt a strong aversion towards Cui Jie, as the situation was undeniably complex. Did he desire her? Indeed, but he feared the potential repercussions. Time slipped away, indifferent to Li Chun's turmoil, and the night quietly passed. The following morning, Cui Jie arrived at the venue beneath the building. She was still in that striking red Ferrari, accompanied by a youthful and vibrant beauty. Chapter 58. A fire in the backyard. The moment Li Chun saw Cui Jie's message, he hastily dressed. Seizing the opportunity while Li Xiaoyao was distracted, he made a swift dash into the elevator, heading downstairs. As soon as I stepped outside, I spotted Cui Jie, still leaning against the car door, wearing a cheerful smile directed at me. Today, she donned a loose-fitting white printed shirt, which, despite its relaxed silhouette, could not conceal her alluring figure. Paired with a pair of distressed blue jeans, the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing her slender ankles, she exuded effortless charm. Her hair was styled into a high ponytail, swaying playfully with her movements, adding a touch of adorableness to her appearance. A fashionable pair of sunglasses adorned her face, obscuring much of it while enhancing her enigmatic allure. The overall ensemble was both stylish and comfortable, radiating a vibrant street fashion vibe. "Miss, couldn't you wait in the car? Must you stand outside?" Li Chun remarked, rolling his eyes dramatically as he climbed into the vehicle. "Hey, what's wrong with standing outside? I can stand wherever I please." Chui Jie pouted, adopting a feisty demeanor. All right, do as you wish. You never know when a rogue might appear." Li Chun waved his hand dismissively, ultimately teasing her with a playful retort. "Humph, the biggest rogue is sitting in the car, isn't he? You little flirt." Chui Jie grinned, her large eyes blinking innocently. "Just drive, will you? I'm done." Li Chun capitulated instantly, turning his head away, embodying the essence of someone who preferred to avoid confrontation. Suddenly, the roar of a supercar pierced the air, drawing the attention of onlookers, before it swiftly vanished down the street. On the fourth floor, by the window, a breathtaking silhouette stood motionless, gazing at the scene below, with glimmers of tears shimmering in her eyes. No one could discern her thoughts in that moment. Her figure radiated an air of helplessness. Her small fists were clenched tightly, as if her nails might pierce her flesh, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. The sound of her teeth grinding echoed softly, her heart seemingly entangled in an internal struggle. Large tears began to fall uncontrollably. Time passed, though it felt indefinite, until that figure gradually withdrew. Li Xiaoya exhaled deeply, as if she had made a momentous decision. With resolute eyes, she walked purposefully toward the end of the corridor. Pushing open a door, instantly, a smile illuminated her face as she beheld a middle-aged woman reclining against the headboard. "Mom, how are you feeling?" The middle-aged woman forced a smile, her eyes filled with concern for her daughter. "Xiaoya, come sit here. I'm fine, don't worry about me. You've come this far. Will my presence be a burden? If so, perhaps I should return home. I was doing well there." "Mom, please don't worry. Everything is fine. I'm the general manager here. Who would dare to trouble me? Just focus on resting. Knowing I can see you every day brings me peace." Li Xiaoya stifled her inner turmoil, suppressing her tears. "Very well then, go attend to your work. There's no need to worry about me," the middle-aged woman urged her daughter, anxious not to impede her responsibilities. "Well, take a good rest, and when boredom strikes, indulge in some television or play with your phone. If anything arises, just call for me. I'm right next door." Li Xiaoya rose slowly, her face adorned with concern. The middle-aged woman was Zhang Cuiji, Li Xiaoya's mother, who suffered from lumbar spine disease, resulting in paralysis of her lower body. In recent years, it had been Xiaoya alone who bore the burden. Her father had passed away due to illness when she was very young, leaving Li Xiaoya as the sole financial pillar of the family. At the moment the door closed, Zhang Cuiji gripped her own legs tightly, striking them weakly, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not make a sound. She harbored resentment towards her own helplessness, resentment for being a burden to her daughter. As the saying goes, a mother and daughter share a deep connection. How could she not sense the grievances within her daughter? Seeing her daughter force a smile, tears welling in her eyes, felt like a dagger piercing Zhang Ziji's heart. She loathed the injustice of fate, questioning why it had to torment them so. In her despair, she wished for nothing more than to end her own life, believing it would relieve her daughter of some burden. Meanwhile, Li Chun remained blissfully unaware of the scene Li Xiaoya had just witnessed, though that moment held little evidence. One should never underestimate a woman's intuition and her sensitivity to emotional threats. Upon entering the company, Chui Jie exclaimed loudly, "Who would believe that this girl, captivated by everything new, is a wealthy heiress? Oh my, I didn't expect you to possess such substantial assets. You're quite the little tycoon," Chui Jie teased, her expression a mix of mockery that was both amusing and exasperating. "Miss, please spare me the jabs. In comparison to your family, this hardly amounts to anything," Li Chun replied, shaking his head in resignation, feeling utterly helpless against this little princess. "That's different. How old are you? The little flirt does have some skill," Chui Jie said, her face adorned with a mischievous grin as she gazed at Li Chun. "Shoo, Miss dear, this is the company. Could you refrain from such outbursts? What would others think if they heard?" Li Chun, taken aback, never imagined that in such a public setting, amidst the hustle and bustle, This little heiress would utter the words little flirt. Not far away, Tang Shui observed the scene, her hands on her hips. A spark of irritation ignited within her. Unlike Li Xiaoya, who could pretend not to see, Tang Shui's quirky nature made her less inclined to overlook such antics. "Darling," she called out, elongating the last syllable intentionally as she approached. Naturally, the company personnel were unfazed, as everyone was aware of this unspoken secret. Li Chun and Cui Jie turned simultaneously, and upon seeing Tang Shui, Li Chun let out a sigh of relief. Cui Jie, however, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy upon witnessing the stunning beauty before her. Hearing her call Li Chun by that endearment ignited her fury. She was a breathtaking woman, with softly cascading chestnut hair that fell to her waist, deep blue eyes, elegantly arched brows, and full, rosy lips akin to ripe cherries, evoking an irresistible desire to taste her sweetness. Her figure was tall and graceful. Dressed in a form-fitting black dress, the fabric soft and snug, it perfectly accentuated the alluring curves of her figure. Her waist was as slender as a willow, seemingly delicate enough to be toppled by a gentle breeze. She wore striking red high heels, the sound of their heels striking the ground crisp and powerful, heralding her arrival. Cui Jie's eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire, though she was unaware of the source of her anger, feeling a nameless rage welling within her. Her small hands clenched into fists. "You're here. Allow me to introduce you. This is Cui Jie, the daughter of General Cui, whom we met at the last gathering. The Century Hotel and Century Plaza are both owned by her family. She is the heiress of the Cui clan." Li Chun, spotting a beacon of hope, hurriedly approached Tang Shui and then turned to introduce her to Cui Jie. "This is my secretary, assistant, and girlfriend, Tang Shui." Li Chun emphasized the term girlfriend with a hint of playful pride. "Hello, Miss Cui. Welcome. It is truly an honor to have you here. Shall we head upstairs?" Tang Shui greeted her with a warm smile, though there was an undercurrent of tension in her tone. "Sure. Tang Shui, is it? You are indeed quite lovely. Let us go." Cui Jie was no pushover, responding with a bright smile that concealed her true feelings. Li Chun felt a chill run down his spine and hastened his steps ahead. Tang Shui, meanwhile, gracefully linked arms with Cui Jie, both of them laughing and chatting as if they were longtime friends, leaving Li Chun momentarily stunned. What on earth are these women thinking? Li Chun pondered silently to himself. Chapter 59. The War of Women. The trio soon arrived at the fifth-floor office area. With curiosity and anticipation, Cui Jie stepped into Li Chun's office, her eyes widening in surprise. Expecting a traditional office layout, she was instead greeted by a fusion of modern and classical aesthetics, exuding an elegance that was both refreshing and impressive. To her astonishment, there was even a fully equipped gym and a reception area. Cui Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her enthusiasm for new experiences ignited. She immediately turned to Tang Shui, asking, "Tang Shui, do you have any gym clothes? I suddenly feel the urge to exercise." Tang Shui was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the thought process of this young lady, but she smiled and nodded. "I believe I do have some spare gym clothes. Let me check." Before long, Tang Shui returned with 2 sets of brand new gym attire. Cui Jie and Tang Shui entered the adjacent bedroom to change. "Wow, what a beautiful bedroom. You must have decorated it yourself, right?" Cui Jie curiously surveyed the luxurious suite, though a hint of disdain brewed within her. "Yes, it was designed for his comfort and convenience," Tang Shui replied, her face beaming with pride, her eyes filled with happiness while secretly thinking, "You can only envy me." Cui Jie felt a mixture of envy and jealousy within, yet her expression betrayed none of it. An avid enthusiast of sports and fitness, she was inspired by the sight of a gym. She aspired to outshine Tang Shui in this realm, confident that her attributes were on par with anyone else's. Moments later, Cui Jie emerged from the changing room first, clad in a sleek black fitness ensemble that exquisitely accentuated her alluring figure. Her long hair was tied up high, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. The fitted attire hugged her form closely, highlighting her slender waist and elongated legs. Her abdomen was flat and toned, hinting at the faint outline of a defined core. The upper portion of her outfit enveloped her perfectly, enhancing her poised stature. Her shoulders boasted graceful lines, exuding a sense of strength. Her arms, both slender and powerful, seemed ready to unleash formidable energy at any moment. A radiant smile illuminated Cui Jie's face, her eyes sparkling with an effervescent vitality. Her skin, slightly flushed in anticipation of the forthcoming workout, radiated a healthy glow. She paced back and forth in the gym, waiting for Tang Xue's arrival while familiarizing herself with the new environment. Before long, Tang Xue also stepped out. She donned a light blue fitness outfit that harmonized beautifully with her gentle demeanor. Her physique was equally stunning, the attire showcasing her curvaceous form to perfection. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands brushing against her cheeks, adding an extra touch of allure. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, seemingly capable of seeing into one's soul. Her lips curled into a slight upward arc, emanating a confident smile. While Tang Xue's figure may not rival Cui Jie's, she stood tall and elegant. Her legs were straight and long, appearing even more slender and sensual against the backdrop of her light blue ensemble. Upon spotting Tang Xue, Cui Jie immediately approached her. "Wow, Tang Xue, you look absolutely stunning," Cui Jie exclaimed sincerely, all the while scrutinizing Tang Xue's physique, internally dismissing her with a thought. "Humph. It's just average." Tang Xue responded with a subtle smile. "You look beautiful too." However, in her heart, she thought the exact opposite. "Humph. How could I possibly compare?" The two beauties exchanged smiles, each harboring their own ulterior motives. The gym was adorned with an array of state-of-the-art fitness equipment, including treadmills, spinning bikes, and dumbbells. Cui Jie and Tang Xue approached a treadmill, deciding to commence their workout with running. Cui Jie skillfully pressed the start button, and the treadmill began to hum to life. She stepped onto the machine, adjusting the speed and incline, then began to run in a rhythmic cadence. Her body leaned slightly forward, her arms swinging naturally, as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. Tang Xue, refusing to be outdone, commenced her own workout on another treadmill. Her long hair danced gracefully as she ran, exuding an irresistible charm. Her face was perpetually adorned with a smile, as if she were savoring the very essence of the experience. As time elapsed, the pace of Cui Jie and Tang Xue quickened, and perspiration began to bead upon their foreheads. Yet, they showed no intention of pausing. Instead, they immersed themselves further into their vigorous exercise. Unbeknownst to them, both were silently urging themselves on, neither willing to concede defeat before the other. At that moment, Li Chun, who had been engrossed in his work, lifted his gaze upon hearing the commotion. He was taken aback as he witnessed Cui Jie and Tang Xue emerging in their fitness attire, a sight that left him momentarily speechless. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth slightly agape. He nearly drooled at the unexpected beauty before him. Never had he imagined encountering such a stunning tableau within the confines of his office. Li Chun's gaze followed the graceful figures of Cui Jie and Tang Xue as they ran on the treadmill, their vibrant energy igniting a surge of inexplicable excitement within him. He found them to be remarkably enchanting in that moment, their beauty captivating his focus entirely, rendering him oblivious to the work that lay before him, as if he were admiring a magnificent piece of art. Cui Jie's nickname was not without merit. It resonated well with Li Chen's character. After running for a while, Cui Jie and Tang Xue decided to switch their mode of exercise. They moved to the dumbbell area, selecting weights that suited them, and commenced their strength training. Cui Jie grasped a pair of medium-weight dumbbells, her arms steady as she rhythmically lifted and lowered them. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, falling to the ground, yet she remained unfazed. In contrast, Tang Xue opted for a pair of lighter dumbbells, her movements gentle and graceful, reminiscent of a dance. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in her eyes as she sought to enhance her figure's allure. Observing their earnest dedication, Li Chun felt a swell of admiration, akin to a fool lost in reverie. It reminded him of how he often neglected his own physical well-being in the relentless pursuit of work. Inspired by Cui Jie and Tang Xue, he resolved to carve out time for exercise in the future, embracing a healthier lifestyle. As Cui Jie and Tang Xue exuberantly shed their sweat within the gym, they reveled in the joy that exercise bestowed upon them. Their laughter and shouts echoed throughout the space, while Li Chun, standing quietly nearby, was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia and excitement. He recognized that this moment would forever be etched as one of the most beautiful in his memory. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Cui Jie and Tang Xue concluded their fitness journey. Their faces radiated satisfaction, their bodies weary yet infused with strength. The silent battle they had waged approached its graceful end. They made their way to the adjoining relaxation area, towels in hand, wiping away the perspiration. Li Chun, pulling himself from his contemplative state, approached Cui Jie and Tang Shui with a smile, exclaiming, "You two are quite impressive. Seeing your vitality makes me want to join you. I've never even tried it before." Cui Jie and Tang Shui exchanged a knowing smile, then spoke in unison, "Then you should join us." "Ha ha ha, sure." Li Chen replied with a mischievous grin as he approached them. However, he was met with a swift kick from Tang Shui and a flurry of punches from Cui Jie. Chapter 60. A company abundant with beauties. After a bout of playful banter, the two women finally settled down and retreated to the bedroom to freshen up. Li Chen returned to his desk, just as a knock echoed through the room. "Knock, knock, knock." Sun Haishan soon entered, bearing a serious expression as he stood before Li Chen. "Presently, the company is now functioning smoothly, and preparations for the bidding process have commenced. I believe the construction site will be operational shortly. Do you have any further instructions?" Sun Haishan reported, holding a stack of documents, speaking with a calm demeanor. His efficiency was commendable. In just a few days, he had managed to get the company up and running, with all tasks proceeding in an orderly manner. "For now, there is nothing pressing. Please summon the finance department. I want to be in the office consistently, so I leave everything in your capable hands. Do not let me down," Li Chen said, smiling earnestly at Sun Haishan. "Rest assured, presently, you can entrust the company's affairs to me. I guarantee the completion of our tasks." Sun Haishan replied confidently, as his competence and experience were evident, making managing such a small company a trivial matter. "Very well, you may return to your duties." Li Chen dismissed him directly. Moments later, Xia Qi entered the room. Her shoulder-length hair, dyed a trendy ash color, exuded a playful and lively vibe. Her fair skin and elongated, phoenix-like eyes conveyed an air of coolness and nobility. With slightly arched brows, she possessed a natural authority without needing to raise her voice. Her lips, though thin and lightly colored, held a subtle charm. Her physique was slender and elongated, clad in a fitted white shirt cinched at the waist with a black belt, accentuating her delicate figure. Her legs, encased in black leggings, appeared exceptionally straight, and she wore black high heels adorned with exquisite studs, adding a touch of modern flair. While not particularly voluptuous, she emanated an aura of elegance. As she walked, her posture was upright, radiating confidence. "Presently, since you haven't sought me out, I have come to find you." Xia Qi smiled sweetly, revealing her charming dimples. "Ha ha, I anticipated this, which is precisely why I called you over. Speak your mind." Li Chen laughed heartily, fully aware that the accounts were completely empty and it would be strange not to inquire. It's difficult to be a skilled cook without any rice. "Our accounts are completely bare. When will the funds be deposited?" Xia Qi asked, her expression playful, reminiscent of a clever debt collector. "How much do we currently need?" Li Chen replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he regarded her intently. "Let us start with 10 million. The budget hasn't been finalized yet, but once the bidding concludes, various fees will need to be paid in advance. In addition to the company's daily expenses, I have accumulated a stack of invoices awaiting reimbursement." Xia Qi is responsible for the financial security of the company, managing various reimbursements for her colleagues while also negotiating for her own living expenses with her boss, a rather challenging endeavor. "Very well. I will transfer the funds to the company's account shortly. Please ensure the accounts are meticulously maintained." Li Chen readily agreed, as financial matters were not a source of concern for him. "Ah, that is a relief. The boss is indeed magnanimous. You can rest assured regarding the professional aspects. There will be no oversights." Upon receiving the funds, Xia Qi's joy was palpable, as she no longer had to wear a smile to appease those seeking reimbursement. "I believe in you, so please carry on with your tasks." Li Chen felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the confident young woman. Recognizing the critical nature of her role in finance, the office had barely settled into silence when another captivating woman entered. Her makeup was exquisite, with elegantly shaped brows, deep-set eyes, and vibrant lips that immediately drew attention. She possessed a voluptuous and alluring figure, adorned in a black dress crafted from soft silk, which draped comfortably over her form. The low-cut neckline showcased her delicate collarbone, exuding an enticing charm. A red belt cinched her waist, accentuating her slender silhouette. The skirt fluttered slightly, revealing her long legs, and she wore a pair of black heels, perfectly balanced for elegance without sacrificing comfort. In her hand, she held a small, exquisite handbag embellished with sparkling gems, enhancing her regal and sophisticated appearance. Her figure radiated femininity, leaving a lasting impression. "Mr. Li, you are truly elusive. It is quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you." The speaker was Lu Kaiyun, the manager of the public relations department, still as enchanting as ever. Ah, Lu. My dear beauty, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Li Chun maintained a courteous demeanor, aware of her adeptness in navigating various social circles. Oh, it's nothing significant. In a few days, there will be a dinner with several leaders from the county. They are eager to meet my behind-the-scenes boss. Would you like to attend? Lu Kaiyun swayed her alluring hips, leaning on the desk and casting a flirtatious glance at Li Chun. Who else is attending? Is it truly necessary for me to go? Li Chun inquired, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her charm. The county mayor and the secretary of the county committee. But whether you meet them or not is inconsequential. It's entirely up to you. Lu Kaiyun replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to their status. Well, in that case, let us make an appearance, as we will likely need to interact with them frequently. Upon realizing the significance of the county's top officials, Li Chun promptly agreed, shedding any pretense. Very well, I shall inform you when the time comes. I must return to my duties now, but let us arrange a meal together sometime, shall we? Another flirtatious glance was cast at Li Chun, brazenly audacious. Wasn't he at time for a reprimand? Li Chun turned his head deliberately, catching the flirtatious glance with a playful gesture. How fortunate I am to dine with Manager Lu. I look forward to the opportunity. At last, the office returned to tranquility. While Tang Shui and Shui Jie had changed into their attire and were sipping tea and engaging in conversation in the reception area, Li Chun found himself perplexed by the intricacies of women's thoughts and chose to disregard them, allowing events to unfold as they may. Noticing that Li Chun had completed his tasks, Shui Jie teased him with a playful remark. Is it true that our general manager's company is filled with stunning beauties? Surely, you handpicked them all. Her tone was laced with sarcasm, and she even made a suggestive gesture towards Li Chun. This startled him, causing a chill of sweat to break forth. This young lady was audacious and reckless in her provocations. As twilight descended, Shui Jie decided it was time to take her leave, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing in her sleek sports car. Tang Shui turned to face Li Chun, her gaze piercing as if she were interrogating a suspect. Tell me, what is your relationship with her? With hands placed firmly on her hips, she appeared quite irate, her cheeks puffing with indignation. You saw it yourself. What could it possibly be? Li Chun replied, disinterested in further explanation, aware that offering too many details would only complicate matters. It seems she has a certain interest in you. How could you be oblivious? Tang Shui continued her relentless inquiry. And so what? I cannot afford to offend her. The Chui family is not one we can provoke, Li Chun expressed with a look of resignation. The reality was that there was nothing between him and Shui Jie, at least not at this moment, so he felt no guilt in his lack of explanation. Very well. It's none of my business. If you truly wish to pursue her, I cannot stop you. Tang Shui sighed, appearing quite disheartened. Li Chun quickly approached to console her, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back. Do not entertain such wild thoughts. There is nothing to it. What nonsense are you speaking? After a brief moment, the matter was set aside for now. In truth, Tang Shui had long prepared herself for this, understanding Li Chun's character and acknowledging his youth. Even if he were to dally outside, it would not be entirely unexpected. As society progresses, many young women have liberated their mindsets. As long as a man is exceptional, the notion of multiple partners becomes acceptable. If the household remains harmonious, who is to judge? After managing the affairs of the company and sharing a moment of tenderness with Tang Shui, Li Chun prepared to return to the hotel. He had learned about Li Xiaoya's situation, as her mother had moved into the hotel the previous day. He had promised Li Xiaoya a meal together and was determined not to break that commitment. It was a matter of principle. Shortly thereafter, Li Chun passed by a Chinese restaurant, where he ordered some stir-fried dishes to take away. He then drove straight to the hotel. Upon arrival, he ascended the stairs, burdened with bags, and entered the office where Li Xiaoya was absorbed in writing something. I'm back, he announced, placing the food on the desk. Li Xiaoya beheld a bounty of packed meals laid out upon the table, a warm surge coursing through her heart. Tears fell unbidden onto her desk as she valiantly stifled the urge to raise her head. Her emotions were a tumult of conflict and gratitude. She was uncertain of what the future held, yet in this moment, she felt profoundly content. What troubles you? Li Chun inquired, approaching her side and gently caressing her hair. Nothing. I merely thought you had forgotten. I am so happy, truly. Li Xiaoya resolved to banish the memories of the day as earlier events, regardless of what lay ahead. She bore no regrets. All right then, hurry and tidy up. Let us go and join my mother-in-law for a grand feast. Li Chun chuckled lightly, unaware of the internal struggle that raged within Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya summoned a waiter to bring a table into her mother's room, positioning it beside the bed. Laden with an abundance of dishes, Zhang Cixi gazed in astonishment, perplexed by the unfolding scene. At that moment, Li Xiaoya took Li Chen's hand and entered the room. Zhang Cuiji's heart swelled with excitement upon witnessing the sight before her. She glanced at Li Chen, feeling immense satisfaction. The young man was undeniably handsome. A perfect match for her daughter. She suddenly felt that her mission was nearing completion. Witnessing her daughter find happiness would grant her peace, even in the face of death. "Hello, Auntie. I've been quite busy these past few days and Haven Tea had the chance to visit. Today, Xiaoya and I are here to treat you to a meal." As a small gesture of welcome, Li Chen said, his face aglow with a warm smile as he settled onto the edge of the bed. Zhang Cuiji, witnessing this, was also filled with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with affection. "Ah, I understand that you young people are busy. As long as you both are well, I can rest easy. Entrusting Xiaoya to you reassures me." Although her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice grew thick with emotion. "Come now, mother, let us eat. Enough with the idle talk. We must cherish our family time," Li Xiaoya said, forcing back her tears, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. "Yes, indeed, let us eat. Here, Auntie. Allow me to assist you in sitting up," Li Chen quickly offered, gently helping Zhang Cixi to a more comfortable position while adjusting the bedding behind her. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by the two women, who exchanged knowing smiles in silence. The trio began their meal, laughter and conversation flowing freely, creating an atmosphere filled with harmony and joy. Throughout the meal, Zhang Cixi continually served Li Chen various dishes, embodying the affectionate nature of a mother-in-law doting on her son-in-law. Having grown up without parents, Li Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. This was the idyllic scene he had long yearned for, a dream fulfilled. As the meal drew to a close, the two tidied up the remnants of their feast and engaged in light conversation with Zhang Ci for a while longer. Shortly thereafter, they rose to depart, as Zhang Cuiji required some rest. "Thank you, my dear," Li Xiaoya murmured, her head bowed, still appearing burdened by her thoughts. "Why the formality? Do you carry a weight upon your mind?" Li Chen observed that Li Xiaoya seemed to be out of sorts the entire evening, prompting him to inquire gently. "Is everything all right?" She replied, "I just feel so happy, yet it seems a bit unreal. Darling, will there come a day when you no longer want me? Will you leave me?" Ultimately, she could no longer suppress her doubts. "How could that be? You're overthinking again. I would never leave you, not for a lifetime. I promise." Li Chen vowed earnestly. Though uncertain about the future, he was resolute in his commitment, unwilling to relinquish her. "Really?" Li Xiaoya gazed at him intently before suddenly enveloping him in her embrace, holding him tightly. "Stop worrying, my dear," Li Chen murmured, tenderly stroking her back in a comforting gesture. Time slipped by as she remained in his arms, eventually loosening her grip and feeling a weight lift from her heart. Although she was unsure of what lay ahead, she had at least received the reassurance she longed for, which was sufficient for her. She cared little for the presence of other women in his life. Her greatest fear was abandonment. Li Xiaoya was acutely aware that her background did not measure up to Li Chen's, which fostered a sense of inferiority within her. Even without an official title, she was willing to stand by his side. Li Chen lifted her effortlessly, his eyes brimming with affection and unmistakable truth. With a decisive thud, the bedroom door closed behind them. Chapter 62. Various invitations. Li Chen reclined against the headboard, exhaling clouds of smoke, savoring the pleasures of life. As he gazed at the system panel before him, he initiated a lottery draw, feeling a flutter of anxiety about what the system might conjure this time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value: 1 gold coins, 200,000. And you have received a harem fire prevention card. Note: this card can eliminate one potential harem crisis, targeting 2 individuals. Wow. System, how considerate of you. Are you worried I might stir up some trouble? Li Chen inwardly grumbled while a satisfied smile crept across his face. The timing of this card could not have been more perfect, providing him with a safety net for unforeseen circumstances, an additional ace up his sleeve for his escapades. Darling, what are you smiling about? Li Xiaoya tilted her head in curiosity, perplexed by his inexplicable amusement. Oh, nothing really. Just feeling happy about dining with my mother-in-law today. Li Chen lied effortlessly, his heart steady and devoid of guilt. Is that so? I was worried you might find me burdensome. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaoya's heart swelled with joy. The fact that Li Chen accepted her and her background alleviated her deepest insecurities. Silly girl, you're overthinking again, aren't you? Having grown up without parents, experiencing the warmth of family once more is a profound joy for me, Li Chen reassured her, though a shadow suddenly crossed his features, and his mood seemed to darken. This was the first time Li Xiaoyao had heard about Li Chen's background, leaving her somewhat taken aback. She initially believed that Li Chen was a privileged heir, destined for a life of happiness. To her surprise, his journey was fraught with adversity, evoking an inexplicable sense of sympathy within her. Perhaps it was their shared misfortunes that stirred her heart. Husband, from now on, you have me. I will stand by you for a lifetime and love you dearly. Li Xiaoyao beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed sweetly at him. Yes, indeed. Meeting you is my fortune, and I, too, shall cherish and protect you, Li Chun replied, his face filled with tender adoration, his tone imbued with an unspoken warmth. The two nestled together in a cozy embrace, savoring their blissful moments, as time seemed to suspend in that very instant. Yet, such joyous times are often fleeting, and before they knew it, night had passed in the blink of an eye. The following day, they awoke early. After a brief morning routine, hand in hand, they ventured out for breakfast, bringing back some for Zhang Ziji as well. The simplicity of their happy days was profoundly reassuring, characterized by an unpretentious tranquility. Since the last encounter with Zhang Hanbo, he had indeed mended his ways, refraining from troubling Li Chen again. Perhaps the awareness of Master Wen's presence had instilled a temporary caution in him. Dad, is it true? That's a monumental project. If we secure the bid, we'll strike it rich, Zhang Hanbo exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if he could already envision a cascade of wealth beckoning him. Yes, indeed. The bidding will commence soon. I've leveraged some connections and heard that this land is being developed by Jincheng Real Estate. The backer must be formidable. The sudden emergence of such a significant company indicates extraordinary strength, replied the middle-aged man, casually smoking while engaging in conversation with his son. This man was Zhang Hanbo's father. Zhang Peng. Dressed impeccably in a business suit with a neatly tied tie, he exuded competence. His hair was neatly slicked back, revealing a broad forehead, and his gaze was resolute and self-assured. If it weren't for having a son like Zhang Hanbo, he could have undoubtedly forged a distinguished path. Indeed, we can always leverage our connections and offer a little incentive to those in charge. Isn't that how most bids work? If we secure this project, we could significantly reduce our years of toil, Zhang Hanbo said, growing increasingly animated, as though victory was already within reach. It's not that simple. I've heard the backer is quite formidable, and the management is stringent. It's not an easy operation, Zhang Peng cautioned, taking a worried puff from his cigarette, seemingly lacking confidence in the endeavor. Come on, Dad, let us invest a bit more to make connections. Such opportunities are rare. Zhang Hanbo urged persistently. Let us give it a shot. This chance is indeed precious. It depends on whether the Zhang family has the fortune, Zhang Peng concluded, extinguishing his cigarette and stepping out with measured strides. Meanwhile, Li Chen received a call from Sun Haishan, informing him that the bidding conference would take place in 3 days at a banquet hall in the Century Hotel. Li Chen agreed to arrive on time before hanging up the phone, feeling a sense of relief. The project from Jincheng Real Estate was finally set to be streamlined. Once the bidding meeting took place, the construction site would be set in motion. All necessary procedures and preliminary work had already been prepared, and the sales department was vigorously pursuing pre-sales efforts. At that moment, Li Chun unexpectedly received a call. Upon glancing at his phone, he saw it was Shun Yu, and he smiled as he answered. Shun, the beautiful one, what brings you to call me? Li Chun teased with a playful tone. Can I call you if there's nothing going on? We're about to have a holiday, and I'm planning to organize a small gathering. Would you like to join? This time, Zhang Hanbo won't be invited. Shun Yu made a point to mention Zhang Hanbo's absence, fearing Li Chun might decline outright. Sure, just let me know when. I'll treat you all, and you can handle the organization. Li Chun generously agreed, bestowing Shun Yu with considerable favor and goodwill. Oh my, our big boss is as generous as ever. It's settled then. I'll inform you later, Shun Yu replied before hanging up, not lingering for idle chatter. After the call ended, Li Chun fell into contemplation. In truth, he had little desire to attend any class reunion, as it held little significance for him. The crux of the matter was that he wasn't particularly close with those people, yet he hesitated to decline outright, fearing it might upset Shun Yu. After all, her repeated invitations were a sign of her regard for him, were they not? Li Chen suddenly felt the weight of busyness descend upon him once more. Although he need not worry about the venue and the company, there were still numerous trivial matters requiring the discretion of this behind-the-scenes maestro. Oh dear, this is too much. I really need a secretary, he thought, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of tasks, anxious he might forget something important. A secretary indeed. It seems another beauty may soon grace Li Chen's side. Chapter 63. Each testing the waters. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Li Chen did not go to the company today, choosing instead to spend the day with Li Xiaoya at the venue. Suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the serene moment. Li Chen answered, discovering it was the goddess of wealth. He promptly accepted the call. Hello, Ms. Zhou. How may I assist you? Why so formal, Mr. Li? I do have a matter to discuss. Our bank president wishes to invite you for a casual meal. Do you have time? Zhou Wanrong graciously extended an invitation to a dinner gathering. Of course, I am available. When shall it be? Li Chen responded without hesitation. After all, one must not offend the goddess of wealth. He had yet to reach the point where he could afford to do so. Tonight, at the Century Hotel, 2nd floor, room 888. We eagerly await your arrival. Zhou Wanrong relayed the time and location with utmost respect. Excellent. I will be there punctually. Let us not miss each other. The two quickly concluded their conversation, leaving Li Chen pondering the intentions of the bank president. Had she sensed the potential of a significant client? He mused, uncertain of where his confidence originated. What is the matter? Are you heading out again? Li Xiaoya inquired with genuine concern. Indeed, the bank just called. The president wishes to invite me to dinner, though I am uncertain of his intentions. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, wearing a look of resignation. You should go. It is wise not to offend the bank, as we will need to collaborate frequently in the future, Li Xiaoya advised sensibly, resembling a gentle and devoted wife. Yes, I will certainly attend. Li Chen quickly tidied himself up, changing into another outfit before heading to the Century Hotel. Moments later, after parking his car, he entered the hotel's grand lobby, where a familiar figure immediately caught his eye. Cui Jia, with her lustrous black hair cut short and slightly curled at the ends, exuded a playful charm. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with intelligence and wit, framed by delicately arched brows reminiscent of a crescent moon. When she smiled, her petite face revealed two deep dimples. Today, she wore a pink short-sleeved top paired with white shorts. The heart-shaped neckline showcased her fair skin and alluring curves. The shorts ended just above her thighs, accentuating her long, graceful legs, which were clad in pristine white sneakers, laces neatly tied. Hey, what brings you here? Cui Jia dashed over to greet Li Chen, beaming with excitement. The last two words almost escaped her lips in a loud cheer, but she restrained herself. Mindful of the crowd in the lobby, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she had not shouted, as it would have startled him. I have a dinner appointment. The other party chose this location. He spoke candidly, revealing the truth. Oh, I thought you were here to see me. How disappointing. Cui Jia feigned a look of disappointment, pouting adorably. Ha ha ha. I've been quite busy these past few days and haven't had time to play. Li Chen quickly deflected, anxious to avoid any potential drama from this spirited young lady. All right then, you go ahead with your plans. Let us schedule another day. Cui Jia teased, sticking out her tongue, her spirit unyieldingly quirky. Sure, I'll make time, Li Chen replied, striding purposefully toward the 2nd floor, eager to escape further conversation with her. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the private room 888, where a waiter ushered him inside. Upon entering, he spotted a man and a woman already seated at the table, clearly having arrived some time ago. The woman was none other than Zhou Wanrong, her long, straight black hair cascading to her waist, with neatly styled bangs swept to the side. Her features were exquisitely defined, her brows arched like a crescent moon, eyes sparkling like autumn waters, and her lips curved in a confident smile. She possessed a tall and slender figure, adorned in a form-fitting black dress made of soft, smooth fabric that hugged her contours, accentuating her perfect silhouette. Though her bosom was not overly ample, it appeared remarkably perky. Her waist was delicate, contrasting sharply with the flowing hem of her dress. She wore elegant black high heels, the slender heels elevating her stature even further. She held a black handbag adorned with a sparkling gemstone, which further enhanced her air of nobility. Beside her sat a middle-aged man, presumably the president of the bank. His hair was slightly grayed, yet meticulously styled, revealing a sense of composure shaped by the passage of time. His face bore the marks of experience, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom and depth. He wore a classic deep gray plaid suit that showcased his mature charm, complemented by a light blue shirt, casually unbuttoned at the collar, exuding an aura of ease and comfort. On his wrist rested a brown leather watch, the strap showing signs of wear, adding to the narrative of time's passage. At his feet were a pair of simple, yet comfortable black leather shoes. Hello, hello? Who might you be? Li Chen quickly approached, extending his hands to shake with the middle-aged man, displaying a respectful demeanor. Mr. Li, this is our bank president, Mr. Zhang Chongwang. Zhou Wanrong interjected promptly, facilitating the introduction. President Zhang, this gentleman is Mr. Li Chun. Ah, Mr. Li. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Xiaozhou has mentioned you several times, particularly regarding your loan. I have been eager to pay you a visit, but I've been quite busy lately and Haven Tea found the opportunity. Zhang Chongwang responded warmly, his face adorned with a smile, his demeanor both gentle and humble. My apologies. I should have been the one to visit first. However, with the company just established, there has been an overwhelming amount of work. I truly appreciate you making time for me, Li Chun replied, his tone increasingly respectful, embodying the principle of reciprocity. Indeed, there will be many opportunities in the future. Today, let us simply get acquainted and refrain from discussing any business matters. Zhang Chongwang clarified the purpose of the invitation, seemingly wary of any potential misunderstandings. Absolutely, it was high time we met, Li Chun affirmed, repeating his agreement thrice to convey his respect. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceedingly harmonious, with laughter and casual chatter illuminating the interaction. Zhou Wanrong chimed in occasionally, rising to refill glasses when needed. As they engaged in this exchange of pleasantries, the meal swiftly approached its conclusion. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple meal, yet in reality, it served as a preliminary exploration between the two parties. Li Chen sought to gauge the executive's attitudes towards him, while the bank aimed to assess Li Chen's capabilities. Though outwardly cordial, each harbored ulterior motives. After a final round of polite exchanges, the gathering concluded, and each departed. What seemed uncomplicated was, in truth, laden with significance. The potential for future collaboration often hinged on first impressions. Chapter 64. The banquet of officialdom. Moments later, Li Chun returned to the meeting hall, seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, seemingly lost in thought. What's the matter, dear? Li Xiaoyao inquired, returning from her tasks and noticing Li Chen's despondency. Oh, it's nothing really. Don't worry, Li Chen replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. That's good to hear, but you seem a bit distracted, she observed. Li Xiaoyao looked at him with deep concern, her expression still filled with worry. It's all right, truly, Li Chen reassured her with a warm smile, signaling her not to fret. Li Xiaoyao chose not to press further and retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Li Chen closed his eyes, feigning sleep, as he silently summoned the system. System. Initiate the lottery. A chime echoed. Congratulations, host. Charisma increased by 2,300,000 gold coins acquired, and intelligence boosted by 10. Observing the lottery interface, Li Chen noted that the rewards appeared increasingly trivial, lacking practical value. With a sigh, he promptly closed the system, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. The following day, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, refreshing the air. Li Chun had yet to contemplate the temporary task, deciding to set it aside for the moment, as he felt utterly unprepared. As he gazed out at the rain, lost in thought, the phone rang. Upon seeing it was Lu Kaiyun, he answered promptly. Mr. Li, don't be late for tonight's dinner. It's at the Century Hotel. In box 999 on the second floor, her melodious voice resonated from the other end. Yes, I understand. I will be there on time. Li Chen replied succinctly before ending the call. Another dinner? Li Xiaoyao had just finished her tasks and entered the bedroom, overhearing Li Chen's conversation. Ah, yes. This dinner is quite significant. It involves the top officials of the county, Li Chun remarked, his face reflecting a sense of resignation. The social engagements were becoming increasingly frequent, and he genuinely wished to avoid them. Of course, you must attend. This is not something to take lightly, Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, having never encountered high-ranking officials before. To her, even the county chief was a position of great esteem. It is essential to go, after all, as I plan to develop in the county. It's wise to make acquaintances, Li Chun replied nonchalantly. Time passed gradually, and soon it was afternoon. Li Chun began to prepare and set out early. Moments later, he arrived at box 999, finding it eerily quiet, with no one else present. He would have to wait alone for a while. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the box swung open, accompanied by a flurry of noise. Lu Kaiyun entered, flanked by 3 or 4 middle-aged men, each exuding an air of authority. Lu Kaiyun swiftly approached Li Chun, proceeding with introductions, to which he responded with a beaming smile and a firm handshake. The first to enter was a middle-aged man of average height, slightly plump. His face was square, with a resolute jawline and a subtly upturned smile that conveyed reliability. His hair was neatly combed to one side, interspersed with strands of silver, yet it did not betray his age. Rather, it added a touch of mature charm. His eyes, though not large, were profound and sharp, seeming to penetrate the souls of those he gazed upon. Dressed in a dark formal suit, with his tie impeccably knotted, he exuded an aura of authority and solemnity. "This is our county chief, Mr. Wang Jinghua," Lu Kaiyun introduced with a radiant smile. "Greetings, County Chief Wang. It is an honor to finally meet you." Li Chen promptly extended a courteous greeting, shaking hands with his counterpart. "Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to encounter you as well. A commendable young man, indeed, possessing remarkable tenacity," Wang Jinghua praised with a broad smile. "Not at all. Please take a seat," Li Chun replied graciously. The second gentleman was also of middle age, tall and imposing, with broad shoulders exuding a profound sense of security. His demeanor was amiable yet authoritative, with thick and well-groomed eyebrows and deep-set eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating wisdom. His hair, dark and abundant, was neatly swept back, enhancing his polished appearance. Always clad in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, he carried himself with elegance and an extraordinary aura. "This is our secretary He. Lu Kaiyun continued with the introductions. "Ah, Secretary He, it is a pleasure to finally have the opportunity to visit you." Li Chun exchanged further pleasantries. "Mr. Li, it is impressive to see how accomplished you are at such a young age," He remarked, generously offering his admiration. Following closely behind was a middle-aged woman of refined grace, her figure well-proportioned in a professionally tailored suit. Her hair was elegantly styled, revealing a smooth forehead, with a few strands softly framing her face, adding to her gentle beauty. Her complexion was fair, her eyes bright and spirited, always adorned with a warm smile that exuded kindness. Her presence embodied both the delicate tenderness of femininity and the decisive competence of a career woman. "This is our county's office director, Wang Caixia, Sister Wang." Lu Kaiyun seemed to share a closer rapport with her, likely due to their shared gender. "Sister Wang, please take a seat," Li Chun said, opting for brevity in his remarks, aware that a succinct approach is often more appropriate in conversations with women. The last to arrive was yet another middle-aged man, robustly built with a broad chest and solid shoulders. His facial features were sharply defined, and his gaze was resolute and self-assured. His hair was short and neatly styled, presenting a spirited image. Dressed in a dark suit and tie, he conveyed an impression of professionalism and rigor. "This is our director of the Development and Reform Commission, Zhang Xueming." Lu Kaiyun concluded the introductions before taking her place beside Li Chun. "Hello, Director Zhang. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Li Chun maintained a warm smile as he extended his hand for a handshake. "Mr. Li, it is a pleasure. Guidance is not necessary. Let us learn from each other. I hope we can find more opportunities for collaboration to contribute to the development of our hometown." Zhang Xueming responded with a welcoming expression, his words laden with implications. Given their respective roles, he was aware of the diplomatic nature of their conversation, yet felt compelled to make a statement. Li Chun merely smiled, unfazed, and refrained from elaborating further. Everyone settled into their seats, and the atmosphere shifted to casual exchanges, each probing the other's intentions. The dialogue flowed seamlessly, seemingly trivial, yet rich with underlying significance. Ultimately, the aim was to encourage Li Chun to invest more, promote development, and enhance local employment in alignment with policy initiatives. Naturally, Li Chun was not inclined to refuse, yet committing immediately was not feasible, as the conversation had not yet reached that juncture. He is merely at the onset of his journey, with future developments being the focal point of everyone's attention. Li Chun must continually expand his industry and strength in order to qualify and possess the capital to advocate for favorable policies. Such truths are well understood by all. After all, one cannot expect a horse to run while denying its sustenance. Laughter occasionally erupted from the private room, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 65. Initial exploration between parties within the private room. The ambience was both congenial and subtly intricate. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, with seemingly casual conversations masking underlying currents of intrigue. County Chief Wang Jinghua took a delicate sip of tea and, with a smile, addressed Li Chun. Mr. Li, our county's development is currently at a pivotal juncture. Entrepreneurs of your caliber are indeed our focal point of attention. Li Chun nodded slightly and respectfully replied, Chief Wang, you flatter me. I am acutely aware of the responsibilities I bear and will strive diligently to contribute to the county's development. Inwardly, Li Chun pondered whether the anticipated spectacle was finally about to unfold, as the true purpose of this gathering lay ahead. Secretary, he continued, Mr. Li, the nation is vigorously advocating for innovative development, and our county is actively responding to this call. May I inquire about your specific plans for innovation and development within your enterprise? Li Chun, taking a moment to reflect, calmly regarded Secretary He. Secretary He, innovation has always been the core driving force behind our enterprise's growth. We are currently in the early stages of development, with our endeavors still quite limited. However, we certainly aim for diversification in the future. Additionally, we hope to receive governmental support in terms of policies and funding to collectively promote innovative development within the county. Li Chun's intentions were clear to all. Should favorable policies be extended, mutual assistance would render everything negotiable. Director Wang Caixiao interjected at an opportune moment. Mr. Li, rest assured, our office will actively coordinate with various departments to provide comprehensive services for the innovative development of enterprises. As long as it benefits the county's progress, we will exert our utmost efforts. Li Chun cast a grateful glance toward Director Wang. Ha ha ha. I sincerely thank you, Sister Wang. With the support of esteemed leaders such as yourselves, we are indeed more confident in our enterprise's development. Director Zhang Xuemin, sensing the moment was ripe, also shared his perspective. Mr. Li, from the standpoint of the Development and Reform Commission, we will actively seek project support and policy benefits for enterprises. However, it is essential for enterprises themselves to continuously enhance their capabilities and adhere to proper development practices to seize opportunities effectively. Though the words were seemingly innocuous, they carried an implicit admonition. Li Chun smiled and nodded in agreement. Director Zhang is correct. We will persistently strive to enhance our enterprise's core competitiveness. Furthermore, we hope to maintain close cooperation with government departments to collaboratively contribute to the county's economic development. Li Chun remained composed and unflappable amidst the exchanges, undeterred by the surrounding discourse. As the conversation deepened, the attendees began to deliberate on the county's specific development plans. Director Wang Jinghua provided a detailed exposition on the county's forthcoming key projects and developmental directions, expressing hope that Li Chun would actively engage in these initiatives. Mr. Li, we are currently planning the construction of a new industrial park that will focus on high-tech industries, aiming to attract a greater number of enterprises. Would you be interested in investing in a factory within this park? Wang Jinghua gazed at Li Chun with anticipation, eager to discern his stance. Li Chun pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, and replied with utmost caution, Director Wang, this project indeed seems to hold significant promise. However, I must conduct a more thorough investigation and assessment of it. After all, the decision to invest in a factory is monumental and necessitates consideration of various factors. Secretary, he nodded in agreement, expressing understanding. Mr. Li's observations are quite valid. We also hope you will deliberate carefully to ensure the rationality and sustainability of the investment. Nevertheless, we are confident that with your insight and capabilities, you will recognize the immense potential of this project. Li Chun smiled faintly, acknowledging the compliment from Secretary He. I will promptly organize a team to conduct research on this project, striving to contribute to the county's development. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant, with everyone contributing ideas and strategies for the county's advancement. Director Wang Caixiao shared several successful case studies from other enterprises, hoping to inspire Li Chun. Mr. Li, there was a company that collaborated with the government to develop a distinctive industrial project, which not only yielded substantial profits for the enterprise, but also generated numerous employment opportunities locally. I believe your company could adopt a similar model. Li Chun, appearing earnest, nodded in agreement. Sister Wang's suggestion is indeed insightful. We will thoroughly examine this cooperative model to ascertain its suitability for our company's development. Director Zhang Xueming then analyzed the advantages and risks of investment from a policy perspective. Mr. Li, both the national and local governments have introduced a series of favorable policies to encourage enterprise investment and entrepreneurship. If you can seize this opportunity to invest at the right moment, It will not only provide growth prospects for your company, but also contribute to the county's economic expansion. Li Chun expressed his gratitude, stating, Director Zhang's analysis is exceptionally professional. We will closely monitor policy developments and make informed decisions that align with our company's actual circumstances. In the ensuing discussions, the group delved into various aspects such as infrastructure development, talent acquisition, and environmental protection. Li Chun actively shared his thoughts and suggestions, demonstrating a sense of social responsibility characteristic of an entrepreneur. Esteemed leaders, I believe that while we advance the economy, we must not overlook the protection and support of enterprises. Our company has consistently strived to contribute to the development of our hometown, and we hope to play a positive role in the county's growth, Li Chun stated earnestly. Director Wang expressed his admiration for Li Chun, affirming, Mr. Li is absolutely correct. Our county has always prioritized enterprise development and is committed to a path of sustainable growth. We also hope that businesses actively engage in the development of our county, collaboratively crafting a beautiful and livable hometown. Secretary He nodded in agreement. Li Chun expressed, County Head Wang, Secretary He, I am keen to collaborate with the government to advance the development of our county. Our enterprise will also increase its investment, contributing to the sustainable development of the region. As time passed, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly harmonious. The attendees gradually deepened their understanding and trust in one another, laying a solid foundation for future cooperation. In conclusion, County Head Wang Zhenguo remarked, Today's exchange has been both pleasant and meaningful. We hope that Mr. Li will continue to pay attention to the development of our county and actively participate in various constructions. Our government will consistently provide quality services and support to businesses, working together to create a brighter future. Li Chun stood up, his gaze sincere, stating, I am grateful for the concern and support from all the leaders. I will strive to manage my enterprise well and contribute to the county's development. I also hope that the county can offer appropriate support when conditions allow. The attendees rose one by one to shake hands and bid farewell. Although this enigmatic gathering had concluded, Li Chun understood that his collaboration with the county leaders was just beginning. In the days to come, he would face more challenges and opportunities. Yet, he was confident that he would succeed in this intricate interplay of business and politics, offering his modest contributions to the development of his enterprise and hometown. Chapter 66. The intricacies within intricacies. After the banquet, the leaders gradually exited the private room. County Head Wang nodded slightly as he walked alongside Secretary He, remarking, This Li Chun is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he possesses such determination and insight. Given time, he will surely become a talent for our county. Secretary He responded thoughtfully, Indeed, one can see that he is very astute and has his own plans. Moreover, he handled the conversation with poise, maintaining a balance of humility and confidence. He is a person with potential. Director Wang Saixia gently added, I find this young man quite composed. He thoughtfully considers our questions and offers reasonable responses. In our future work, we could communicate more with him. Perhaps we can spark ideas beneficial to the county's development. Zhang Xuemin shared his perspective, affirming, Li Chun's enterprise holds great potential, and he possesses ambition and a sense of responsibility. If we can guide him well and encourage his active participation in key projects, it will undoubtedly propel our county's economic development. The group engaged in lively discussion, expressing their satisfaction with Li Chun's performance that day. In the car on the way back, County Head Wang and Secretary He continued their discussion about Li Chun. Wang Zhenguo, with a look of contemplation, remarked, There are not many young entrepreneurs like Li Chun, who are both driven and visionary. We must support him well, allowing his enterprise to flourish within our county. He nodded in agreement, suggesting that within the bounds of policy, they could extend certain preferential policies and support to him, allowing him to feel their regard for him, thereby motivating him to contribute to the county's development. Meanwhile, Wang Caixia and Zhang Xuwen, in another vehicle, were also engaged in conversation, evidently intrigued by him. Wang Caixia, with a beaming smile, remarked, This Li Chun has left a very favorable impression on me. He is quite polite and shows great respect for us seniors. Zhang Xuwen concurred, noting that Li Chun possesses a solid understanding of the work of the Development and Reform Commission and is aware of their challenges. This bodes well for future project collaborations. The leaders' evaluations and discussions regarding Li Chun laid a promising foundation for their forthcoming cooperation, brimming with potential for Li Chun's future in the county. On the other side, after bidding farewell to the departing group, Li Chun and Lu Kaiyun leisurely made their way to their vehicle. Lu Kaiyun gazed at Li Chun with admiration, resembling a starstruck fan. "Mr. Li, I'm truly impressed by your eloquence. You conveyed your stance without allowing those old-timers to take advantage. You are remarkable. I've never encountered a young person like you." Lu Kaiyun, being well acquainted with various people and situations, found herself re-evaluating Li Chun today. She had anticipated that her seemingly carefree boss would handle matters with such meticulousness. Initially, she had hesitated, perceiving Li Chun as somewhat juvenile. Haha, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Their intentions are quite clear. They merely wish for us to vigorously develop and support certain policies for the county. This is the assistance we require for our future growth, a mutual benefit. Li Chun's analysis struck a chord, as both parties were driven by their own objectives, and as long as their goals aligned, the journey would flow smoothly. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate our company's rapid expansion, Lu Kaiyun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Upon returning to the conference hall, Li Chun settled onto the sofa, deep in thought. He realized it was time to chart the future direction of the company. Silently summoning the system, he prepared to draw from today's blind box. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value increased by 2. Gold coins 200, 000. Intelligence gained 15. Such a significant increase in intelligence this time. Could it be that my performance today was exceptional? Li Chun mused, a shameless smile gracing his face. The host ought to possess self-awareness. Had it not been for this system augmenting your intelligence and facilitating your transformation in advance, you would have been utterly humiliated at the banquet. The system delivered this blunt reminder without mercy, leaving no room for leniency. Am I truly that lacking? Must you mock me? Li Chun gritted his teeth in frustration, harboring a deep-seated resentment within. However, it must be acknowledged that, following meticulous adjustments by the system, Li Chun had indeed undergone a significant transformation, a testament to the system's efficacy, for which he felt a genuine sense of gratitude. He promptly checked his attributes to discern any changes. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm value, 22 intelligence, 100 title, stunningly attractive, Hercules skills, wildflower gathering, scanning, novice chef. Devoted admirer, piano virtuoso, intimate master, time management expert, lockpicking specialist, inferior hypnosis, combat specialist, chess master backpack. Lucky card X1, misfortune card X1 gold coins. 4, 200. 000 lottery draws, 0 task. Win over Chui Jie and secure the first blood, reward. 5, 000 gold coins, 20 charm value. After a brief moment, Li Chun closed the system interface, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the system had its quirks and was occasionally a tad frivolous, the transformation he had experienced was nothing short of revolutionary compared to his former self. While he was lost in thought, a message pinged on his phone. Dear, have you forgotten about me? You haven't been to the office in days. The tone from Tang Shui carried a hint of complaint. No. I've been swamped these past few days with various social obligations. I promise I will come to the office to see you tomorrow. Li Chun hurriedly crafted soothing words to placate Tang Shui's minor irritation. If you don't show up tomorrow, I might just go on strike. Of course, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. As their conversation concluded, Li Chun wiped his brow, which was thankfully devoid of sweat. Juggling the demands of 2 individuals was indeed exhausting. He couldn't help but wonder what chaos would ensue if he had to add Chui Jie into the mix. The mere thought of it caused him a headache. This system was undeniably leading him down an irreversible path. It seemed imperative to schedule that task soon, as the penalties were insufferable. Moreover, he was still preoccupied with the garden. Transforming it into a private estate was an enticing prospect. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. The bidding day is approaching. Li Chun suddenly smacked his forehead, almost having overlooked an important matter. He needed to expedite the recruitment of a secretary, and it was time to upgrade his vehicle and perhaps even hire a chauffeur. The prospect of a more comfortable life was finally on the horizon. Chapter 67. Smoothing Tang Shui's minor irritations the next day, Li Chun arrived at the company early, aware that if he failed to show up today, Tang Shui might genuinely follow through on her threat to go on strike. This little girl was quite capable of such actions. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a familiar and charming visage. Her deep brown, flowing curls exuded an air of romance. Her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled in a way that seemed to ensnare one's very soul. Her fair complexion resembled a freshly shelled egg, and her lightly pink lips revealed two adorable dimples when she smiled. At present, she was pouting, glaring at Li Chun with an expression of feigned annoyance. Her figure was gracefully alluring, adorned today in a delicate white lace dress, the fabric soft and form-fitting, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous silhouette, creating an enticing contrast. She wore a pair of white high heels, complemented by black mesh stockings. Tang Shui stood with her hands on her hips, fixating her gaze on Li Chun with an intensity that suggested a predatory hunger, a stark contrast to her otherwise charming demeanor, evoking an irresistible urge to laugh. "You still remember to come to the office? I thought you had forgotten," Tang Shui exclaimed, her tone laced with irritation. "Oh dear, look at you, even when angry. You are so adorable and captivating. Today I finally understand why I am so fond of you. It's akin to indulging in spicy strips as a child, never bothering to check the expiration date, or the thrill of cheating during an exam, heart racing yet utterly irresistible," Li Chun remarked playfully, inching closer to Tang Shui with a mischievous expression. Giggling, "You are truly the only one who can say such things. I am utterly impressed." Tang Shui burst into laughter, her joy causing her to tremble with delight. Li Chun gently embraced her, tenderly stroking her hair while greedily inhaling her unique fragrance. Tang Shui nestled her cheek against his chest, fully relishing the moment. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and a day apart felt like 3 autumns. After a brief yet sweet interlude, they reluctantly parted, and Tang Shui proceeded to update Li Chun on the company's status. Everything was progressing smoothly. In fact, Li Chun's presence or absence had little impact. Sun Haishan was firmly at the helm of the company, ably assisted by Ho Su. Tang Shui hardly needed to manage anything, serving merely as a conduit for communication. "All right then, that's good. As long as everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. There's no need to rush. Recently, please help me find a driver and a secretary. I plan to change my car as I've been overwhelmed with tasks and often forget things," Li Chun replied succinctly after listening to Tang Shui's report. "A secretary? Why can't you just use me? Why seek anyone else?" Tang Shui queried, puzzled by Li Chun's suggestion. "You can't. You need to oversee the company. I can't always be here. This place is meant for you to eventually take the reins," Li Chun stated with a serious demeanor, indicating he was not joking. "What? You're not joking? Me manage? How can I do that?" Tang Shui covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What is stopping you? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. You only need to grasp the broader direction," Li Chun reassured her with a calm expression, unfazed by her anxiety. "Let me process this. It's so sudden, I find it hard to accept, and I fear I won't perform well," Tang Shui confessed, her excitement barely contained, revealing a hint of panic. "But I'll be here to support you. Don't doubt yourself. You need to learn from Sun Haishan. His management skills are exceptional." I understand," Tang Shui replied, still hesitating, lacking confidence in her abilities. "No more hesitations. That is a matter for the future. Right now, your focus should be on learning," Li Chun asserted firmly, his tone resolute. "Very well, I will commit to learning diligently," she replied, a newfound determination beginning to blossom within her. Tang Shui clenched her small fists, harboring an undeniable spirit of tenacity. Her capabilities were commendable. Since the establishment of the company, she had been diligently overseeing its operations. While her skills were evident, she lacked experience. Unbeknownst to her, years later, she would become a prominent figure in her field. Moments later, Sun Haishan entered the office. "Mr. Li, the bidding meeting is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, followed by a banquet at the Century Hotel in the evening. Do not forget to attend." Sun Haishan stated his purpose directly, as was his straightforward manner. "Yes, I remember. I will be punctual," Li Chun replied. "Please consult Manager Xia. You two should select a batch of official vehicles together. Both you and Ho Su will have dedicated vehicles, and then consider acquiring a few additional ones for official use." Li Chun had long intended to make these arrangements, but had not found the time until now, coincidentally needing to purchase a vehicle himself. Thank you, Mr. Li. What specifications should we consider?" Sun Haishan, cautious, sought confirmation before making decisions. "Decide as you see fit, but avoid extravagance. Funds should be allocated judiciously." Li Chun was not overly concerned about money. He was rather generous by nature. "Understood. Rest assured, we won't be purchasing any supercars, Sun Haishan joked before swiftly departing. "Hey you, Li Chun was surprised to witness the typically serious Sun Haishan cracking a joke, evidently delighted by the news. Let us go look at the cars tomorrow. You should also acquire one for your use, Li Chun suggested, embracing Tang Shui and resting her on his thigh. I can forego it. We are purchasing official vehicles. After all, I rarely drive, Tang Shui replied, not being overly particular. Perhaps she simply did not enjoy driving, or perhaps she lacked the confidence to do so. Very well. I shall arrange for you a dedicated vehicle, Li Chun decided, not pressing the matter further. Not driving was not a disadvantage. Having a dedicated car with a driver would certainly provide peace of mind. All right, you can make the arrangements, Tang Shui acquiesced, her obedient and understanding nature evoking comfort in those around her. All done. There's nothing else to attend to at the company. It's time to focus on more pressing matters. Let us go, Li Chun declared, sweeping her up in a princess carry as he strode into the bedroom. Is 6 minutes too short? Li Chun mused, reclining against the headboard, one arm around Tang Shui and the other holding a cigarette, reveling in the moment. He silently summoned the system to initiate the day's lottery draw. System, commence the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value. 1. Gold coins. 200,000. And you have received a strength pill, now stored in your backpack. Note. Use with caution. It can extend combat time by 2 hours. But this battle is not the same as that one. What the hell? System, I suspect you are mocking me. This pill is the evidence. Li Chun grumbled through clenched teeth. His face flushed with indignation. Exchange all gold coins. Moments later, a notification from the bank appeared on his phone, revealing that his balance had reached an impressive 13.4 million. This amount was more than sufficient to ensure the company's smooth operation and facilitate the substantial procurement of vehicles. In Chapter 68, the joy of acquiring a Ferrari. The following day, Li Chun and Tang Shui indulged in a leisurely slumber until noon, perhaps due to the brevity of the previous night's 6 minutes, which may have prompted several subsequent encounters. Driving his modest vehicle, he set off with Tang Shui towards the development zone. Situated on the outskirts of the county, this area was home to numerous car dealerships. The concentration of showrooms created an awe-inspiring ambience. Li Chun was no stranger to this place, as it was where he had previously acquired his little contraption. As they meandered through the corridors, he found himself uncertain about which vehicle would be most suitable. The offerings here lacked luxurious brands. Even the likes of Mercedes and BMW were absent, leaving only mid-range showrooms, as one would expect in a county town. Just as Li Chun's enthusiasm began to wane, he spotted a newly opened showroom. Prestigious cars. Instantly, a spark ignited within him. This was the one. The grand signboard shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an aura of opulence and nobility. Exchanging glances with Tang Shui, a surge of curiosity propelled them towards the showroom. Upon entering the grand entrance of prestigious cars, they were awestruck by the spectacle before them. The lobby was exquisitely adorned, with resplendent crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow that transformed the space into a dreamlike realm. The marble floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting an array of pristine luxury vehicles. This haven showcased an impressive collection of high-end automobiles, featuring sleek sports cars that embodied speed and passion, dignified business vehicles that radiated success and prestige, and spacious, comfortable RVs that resembled mobile homes, evoking a sense of longing. Each vehicle shimmered under the lights, captivating their gaze. As Li Chun and Tang Shui immersed themselves in the splendor of this automotive paradise, they were approached by an enchanting saleswoman. Her eyes sparkled with allure, and her figure was striking. Clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated her curves perfectly, her long hair cascaded gracefully, emitting a delicate fragrance. Her visage was as exquisite as a painting, with brows like distant mountains and eyes that mirrored autumn waters. Dressed in a white short-sleeve blouse with slightly rolled cuffs, revealing her slender wrists, she paired it with a black pencil skirt that hugged her form, showcasing her long legs and pert figure. On her feet, she wore black high heels paired with black stockings, the slender heels enhancing her elegant stature. A beautiful woman approached them with a smile, her voice as melodious as a golden aureole emerging from the valley. Welcome to our luxury car showroom. I am Lin Yu, your sales consultant, and it is my pleasure to assist you. Li Chun was captivated by Lin Yu's beauty and demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. Noticing their astonished gazes, Lin Yu smiled and said, "We have a variety of luxury vehicles here that are sure to meet your needs. May I inquire what type of car interests you?" After a brief pause, Li Chun regained his composure. We would like to see sports cars and other types. Lin Yu nodded and led them to the sports car exhibition area. There, an array of stunning sports cars stood, each exuding an aura of power. Lin Yu elaborated on the performance and features of each vehicle, her expertise and enthusiastic service deepening Li Chun and Tang Shui's understanding of the cars. They then proceeded to another section of the showroom, where the cars emphasized practicality and comfort without compromising on luxury and grandeur. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Li Chun and Tang Shui developed a keen interest in a Ferrari. The car's exterior design was both stylish and imposing, with sharp, flowing lines that created a striking visual impact. The interior boasted luxurious and exquisite decorations, soft and comfortable seating, and an array of high-tech features. What Li Chun appreciated most was that the car accommodated 4 passengers, allowing him to take his grandparents for a drive. Lin Yu continued with a radiant smile. This Ferrari is our star model. It not only possesses remarkable performance, but also offers exceptional comfort and safety. Priced at $5 million. We are currently offering a special discount for our grand opening, bringing the price down to $4.8 million. All paperwork will be completed, and you can drive it away shortly. Li Chun and Tang Shui were utterly captivated by the car. They climbed inside, relishing its comfort and luxury. After careful consideration, they decided to purchase the vehicle. This is it. I truly love it, Li Chun exclaimed, closing the door with an affectionate demeanor. Yes, I also find it quite beautiful. Though it is a bit pricey, Tang Shui remarked, her admiration evident, yet a hint of concern for the substantial cost lingered, given the millions at stake. All right, sir. Please take a moment to relax here while I prepare the contract, Lin Yu said with a bright smile as she turned to head into the office. Moments later, Lin Yu returned with a smile, efficiently handling the purchase paperwork. In no time, even the license plates were installed, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Especially since the vehicle registration office was conveniently located just across the street. Li Chun's small car was traded in, though regrettably, it was not even sufficient to cover the insurance. Alas, that little car had indeed suffered an unfortunate fate, discarded without a second thought. As Li Chun and Tang Shui drove away in their new car, the experience was undeniably far superior to that of the Wuling. At that moment, he felt he had finally acquired his first luxury vehicle, a reward for his diligent savings, albeit funded by the system, was it not? Are you really not considering purchasing a car for yourself? Li Chun inquired as he navigated the road. No, I do not wish to purchase one. Nor do I take pleasure in driving. The crux of the matter lies in my lack of faith in my own skills. Tang Shui playfully stuck out her little tongue, embodying a shy and endearing demeanor. Very well then, you may commence recruiting soon, hiring several drivers, and reserving one for yourself, Li Chun reiterated with persistent care, anxious that Tang Shui might compromise her own comfort. All right, I shall heed your advice, Tang Shui replied, her eyes brimming with affection, her happiness palpable. Tang Shui was not a person swayed by vanity. Had she been so, she would have long since married into affluence. After all, her qualities were evident. And which man could resist the allure of such an exquisite beauty? In truth, the system had indeed treated Li Chun well, selecting for him women of unparalleled grace and charm. Most significantly, such girls could likely only be found in kindergarten or elementary school settings. They were truly the epitome of meticulous selection. Chapter 69. The frugal Tang Shui with Li Chun's endorsement, Sun Haishan seemed invigorated, embarking with unbridled enthusiasm on the journey of ordering automobiles. His heart brimmed with anticipation, as if he could already envision new cars lined up before him, awaiting their test drives. Sun Haishan first set his sights on the Mercedes-Benz 400, a model long regarded as a symbol of luxury and quality. Its elegant lines, grand appearance, and exquisite interior craftsmanship exuded an air of nobility. He imagined himself in the driver's seat, hands gripping the steering wheel, experiencing the powerful performance and comfortable ride. A swell of pride welling within him. Both Hosu and Sun Haishan shared the same discerning taste. They simultaneously gravitated toward the Mercedes, as though this vehicle had been custom-tailored for successful individuals like themselves. When they decided to co-own this car, an unspoken understanding flowed between them, suggesting that it was not merely a vehicle, but rather a mutual goal they aspired to achieve. In addition to 2 Mercedes-Benz 400s, Sun Haishan also ordered a Buick business vehicle, renowned for its spaciousness and comfortable ride. Whether for business receptions or team excursions, the Buick could fulfill all requirements with aplomb. Considering the company's growth, Sun Haishan recognized the necessity of such a vehicle to meet diverse needs. It would serve as a mobile office, greatly facilitating their work. Following this, he meticulously selected 5 different grades of official vehicles, each boasting unique features, some emphasizing performance, others prioritizing comfort, while yet others possessed distinctive aesthetic appeal. Sun Haishan understood that varying occasions called for different vehicles, and these official cars would provide robust support for the company's daily operations. However, what he devoted the most thought to was the Alpha he ordered specifically for Tang Shui. He was aware that she required a vehicle that was comfortable, safe, and stylish to cater to her daily travel needs. The Alpha, without a doubt, was the optimal choice. Its exterior was both fashionable and dignified, with smooth, elegant lines. The interior was luxurious and refined, featuring soft, comfortable seating, perfect for business receptions or as a personal conveyance. As Sun Haiyan completed this series of vehicle orders, a profound sense of accomplishment enveloped him. He recognized that these automobiles would usher in significant transformations for the company's growth and the lives of everyone involved. However, he was acutely aware that the expenditure of several million was no trifling matter. A wave of anxiety washed over him at the thought of facing criticism upon his return. Indeed, the news swiftly reached Tang Shui's ears. A person known for her frugality, Tang Shui felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this news. She gazed at Sun Haiyan, her eyes filled with reproach. "General Manager's son, have you perhaps spent a bit too much? Spending several million is quite substantial. The company and our projects still require financial resources." Sun Haiyan lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze, fully aware that Tang Shui was concerned about the expenditure on behalf of the higher-ups. Yet, he firmly believed that these vehicles were essential investments, holding significant implications for the company's progress and everyone's welfare. Furthermore, this was a commitment made by Li Chun, and he had not acted unilaterally. "General Tang, I understand your concerns regarding the finances. However, these vehicles are intended for the development of the company and the well-being of our team. The Buick business model will meet our travel needs, while the official vehicles will enhance our work efficiency. The Alpha is specifically ordered for you. I hope you will appreciate it. If the budget exceeds our limits, I can return the Mercedes and replace it with something else." Sun Haiyan patiently elucidated, his expression devoid of displeasure. As Tang Shui absorbed Sun Haiyan's words, her internal reproach began to dissipate. She realized that his intentions were for the greater good and the company's future. Still, she could not shake off the burden of that hefty expenditure. The thought of Sun Haiyan considering swapping out his designated vehicle struck her as somewhat excessive. After all, his capabilities and contributions were evident, and the vehicle purchase had originated from Li Chen's suggestion. "General Sun, I understand you act with everyone's best interests in mind. However, we must not be wasteful. Several million could accomplish many things. Since the purchase has been made, let's leave it at that," Tang Shui sighed. Sun Haiyan's eyes brimmed with resolve as he replied, "General Tang, rest assured, these vehicles are worthy investments. They shall bring forth greater opportunities and growth for the company, motivating our employees in the process. I have faith that through our collective efforts, we will reap the rewards of these investments." All right, there's nothing wrong with the purchase. I will transfer some funds to the finance department shortly, so do not worry," Li Chen quickly interjected, skillfully defusing the situation. Tang Shui gazed into Sun Haiyan's eyes, sensing his determination and confidence. She understood that he was a visionary and a responsible individual, and his decisions were undoubtedly well considered. Although she still felt a pang of regret over the expenditure, it was ultimately a promise made by Li Chun, and she could not chastise him too harshly. A gentle reminder would suffice. Moments later, a fleet of brand-new vehicles arrived at the company. As everyone beheld these luxurious automobiles, their hearts swelled with joy and excitement. The Mercedes exuded an air of sophistication, the Buick offered spacious comfort, the official vehicles were practical and efficient, and the Alpha radiated style and warmth, leaving everyone in awe. Li Chun gazed at the array of vehicles before him, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that Sun Haishan's decision was indeed astute. These cars would infuse the company with renewed vigor and foster a sense of unity and diligence among the team. Approaching Tang Shui with a smile, he remarked, "All right, no more sorrowing over them. These cars are our driving force and a symbol of our success. I believe that through our collective efforts, we shall undoubtedly forge a brighter future." As Tang Shui looked at Li Chun, her worries gradually dissipated. She recognized the truth in his words. These cars represented not merely a material indulgence, but also a profound source of inspiration. They would galvanize everyone to work harder, striving for the company's growth and their own aspirations. At times, it is indeed the case that one's attire or mode of transport can significantly influence first impressions. Just as Li Chen now appeared somewhat incongruous driving his former modest vehicle. It reminds us that one's appearance and that of a company serve as its most fundamental facade. After a brief interlude, Li Chen returned to his office, and with idle time on his hands, he summoned the system. System, commence the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charisma, 2. Gold coins, 200, 000. Intelligence, 5. Li Chen observed the system's unchanged demeanor with a sense of ennui and promptly closed it. He had grown accustomed to the system's frugality and its whimsical nature, to the point of feeling disinclined to critique it further. Little did he know, the true moment of joy awaited him with the system's upgrade. At that time, he would be immensely grateful for the foundational attributes provided in the early stages, which would facilitate a comprehensive transformation of Li Chen from within. Chapter 70. The bidding conference. The Grand Hall of the Century Hotel remained resplendent, illuminated by the soft glow of magnificent crystal chandeliers that cast an ethereal light across the space, rendering it akin to a dreamscape. The marble floor shone like a mirror, reflecting the bustling figures that moved about with purpose. All company executives and employees were diligently preparing for this pivotal bidding conference, with Sun Haishan particularly busy, ensuring that the venue was impeccably organized. Inside the conference hall, rows of neatly arranged seats were positioned perfectly, while a crimson carpet extended from the entrance to the podium, imparting an air of solemnity and enthusiasm. On the podium, a refined microphone and projector were thoughtfully placed, with the company logo and the theme of the bidding conference prominently displayed on the backdrop, capturing attention with its striking clarity. It was evident that Sun Haishan was indeed a high-ranking executive of a major corporation, adept at executing every task with finesse. As time progressed, numerous representatives from contracting firms and construction companies began to arrive. Clad in formal attire, some exuded confidence while others appeared slightly anxious, each person radiating a desire and anticipation for this project. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly spirited, with attendees engaging in animated discussions. Li Chen stood to the side, quietly observing the unfolding scene, his heart filled with hope that this bidding conference would usher in new opportunities and growth for the company. Tang Shui had also arrived early at the venue, having meticulously prepared her appearance for the day. A cascade of lustrous black hair was elegantly fashioned into an exquisite updo, with a few delicate strands gracefully cascading down her cheeks, imparting an aura of gentleness. Her face bore an intricate makeup, with brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumnal waters, and lips adorned with a subtle hue of lipstick, rendering her irresistibly captivating. She donned a form-fitting black dress, crafted from luxurious silk, the tailored design perfectly accentuating her slender waist and graceful curves. A pearl necklace adorned her neck, adding an air of nobility to her presence. Clutching a petite black handbag, she exuded both beauty and poise. Moments later, the bidding conference commenced in earnest. The host ascended the podium, announcing the beginning of the proceedings with a clear and resonant voice. First to speak was Sun Haishan, representing the company. His gaze was resolute and confident, his voice steady and powerful. Distinguished guests, good day. Today, we gather here for a public bidding conference, with the intention of seeking the finest partners for our project. We believe that through this bidding event, we shall undoubtedly find the most capable and reputable contractors and construction firms to collaboratively create an exceptional project. His address was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. The conference then transitioned into the intense bidding phase. Representatives from various contractors and construction companies took turns to present their firm's strengths, experiences, and interpretations of the project. Some showcased their achievements through captivating slides, while others articulated their proposals with vivid language, each striving to highlight their advantages. Li Chen and the company's executives attentively listened to each presentation, exchanging thoughts periodically. Amidst the fervor of the bidding conference, Zhang Peng and his son made their entrance. Zhang Peng was clad in an expensive suit, his hair impeccably slicked back, and a hint of arrogance graced his expression. His son, Zhang Hanbo, trailed behind him, equally self-important. They strutted into the venue, deliberately casting provocative glances at Li Chen. Oh, if it isn't Li Chen, do you also wish to participate in the bidding? Truly overestimating yourself? How laughable. Zhang Hanbo scoffed. Li Chun furrowed his brow, choosing to disregard their taunts. However, Zhang Hanbo persisted. What qualifications can your pathetic company possibly possess? Our firm is the leader in this industry. You small-time companies should know your place. A flicker of anger crossed Li Chen's eyes, yet he maintained his composure and replied calmly. The bidding conference is fair and impartial. Partners will be chosen based on merit and proposals, not mere words. Zhang Peng and his son erupted in derisive laughter, exuding an air of invincibility. Fool, spare us your bravado. Once our company wins the bid, let us see what you have to say then. Little did they know that Li Chun was, in fact, the mastermind behind the scenes. During the subsequent evaluation phase, Li Chun and the company's executives meticulously adhered to the established criteria for assessment. They meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of each bidding proposal, taking into account various factors. After an intense discussion and comparison, they ultimately determined the winning company. When the host announced the results, the expressions on Zhang Hanbo and his son's faces instantly soured. They could scarcely believe they had not won the bid. What shocked them even more was that the victorious company was one they had always looked down upon, a small firm. Overwhelmed by panic, they realized they had made a colossal mistake. They hurriedly approached Li Chun, pleading for forgiveness. Mr. Li, we were mistaken. We had no idea this was your company. Please grant us another opportunity. After all, we share a history as classmates. Zhang Hanbo spoke in a tone of submission, unable to lift his gaze. As he desperately desired this chance, Zhang Peng, mirroring his father's obsequiousness, chimed in, Mr. Li, we recognize our error. You are generous. Please forgive us. And don't be so harsh on a mere child. Li Chun regarded their disheveled appearance with a gaze filled with indifference. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Your arrogance and ignorance have cost you this chance. Moreover, your conduct during the bidding session has egregiously violated the rules, resulting in your disqualification. Most importantly, you are undeserving. Leave. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Zhang Hanbo and his son were engulfed in regret. They understood there was no recourse left for them and could only exit the venue in disgrace. Their figures appeared particularly pitiful, starkly contrasting their earlier arrogance. The bidding session concluded successfully, and Li Chen along with his team breathed a sigh of relief. They recognized that this triumph would lay a solid foundation for the company's development. The failure of Zhang Hanbo and his son imparted a vital lesson. Arrogance and ignorance will only lead to the forfeiture of further opportunities, revealing their short-sightedness and lack of insight. In this fiercely competitive business realm, only by maintaining humility, diligence, and integrity can one progress further. Chapter 71. Shen Yu's plea for help. The following day, the vibrant sounds of laughter and song emanated from my ba, where Shen Yu, Su Jingyi, Zhang Hanbo, Li Songhai, and several other classmates gathered to revel in song. The atmosphere in the private room was electric, with flickering lights as the students sang joyously, releasing their youthful exuberance. Shen Yu, a vivacious and cheerful girl, radiated a smile as bright as the sun, her long, dark hair cascading freely over her shoulders. In contrast, Su Jingyi exuded a serene elegance, her eyes reflecting a blend of gentleness and wisdom. Zhang Hanbo and Li Songhai were the lively spirits of the class, always eager to be in the spotlight. After a few songs, Shen Yu and Su Jingyi rose to head towards the restroom. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered a group of unruly youths. These delinquents sported brightly colored hair and donned eccentric attire, nonchalantly smoking cigarettes with an air of defiance. One of the ruffians, upon spotting Shen Yu and Su Jingyi, suddenly brightened with interest. He stepped forward, playfully taunting, "Oh, these two lovely ladies are quite a sight. With figures like that, why not join us for a drink and entertain our boss?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab Shen Yu and Su Jingyi. Startled, they immediately paled and retreated. "What are you doing? Let us go," Su Jingyi shouted anxiously. "Hey, don't be shy. Just a drink with our boss won't cost you anything." Another thug chimed in, his hands roaming. Shen Yu and Su Jingyi struggled desperately, but the ruffians were relentless. The commotion grew louder, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Inside the private room, Zhang Hanbo and Li Songhai heard the uproar and promptly emerged. Upon seeing Zhang Liang's underlings, Zhang Hanbo felt a surge of pride, believing he still held some influence. He strode forward confidently, saying, "Hey, what is going on? Let them go." The thugs exchanged disdainful glances at Zhang Hanbo. "Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs?" One thug sneered. Zhang Hanbo, incensed, retorted, "You don't recognize me? I'm Zhang Hanbo. I'm friends with your boss, Zhang Liang. Do me a favor and let them go. Unbeknownst to him, after the incident involving Li Chun, Zhang Liang harbored a deep-seated grudge against him, making it unlikely he would receive any favors. Instead, the thugs unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Hanbo. How dare you bring up that incident? Our boss is still furious. And you have the audacity to meddle today? Who do you think you are? They spat, assaulting him as they cursed. Zhang Hanbo was left battered and bruised, utterly defenseless. Li Songhai and the others watched helplessly, unwilling to intervene. Knowing these thugs were trouble and fearing they might also get caught up in the fray. Sensing the dire situation, Shen Yu discreetly sent a message to Li Chun. Li Chun, I'm in trouble at my ba. Please come and save me. Her tone was filled with urgency. Meanwhile, Li Chun was leisurely enjoying tea in his office, reveling in the tranquility of his day. Tang Shui, dressed in a form-fitting black mini-skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, sat gracefully on the sofa. Her slender waist was delicate, and her long, straight legs were complemented by black stockings. As this captivating beauty sat there, Li Chen's legs rested on her lap, while she gently massaged his shoulders. Though her technique lacked professionalism, it was executed with a certain finesse. A blush adorned Tang Shui's charming face, combining cuteness with sensuality, making her irresistibly enchanting. Just then, a message pinged on Li Chen's phone. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. What happened? Is everything all right? Upon observing his demeanor, Tang Shui surmised that something must be amiss. A message from a classmate revealed that she had been bullied, prompting her to rush over, instructing him to wait at the company. Li Chen offered a brief explanation before hastily donning his attire and departing. Moments later, a brand new black Ferrari came to a halt at the entrance of my ba. The security guard, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not utter a word and promptly ushered Li Chun inside, discreetly notifying the boss with a phone call. Following the room number provided in the message, Li Chun made his way there. As he stepped into the corridor, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Shen Yu and Su Jingyi were encircled by a group of delinquents, while Zhang Hanbo lay on the ground, battered. A surge of fury welled up within him. Release them, Li Chun commanded, his voice imbued with authority. The thugs turned at the sound of his voice, their expressions shifting to one of terror upon recognizing him. They were acutely aware of Li Chen's formidable reputation. Previously, their leader, Zhang Liang, had exhibited subservience in his presence. Li Chun, what brings you here? One of the thugs stuttered. Shall I repeat myself? Li Chen's icy glare sent shivers down their spines. The delinquents hastily relinquished their hold on Shen Yu and Su Jingyi, retreating to the sidelines in trepidation. At that moment, Zhang Liang arrived, having caught wind of the commotion. Upon seeing Li Chun, he instantly shrank back, rushing forward to apologize in a manner that could only be described as abjectly humble. Li Chun, I am truly sorry. I had no idea they were your friends. I will ensure these insolent knaves receive their due punishment. Zhang Liang's demeanor was excessively deferential. This scene left all witnesses in astonishment. The notorious local thug leader was displaying such respect towards Li Chun, an unbelievable sight indeed. Shen Yu and Su Jingyi regarded Li Chun with newfound admiration. Their perceptions of him transformed. Shen Yu gazed at him with starry-eyed infatuation, never having imagined that he could command such fear from the ruffians. Gratitude and respect filled her heart, as if she were enchanted. Su Jingyi, too, felt a subtle shift within her. She had always considered Li Chun an ordinary and impoverished individual, yet his conduct today forced her to reassess her previous judgments. She began to reevaluate the classmate she had once overlooked. Li Chun cast a glance at Zhang Liang and stated, "These two girls are my friends. Please keep an eye on them moving forward." Zhang Liang eagerly nodded. "Of course, Li Chun. I will remember your words. You have my word on it." Turning to Shen Yu and Su Jingyi, Li Chun inquired, "Are you both all right?" Shen Yu shook her head, beaming at him. "We are fine, thank you, Li Chun." Su Jingyi quickly added, "Thank you, Li Chun. Had it not been for you, we don't know what might have happened." This marked the first occasion she initiated conversation with him after several encounters, leaving her with an inexplicable feeling. Li Chun smiled nonchalantly, showing no inclination to ingratiate himself. Despite her status as the campus belle, "I'm glad to hear you're safe. Let us be on our way." Upon concluding his words, Li Chun departed from my ba with Shen Yu, Su Jingyi, and their classmates. Zhang Liang and his subordinates remained rooted in place, wearing broad smiles as they watched Li Chun and his companions exit. Behind them trailed Zhang Hanbo, his face awash with shame, his head bowed in silent embarrassment. He was acutely aware of his repeated failures since Li Chen's arrival, which had rendered him a figure of ridicule. Zhang Hanbo directed all the blame towards Li Chen, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. Chapter 72. Shun Yu's confession. As Li Chen and Shin Yu lingered at the entrance, a middle-aged man hurriedly emerged. His face lit with a smile as he called out, "Brother, you should have let me know you were coming." The speaker was none other than Kong Jia, the owner of my bar. "Ah, brother, I was called over by a friend on short notice. I promised to give you a heads up next time." Li Chen turned and greeted Kong Jia with a cheerful expression. "I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I just heard from the waiter about the commotion. It's quite regrettable that such a thing occurred on my turf," Kong Jia said, his demeanor amicable as he expressed his apologies, showing a commendable level of respect. "Brother, there's no need for such formalities. No one could have anticipated this. It's not anyone's fault," Li Chen replied, unwilling to cast blame. After all, how could anyone know they were his friends? Moreover, since the event had transpired, there was no point in dwelling on it. "Why aren't you over here yet? What are you waiting for?" Kong Jia suddenly barked at someone behind him, his tone shifting dramatically. Yes, I'm coming. Brother Chen, I'm truly sorry. Today's events were entirely my fault. Please don't be angry." Zhang Liang approached cautiously, his demeanor markedly more respectful, revealing his evident fear of Kong Jia. Li Chen mused that Kong Jia was indeed not to be trifled with, having sensed this during their last gathering. After all, how many in the entertainment industry are truly harmless? "It's quite all right. You didn't mean to cause trouble. Now that we're acquainted, let us move past it," Li Chen graciously replied, eager to defuse any lingering tension. "Don't you dare forget to thank Brother Chen, you blind fool," Kong Jia admonished, clearly indicating that Zhang Liang was now firmly under his thumb, as evidenced by his submissive attitude. Yes. Thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Chen is magnanimous. I'll ensure to look after these two ladies in the future. You can count on me." Zhang Liang promptly continued to flatter, thumping his chest in assurance to fulfill Li Chen's requests. "Just get lost. All you do is stir up trouble," Kong Jia chided. "Brother, I must get back to work now. Next time, do make sure to call me. We must enjoy a few drinks together." "Absolutely. Go ahead with your work. And I will certainly come to support you next time," Li Chen assured him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kong Jia turned and returned inside. The group behind Li Chen stood transfixed, their expressions akin to those witnessing a ghost, utterly incredulous at the scene they had just observed. Once a timid and foolish lad, how has he transformed into a figure of high society? It is not only Zhang Liang who exhibits such deference. Even the boss of my bar is exceedingly courteous. To what heights has he ascended? Wow, Li Chen, you are truly impressive. You even know the boss? Shin Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she animatedly gestured. Though they were all of the same age, in comparison to Li Chen, they seemed like mere children. Indeed. Li Chen is remarkable. He has truly made a name for himself. Another female classmate chimed in, her admiration evident. "Oh, it's nothing. We merely know each other and show mutual respect. It's nothing to take seriously." Li Chen, unlike the rest, understood that such superficial pleasantries were merely a fade, a commonplace aspect of social interaction. As the saying goes, one must adapt their conversation to their company. If one cannot do even this, then they have no place in society. Don't be so modest. You shall be my idol from now on. Shin Yu was elated, believing that Li Chen's prompt arrival to rescue her was enough to suggest deeper sentiments. She no longer saw his actions as mere friendship, her mind racing with conjectures. Ha, do as you please. It's getting late, we should all head home. Be careful next time we go out. With no further business at hand, Li Chen prepared to take his leave. Come on, let us go home. You're giving me a ride. Shin Yu, unabashed, linked her arm with his, her exuberance palpable. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Li Chen's heart raced, stirred by the closeness. All right, let us go. He quickly acquiesced, aware that refusing might provoke unforeseen reactions, as his own desires began to stir. As they approached the gleaming new Ferrari, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the group. Young people have an inexplicable fondness for supercars. Who wouldn't desire a luxury vehicle of their own? Wow, what a beautiful car. Is this a Ferrari? Shin Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief at the sight before her. Yes, indeed. It's stunning. I absolutely adore it. The other classmates echoed her sentiments with envious glances. Su Jingyi felt a slight tug at her heart. Girls often relish the notion of sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car. Although not materialistic, she could not help but steal a few more glances. Li Chun strode confidently to the driver's seat and opened the door, smiling at the awestruck faces surrounding him. What are you waiting for? Let us go. No way. Is this yours? Have you changed cars? Shin Yu's expression was one of utter disbelief, stunned by the transformation from a Wuling to a Ferrari in such a short span. Shin Yu pulled Su Jingyi to the car and climbed in, no one daring to take the passenger seat this time. The situation was markedly different now, lacking the previous casualness. The others looked on with envy and regret, lamenting their missed opportunity to extend kindness to Li Chun at the earlier gathering. After a roar from a supercar faded into the distance, a few astonished individuals remained, consumed by regret. Moments later, Li Chun first escorted Su Jingyi back home before continuing on to see Shin Yu. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the opulent garden. Shin Yu reluctantly exited the vehicle and approached the driver's side. Li Chun lowered the window and leaned out, gazing at the quirky beauty before him. All right, be more careful next time. I was there this time, but what about the next? Li Chun patiently advised her with a few more words. I understand. Thank you for today. I had a wonderful time. Then, she quickly bent down and pressed her lips against Li Chun's. In an instant, his mind went blank, surprised by the boldness of the young girl before him, and even more astonished that she harbored such feelings for him. A few seconds later, with a flushed face, Shin Yu dashed back to her community without a glance back. Li Chun stood frozen for a long while, finally regaining his composure with a wry smile. Damn my charm. Chapter 73. The virtuous Xiao Ya. Li Chun drove straight back to the clubhouse, where he found Li Xiaoya brimming with excitement, her joy palpable. She was a captivating siren, igniting fervor in those who beheld her. Her cascading waves of hair fell casually over her shoulders, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Her alluring eyes sparkled, framed by long eyelashes that fluttered like delicate fans. Clad in a fitted red dress that perfectly accentuated her curves, her skirt slit high up her thigh revealed her long, beautiful legs, accentuated by a pair of black high heels that exuded seduction. You're back. Have you been overwhelmed with work lately? Come, take a break, Li Xiaoya said, stepping forward to link her arm with his, guiding him to the lounge area. Yes, I've been so busy I can hardly think straight. But the company is finally getting on track, Li Chun replied, rubbing his temples, appearing rather drained. Here, let me give you a massage. Li Xiaoya expertly positioned his head upon her lap and began to gently knead his temples. Li Chun felt the warmth of her thigh, a sense of tranquility washing over him. It was only in the clubhouse that he could truly relax. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring this blissful moment. In his mind, he silently summoned the system, preparing to draw from today's blind box. System, lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value. 2. Gold coins. 200,000. Intelligence. 5. As he gazed at the familiar rewards, Li Chun sighed inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly insignificant boost in intelligence had profoundly transformed him. Whether in emotional intelligence, intellectual prowess, or interpersonal skills and business acumen, he was no longer the same person he had once been, though he remained oblivious to this change. Otherwise, how could he navigate dealings with seasoned professionals so adeptly? The credit for his ease in handling such situations lay entirely with the system's enhancements. Soon enough, when the system ceased to reward basic attributes, he would find even greater relief. This whimsical system had, in an intangible way, provided him with substantial assistance. How has your mother been in recent days? Is she well? Li Chun inquired softly with his eyes closed. She's doing quite well, ever since she moved in. Her spirits have improved significantly. I am content just being able to accompany her every day, Li Xiaoya replied, her eyes brimming with happiness and a gentle smile gracing her lips. However, the business at the club has not been as prosperous as it once was, and the profits have been persistently stagnant. Suddenly, she shifted the topic, a hint of concern crossing her face. It's of no consequence. Whether we earn money or not is irrelevant. Consider it a form of exercise. We are not short on funds, Li Chun reassured her with indulgent comfort, fearing that Li Xiaoya might dwell too much on the financial concerns. Well, investing so much money without seeing any returns makes me anxious as well, Li Xiaoya confessed. Her brow furrowed. Perhaps this is the nature of women. They cannot help but feel troubled over financial matters. There's no need to worry. Things will improve gradually. Li Chun replied nonchalantly, opening his eyes to glance at her. All right, let's hope for the best, Li Xiaoya sighed, choosing not to dwell on the issue any longer. It's getting late. Let us go to bed. We can leave the shop in their hands, Li Chun said as he slowly sat up, gently patting Li Xiaoya's head. Okay, Li Chun took Li Xiaoya's hand and led her out of the office toward the bedroom. After a while, the night quietly slipped away and time moved swiftly. Before long, sunlight streamed into every corner of the room. The two of them awoke, their eyes still hazy with sleep, gazing at each other with radiant smiles. Life is that simple. The moment you open your eyes and see your beloved, that is happiness. After a brief wash, they slowly left the room. They first visited Li Xiaoya's mother, engaged in some casual conversation before taking their leave. Zhang Cuiji watched the two with joy, her face illuminated by a beaming smile. For parents, witnessing their children establish families and find happiness is the greatest joy and comfort. Raising the ones who gave them life and nurturing the ones they brought into the world fulfills the cycle of life. Life is life. Only the poor truly experience it, while the wealthy merely enjoy it. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs, relishing the fresh air and warm sunlight. Their spirits lifted immensely. Oh, what is that car? Li Xiaoya asked, her brow furrowing in confusion as she spotted the Ferrari parked in front of their home. It's ours. I bought it yesterday. Come on. Let us go for a ride, Li Chun said, opening the car door, his expression reflecting the astonishment on Li Xiaoya's face. Huh. What made you suddenly decide to change cars? You startled me. I thought we had a big client at our shop, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, calming her racing heart with a gentle pat on her chest. Ha ha ha. If I want to change it, then I shall. I can't keep driving that little Mini. It doesn't suit your husband's status, Li Chun explained with a proud expression. Li Xiaoya covered her mouth with a smile, letting out a soft giggle. Indeed. It certainly does not align with my husband's identity. Her perspective on matters was inherently different. She was more concerned about adequately attending to her esteemed clients than being astonished by her husband's acquisition of a luxury vehicle. Such was her nature, gentle, kind-hearted, and adept at navigating life's intricacies. A moment later, as the two settled into the car, Li Xiaoya reveled in the luxurious comfort of the passenger seat, her countenance radiating an even more profound sense of happiness. Witnessing her husband's daily growth brought her immeasurable joy. Darling, keep it up. I have faith in you. Li Chun glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips, his face beaming with happiness. Chapter 74. Cui Jia's dilemma. Time flew by, and as they reluctantly halted their journey, both adorned with smiles of bliss, they strolled back to the club hand in hand. Li Xiaoya resumed her bustling day, while Li Chun leisurely perched on the sofa, sipping tea. Suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. Upon inspection, it was from Cui Jia, prompting him to click and read. Hey, come pick me up. I'm feeling down. The message bore an undertone of frustration. Am I merely your emotional punching bag, miss? Why is it that you always seek me out when you're in a foul mood? Li Chun grumbled to himself, feeling somewhat unsettled. Little did he realize that when a woman feels most vulnerable and helpless, the first person she thinks of is invariably someone of significant importance in her heart. Immediately, another unequivocal message arrived, its tone reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. All right, I'll be there shortly. Li Chun felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, reluctantly stowing his phone as he stepped outside. I'm heading out to handle some matters. Don't wait for me, he informed Li Xiaoya before turning to leave. Okay, understood. Drive safely, Li Xiaoya replied with a beaming smile, her concern evident in her words. Got it. Li Chun turned back to blow her a kiss before departing. Li Xiaoya pouted her lips slightly in a gesture of affection. Shortly thereafter, Li Chun arrived at the entrance of Century Plaza, where Cui Jia stood on the roadside, angrily awaiting something. Upon seeing her demeanor, he considered making a quick exit. But alas, it was a one-way street, and it was too late. Her short hair, slightly curled at the ends, framed her face adorably. Today, she had applied a touch of makeup that accentuated her charm, and her exquisite beauty was irresistible to anyone. Dressed in a black dress with a lace design that tantalizingly revealed her skin, she exuded an air of sensuality, complemented by a pair of elegant black high heels. Li Chun honked the horn, prompting Cui Jia to turn her head in surprise at the scene before her. After a few moments of astonishment, she walked over, angrily opening the car door and taking a seat inside. What seems to be the trouble, my dear lady? Li Chun inquired with a playful smile, sensing her displeasure. I'm upset. Accompany me for a stroll in the garden, Cui Jia replied, her tone indicating that she was genuinely not in the mood for jest. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Li Chun refrained from further inquiries and drove directly to the suburban garden. Shortly thereafter, the two alighted from the vehicle, gazing in awe at the breathtaking sea of flowers before them. The ambience and sensation of the surroundings were undeniably soothing. No wonder Cui Jie sought solace here whenever she felt disheartened. It indeed had a way of uplifting one's spirits. They meandered aimlessly, enveloped in silence. With neither uttering a word, Li Chun chose not to disturb her. Perhaps a moment of quietude would be beneficial for her. Suddenly, Cui Jie halted, turning to face him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I want to marry you. Will you take me as your wife?" She spoke softly, devoid of any shyness or trepidation, as if it were a question she had pondered deeply. This seems rather inappropriate," Li Chun stammered, momentarily taken aback by such a bold inquiry. "Do you not wish to?" Cui Jie's tears fell freely, revealing her evident sorrow. "And no, that is not it. I merely wish to understand your reasoning for such a sudden declaration. Would you share your thoughts with me?" Li Chun quickly gestured, alarmed by her distress. Cui Jie wiped her tears, her body still trembling with sobs, as if she bore an immense grievance. "Allow me to share my story with you. My father's current wife is not my biological mother. My real mother passed away when I was quite young. I only know that it was due to a car accident. I have a younger brother, their child. The rest of the tale is rather melodramatic. They fear I might covet their wealth and have constantly sought to marry me off. What pains me most is that my father did not intervene. They meticulously arranged a marriage for me with someone from another region, of modest means, primarily to distance me from here, perhaps to ease their own conscience." As she concluded her tale, a strange expression crossed Cui Jie's face, tinged with a hint of malevolence, perhaps a reflection of the deep-seated resentment within her. She had already formed a knot in her heart, harboring animosity towards them and wishing to escape her home. On the surface, she appeared to be an elevated heiress, yet her fate was far less fortunate than that of an ordinary person. Li Chun, upon hearing her story, felt a surge of indignation, unconsciously clenching his fists, his heart ignited with a flicker of anger. Perhaps it was due to his own unjust fate that he felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. However, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Cui Jie interrupted him. "I do not care. You need not say anything. I know what you wish to convey. I am well aware of your background, not just regarding Tang Shui, but also about Li Xiaoyao from the club. I am fully informed," Cui Jie stated flatly, gazing at him in a daze. Indeed, she was no ordinary lady. She had thoroughly discerned Li Chun's circumstances, suggesting that her decision was made with careful consideration. "Then why do you still?" Li Chun pondered, perplexed. Knowing the outcome, why would she still choose him? "There is no reason. I refuse to be with anyone devoid of genuine affection, nor will I acquiesce to their schemes." Cui Jie articulated the doubts residing in Li Chun's heart, subtly revealing her distinct feelings for him. Naturally, Li Chun discerned the underlying implications but refrained from pressing further. "Have you made up your mind?" "This may well be a point of no return," Li Chun reiterated, patiently awaiting her response. "I have made my decision. I have been contemplating this for several days. My silence over the past few days was due to my internal struggle regarding this matter," Cui Jie affirmed with resolute conviction, her gaze betraying a complex blend of affection and melancholy. Li Chun stepped forward, gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, his heart swelling with emotion. He gently pulled Cui Jie into his embrace, caressing her silky hair. Her profile rested against his chest, and they stood together in tranquil silence. A gentle breeze stirred the lavender, wafting sweet floral scents around them as they remained motionless amidst the sea of flowers, comforting each other against the injustices of fate. "I do not wish to return. Let me vanish from this world. This is the only property that bears my name," Cui Jie declared, her voice steady as she clung to him, delivering the harshest of truths without a flicker of emotional fluctuation. "I respect your choice and will always support you. With me by your side, you shall never suffer another grievance," Li Chun softly reassured, tenderly stroking her back. "Very well. From this moment onward, my world shall revolve solely around you. Yes, I will protect you." This simple yet profound promise bound them together irrevocably, leaving them uncertain of the tribulations that lay ahead. Regardless of the challenges, Li Chun vowed to uphold his promise and safeguard her. Chapter 75. A paradise beyond the world. The lavender fields shimmered with ripples of purple, caressed by the gentle breeze. Sunlight cascaded down like a golden veil, softly draping this romantic expanse of blossoms. Amidst the flowers, bees busily flitted about, while butterflies danced gracefully, their delicate forms resembling ethereal sprites, adding a touch of vibrancy to the floral tapestry. At the edge of the flower sea stood a lush grove, where towering trees stood erect like loyal sentinels, safeguarding this serene haven. Hand in hand, the two wandered through the garden, relishing in the sweetness of love and the leisure of their time together. "Come, I will take you to a special place," Chuijie said, pulling him along mysteriously deeper into the garden. "Where are we going?" Li Chun queried, his expression one of confusion, unsure of what mischief this girl was plotting. "You will see when we arrive," Chuijie teased without revealing more. Deep within the floral expanse, a luxurious villa stood quietly, its grandeur and splendor demanding attention. The villa, designed in an elegant European architectural style, boasted white walls that contrasted beautifully with its red roof, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Surrounding the villa was an intricate iron fence, adorned with climbing green vines, lending a touch of nature's charm to the estate. This was Li Chen's first encounter with such a scene, and he was profoundly struck by the beauty before him. He had originally envisioned acquiring this place to create a paradise, yet he was astonished to discover that Chuijie had already transformed it into something so exquisite. He gazed at the breathtaking sea of flowers and the opulent villa, his heart brimming with emotion. "Come, allow me to show you our new home," he said. "Though I seldom reside here due to its vastness, which intimidates me." With a playful pout, Chuijie stuck out her little tongue, a charming gesture that instantly dispelled all her worries. She took Li Chen's hand, guiding him through the wonders before them. Together, hand in hand, they continued their leisurely exploration. Basking in happiness, the villa's entrance featured an enormous, intricately carved iron gate, adorned with exquisite patterns. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, the first sight to behold was a spacious garden, exuding an enchanting fragrance. A winding pebble path meandered through the garden, leading to the grand entrance of the villa. Flanking the path were several exquisite sculptures, each uniquely shaped and lifelike, as if to infuse the garden with an artistic essence. The two strolled along the path, the scene radiating warmth and tenderness. The main structure of the villa comprised 2 levels, with the first floor housing a spacious living room and dining area. The living room boasted gleaming white marble floors, smooth as glass, reflecting the grandeur of the chandelier overhead. Adorning the walls were exquisite oil paintings, transporting one into a realm of artistry. A set of comfortable European-style sofas in a subtle cream hue harmonized beautifully with the overall decor. In front of the sofas stood an enormous coffee table, adorned with a bouquet of fresh flowers and delicate tea sets. In one corner of the living room rested a black piano, its lid open, as if anticipating the owner's touch. Chuijie gently caressed the piano, gracefully seated herself, and her fingers danced skillfully across the keys, filling the villa with melodious strains. After a moment, Chuijie rose and continued to lead him deeper inside. The dining area, adjacent to the living room, featured an elongated dining table crafted from solid wood, its deep brown hue imparting a sense of gravitas and elegance. A stunning chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a warm, soft glow that enveloped the room in a cozy ambience. One side of the dining room boasted a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window, framing views of the beautiful garden and blossoming flowers, allowing diners to relish their meals while appreciating nature's splendor. They then ascended to the second floor, where the villa's beauty unfolded even further. This level housed the bedrooms and a study. The bedroom exuded warmth and romance, with soft carpeting underfoot and walls adorned with pink wallpaper. A grand European-style bed dominated the room, draped with a plush mattress and luxurious linens. In contrast, the study featured a minimalist yet grand aesthetic, with dark wooden floors and walls lined with bookshelves brimming with an array of books. A quaint writing desk sat within, accompanied by an elegant desk lamp and various stationery. Finally, they ventured into the villa's backyard, where yet another enchanting realm awaited discovery. In the backyard of the villa lies an expansive swimming pool, its crystal-clear waters shimmering in shades of blue under the radiant sunlight. Surrounding the pool are several comfortable loungers and parasols, inviting one to bask in the sun after a refreshing swim. Adjacent to the pool is a quaint garden, bursting with an array of vibrant flowers and lush greenery, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a beautiful paradise. Li Chen firmly grasped Chuijie's hand, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and tenderness. "It is truly beautiful. I never imagined you would create such a splendid place," he exclaimed. Cui Jie gazed into Li Chun's eyes, which sparkled with happiness, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Li Chun, this will be our home. Here, we shall embark on a new chapter of our lives. I believe that no matter what challenges the future may hold, we will face them together and overcome them." Amidst the floral splendor, Li Chun and Cui Jie pledged their eternal love, affirming their vows. They understood that the road ahead would be long, potentially fraught with various hardships and trials. Yet, they were resolute in their belief that, as long as they loved and supported one another, they could surmount any obstacle and reach the shores of happiness. Li Chun wrapped an arm around Cui Jie's waist, cradling her in his embrace as they stood by the window, admiring the breathtaking view before them. With the estate, the villa, luxury cars, and such a stunning companion in his arms, it felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Cui Jie nestled against Li Chun, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Cui Jie wished to remain there forever. Yet she was aware that the mother and son duo would not relinquish their pursuits so easily. Unbeknownst to them, a plot against Cui Jie had already begun to unfold, heralding a perilous ordeal that awaited her. Additionally, a startling secret was poised to surface. Chapter 76. The surge of coins as time passed gradually. The sun sank lower in the sky, casting a dimming light. The two exchanged glances, each deciphering the unspoken thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. "Shall we stay here tonight?" Li Chun finally broke the silence, feeling it inappropriate for the young lady to make the first move. "Yes, sounds good. I'm in," Cui Jie responded, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the thought of the evening's impending events, her heart racing with anticipation. Was her first time finally approaching? Cui Jie mused internally, her heartbeat quickening with excitement. "I will go buy some food. Let us celebrate here. Wait for me," Li Chun declared before hurriedly driving away from the estate. Cui Jie stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching his retreating figure, her face radiating an indescribable joy. After a considerable time, Li Chun returned in haste, arms laden with numerous bags of provisions. The two tidied up the dining area, finding the essentials for their meal to be quite adequate. Moments later, a table brimming with delectable dishes was laid out before them. They sat across from each other, a shared understanding prevailing in the silence as they gazed into one another's eyes, communicating volumes without the need for words. They raised their glasses of red wine, gently clinking them together, producing a delightful chime. Soft, soothing melodies filled the living room as the two enjoyed their meal and conversation, enveloped in a most pleasant atmosphere. Their celebration concluded swiftly. Though modest, a profound happiness lingered in their hearts. Li Chun took it upon himself to tackle the task of cleaning up, while Cui Jie, overjoyed, darted off to the living room to indulge in some relaxation. She reclined lazily on the couch, the moonlight cascading over her, accentuating her exquisite features. Her skin, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade, bore a slight blush reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, vibrant and alluring. A hint of a shy smile graced her lips, which turned upwards ever so slightly. In this posture, her figure appeared even more captivating, tall and well-proportioned, with enticing curves. She donned a sheer lavender nightgown, the fabric light and soft, clinging closely to her form, highlighting her slender waist and elongated legs. The nightgown hung casually on her. Li Chun stole glances at Cui Jie, a surge of indescribable affection and exhilaration swelling within him. He approached her gradually, gently taking her hand. Cui Jie shivered slightly, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with tenderness. As their gazes intertwined, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them. Li Chun softly embraced Cui Jie, reveling in her warmth and softness. She offered no resistance, resting quietly in his arms, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. He lowered his head, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. A blush spread across Cui Jie's cheeks as she closed her eyes, savoring this heartwarming moment. Li Chun gradually leaned down, his lips finding her cheek, and an electric current seemed to flow between them as their lips brushed together. Her body trembled slightly, and her arms wrapped tightly around Li Chun, reciprocating his fervor. They meandered toward the bedroom, where the bed was adorned with soft sheets, exuding a faint fragrance. Cui Jie felt a warmth rising within her, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. Moments later, Li Chun took a shower, washing away the fatigue of the day. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he lit a cigarette, basking in the blissful moment, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Ah, when will this exhausting life come to an end?" Can you imagine? Such shameless individuals exist in this world. It's beyond the scope of traditional vocabulary to describe. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in Li Chun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Reward: 5 million gold coins, 20 charm points. Li Chun, brimming with excitement, danced with joy. The task was finally accomplished. And in his exhilaration, he nearly swallowed the cigarette in his mouth. System, let us draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 charm point, 1 million gold coins, and 5 intelligence points. Wow, another gold coin bonus. Good job, system. You're not biased at all, always giving me generous rewards. I'll thank you on behalf of Chuijia. Li Chun rarely found himself in a joyful mood. This time, he refrained from criticizing the system, his demeanor reflecting a considerable degree of flattery. It had been quite some time since he last examined his attributes, and he hastily summoned his attribute panel to observe any changes. Host, Li Chun age, 19 charm level, 44 intelligence, 115 title, stunningly attractive, Hercules skills, wildflower gathering, scanning. Novice chef, devoted admirer, piano virtuoso, intimacy master, time management expert, lockpicking master, inferior hypnosis, martial arts master, chess master backpack. Lucky card X1, misfortune card X1. Strength pill X1 gold coins, 6. 4 million lottery chances, 0 tasks. Nana? Splendid. I now possess 6. 4 million gold coins, and my intelligence has reached 115. I wonder how high it can go. Am I considered a genius now? Li Chun pondered to himself, a delighted smile gracing his lips. Haha, at last. My charm level is sufficient. I need not worry about deductions. Looking at his charm level of 44, he felt even more elated. He had previously fretted about whether a drop to 0 would result in unforeseen consequences, but now those concerns had dissipated. What else with the joy? Are you that happy? Chuijia had finished her morning routine and approached Li Chun from behind, spotting him lost in a silly grin. What else wrong? Isn't today a day worth celebrating? Meeting you and being together is the happiest and most blissful experience for me, Li Chun unabashedly declared, his expression so sincere that he almost convinced himself. Hee. You're quite the charmer. I'm happy as well. Chuijia burst into laughter, planting a big kiss on him. The atmosphere between them was one of light-hearted banter and joy, causing them to forget all their troubles. In their hearts and gazes, only happiness and love remained. Chapter 77. Chuijia's father in the hospital. In the Chui family villa, a middle-aged businessman sat on the sofa, slightly portly, with an average height. His face was round and his skin bore a slight bronze hue, with neatly combed hair featuring strands of silver. His eyes, though not large, conveyed astuteness and composure. Clad in a well-fitted dark suit complemented by an exquisite tie and a luxurious watch adorning his wrist, he exuded the confidence and poise of a successful individual. Chui Shiyin regarded the two individuals before him with a stoic expression, yet inside, a raging fire of indignation simmered, though he seldom voiced his thoughts. It did not imply ignorance of the situation. Do you not think this is excessive? What sort of family is that? Does he deserve to be with my daughter? His glare was icy, as if he were on the verge of an explosive outburst. Why are you shouting at me? What is wrong with him? Is it merely because he lacks your wealth? That young man is quite decent, well-mannered. I find him quite admirable, the middle-aged woman retorted defiantly, glaring back at Chui Shiyuan. She had slightly rounded figure, yet she favored wearing form-fitting cheongsams, which accentuated her protruding belly and stout arms, making them particularly conspicuous beneath the fabric. Her hair was styled in tight, curly short locks, dyed an unnatural reddish-brown, appearing somewhat disheveled, as if it had not been meticulously tended to in quite some time. Her heavily made-up face, despite the thick layer of foundation, could not conceal the wrinkles and sagging skin that time had etched upon her. Her eyes, elongated and often narrowed, hinted at a shrewdness and cunning. Her lips, adorned with vivid lipstick, were perpetually pressed tight, imparting an air of bitterness. No matter how exquisite her attire, she lacked the grace and demeanor of a wealthy matron. She was Chui Jie's stepmother, He Shufan. You're still stubborn. Is that what you call commendable? 8 years older than Chui Jie, looking like a wild gourd. How can that satisfy you? Chui Shiyuan continued to fume, his anger directed at his disappointing son. What is wrong with my son? He is still young. What do you want him to do? What is the harm in playing for a few more years? He Shufin shouted with her large, glaring eyes, displaying a demeanor that suggested she was impervious to criticism. You just indulge him, turning him into a worthless being. It truly infuriates me. What sin have I committed? Cui Shiyin incessantly pounded his thigh, embodying a sense of helplessness and deep sorrow. Humph, He Shufin scoffed, her expression one of smug satisfaction. How am I worthless? Everyone behaves this way. Do you expect me to go out and work? It's just a few of your measly coins. Look at how it pains you. The young man retorted with a nonchalant attitude that would provoke anyone to deliver a couple of sharp slaps. He sported meticulously styled, yet slightly disheveled ash-blonde hair, strands partially obscuring his narrow, calculating eyes. Beneath a high-bridged nose, his thin lips were perpetually pressed together, as if suppressing an inner fury. His features were refined but exuded a hint of malevolence, with eyebrows arched like swords, and his gaze conveyed both indifference and scheming. His pallid complexion resembled that of a vampire long deprived of sunlight, imparting an eerie impression. Clad in a black leather jacket paired with snug ripped jeans and studded ankle boots, he radiated an aura of rebellion and danger. He was Cui Jia's half-brother, Cui Liang. Oh, woe upon our household! Woe upon our household! Cui Shuyuan placed one hand over his chest, pointing an accusatory finger at his unfilial son, his voice hoarse with emotion. The wrinkles on his face appeared to have multiplied, as if he had aged significantly within moments. His heartbeat quickened, seemingly on the verge of an explosive outburst. The expression on his face grew increasingly pained, and suddenly he grasped his chest tightly, his complexion turning pale and his lips devoid of color. Oh dear, old man, what is wrong with you? Please don't scare me. He Shufin rushed forward, embracing Cui Shuyuan and shouting loudly, Quick, call for an ambulance. What are you waiting for? She turned her head to glance at her disappointing son, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Oh, I will call right away. Cui Liang hurriedly fumbled for his phone, dialing the emergency number for the hospital. Moments later, an ambulance whisked Cui Shuyuan away, and the mother and son promptly followed in their car. Mom, Dad won't be in any danger, will he? Cui Liang asked anxiously as he drove. How should I know? It's not like I can control his temper. Can't you stand up for your mother just once, son? He Shufin, equally exasperated, found her son to be a true source of worry. What does it have to do with me? He was the one who insulted me, not the other way around. He is just upset with himself. It has nothing to do with me. Cui Liang continued to argue, his reasoning seemingly valid. What am I to do with you? He Shufin sighed in frustration, weary of further debate. Should we notify her? Cui Liang cautiously inquired. I'll let her know later. You needn't concern yourself with that, He Shufin replied, closing her eyes, wishing to say nothing more to her unpromising son. Soon, they arrived at the hospital, where nurses and doctors swiftly wheeled Cui Shuyuan into the operating room. A few minutes later, the surgery sign illuminated, and the mother and son waited anxiously at the door, their concern palpable. He Shufin walked to the end of the corridor and dialed Cui Jia's number. In the villa at the estate, Cui Jia was cozied up on the sofa with Li Chun, both laughing and enjoying each other's company. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone interrupted their merriment. She answered with furrowed brows, her demeanor icy. What is it? She asked coldly, omitting any form of greeting. Your father is hospitalized at the county hospital. You should come over, He Shufin replied in a similarly detached tone, as if they were adversaries. Got it. With a sharp click, Cui Jia hung up and tossed her phone aside. What happened? Is everything all right? Li Chen asked, noticing the sudden change in her expression, realizing something must be amiss. My dad's in the hospital. She called me to come, Cui Jia explained with a blank face, as if it were a mundane occurrence. He pondered the dynamics of this family, perplexed. You should go, see how things are. What if it's serious? Li Chen urged patiently, hoping to prevent further tension between her and her father. Fine, I'll go take a look, Cui Jia replied, rising to prepare for the hospital visit. I'll accompany you. Don't worry, I'm here for you, Li Chen assured her, his smile radiating comfort. Thank you, dear, Cui Jia responded with a smile, feeling reassured, and embraced Li Chen, planting a kiss on him. Silly girl, there's no need to be formal with me. I've promised to protect you. I won't let you suffer any more grievances, Li Chen stated earnestly, the joviality fading from his face as he became serious. Oh, how delightful it is to have you, my dear. I adore you immensely. Cui Jia playfully stuck out her little tongue, exuding an irresistible charm. Soon, the duo departed the estate, driving towards the county hospital. Chapter 78. The displeasing mother and son. In no time, they arrived at the county hospital, parked the car, and strolled towards the emergency operating room. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed a mother and son seated on a bench nearby. Li Chun, without needing to glance, recognized them as Cui Jie's stepmother and her younger brother. They certainly did not appear to be of commendable character, prompting Li Chun to disregard them entirely. Not even offering a greeting, He Shufan, upon seeing Cui Jie, remained seated and silent, not even bothering to acknowledge her presence. Cui Liang's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting his sister with a man, as if Li Chun had encroached upon his territory. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Cui Liang confronted them with unabashed hostility, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "How dare you speak to him that way? He is your brother-in-law. Show him some respect." Cui Jie retorted, her temper flaring instantly. Cui Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of shock. Even He Shufan lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Li Chun with a hint of disdain. Li Chun chose to remain indifferent. He dismissed the insolent youth as beneath his concern. However, Cui Jie was not inclined to tolerate such insolence, her posture indicating a readiness to defend her ground. "Brother-in-law? Where did that come from? I have no sister." Cui Liang's defiance escalated, directly challenging Cui Jie's limits. "You insolent brat. Are you even speaking coherently? If you cannot articulate properly, then silence that foul mouth of yours." Cui Jie erupted with a profane outburst, emboldened by the presence of her protector. "Cui Jie, mind your language. I am still here." He Shufan finally interjected, unable to remain passive any longer upon hearing Cui Jie's harsh words. "Indeed, what gives you the right to insult anyone? Who do you think you are?" "I am the son of the Cui family and the rightful heir," Cui Liang blurted, showcasing his lack of situational awareness and decorum. "Perhaps you should quiet down, you spoiled child." He Shufan chided her son with a disapproving glare. "Humph, did I say anything incorrect? Just him? He is worthy of such a title?" Cui Liang sulked, his indignation palpable as he slouched in his seat. "Boy, even if your father were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Do you believe that?" Li Chun finally spoke, his smile vanishing, replaced by a fierce glare directed at the mother and son. Cui Liang fell momentarily speechless, unable to fathom how a boy of his own age could utter such audacious words. Where did he find the audacity? Fear gripped him, rendering him mute. Even He Shufan ceased her commentary, her eyes now scrutinizing Li Chun with a growing sense of curiosity. Cui Jie stood to the side, her heart brimming with joy. She knew her man would rise to the occasion. After all, she had witnessed her father engaging with Li Chun as an equal, devoid of any pretentiousness. Cui Jie understood that her husband undoubtedly possessed his own sense of confidence. Seeing the atmosphere grow quiet, Li Chun chose to remain silent. A mere display of intimidation would suffice, for he could not truly resort to violence. He took Cui Jie's delicate hand and led her to a nearby chair, where they sat quietly awaiting the conclusion of the surgery. Meanwhile, the mother and son sat there like fools, their faces darkened and devoid of words, their earlier arrogance having vanished entirely. After approximately 2 hours, the lights of the operating room finally dimmed. Moments later, a middle-aged male doctor emerged and called out, "Family of Cui Xiuyuan." The crowd promptly rose and surrounded him, the mother and son clamoring with questions. "Doctor, how is my husband?" "Yes, doctor, is my father all right?" The doctor glanced at the anxious faces before slowly responding. "The patient has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, but he requires an extended period of quiet recovery. Please do not provoke him further. Next time, luck may not be on our side. He will be transferred to a general ward shortly. You may wait there." With that, the doctor departed. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone. At least there were no grave complications. Had the situation turned fatal, this irresponsible son would have been unable to shoulder such an immense burden. The group hurried towards the general ward, with Cui Jie gripping Li Chen's hand, her palm already slick with sweat. Although she outwardly claimed to be untroubled, her heart raced with anxiety. Human instinct cannot be deceived. Noticing her distress, Li Chun gently stroked her head, gazing at her with affectionate tenderness. "Do not worry, it is over now. Everything will be all right." At that moment, tears streamed down Cui Jie's face as she could no longer contain her emotions. Typically, she maintained a facade of strength, projecting the image of a domineering young lady. In truth, she felt profoundly fragile and isolated, devoid of any sense of support or security. At this juncture, her heart finally found a safe harbor, and she lowered her defenses completely. She collapsed into Li Chun's embrace, weeping openly like a child, as if she needed to release all the grievances she had bottled up over the years, akin to a flood finding its outlet, liberating her long-suppressed feelings. Li Chun, witnessing her vulnerability, held her tightly, one hand caressing her head while the other gently stroked her back, akin to comforting a child who has been wronged, offering her solace and a shoulder to lean on. After a while, Cui Jia's sobs subsided, her emotions gradually calming. Her tear-streaked face still bore the remnants of her distress, with tears lingering in her eyes. "It's all right now, isn't it? Feeling a bit better?" Li Chun spoke softly, his tone imbued with warmth. "Yes, my dear, thank you," Cui Jia replied, still pouting and looking at him with a sense of wounded innocence. Once Cui Jia's emotions settled somewhat, they slowly made their way to the general ward. At that moment, Cui Jia had wholly surrendered herself to Li Chun, leaving behind any reservations, including the last vestiges of her pride and dignity. It is only in the presence of our most cherished ones that we can unreservedly unveil our innermost selves. At times, individuals are compelled to wear a facade of strength, regardless of the burdens they bear outside. It is only in solitude, whether in a quiet corner, within a car, or in front of a beloved, that one dares to express the deepest grievances of the heart. Such is life, replete with innumerable hardships and helplessness, heartache and indignation. Yet, we must persist bravely and confront these challenges. Chapter 79. I consider you a brother. Yet you are courting my daughter. Cui Jia steadied her emotions and slowly opened the door to the hospital room. Upon seeing her father, pale and half-reclining against the headboard, her heart ached profoundly. Regardless of the quality of their relationship, the bond of blood remains unbreakable. Cui Shiyin gazed at his daughter with a deep sense of guilt. He recognized his shortcomings as a father, failing both his late wife and his daughter. He had neglected his duty to be a responsible parent, and the pain of this realization tormented him. "Dad, are you feeling better?" Cui Jia approached the bedside, crouching down to grasp her father's hand gently. "Much better. Don't worry, I'm fine," Cui Shiyin replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, which he valiantly held back. "That's good to hear. You must take care of yourself and refrain from getting angry so easily." Concern and tenderness radiated from Cui Jia's gaze. "Of course, I will try my best," Cui Shiyin reassured her, patting her hand comfortingly. Li Chun quietly entered, standing in the corner and observing the father-daughter duo without uttering a word. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Cui Shiyin greeted Li Chun warmly, forcing a smile. "I suppose Cui Jia has caused you some trouble again?" "Not at all, brother. It's only natural," Li Chun awkwardly addressed him, feeling the oddity of their titles, but choosing not to dwell on it. "I'm just glad you're okay. Take good care of yourself, and you'll be discharged soon." He felt somewhat embarrassed to refer to him as brother, as the familial hierarchy seemed a bit tangled. Yet now was not the time to voice such concerns. He Shu Fun and Cui Liang were astonished to witness Cui Shiyin treating Li Chun with such courtesy and addressing him as a brother. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts filled with shock. Cui Liang silently exhaled, relieved that he hadn't continued to stir trouble earlier, as the outcome could have been precarious. He Shu Fan finally realized that Li Chun had indeed spoken truthfully, as he exuded a considerable amount of confidence, prompting her to reassess him in a new light. "Dad, you can't keep calling him little brother. He is now my boyfriend, and this hierarchy is becoming rather confusing," Cui Jia said shyly, lowering her head and softly explaining her relationship with Li Chun to her father. Cui Shiyin was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, his face finally breaking into a smile of satisfaction. "Well, young man, I held you in brotherly regard, yet you've truly captured my daughter's heart." Cui Shiyin jested merrily with Li Chun, revealing a genuine fondness and approval for him. Observing his reaction, Li Chun felt a sense of relief wash over him and promptly responded with a smile. "Uncle Cui, I too am quite helpless in this matter," he awkwardly addressed him, expressing his innocence. "Ha ha ha, no worries, no worries. Regardless of who wins over whom, I am utterly pleased. Just ensure that you do not bully my precious daughter, or I shall hold you accountable." Cui Shiyin feigned a fierce demeanor, playfully trying to intimidate Li Chun. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Cui Jia was taken aback by her father's unexpected approval. She had anticipated a tumultuous path, but it had unfolded so smoothly. It seemed she had underestimated Li Chen's significance in her father's eyes. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Li Chun and Cui Jie departed, as the presence of nurses rendered the need for family members to stay unnecessary. Following his recent surgery, Cui Shiyuan required ample rest and recuperation. Li Chun and Cui Jie drove away from the hospital, heading towards the estate. I truly did not expect my father to agree. It appears you hold a unique place in his heart, Cui Jie remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Li Chun. Indeed, I too am surprised by how smoothly things have progressed, though there are still some matters that remain difficult to explain, Li Chun replied, his happiness mingled with concern. Given that he had already entangled himself with several other romantic interests. You needn't worry, he is not one to be trifled with either. I am aware that he has his own affairs as well. Cui Jie candidly divulged her father's secrets without a hint of hesitation. Really? I would not have guessed. Your father seems quite resilient, Li Chen teased, not holding back at all. Hee, my dear husband is truly the most formidable, Cui Jie giggled, affectionately linking her arm with his, catching Li Chen off guard. Dear lady, we are driving. Please refrain from such antics, he said, bemused by her audacity. As he realized this spirited girl was indeed a daring little enchantress. With a few playful exchanges, Cui Jie teased Li Chun, who, having left the county, swiftly turned onto a secluded forest path. Moments later, he came to an abrupt halt, his heart racing uncontrollably. Cui Jie, the little enchantress, had been provoking him, and he never imagined that the usually aloof young lady could possess such a playful side. The sensation was utterly delightful. Who could remain composed in the presence of such a captivating beauty? After some time, the Ferrari parked on the narrow road, swaying rhythmically as if resonating with lively music. Eventually, the brake lights flickered on, and the car slowly moved forward. You little enchantress, I am truly at a loss with you, Li Chen said, his expression a mixture of exasperation and adoration as he gazed at Cui Jie, who lay in the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Darling, how do you like it? Cui Jie teased, sticking out her tongue, looking utterly charming in that moment. Can you even imagine? What a vivid scene it would be with the passenger seat gleaming empty. Just imagining it elicits a sense of admiration. You are truly remarkable, yet I find it amusing. Suddenly, Li Chun revealed a mischievous grin, clearly relishing the moment. Is there any man who does not appreciate the allure of luxury cars accompanied by beautiful women? Especially when it involves a breathtaking beauty like Cui Jie, a wealthy heiress. Moments later, the Ferrari gracefully glided into the estate, vanishing into the depths of a floral paradise. Ahem, dear uncle, you have done your best. Let us leave it at that. Let us offer our support. Chapter 80. The Conspiracy of He Shufan in the hospital parking lot. He Shufan and Cui Liang sat in silence within the car, both their faces etched with concern. Mother, I feel we can no longer afford to wait. This young man appears to be quite resolute. If they truly marry, controlling the future assets will become problematic. Cui Liang glared at his mother with clenched teeth, his expression somewhat grotesque. It seems we must resort to old methods. Do not interfere, I shall handle it. He Shufan spoke with an impassive demeanor, her words cloaked in hidden secrets. Very well, we must acquire everything, leaving that little vixen with not a single penny. All the wealth shall be mine. Cui Liang tightened his fists, embodying insatiable greed, despite his less-than-stellar looks. His aspirations were nonetheless lofty. Shortly after, the two returned to the Cui family villa, with He Shufan heading straight to her room. Approaching her wardrobe, she opened it and unveiled a hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay an old mobile phone, seemingly antiquated. With a determined bite of her lip, she picked up the phone, powered it on, and dialed a singular number. Moments later, the call connected, and a rugged voice resonated from the other end. This number hasn't been in use for 15 years. How have you been in recent years? The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, and it was evident from his tone that the two shared a complex history. As usual, I have a favor to ask. Could you assist me once more? He Shufan's voice trembled slightly, laced with a hint of desperation. Speak freely. For you, I would do anything, as I have proven before. The middle-aged man replied without hesitation, not inquiring about the nature of the request, suggesting a unique bond between them. I am sorry, but I find myself with no other option. This girl has become a liability. She must be dealt with. Once this matter is resolved, you should find a place to hide. Soon we shall be together. That old man cannot last much longer, He Shufan stated coldly, as if discussing an ordinary matter, devoid of the affections that ought to exist between longtime spouses. It appeared that Cui Shiyuan, having played with fire for years, ultimately got burned. You need not express such sentiments. I am willing. I will wait for you. Leave this task to me. The middle-aged man seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation without excessive questioning, indicating a tacit understanding had developed between them. Take care, He Shufan cautioned intently before ending the call. She slowly entered the restroom and nonchalantly tossed her SIM card into the toilet, the sound of rushing water swiftly erasing all evidence. Subsequently, she discarded her old phone into the trash, a fierce expression etched upon her face. A visage that was truly chilling. How audacious for a toad to aspire to feast upon a swan. Do you believe you are worthy? One should not even glance in the mirror to reflect upon one's own shortcomings, yet you wish to share in the spoils with me. Go forth in peace. I shall forever remember you. He Shufan stood by the window, gazing into the nocturnal landscape, murmuring to herself. What a terrifying woman, what a malevolent heart. This was clearly a calculated duality, a display of ruthless cunning. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man slowly retrieved a cigarette, igniting it before placing it between his lips. He was a man of unpleasant visage, marred by pockmarks, with small, fierce eyes and a bulbous nose that curled upwards, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that sent shivers down one's spine. He had harbored feelings for He Shufan since childhood, as they were neighbors of similar age. From their school days, he had shielded her, yet his desires remained unfulfilled, and eventually, they lost contact. Until that fateful year, when he unexpectedly received a call from her, requesting his assistance with a significant matter. In return, He Shufan rewarded him handsomely, granting him what he had long coveted, enough wealth to live lavishly. However, he remained entrenched in the shadows, his vigilance unwavering. He never trusted anyone, a habit ingrained over the years that was difficult to alter. Even when faced with his first love, whom he had cherished for years, he clung steadfastly to his principles. At that moment, his phone lay upon the bed, its screen still aglow, indicating that the recording had concluded. Was this a case of the superior outsmarting the inferior, or were both merely wily foxes, testing the depths of their cunning? In the villa, the two had just concluded a fierce battle, and at this point, Li Chun felt utterly exhausted. Conversely, Cui Jia appeared to be insatiable, raising the question of whether beauty begets greater prowess. Li Chun struggled to temper his inner turmoil, suppressing the flames of desire. Yet, matters seldom unfold as one wishes. Akin to the events of the day, Cui Jia's restraint had altered nothing. If the adversary refused to relent, all efforts would be in vain. After all, the other party had no intention of allowing matters to resolve so easily. No matter how fervently one struggles, one cannot escape the machinations of fate. Just as Li Chun found himself in this predicament, no amount of effort would compel Cui Jia to cease her advances. Do you wish to escape? How utterly improbable. The situation is far more complex than that. The eventual outcome may see Cui Jia following in her mother's footsteps, perhaps evading a calamity. Yet, the middle-aged man would undoubtedly pay a grievous price, such as the consequence of challenging the red line, whether in matters of intimacy or finances. Ultimately, one must pay the piper. Just as Li Chun had wrestled so long and hard, in the end, he too had to yield. For it was only then that Cui Jia released him. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so simple? My dearest, you truly are remarkable. Today, you stood up for me at the hospital, and I must say, it felt absolutely liberating. I lay on the grand bed, a sense of satisfaction washing over me, feeling utterly content. Today, I finally had my moment of vindication, releasing the grievances that had weighed heavily on my heart. Just a small gesture, cough. But isn't that what should be expected? As long as you are comfortable, that's what matters. Li Chun spoke breathlessly, as if he had just run a marathon. My dear, I adore you. How are you holding up? Cui Jia licked her parched lips, swallowing hard. The sight was truly something to behold. To be honest, the treatment Li Chun receives is quite extraordinary. Not many could endure such circumstances. The challenge is compounded by his frequent commutes between the company and the clubhouse. Now, it seems, he has acquired yet another estate, marking this as his third clandestine refuge. I reckon this strain may soon become too much for him to bear. Let us rally around Uncle San. His perseverance truly deserves our gratitude. Chapter 81. Company visit. After a considerable time, Li Chun finally regained his composure, his heartbeat steadied, and the exertion of the day began to wane. Leaning against the headboard, he lit a cigarette, quietly activating the system. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value, 4. Gold coins. 200. 000. Intelligence. 5. Super luck card. 1. The super luck card allows the host to designate one individual to enjoy 30 minutes of extraordinary fortune. It has been added to your inventory. Li Chun observed the unfolding scene with a hint of confusion. Yet another newly introduced item card, this time a luck card that could be bestowed upon another. Gradually, he pulled his thoughts back, extinguished his cigarette, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, Li Chun prepared to return to the company after 2 days of absence. Rest well at home. Call me if you need anything. He gazed at Cui Jia with affectionate eyes, gently stroking her hair. All right, I understand. You go ahead with your tasks. I will be waiting for you. Cui Jia smiled at him, though her heart was heavy, knowing that Li Chun would not be able to return to her side every day. Be good, and don't overthink things. I will return to keep you company once I finish. Li Chun attempted to reassure her, recognizing the reluctance reflected in her eyes. Moments later, they reluctantly parted ways, with Li Chun driving away from the estate, headed towards the company. However, he could not foresee the circumstances that would surround their next encounter. Before long, he arrived at the company, and as he observed the bustling employees, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The company was finally operating at full capacity. With all departments sufficiently staffed, construction teams had begun to arrive at the site, and it wouldn't be long before the project took shape. Li Chun made his way directly to the office on the 5th floor, passing numerous employees who recognized him and greeted him warmly. Yet, he found himself unable to recall any of their names, which left him feeling rather awkward. Indeed, the mantle of being a boss is no simple task. Upon entering the office, he spotted a familiar figure, still as enchanting as ever. She resembled a mature goddess, radiating an irresistible charm. A cascade of deep brown, long curls gracefully drapes down her back, framing a countenance of serene elegance. Her brows, akin to distant mountains, and her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, evoke a captivating allure. Today, she adorns herself in a pristine white blouse paired with a form-fitting black skirt, her alluring curves inviting lingering glances. Clad in black high-heeled shoes, she cradles a cup of coffee in her hands, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Tang Shui stands by the window, lost in thought, oblivious to Li Chun's arrival. Unaware of the musings occupying her mind, Li Chun strides directly behind her, encircling her slender waist with his arms. His cheek brushes against hers as he savors her unique fragrance, closing his eyes in a state of blissful reverie. You finally decided to come back? Where have you been wandering off to? Tang Shui feigns irritation, her tone laced with playful reproach. I've been quite busy. President Shui is hospitalized. I visited him yesterday. Li Chun whispers tenderly in her ear, his face radiating affection. Tang Shui's cheeks flush with a rosy hue under his playful teasing. You are incorrigible, she retorts. The moment lingering before they reluctantly part, leaving the office saturated with a palpable tension of desire. At that moment, a knock reverberates at the office door, and upon Li Chun's acknowledgement, Sun Haishan enters, his face aglow with good spirits. Presently, construction has commenced at the site, and the teams from the contracting company are gradually arriving. I estimate that it won't be long before we see the initial framework taking shape, he reports, brimming with excitement over a project he personally oversees. Excellent. Please ensure they maintain efficiency. We must make considerable progress before winter arrives, Li Chun replies, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he witnesses the fruits of their labor. Certainly, President Li. The sales department has begun preparations for the pre-sale. The sales office is under renovation, and it should not be long before we can initiate the first phase of pre-sales. We need to establish the pre-sale pricing. What do you believe would be appropriate? Sun Haishan continues with his updates. We are pursuing a high-end market, and we must ensure quality control. The landscaping must also keep pace to create an environment befitting an upscale community. As for the pre-sale pricing, we can deliberate on that later. Li Chun articulates his thoughts calmly, advising Sun Haishan on essential matters. Rest assured, President Li, I will personally oversee this. If you have a moment, perhaps we could visit the site together for your guidance? Sun Haishan has learned the art of flattery, his gaze fixed on Li Chun with a cheerful demeanor. Agreed. But let us wait a bit until pre-sales are closer. They engage in light conversation on topics unrelated to work, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Sun Haishan proves himself to be an invaluable asset both in his professional endeavors and interpersonal interactions. Moments later, Sun Haishan departs, only for another visitor, a debt collector, to enter. She sports shoulder-length, flaxen hair with slightly tousled ends, exuding a playful charm. Her elongated eyes possess a sharp, penetrating quality that hints at her determined nature. Draped in a tailored black blazer, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a form-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated her alluring curves. She exuded an air of undeniable sensuality and professionalism, especially with her black high heels and stockings. As Summer entered the room, her playful demeanor was unmistakable as she cast a mischievous glance at Li Chun, her eyes brimming with ulterior motives. "What brings you here? Don't tell me you're out of money again," Li Chun remarked, sensing a tightening in his wallet upon her arrival. "Ah, Li Zong, how could you say such a thing?" "I'm here to report on work matters," Summer replied, her charmingly impish expression making it difficult to refuse her. "All right, fine. Speak your mind," Li Chun sighed, his face reflecting a sense of resignation, clearly anticipating yet another financial drain. "Recently, our car purchase totaled over $3 million, and coupled with the company's various expenses and the fees for construction site access, our account balance has dwindled considerably. Might I request a little more funding?" Summer's expression was irresistibly cute, making it hard for him to decline her request. "A little? How much do you mean by a little?" Li Chun was skeptical that her notion of a little was indeed minor. $5 million should suffice. I want he asked for more," she said, her delicate hand gesturing with 5 fingers in front of him. "Fine, I'll transfer it shortly," Li Chun conceded with a sigh, feeling utterly helpless as money seemed to flow like water. "Thank you, boss. You're so generous. I'm all set now," Summer exclaimed, sticking out her tongue playfully before dashing out of the office. Li Chun couldn't help but shake his head, smiling wryly at the situation. There was truly no way to resist her, yet the company's operational funds could not be delayed. As he gazed at his phone's account balance, he found himself in a quandary. Chapter 82. The Arrival of Death, Part 1. Previously, Li Chun had spent $4.8 million on a vehicle, and now only $8.6 million remained in his account. Gritting his teeth, he promptly transferred $5 million into the company account, leaving his wallet nearly empty, with a mere $3.6 million to stretch. Ugh, money is never enough. This is so tough, Li Chun lamented, speaking to himself in despair. "What's the matter? Are you short on funds?" Tang Shui inquired, noticing his troubled expression with genuine concern. No, how could I be out of money? I just transferred some to the finance department." Li Chun reassured her, not wishing to burden her with worry. "I still have $500,000 in my account. Take it." "I want to need it," Tang Shui said, retrieving a bank card from her wallet and offering it to him. "Are you joking? I have money. You needn't worry. Besides, even if I were broke, what could I do with $500,000? Li Chun firmly returned the card, unwilling to use Tang Shui's funds, as he had not reached that desperate point yet. "All right then. But if you ever need anything, do let me know," Tang Shui persisted, her kindness unwavering. She was indeed a rare gem of a woman. Li Chun shook his head with a bittersweet smile, feeling utterly helpless against her goodwill. Just as he was busy at the company, a shadowy figure appeared stealthily near the Sea of Flowers Manor. Beside the road near the manor, an old truck lay parked, occupied by a middle-aged man. He wore a baseball cap and a black mask that obscured his features. This man was Yang Kuan, the assassin hired by He Shufan. Yang had been lurking around the manor for a day and a night, waiting for the opportune moment. On the passenger seat rested an unopened bottle of white liquor, and his gaze revealed a hint of savagery, akin to a wolf poised to pounce on its prey. At that moment, Cui Jie remained blissfully unaware of the grim specter inching closer to her. She sat in the villa, lost in thought, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying He Shufan's name. Reluctant to answer, she nonetheless picked up, recalling her father's condition. "What's the matter?" Cui Jie said, her tone remarkably flat. "Your father's condition has improved slightly. Please bring him some light meals to help restore his strength," He Shufan feigned concern, masquerading as a devoted wife. "I understand. I'm on my way to the hospital," Cui Jie replied before abruptly hanging up. On the other end, He Shufan tightened her grip on the phone, her face contorted with rage. "You foolish girl, go be with your mother. It's time for your reunion." Meanwhile, Cui Jie had gathered her belongings, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity awaiting her. As she drove her red Ferrari out of the manor, her spirits soared, perhaps buoyed by the recent companionship of Li Chun, which had allowed her to forget her troubles. She turned on the car's stereo, and a pulsating beat filled the air, causing her body to sway gently to the rhythm. A radiant smile illuminated her face, her mind flooded with images of Li Chun, occasionally eliciting soft giggles from her lips. This, perhaps, was the essence of first love, every memory sweet, and Cui Jie found herself ensnared in the bliss of romance. Unbeknownst to her, a dilapidated truck closely tailed her. Yang Kuan, while driving, uncorked the bottle of liquor and gulped down nearly half, preparing for contingencies. Should he find himself cornered, he could merely attribute the situation to drunk driving, ensuring that his life would not be forfeited. Cui Jie, completely unsuspecting, continued her drive. As she approached an intersection, she encountered a red light, slowing down to a halt. However, the truck behind her had pressed the accelerator to the floor, its speed capable of toppling even a bull. Just as it seemed a collision was imminent, the middle-aged man deliberately slammed on the brakes, leaving behind a deep tire mark. This was clearly the work of an experienced hand, having anticipated every detail. And this evidence would further obfuscate any suspicion of premeditated murder. With a thunderous crash, the red Ferrari was catapulted like a missile, tumbling violently as car parts scattered across the ground. The scene was chaotic and horrific. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Kuan exited the vehicle and fled the scene, quickly vanishing from sight. Cui Jie was startled by a thunderous crash behind her, followed by an overwhelming sensation of being propelled forward. The vehicle careened out of control, tumbling before her eyes until her vision faded to darkness. Moments later, the car finally came to a halt. Cui Jie managed to move her fingers slightly, seemingly clinging to a thread of consciousness. Gazing at her phone, she summoned her last ounce of strength to dial Li Chen's number. The familiar waiting music played, but this time it felt interminable. Suddenly, Li Chen's voice crackled through the line. "Hello, you little enchantress. How long has it been since we parted for you to miss me so?" He teased, his tone brimming with joy. "Hey, speak up, darling. Cui Jie, are you listening? Why aren't you responding?" Li Chen's voice grew increasingly anxious. "What's wrong? Speak to me, don't frighten me. This isn't a joke." His urgency escalated, words tumbling forth with increasing speed. "Darling, I love you." Cui Jie's faint voice emerged, fragmented and seemingly expending her last reserves of strength. Cui Jie, my love, what is happening? Where are you? Please, talk to me. Where are you?" Li Chun yelled in a desperate, hoarse tone. At that moment, he was speeding towards the mansion in his sports car, unaware of her location, yet determined to reach the estate first. The call abruptly disconnected, plunging him into silence. Tears involuntarily streamed down Li Chen's face as he stifled his cries, disregarding all traffic signals and speed limits. His sole desire was to reach Cui Jie with utmost urgency. His heart ablaze with anxiety and near despair. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene before him, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 83, The Arrival of Death, Part 2. Before him lay the aftermath of an accident, chaos strewn across the landscape, with numerous vehicles abandoned at the roadside. Good Samaritans began to emerge, rushing to assist, while others called for emergency services. In the blink of an eye, Li Chun was upon the scene, halting his vehicle and leaping out before it had even fully stopped, sprinting towards the familiar red Ferrari. His mind was a void. He recognized the car as Cui Jie's sports vehicle, and his worst fears had come to fruition. He screamed in anguish, his voice filled with rage and despair as he strained against the mangled car, pouring every ounce of his strength into the effort. Within the wreckage, he glimpsed a figure slumped inside, the car twisted and contorted beyond recognition. Cui Jie was trapped, unable to move. Frantic and desperate, Li Chun felt utterly helpless as passers-by attempted to pry open the doors. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his expression turned blank. He glanced at the prop cards in his backpack, without hesitation using a luck card on himself, followed by a super luck card on Cui Jie, leaving only a misfortune card for the still smoldering truck. Li Chun quickly refocused, continuing to tug at the car door with all his might. With a sudden crack, the car door was forcefully ripped off. This astonishing scene left everyone in shock, their expressions betraying disbelief as they gaped at the unfolding drama. Li Chun had no time to acknowledge their myriad expressions. His sole focus was to express profound gratitude to the system, uncertain of whose luck had activated. He swiftly lifted Cui Jie from the vehicle. Blood adorned her face and body, yet fortunately, she still exhibited faint breathing and a weak pulse. However, to Li Chen's utter dismay, in that very moment, Cui Jie's heart had ceased to beat. Had it not been for the arrival of the extraordinary luck card, her fate would have been sealed. The system had forcibly pulled Cui Jie back from the brink of death, leaving the Grim Reapers utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why their imminent signature was rendered unnecessary. They exchanged glances, shook their heads, and ceased to concern themselves further. After a brief wait, the ambulance finally arrived. Li Chun carried Cui Jie directly onto the vehicle, gently placing her onto the stretcher. Doctors and nurses hurriedly commenced emergency procedures, while Li Chun held her hand, refusing to let go. Regardless of the doctors' or nurses' attempts to engage him, he remained unyielding, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon her face. The ambulance swiftly returned to the hospital, and Cui Jie was promptly ushered into the resuscitation room. Moments later, the surgical lights illuminated, and Li Chun anxiously paced outside, his mind racing with thoughts of the peculiarities surrounding the incident. He couldn't help but wonder if the misfortune card would play a role in the unfolding events. At the accident scene, just after the ambulance departed, the sound of 2 explosions echoed from a nearby dilapidated truck. The tires had inexplicably burst, and the antique dashcam flickered with a sudden flash of white light, concealed in the underbrush. Yang Kuan quietly observed the scene, but was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his leg. A rattlesnake had coiled around his calf, delivering a venomous bite that sent waves of agony coursing through his body. He stifled a cry, beads of sweat dotting his brow, his teeth clenching audibly. In a moment of hesitation, he questioned whether he could survive to leave this place, fully aware that a trip to the hospital could seal his fate. Yet, in such dire circumstances, even the most ruthless individual yearns for survival. Gritting his teeth, he hailed a taxi and rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, Li Chun had reached out to Zhao Shuwen, succinctly relaying the situation. Zhao Shuwen promptly mobilized his extensive network to investigate the matter. Li Chun then informed Cui Shuyuan, who was already anxiously seated outside the surgical room, waiting with bated breath. He Shufan feigned anxiety, displaying a facade of urgency, while Cui Liang secretly chuckled, amused by the antics of his clumsy, poorly disguised sibling, all the while fiddling with his phone. What is even more alarming is that this Cui Liang actually sent a message to her mother. "Mom, I adore you. This time she's done for. She'll meet the same fate as that wretched mother of hers. Ha ha ha." He Shufan, upon seeing the message from her foolish son, could not help but reveal a barely perceptible smile at the corners of her mouth, exuding a sinister and venomous aura. Li Chun approached Cui Shuyuan's side, exchanging a comforting glance with him, both of them consumed by anxiety. "Rest assured, uncle, nothing will happen. Trust me," Li Chun spoke with unwavering conviction. Yes, indeed. Everything will be fine. Xiaojie will be safe, definitely," Cui Shuyuan incessantly muttered, trying to reassure himself. Li Chun gently patted his shoulder, choosing to remain silent. For he had an unprecedented trust and reliance on the system, believing that the extraordinary lucky card would surely prove effective. At this moment, Zhao Shuwen was also in a state of agitation, pacing incessantly in the living room. He had exhausted all his connections. On one side was the daughter of a longtime friend, and on the other was the girlfriend of a cherished partner and friend. His heart was heavy with anxiety, hoping he could be of some assistance. Various departments were inundated with inquiries and pressure from all directions, diligently scrutinizing all surveillance and potential clues from the scene. Ultimately, as hoped, Yang Kuan did not escape the watchful eye, and the uncles soon discovered traces of him. Following the leads, they were astonished to find that Yang Kuan had also visited that very hospital. The uncles swiftly mobilized police forces, setting up an urgent operation to apprehend Yang Kuan. What was even more unexpected was that the antique dashcam in the broken truck was still operational, albeit without visual recording, capturing a wealth of audio recordings instead. This crucial lead immediately identified the suspect, Yang Kuan. At that moment, Yang Kuan was still receiving 4 fluids in the emergency room, utterly unaware that he had entangled himself with someone extraordinary. The uncles wasted no time and directly apprehended Yang Kuan, commencing an urgent interrogation. It seemed as though an invisible hand was propelling all the proceedings. As Li Chun paced the corridor, the lights of the operating room finally extinguished. A nurse stepped out. "Is Cui Jie's family present?" The family members, fraught with concern, were urged to assist with data analysis, as recent statistics had taken a severe downturn. San Uncle was even more anxious than Li Chun. Li Chun hastily approached, his tone laced with urgency. "Nurse, how is she? How is Cui Jie?" Cui Shuyuan also slowly rose, drawing closer to the nurse to inquire. Yes, how is my daughter? He Shufan, upon seeing the nurse, immediately stood, feigning concern, yet inwardly yearning for a definitive answer. Nurse, is our daughter all right? The nurse, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, appeared rather bewildered. Do not worry. The patient has passed the critical phase, but remains temporarily in a coma and requires some time. After the nurse finished speaking, she turned and departed. Li Chun let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the system had not let him down. Cui Xiao Yuan also exhaled deeply, appearing to age considerably in an instant, finally releasing the tension he had been holding. Uncle Cui, please return to the ward and rest. I am here, so do not worry, Li Chun said, feeling concerned for him. If his condition were to worsen, it would be a tremendous loss, and the Cui family would be thrown into disarray. I'm fine, rest assured. I can still endure. I entrust everything to you. I have faith in you, Cui Xiao Yuan replied, steadying himself against the wall as he Shufan assisted him towards the ward. As Cui Jia remained in a comatose state, she was temporarily placed in the intensive care unit, requiring 24-hour monitoring of her recovery. Li Chun gazed at the unconscious Cui Jia, filled with sorrow, her once playful smile now rendered pale and lifeless. He suddenly felt how fragile life was, as if it could shatter with a mere touch. Faced with death, he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, after the nurse's persuasion, Li Chun agreed to return home, promising to visit again the following day, realizing that his presence there was of no assistance. Regardless, at least Cui Jia's life was preserved, which provided Li Chun with some solace. He walked slowly out of the hospital and drove directly to the police station. Moments later, he parked his car and entered the building. A middle-aged man in uniform approached him, seemingly familiar. He was of average height, standing tall like a pine tree, dressed in a neatly pressed police uniform. His face bore sharp, defined features, with thick eyebrows resembling swords slightly arched, revealing determination and resolve. Beneath those brows, a pair of deep-set eyes shone with the sharpness of a hawk, as if capable of discerning all the evils of the world. His gaze held both authority and a profound concern for the welfare of the people. His complexion was a healthy wheat color, a testament to years spent working outdoors under the sun and wind. A few faint wrinkles adorned his face, marks of time and experience, each line seemingly narrating stories of his efforts to maintain social order and safeguard the peace of the community. His hair was short and neatly arranged, dark with a few strands of silver, exuding composure and competence. It was meticulously styled, reflecting a rigorous work ethic and disciplined lifestyle. His strides were firm and purposeful, each step resonating with stability and assurance, as if conveying strength and confidence to those around him. His hands, rough and strong, symbolized the trials endured through years of police work. He was none other than the chief of the county police station, Xiao Yuan Wu. Approaching Li Chun, he extended his hand slowly for a handshake. Li Chun instinctively responded with a smile. Mr. Li, it is an honor to meet you. Xiao Yuan Wu greeted him with utmost courtesy. And you are? Li Chun inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he did not recognize the man before him. I am the chief of the police station, and my name is Xiao Yuan Wu. The last time I saw the secretary dining with you at the Century Hotel, I intended to greet you, but I noticed you were quite preoccupied, so I refrained from interrupting. Xiao Yuan Wu patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Li Chun understood the situation and responded with a courteous demeanor. Not at all. We were merely discussing some matters. Had I known you were there, I would have made it a point to pay you a visit. Do not mention it. It is all for the development of the county and for the sake of our work. Xiao Yuan Wu continued. I am already aware of your girlfriend's situation. She is currently being interrogated, and I expect there will be results shortly, so there is no need for you to worry. He briefly updated Li Chun on the current progress, though he could not divulge specific details. Thank you for your assistance. I merely wish to see the true culprit brought to justice and provide an explanation to Cui Jia. Li Chun expressed his sentiments succinctly, leaving the rest to their capable hands. Rest assured, it is our duty to uncover the truth, Xiao Yuan Wu affirmed with unwavering resolve. Very well. I shall take my leave and not disturb your investigation further. After finishing his words, Li Chun prepared to exit. Yes. I will notify you at the earliest opportunity when there are developments. Await my message. The two exchanged pleasantries, exchanged phone numbers, and Li Chun turned to leave the police station. Inside the interrogation room, a young police officer wore a serious expression as he regarded Yang Kuan. You would do well to be forthcoming. We already possess irrefutable evidence. This is your chance to seek leniency. Yang Kuan glanced at him but remained silent. appearing as though nothing had transpired. It seems you are only moved by the sight of a coffin. The opportunity has been presented to you, yet you do not cherish it, is that so? Very well. The officer produced a recording device and played a segment of audio, which clearly captured all the words spoken within his vehicle, effectively implicating him in the crime. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuan lost his composure. He could not comprehend how there could be a recording in his car, a notion that was utterly perplexing. Even if he racked his brain, he would never fathom that this was the work of Li Chen's system. Panic began to set in, rendering his carefully orchestrated narrative of a post-drinking traffic accident a mere farce. He sighed and lowered his head, appearing resigned to his fate. After a moment, he slowly recounted the events, confessing everything in hopes of earning some leniency for his misdeeds, including the recording he had prepared and a car accident from years prior. The two officers, upon completing the record, were deeply shocked and found it hard to quell their astonishment. They hurriedly took the record into the chief's office, for the truth had finally come to light. As Xiao Yuanwu reviewed the record, his astonishment only deepened. He could hardly believe the extent of He Shufan's madness. Her heart was as venomous as that of a snake, deserving of 1,000 deaths. He immediately ordered the mobilization of police forces to secretly apprehend He Shufan, aiming to prevent any alarm. Police cars hastily made their way to the Chui family villa. Chapter 85. The truth unveiled inside the villa. A group of officers burst through the door. At that moment, He Shufan was still somewhat bewildered, utterly unaware that her situation would unravel so swiftly. What perplexed her further was how he could have implicated her. Had he not been utterly devoted to her? Had he not vowed to protect her at all costs? At this moment, her mind went blank, and the gravity of the situation struck her like a thunderbolt, causing her legs to weaken, and she collapsed in fear. The officers, however, were not inclined to grant her any time to process the events. They swiftly escorted her outside. Chui Liang, having heard the commotion, rushed out of the bedroom, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. He stared in shock at his mother, his voice rising in a frantic shout. "Mom, why are you arresting my mother?" Chui Liang pretended to be oblivious, feigning ignorance of the unfolding drama. He Shufan, looking at her son, could no longer contain her tears. Everything she had orchestrated was for his sake. All her plans and machinations had been devised to pave a way for him. Yet now it was too late. One misstep had led to utter ruin. "Son, take care of yourself. Plead with your father for forgiveness," she urged, her heart still heavy with concern for her child, fearing he might be cast out by Chui Shuyuan. "Mom, I understand," Chui Liang sobbed, his heart filled with regret, but it was far too late. He knelt on the ground, beseeching the officers, imploring them to spare his mother. "I beg you, let her go. I can offer money, lots of money." How foolish Chui Liang was to think that at such a critical juncture, he could still attempt to bribe them, and even more naive to voice it aloud. Truly, he was like mud that could not be molded, irretrievably lost. The officers regarded him with icy disdain, devoid of any sympathy. "If you continue, we will take you too. This is blatant bribery, an attempt to obstruct our lawful proceedings," warned a stern middle-aged officer, his demeanor suggesting that he might detain him at any moment. Upon hearing this, Chui Liang immediately fell silent, realizing his grave error. He slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant, appearing almost dazed. After a moment, the villa fell silent again, and he remained motionless, like a fool lost in his own thoughts. Eventually, he slowly rose and made his way to his car, hastening to the hospital. He needed to seek Chui Shuyuan's forgiveness. Otherwise, he would find himself homeless. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chui Shuyuan seethed as he looked upon his disappointing son, his anger barely contained. "Dad, please don't cast me out. I had no part in this. I know nothing." Chui Liang desperately pleaded, fighting to explain himself as he considered his future. However, the current Chui Shuyuan no longer wished to listen, as his uncle had already elucidated the entire sequence of events. The accident from years ago was not an unfortunate incident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated scheme. At this moment, Chui Shuyuan felt utterly despondent, burdened by guilt towards his deceased wife and his daughter. The catalyst for all this turmoil was the worthless individual before him. Everything stemmed from him, all because of him. Chui Liang gazed at his father, his fists clenching tightly, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. "Get out, just get out. I never want to see you again. Leave the Chui family. I have no son like you." Chui Shuyuan's desperate roar unleashed the turmoil within him. Unbeknownst to him, these words served as the final straw for Chui Liang. extinguishing any remaining glimmer of hope and plunging him into despair. A reckless thought suddenly took root in his mind. He harbored hatred and desired to exact revenge on Cui Jie, compelling her to accompany his mother in death. With a sudden surge of determination, Cui Liang rose and strode towards the hospital room. In the intensive care unit, his silhouette appeared at the doorway, glaring malevolently at the unconscious Cui Jie. The hatred within him twisted his psyche, propelling him towards an extreme path, a road leading straight to damnation. Seizing a moment of solitude, he approached Cui Jie's bedside and swiftly disconnected all the medical apparatus, his gaze fixated on her with malevolence. Instantaneously, her condition began to deteriorate rapidly. The nurses' station received alarm notifications, and everyone rushed towards the intensive care unit. Upon entering, they were stunned by the sight before them. Every machine had been turned off, and the oxygen and various monitoring devices had been removed. The doctors reacted immediately, hastily reactivating all the equipment and restoring it to its proper place. Fortunately, due to the timely arrival of the staff, no severe consequences ensued, and 2 male doctors managed to restrain Cui Liang. The nurses promptly alerted the authorities, while another doctor remained by Cui Jie's side, meticulously monitoring each data point. After a brief moment, relief washed over the room as the monitor's readings returned to normal levels. The staff escorted Cui Liang to the nurses' station, where the police soon arrived. They recounted the entire incident to the uncle and provided detailed statements. Ultimately, Cui Liang was taken away, facing the impending severity of the law. The harrowing episode had finally passed, and the fact that everything had returned to peace was a rare stroke of fortune amidst the calamity. Li Chen received a phone call and rushed to the hospital, where the on-duty doctors and nurses expressed their sincere apologies. Li Chen, however, did not press the issue, recognizing the unforeseen nature of the incident. After Li Chen reassured them, the doctors permitted him to stay. He brought over a chair and sat beside Cui Jie's bed, holding her hand tightly while engaging in conversation with her. The doctors and nurses were deeply moved by this scene, filled with admiration for Li Chen's unwavering dedication. Time passed slowly as Li Chen remained awake throughout the night, conversing with Cui Jie. He fervently wished for her to hear him, to awaken swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Cui Jie's other hand occasionally trembled, and her eyelashes would subtly flutter. Li Chen continued to speak, reminiscing about their first encounter in the square and every subsequent meeting and date, recounting each detail with care. The night felt extraordinarily prolonged, as if time had come to a standstill, solely to listen to their tale. Whether it was Li Chen's heartfelt sincerity that moved the heavens, or perhaps the system's extraordinary luck card at work, Cui Jie's consciousness began to gradually return. She felt Li Chen's warm hand and heard his familiar voice. She attempted to open her eyes, striving to speak, but her body was too frail. Li Chen seemed to sense her unusual state. He noticed her eyelashes quivering slightly and felt her fingers responding. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, he called out and rushed to the nurses' station to summon the doctors and nurses. With a radiant smile, he patiently stood by, awaiting the moment of her awakening. All the doctors and nurses meticulously examined various data, observing Cui Jie's responses with great seriousness. As time passed, the atmosphere grew tense. This was the first time since acquiring the system that Li Chen had forgotten to draw a lottery. The thought had completely slipped his mind, and even if he had missed it, it no longer mattered. Moments later, Cui Jie slowly opened her eyes, her vision hazy. She sensed numerous figures before her, struggling to see clearly, yet the image remained indistinct. Summoning all her strength, she called out a name, but only a faint sound escaped her lips, a single word, Chen. Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Cui Jie's hand tightly. "Dearest, I am here. I have always been here. Rest assured, it's all over now. Everything is behind us. Do not speak, just rest well. I will remain by your side." As he comforted her, he held her hand, vigorously rubbing it, wishing for her to feel his presence. Some of the young nurses, witnessing this poignant scene, could not help but shed tears. It was a profoundly moving sight. Li Chen's eyes, unbeknownst to him, had also become moist, tears cascading down and falling onto their clasped hands. The doctor, touched by the moment, discreetly signaled to several nurses, and they gradually exited the room. Li Chen's heart raced with excitement. They had come so close to losing each other forever. Had it not been for the system's assistance, they would have been eternally separated, and Cui Jie would have long since consumed the soup of oblivion. Upon receiving the news of his daughter's awakening, Chui Shiyun hurried to the intensive care unit, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief at the sight before him. His daughter had found a man who loved her deeply, allowing him to finally feel at ease. Watching her emerge from peril unscathed, he found an opportunity to assuage the guilt that had long plagued him. In just a brief span of 2 days, the Chui family had fallen into utter disarray. The woman Chui Shiyuan had involved himself with orchestrated an accident that claimed the life of his first wife, and years later, she sought to harm his daughter as well. His son, too, had succumbed to madness, intent on taking his sister's life with his own hands. What kind of family was this? Chui Shiyuan himself faced retribution. With his wife and daughter either dead or injured, his current wife and son would also face severe legal consequences, and he nearly succumbed to rage himself. Was this divine retribution? Does the wheel of karma truly turn, sparing none? What would become of Li Chun, who now carried a debt of emotion that seemed impossible to repay? As time swiftly passed, a day soon elapsed, and Chui Jia was finally able to speak. The two seemed to have an endless stream of words to share, their gazes filled solely with love. "Thank you, my dear," Chui Jia expressed. Her first words directed at the beloved before her. "Silly girl, what do you thank me for? This is what I ought to do. Just focus on your recovery." "It's all behind us now," Li Chun replied, his eyes brimming with affection. They exchanged smiles, seeing reflections of themselves in each other's gaze, a feeling that must surely be the epitome of happiness. While caring for Chui Jia, Li Chun also tended to his future father-in-law, bustling between the two with a sense of joy. This scene had become a picturesque portrayal in the hospital, a model of a good man. Yet, only Li Chun knew how exhausting it truly was. Not only did he juggle the needs of 2 individuals in the hospital, but he also had to soothe Li Xiaoyao at the club and Tang Shui at the company. This was not even the crux of his troubles. Occasionally, Xinyu would send messages to stir the pot further. Li Chun felt overwhelmed, truly sensing the strain on both his body and mind. Upon learning of Chui Jia's accident, Tang Shui and Li Xiaoyao clamored to visit her in the hospital, which sent Li Chun into a panic. How could he allow them to come? Any further chaos could prove fatal. Little did he know, both women were acutely aware of the situation. Neither was a fool, merely feigning ignorance. Li Chun, however, remained oblivious to the fact that his acting skills were rather lacking, with numerous holes already exposed. The 3 women in his life were aware of each other's existence. Yet that thin veneer of pretense had never been shattered. Everyone chose to overlook and refrain from entanglement, maintaining a semblance of peace. Seeing Chui Jia in a significantly better state, a weight lifted from Li Chun's heart. He sat quietly by her bedside, gazing at his beloved, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He finally found a moment of tranquility, silently summoning the system within him. As he beheld the scene before him, he was utterly astonished to discover that he had 3 chances to draw lots, an accumulation of drawing opportunities. "Ha ha, system, I adore you. Thank you for the lucky card that saved Chui Jia, and for helping me accumulate these chances." Li Chun expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the system for the first time. His expression nearly filled with tears of joy. Completing the tasks assigned by this system would be the greatest form of appreciation I could offer. Remarkably, the system spoke again, this time without sarcasm, an unusual occurrence indeed. "All right, no problem. May I pose a question to you?" Li Chun tentatively continued to inquire, uncertain if the system would respond. "You have 1 chance, only 1. The system surprisingly engaged in dialogue with Li Chun for the first time. "What assistance do I provide to you by completing tasks? Why are these tasks always the same?" Li Chun posed 2 questions in rapid succession, both of which had long puzzled him. "You've asked 2 questions, never mind. I shall not hold it against you. I will answer your first inquiry. By completing tasks, you aid this system in collecting energy. As for your second question, it should not be difficult to guess. What this system requires is pure yin energy. You will understand the rest in due time." The system addressed all of Li Chun's queries in a single breath, then fell silent. Li Chun stood there, momentarily dazed, grappling with the peculiar nature of the system. "How is it that the more I hear, the more sinister it seems?" he murmured to himself. Gradually, he retracted his thoughts, shaking his head to dismiss them. Since the system had indicated that answers would come in the future, he resolved to await that time. Perhaps it would lead to a great opportunity. He thought with a chuckle. Chapter 87. The short-lived Li Chun slowly regained his focus and initiated the thrilling blind box segment. System, lottery, draw all. Ding. Congratulations. Host, Charm 4, Gold 700, 000, Intelligence 10, Lifespan 1. Goodness, splendid. This is fantastic. The more, the merrier. Li Chun exclaimed with immense delight as he surveyed his newly acquired attributes. If this could continue unabated, would he not become an ancient being? Who wouldn't he desire eternal life? He hastily summoned his attribute panel to inspect it closely. Host, Li Chun. Age, 19. Lifespan, 31. Charm, 44. Intelligence, 130. Title, stunningly attractive. Hercules skills, wildflower picker, scanner, novice chef, devoted admirer, piano master, intimacy expert, time management guru, lockpicking master, inferior hypnosis, martial arts master, chess master. Backpack, strength pill 1. Harem fire prevention card 1 gold, 7, 300, 000 lottery chances, 0 tasks. None. How could this be? Am I truly a short-lived ghost, destined to live only until the age of 30? Is this how I perish? Li Chun's spirits plummeted as he glanced at his lifespan value. Thankfully, the system had intervened. Otherwise, he would have faced an untimely demise at 30. Unbeknownst to him, the system would soon cease its provision of foundational values. He slowly closed the system. Sinking into contemplation, it appeared that he needed to diligently complete tasks and re-evaluate this system, for it seemed that matters were far more intricate than he had presumed. Li Chun muttered to himself, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he pondered his fleeting lifespan. Ding! The system detected a decline in the host's emotional state and promptly delivered a gentle reminder. Please actively assist in gathering extreme energy. Unexpected rewards await. A soft, comforting voice resonated in Li Chun's mind, instantly dispelling his negative emotions. His eyes widened as he analyzed the system's hint, and it seemed he had uncovered the crux of the matter. Goodness, I finally understand. All along, I have been saving myself. It was only today that Li Chun comprehended that his tasks not only aided the system, but, more crucially, at this very moment, the emergence of his lifespan value had illuminated the purpose of his actions. Tasks, I must strive to complete the tasks. Li Chun gritted his teeth, a weighty seriousness etching his face. Gazing at Cui Jia on the hospital bed, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He realized he was merely a pawn, a tool. Li Xiaoya, Tang Shui, and Cui Jia were all but pieces manipulated by the system. A chill crept down his spine as he pondered deeper, increasingly unsettled by the origins of the system and the secrets it harbored. The following day, the nurses commenced their rounds, diligently performing basic checks on each patient, including administering medication and intravenous treatments. Honey, Cui Jia gently shook the slumbering Li Chun, who had inadvertently fallen asleep at her bedside, exhausted from his vigil. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Li Chun blinked awake, immediately concerned for Cui Jia, fearing she might be in distress. I'm fine. You should go back to sleep and rest properly. I have nurses here. It's all right, Cui Jia replied, her face etched with concern, fully aware that Li Chun had kept watch for 2 nights. Her heart ached for him. No, I'm fine. A little sleep is all I need. Don't worry about me. Li Chun feigned strength, though he was truly weary and longed to return home to his comfortable bed. Yet, he couldn't shake off his concern. Honey, please listen to me. I'm really fine. If you're worried, hire a caregiver. You should go home and rest. You can't keep enduring this every day, Cui Jia persisted, determined not to let Li Chun continue his exhausting watch. Very well, I'll contact a caregiver. And I'll go home to bathe and change before returning, Li Chun conceded, realizing that a professional caregiver would be beneficial. Yes, go home, take a shower, and rest well. Don't worry about me. I'm already fine. Cui Jia's eyes radiated warmth and deep affection. Okay, you take care and recover swiftly. Once you're discharged, I'll treat you to a grand feast. All right, I love you. Go back now. A joyful smile adorned Cui Jia's face. Li Chun gently patted her small head, his hand caressing her cheek with a look of utter affection. He slowly rose from the hospital bed and made his way to the nurse's station, where he found the responsible nurse. Following the introduction by the charming nurse, he secured the services of a highly professional caregiver. At last, Li Chun could return home with peace of mind, having specifically instructed the caregiver to also keep an eye on Cui Shuyuan, offering her double the usual wage, to which the caregiver readily agreed. Li Chun departed the hospital and drove directly back to the clubhouse. As he exited the elevator on the 5th floor, he spotted Li Xiaoya waiting by the elevator doors. She greeted him with a radiant smile, clearly having been stationed by the window, anticipating his return. You're back, darling. Yes, I'm back, Li Chun replied weakly, forcing a smile. The moment he stepped into the clubhouse, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. All he longed for was a restful sleep. How is it at the hospital? Is Chuijia better? Li Xiaoya's heart was heavy with concern, though her face bore no trace of discontent. I found a caregiver. And Chuijia is no longer in critical condition. Now she simply needs to recuperate, Li Chun explained as he walked toward the bedroom. Li Xiaoya linked her arm with his, clearly sensing his exhaustion, and gently assisted him back to the bedroom. As soon as they entered, Li Chun collapsed onto the bed without even removing his clothes. The moment his head touched the pillow, he was already snoring. Li Xiaoya looked at him with a heart full of compassion, pondering how fatigued he must be to reach such a state. Tears welled in her eyes. Whether from sympathy or jealousy, she could not tell. Quietly, she helped him out of his clothes, tucked him under the covers, and sat beside him. Her gaze filled with complex emotions. She gently lifted Li Chen's head, then settled at the head of the bed, resting his head upon her lap. With her hands, she softly massaged his temples, hoping to alleviate his weariness. For the first time, Li Chun gazed at the alluring Li Xiaoya without any reaction, and she, in perfect understanding, refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, as if capturing this tender and blissful scene. This was precisely why Li Chun rushed back to the clubhouse. Here, he could forget all his troubles, for Li Xiaoya brought him a uniquely comforting sense of tranquility. Thus, time flowed slowly. Chapter 88. The understanding Li Xiaoya this winter seemed to arrive rather early, with snow falling in November. Flakes drifted gracefully, like ethereal sprites, cloaking the entire city in a veil of silvery white. Li Chen slowly opened his bleary eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was Li Xiaoya's serene sleeping face. She reclined against the headboard, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, a few strands brushing against her fair cheek. Meanwhile, Li Chen lay atop her exquisite, pale legs. In this moment, a warm sensation surged within Li Chen's heart. He gazed quietly at Li Xiaoya, as if time itself had crystallized in that instant. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, light as the wings of a butterfly. Li Chen softly extended his hand, brushing away the strands of hair from her face, his movements tender as if he feared to awaken a beautiful dream. After a brief moment, Li Xiaoya stirred and awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Li Chun looking at her with gentle affection, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. "You're awake," Li Chun murmured, his voice imbued with a hint of languor and tenderness. Li Xiaoya replied softly. "Did you sleep well? You seemed so exhausted yesterday. You fell asleep as soon as you lay down." "Very well, with you by my side. Everything feels so beautiful that it seems I can forget all my worries," Li Chen said, his face illuminated with a smile as he looked at her. After a simple morning routine, they approached the window to quietly admire the snow-draped scenery outside. Outside, snowflakes continued to drift down, transforming the world into a serene and beautiful tableau, reminiscent of a white fairy tale. They nestled together, gazing at the snow, and in that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped them. "This snow is truly beautiful," Li Xiaoya exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Indeed, just as beautiful as you," Li Chen replied, pulling Li Xiaoya tightly into his embrace. She nestled against him, savoring his warmth, her small face pressed against his chest. "Though this winter arrived early, with you by my side, I do not feel cold at all," Li Chen whispered, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I will always be by your side, ensuring you remain forever happy." They stood quietly by the window, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Snowflakes landed on the glass, swiftly melting into droplets. As if moved by their happiness, suddenly, Li Xiaoya recalled something. "Honey, let us go for a walk outside. The air must be particularly fresh today." Li Chen nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. "All right, let us go." They donned thick coats and stepped out of the building hand in hand. The streets outside were blanketed in silver, the road covered in snow like a white carpet. Passers-by tread carefully, their faces alight with joy, some even slipping and bursting into laughter. As Li Chun and Li Xiaoya walked on the snow, the crunching sound beneath their feet harmonized with their radiant smiles. They strolled while admiring the snowy landscape. The branches of trees along the roadside were laden with snowflakes, resembling blooming white flowers. In the distance, children frolicked in the park, their laughter echoing in the air. Happiness is sometimes this simple, enjoying the little moments of life with a beloved companion, leading to an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived, signaling that Li Chun needed to head to the hospital. He took a bath and changed into a fresh set of clothes. although Li Xiaoya felt reluctant. The thought of Cui Jie's plight compelled her to suppress her words. Li Chen seemed to sense her emotions and enveloped her in a warm embrace, gently caressing her back. "Be good. In a few days I will surely spend quality time with you," he murmured. At this moment, Li Chen's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to console Li Xiaoya. Ultimately, he whispered an apology in her ear. In an instant, Li Xiaoya could no longer contain herself. It was as if the grievances she had harbored within found a release. Tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, landing upon his chest. Li Chun felt her quiet sobs, but was at a loss for words that could soothe her distress, so he held her tightly. After a brief moment, Li Xiaoya finally finished her outpouring of emotions and withdrew from his embrace. "Go on, I understand your intentions, and that is enough for me. I will always guard this place, waiting for your return home." Li Xiaoya lowered her head, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. Hearing her words, Li Chen's heart was a tempest of conflicting feelings, and the sense of guilt deepened. "My dear, I am truly sorry. Your presence is my greatest happiness. From now on, I will cherish you and make amends for what I owe you," he confessed, averting his eyes before turning to enter the elevator, watching her sorrowful silhouette as the doors slowly closed. As the elevator descended, Li Xiaoya hurried back to her bedroom, collapsing onto her bed and weeping uncontrollably. She dared not cry too loudly, fearing the staff might overhear, and dreaded the thought of her mother discovering her sorrow. Meanwhile, Li Chen sat in his car, lighting a cigarette, unable to quell the tumult within him. Li Xiaoya's understanding yet pitiful visage lingered in his mind. Moments later, the Ferrari gradually pulled away from the venue, vanishing into the streets. When it re-emerged, it was parked in the hospital lot. He sighed, attempting to ease his troubled heart, and stepped out, making his way towards the patient room. Cui Jie's injuries were healing swiftly, perhaps aided by the fortuitous effects of a lucky charm. Her condition was not grave, merely a mild concussion. It was anticipated that with a couple of days of rest, she would be discharged. Standing at the door, Li Chun observed Cui Jie's face, which had regained its former rosy hue. A sense of relief washed over him. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Cui Shiyuan sat beside Cui Jie. The two of them engaged in cheerful conversation. Li Chen chose not to interrupt, instead listening quietly. Cui Shiyuan's health had also improved significantly, and he appeared ready for discharge as well. Seeing his daughter safe and sound seemed to uplift his spirits considerably. "You're here," Cui Shiyuan exclaimed upon noticing Li Chun's entrance, a smile of satisfaction lighting his face. "Yes, please continue. You both appear to be recovering well." Li Chun greeted with a warm smile. "Have you rested well? Why didn't you stay a few more days?" Cui Jie looked at Li Chun with a hint of reproach, concerned that he might not have recuperated properly before returning. "I'm fine now. I took a long rest and am fully recharged," Li Chun replied, half-jokingly brushing off her concern. "All right, after discussing with my father, we have decided to check out of the hospital tomorrow. I have no further issues and can recuperate at home." Cui Jie conveyed her thoughts to Li Chun, her expression earnest. "Have you consulted the doctor? What did he say?" Li Chen still felt a tinge of unease, despite the visible improvement. He believed it would be better for her to continue her recovery in the hospital. "I have already asked, and the doctor has approved it," Cui Jie replied, playfully sticking out her tongue, her whimsical spirit returning. "Then, as you wish, returning home for recovery sounds convenient." Since the doctor had consented, Li Chen refrained from opposing the decision, acknowledging that being at home might be more beneficial for their recovery, at least for their spirits. Little did he know, a grand surprise awaited him. Chapter 89. Cui Shiyuan steps down. The following day, Cui Jie was up early, eagerly preparing to return home for her recuperation. Impatient to leave the hospital. "Why the rush?" Li Chun grumbled while gathering their belongings. I just don't want to stay here any longer. It feels too stifling." Cui Jie playfully ignored his complaints. Honestly, it wouldn't hurt to take a moment. Shortly after, Cui Shiyuan finished his preparations, and Li Chun drove them away from the hospital, heading towards the Cui family villa. The atmosphere in the car was lighthearted and cheerful, with Cui Shiyuan wearing a contented smile as he observed their joy. Before long, they arrived at the Cui residence. Li Chun carried numerous bags as he entered the villa. Upon stepping into the courtyard, a broad stone path meandered ahead, its surface clean and tidy, with patches of tender green grass sprouting between the stones, infusing life into the stately environment. The courtyard was adorned with meticulously trimmed flower beds, where an array of exotic blooms vied for attention, exuding enchanting fragrances. The villa's grand entrance was wide and imposing, crafted from heavy solid wood, with ornate metal fittings on the doorknob that radiated elegance. As they entered the interior, the lofty foyer captivated Li Chun. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, resembling a cascade of brilliant stars that cast a gentle glow. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, soft and comfortable beneath their feet, adorned with exquisite patterns. Walls displayed an array of artistic paintings, enriching the space with a profound cultural ambience. The living room was spacious and inviting, furnished with a luxurious sofa set, the fabric soft and delicate, harmoniously colored. A coffee table crafted from precious wood showcased elegant vases and decorative pieces. One side of the living room featured a grand fireplace, where a roaring flame would warm the room during winter. Li Chun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The quality of life for the affluent is simply unparalleled. It is truly opulent. Darling, come, let me show you my room, Cui Jie said, linking her arm with Li Chun as they ascended to the second floor. The upper level of the villa comprised the sleeping quarters, each bedroom designed to be warm and inviting, with soft, spacious beds and high-quality linens. Cui Jie gently pushed open the door to her bedroom, and Li Chun's eyes instantly brightened. The first sight that met his gaze was a soft pink wall adorned with exquisite art pieces and several photographs of Cui Jie, where her radiant smile infused the room with a warmth that was undeniably inviting. The floor was covered in a plush white carpet, giving the sensation of walking on clouds. On the carpet lay a round, fluffy cushion, perfect for Cui Jie to sit and read or ponder during her leisure time. At the heart of the room stood a white European-style princess bed, its headboard intricately carved with delicate patterns, exuding an air of elegance. The bed was dressed in lavender linens and a soft quilt, complemented by several charming throw pillows that beckoned one to lie down. Above the bed hung a sheer white canopy, gently swaying with the breeze, evoking the enchantment of a fairy tale world. In one corner of the room was a white wardrobe with sliding doors, featuring a large mirror embedded in its surface. Opposite, a small vanity table displayed an array of cosmetics and jewelry. Several pots of verdant plants were scattered throughout, adding vitality and a touch of nature to the room. How do you like it? Isn't it beautiful? Cui Jie beamed at him, her cuteness radiating. Li Chun set aside what he was holding and plopped onto the bed. Indeed, it's stunning. Wealthy families have a distinct charm that resonates with affluence, he remarked as he surveyed the surroundings with a sense of awe. Ha ha ha, silly. Everything I have is yours, Cui Jie said as she settled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. That does seem to follow a certain logic, doesn't it? Li Chun replied, unabashedly accepting the notion. After all, Cui Shuyuan had only Cui Jie as his daughter now. Her brother had become utterly lost. And by the time he was released, it was likely that Cui Shuyuan would not welcome him back. It seemed that Cui Shuyuan might not even live to see that day. While Li Chun didn't require Cui Jie's assistance, who would refuse the allure of wealth. Moments later, the servants had prepared the meal, and the three of them sat together, instantly creating a familial atmosphere that brought immense joy to Cui Shuyuan. He produced a bottle of cherished aged wine, insisting on sharing a few glasses with Li Chun. Li Chun did not decline, since Cui Shuyuan was in high spirits. He thought it wise to limit their intake. Uncle Cui, your health has just stabilized. Let us take it easy today. Next time, I'll join you for a proper celebration, Li Chun kindly reminded him as he accepted the wine glass. All right, I'll heed your advice. Let us indulge a little today, Cui Shuyuan replied, likely eager to return home after being cooped up in the hospital. As they dined and conversed, the ambience was harmonious. And before long, they had finished their meal. Cui Shuyuan sat on the sofa in the living room, while Li Chun and Cui Jie occupied the other side. Observing their happiness, Cui Shuyuan felt a deep-seated joy. Seeing you both so content brings me peace. I'm getting older, and I plan to relinquish control of the company, he said earnestly, devoid of any hint of jest. Little Jie, the company will be entrusted to you from now on. I shall indulge in a life of leisure at home. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Li Chun. This family business will ultimately belong to you both. Manage it with diligence. Cui Shuyuan gazed into Cui Jie's eyes, an expression of deep remorse enveloping him. Father, I do not desire this. I have never wished to contest anything. The mere fact that I can be with Li Chun is my greatest happiness. Cui Jie earnestly regarded her father, harboring no resentment, for he was her only kin. Foolish girl, this is not merely a matter of desire. As you are aware of our family's current circumstances, I believe you can shoulder this responsibility. Some things are rightfully yours. Cui Shuyuan's demeanor grew more austere, a tone that brooked no contradiction. Li Chen gently patted Cui Jia's hand. She looked up at him, then back at her father. Very well. I shall manage these affairs, you need not worry. Ultimately, Cui Jia acquiesced, for with Li Chun by her side, she felt no trepidation. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I have faith in my daughter. Do well. Cui Shuyuan laughed heartily, evidently in good spirits. Li Chun, I trust you will assist her. Though I know you are not in need. This is, after all, our family's enterprise, he advised with a knowing glance. Indeed, I shall remain by her side. Li Chun reassured Cui Shuyuan, his gaze tenderly fixed on Cui Jia. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chen secretly reveled in his fortune. All of this is mine. Chapter 90. A windfall of billions. Century Square and Century Hotel are both esteemed local enterprises. Thus, Cui Shuyuan's assets must surely amount to billions. How fortunate for Li Chun, as he has acquired a substantial fortune. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Chun prepared to depart. You both take care and rest at home for a few days. I shall take my leave now. He observed Cui Jia's reluctant expression with a tinge of helplessness. Go on with your business. You have worked hard these past few days. Be sure to rest well. Cui Shuyuan did not insist on retaining him, understanding that Li Chun had been busy at the hospital for several days. Darling, remember to visit me when you have time, Cui Jia pleaded, tugging at Li Chun's shirt, her pitiful demeanor pulling at the heartstrings. Cui Shuyuan, witnessing his daughter's endearing vulnerability, could only smile wryly, inwardly lamenting. Only Li Chun could tame this girl. Understood. Take good care at home, and return to the company in a few days. There is no need to rush. Li Chun patiently reminded her once more. After a moment, he departed the Cui residence, driving directly to his company. It had been several days since his last visit. Although his presence was not urgently required, it was time to show his face. Eventually, Li Chun arrived at the office, where Tang Xue nestled beside him. How is Cui Jia? Is she feeling better? Tang Xue inquired with genuine concern, revealing no hint of jealousy. Yes, she was discharged today. I just returned them home. A few days of rest will do her good. Li Chun patiently elucidated, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Tang Xue. However, Tang Xue did not take it to heart, as she had long anticipated this outcome and had mentally prepared herself for it. Well, that's good. You should spend more time with her. She needs care right now. Despite the profound reluctance in her heart, Tang Xue made the greatest concession at that moment. Li Chun gazed into Tang Xue's earnest eyes and gently kissed her forehead. Are you feeling wronged? Do you blame me? His eyes brimmed with remorse. Not at all. As long as you are by my side, I am content. As long as you treat me well, everything I do is worthwhile. Tang Xue responded with a serious expression, showing no sign of reproach. Both Li Xiaoyao and Tang Xue were exceptionally understanding and considerate, which deepened Li Chen's sense of guilt. Yet, recalling the tasks assigned by the system and the reality of his own lifespan, he could only grit his teeth and press on, for he had no alternative. I'm sorry. I will cherish you for a lifetime, Li Chun whispered softly in Tang Xue's ear, holding her tightly. Tang Xue, a woman of simplicity and determination, would steadfastly pursue whatever she believed in. I have my reasons now, but one day I will explain everything to you. Li Chun dared not reveal his secret, as it was far too unfathomable. I understand. I won't blame you. I only wish to remain by your side. Tang Xue clung to Li Chun as though fearing he might vanish. Moments later, a knock on the office door interrupted their intimate world. Li Chun responded, and a strikingly beautiful, yet somewhat unfamiliar girl entered. She had a head of sleek black short hair, exuding a sense of competence. Her elongated eyes possessed a sharp aura. Dressed in a black suit paired with a white shirt, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, accentuated by a red silk tie. She wore black high heels, radiating an elegant presence. She was Yuman, the sales department manager whom Li Chun had briefly met during the interview. Mr. Li, I am Yuman, the sales department manager. Our pre-sale proposal has been discussed in the meeting, but we still require your approval on the pricing issue. Yuman reported her work with a gentle tone, her professional smile making her seem quite approachable. Well, let us convene a meeting to discuss the specifics shortly. Please notify the relevant personnel to attend. Li Chun replied with a slight nod, finding himself captivated by Yuman, yet another stunning woman before him. Certainly, Mr. Li. I will arrange the meeting immediately and inform the other leaders. Yu Man exhibited a decisive demeanor as she turned and exited the conference room. Moments later, the meeting room was prepared, marking Li Chen's first participation in a company meeting. Throughout the session, he remained largely silent, attentively listening to the reports and discussions from the upper management. Finally, the pre-sale price of the property was set at 4,800 yuan per square meter, a figure that is considered quite high in the local county. Even the luxurious Huli Garden is priced around 4,000 yuan. However, the project crafted by Li Chun is inherently more upscale. This marks the company's first flagship property, and Li Chun is determined to achieve perfection. After thorough discussions, everyone concurred with Li Chun's proposal, recognizing that the construction costs for such a high-end community are substantial, and a lower price point would severely restrict profit margins. Following a brief discussion on other matters, Li Chun remained silent, using this opportunity to observe the performance and cooperation of his colleagues. After a moment, the meeting concluded, and Li Chun walked directly back to his office, with Sun Haishan following closely behind. Is there something else? Li Chun inquired, glancing at Sun Haishan, who trailed behind him. Nothing major. The construction site is progressing smoothly, and I thought if you have the time, you might want to inspect it, Sun Haishan suggested, reiterating his previous recommendation for Li Chun to visit the site. All right, let us plan for tomorrow. You should prepare accordingly, Li Chun readily agreed. As he had no pressing matters to attend to, Sun Haishan then exited the office. It's strange. I increasingly feel that President Li's presence is growing stronger. Even I find it a bit intimidating, Sun Haishan murmured to himself as he walked away. I want to go too. I've never been to the construction site, Tang Shui exclaimed, her face lighting up at the prospect of visiting. As the highest-ranking leader under Li Chun, it felt odd to be unaware of her own company's project. Great, let's go together. I've only been once, and I imagine it has changed significantly since then. She continued, her excitement palpable. Li Chun recalled his first visit with Zhao Shuwen, when the site was still a desolate wasteland, in utter disarray. Tang Shui's exuberance was infectious. She danced around like a child eager for an outing, her delight endearing. Li Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head, noting that aside from Li Xiaoya, who was a gentle and elegant woman, both Tang Shui and Cui Jia were lively and full of mischief. Li Chun stepped forward and embraced the charming girl, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Tang Shui blushed and nestled into his arms as he made his way toward the bedroom. It had been several days since he had indulged in intimacy, and he felt an overwhelming desire. Moments later, soft gasps echoed from the bedroom. Chapter 91. Site inspection the next day. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback by the throng of people gathered outside the company building. He hadn't anticipated that his simple site inspection would garner such attention. All the company's executives had arrived, eager to accompany him. After a brief moment, Li Chun descended the stairs with Tang Shui, feeling somewhat exasperated by the sight of more than 20 individuals gathered before him. Director Sun, what is the meaning of this? Why is there such a crowd? Li Chun furrowed his brows as he looked at Sun Haishan. Sun Haishan, equally perplexed, explained that the group had organized themselves spontaneously, and he had been unable to deter them. Mr. Li, I assure you, this is truly not my fault. They were all clamoring to accompany you to the construction site upon learning of your plans. If necessary, you could unleash a little fury, and they would surely settle down. Sun Haishan, too, found himself at a loss and decided to pass the buck. You might as well let them go. I am utterly exasperated with all of you. Li Chun also felt it was not worth losing his temper over such trivial matters. Laughter erupted among the group, creating a jovial atmosphere. Li Chun promptly entered his vehicle with Tang Shui, preparing to set off. Just then, the back door swung open unexpectedly, and two stunning women climbed into the car. Li Chun turned to look and was momentarily speechless. He knew he couldn't offend this little money grubber, otherwise, she'd pester him for money every day. It was obvious that the financial manager, Xia Qian, was among them, accompanied by legal consultant Zhang Shanshan. Mr. Li, I hope we're not interrupting, they chimed. Their vehicle was already full, and we merely wanted to hitch a ride in a luxury car. Xia Qian stuck out her tongue playfully, resembling a mischievous sprite. Would you disembark if I said it was inconvenient? Li Chun asked helplessly. Absolutely not, Xia Qian replied with an air of defiance, exhibiting a rather impudent demeanor. Then what is the point of your question? I was merely being polite. Why do you take it so seriously? She added, prompting another round of laughter from the group. Come on, let us go, Tang Shui teased, giving Li Chun a playful pat on the arm. She maintained good relations with several girls in the company. As they were of similar ages, Zhang Shanshan appeared slightly more reserved, as her interactions with Li Chun had been infrequent. Before long, the convoy set off in grand fashion, heading straight for the construction site in the suburbs. The vehicles sped along the city roads, creating a striking tableau. Li Chun drove attentively, while Tang Shui sat in the passenger seat, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Xia Qian and Zhang Shanshan in the back, filling the car with an atmosphere of ease and enjoyment. The scenery outside whizzed by, and the sunlight bathed the vehicle, adding a warm hue to their journey. After a considerable period of driving, the convoy finally arrived at the construction site in the suburbs. From a distance, the expansive land already bore the semblance of a burgeoning construction site, with various building materials neatly stacked and cranes towering high, as if proclaiming the imminent rise of skyscrapers to the heavens. Upon disembarking, Li Chun and his companions were instantly awestruck by the scene before them. The site buzzed with activity, with workers bustling about and the roar of machinery echoing in the air. Sun Haishan and the others also stepped out of the vehicles, their faces alight with excitement. They all understood the significance of this project for the company. It not only represented the firm's strength and reputation, but also served as a vital cornerstone for future development. The contractor, already aware of Li Chun's visit, had been waiting at the entrance of the site. Upon seeing Li Chun and his entourage, he hurried forward, beaming with a welcoming smile. "Greetings, Mr. Li. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our site." Li Chun nodded slightly and shook hands with the contractor. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wang. How is the project progressing?" Contractor Mr. Wang promptly responded with a serious expression. "Mr. Li, the project is currently progressing smoothly. The foundation has been laid, and we are preparing to commence the construction of the high-rise structure. We are strictly adhering to the construction schedule to ensure both the quality and pace of the project." Li Chun gazed at the site, which was beginning to take shape, filled with anticipation. He turned to Sun Haishan and the others, saying, "Let us proceed inside and take a closer look." The group followed Li Chun and contractor Mr. Wang into the construction site. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere. Workers were either transporting materials or operating machinery, each individual fully engrossed in their tasks, displaying remarkable dedication. As Li Chun walked, he observed intently, occasionally posing inquiries. What is the quality of these construction materials? Are the safety measures in place? Is there any issue with the workers' living conditions? Contractor Mr. Wang addressed each question, providing Li Chun with a deeper understanding of the project's status. Upon reaching the foundation under construction, Li Chun crouched down to examine it closely. He ran his hand over the surface of the concrete, assessing its hardness and quality. The foundation is the bedrock of the entire building, and it is imperative to ensure its quality is impeccable. With a serious expression, Li Chun looked at Mr. Wang, who nodded respectfully in agreement. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, we place great importance on the foundation work, employing the most advanced technologies and materials to ensure its robustness and reliability." Next, Li Chun and his companions arrived at the materials storage area, where various steel bars, cement, and bricks were piled high. Li Chun picked up a steel bar, meticulously inspecting its specifications and quality. These materials must meet national standards without any negligence. As he examined, he reminded Mr. Wang beside him. Mr. Wang promptly assured him, "Mr. Li, all our materials are sourced from reputable manufacturers and come with quality guarantees. We will also conduct regular inspections to ensure the consistency of material quality." During the inspection, Li Chun also engaged with several workers, inquiring about their work conditions and living situations, showing genuine concern for their health and safety. The workers, touched by Li Chun's care, expressed their determination to work diligently and contribute to the smooth progression of the project. As the inspection continued, Li Chun grew increasingly satisfied with the project's advancement and quality. Finally, a smile of relief appeared on his face as he looked at Mr. Wang. "You and your team are doing an exceptional job. I hope you will maintain this momentum and ensure the project is completed on time with first-rate quality." Mr. Wang, filled with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your trust and support. We will not disappoint your expectations and will dedicate ourselves to fulfilling the project's objectives." After the inspection concluded, Li Chun and the others proceeded to the temporary conference room at the site. The room was adorned with project blueprints and various materials, and a construction progress chart was displayed on the wall. Li Chun took a seat at the head of the table while Sun Haishan and the others settled in. Contractor Mr. Wang began to report on the detailed status of the project. He showcased the design proposals, construction schedule, and quality control measures of the project through a projector. Li Chun and his colleagues listened attentively to the report, occasionally posing questions and offering suggestions. Upon the conclusion of the presentation, Li Chun delivered a speech. He began by expressing his profound appreciation for the progress and quality of the project, extending gratitude to the contractor and all construction personnel for their diligent efforts. This project holds significant importance for the company, as it pertains not only to economic benefits, but also to the company's reputation and image. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone pays utmost attention, adhering strictly to the construction schedule and quality standards to ensure timely completion and superior quality of the project. Li Chun also imposed stringent requirements regarding construction safety. Safety is the lifeblood of engineering. It must never be compromised. The contractor should enhance safety education and training for the workers, elevating their safety awareness and self-protection capabilities. Simultaneously, there should be increased investment in safety measures and the improvement of safety facilities to secure safety throughout the construction process. In conclusion, Li Chun encouraged everyone to unite and collaborate, contributing their efforts to ensure the smooth progression of the project. He is confident that, through collective endeavor, this project will undoubtedly achieve resounding success. After the meeting, Li Chun and his colleagues exited the conference room. As Li Chun gazed upon the promising construction site, his heart brimmed with confidence. He believed that in the near future, modern skyscrapers would rise here, becoming a new landmark of the city. As the convoy departed, the construction site returned to its usual bustling activity. The inspection by Li Chun and others not only provided robust support for the project's smooth execution, but also infused new motivation into all construction personnel. Chapter 92. Pre-sale of the development. The sunlight of the following day cascaded through the clouds, illuminating the corners of the county town, as if adding a radiant sheen to the forthcoming grand event. After intense discussions among the company's senior management, the community was finally named Zizhu Garden, a name imbued with poetry and elegance, reminiscent of a flower ready to bloom, evoking anticipation. Today marked the official commencement of the pre-sale of the development, heralding an impending sales storm. Early in the morning, before the sales center's doors officially opened, a throng of eager homebuyers had already gathered outside. Some were engaged in discussions about the advantages of the property, while others stood quietly to the side, contemplating their home buying plans. The crowd comprised individuals from various age groups, young couples dreaming of their future home, middle-aged couples hoping to improve their living conditions, and parents purchasing homes for their children, their faces reflecting concern and seriousness. After all, this is the county's first luxurious high-end community, and many affluent individuals are keenly anticipating the appearance of their future homes. As time passed, the doors of the sales center slowly opened, and the crowd surged in like a tide. Instantly, the entire sales hall became a bustling hub, with opulent chandeliers casting a soft glow that illuminated the exquisite decor and display models. A vast model of the community was surrounded by an eager crowd, who meticulously examined the layout of the neighborhood, the supporting facilities, and the position of each building. The sales representatives, dressed in immaculate professional attire, greeted every client with warm smiles, enthusiastically presenting the distinctive features of the development. Welcome to the sales center of Zizhu Garden Community. Our location is superb, with convenient transportation and a comprehensive array of facilities including schools, hospitals, and shopping centers. Moreover, the environment is exquisitely beautiful, with a high green coverage rate, making it an ideal new home. The sales manager, Yuman, articulated with professionalism and fluency to a client. Her eyes radiated confidence, and her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, instilling a sense of warmth in all who encountered her. Meanwhile, other sales personnel were diligently attending to clients. Sir, observe our thoughtfully designed floor plans. We offer a variety of layouts to cater to diverse needs. Furthermore, our housing quality is guaranteed, utilizing advanced construction techniques and high-quality materials. Xiao Wang elaborated while presenting floor plans and promotional materials, meticulously detailing every aspect to the client. The entire sales hall was abuzz with animated chatter and excitement. The sales staff navigated through the throng, addressing various inquiries and guiding prospective buyers through the model units. The showrooms were tastefully decorated, with furniture arranged perfectly, evoking the essence of a cozy home. As clients toured the space, they nodded in approval, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Li Chun and several senior executives stood on the observation deck on the second floor, gazing down at the lively scene below, their hearts brimming with exhilaration and joy. Li Chun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he clenched his fists, seemingly absorbing the powerful wave of sales fervor. I never anticipated such a vibrant pre-sale event. Our efforts have certainly borne fruit, he mused with a sense of wonder. Indeed, how thrilling. I never expected such a turnout, Tang Shui exclaimed, her delight palpable as she danced with joy. Sun Haishan, equally elated, nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, General Manager Li. This reflects our precise project positioning and robust product quality. Everyone can see the potential and advantages of our community, which is why they are so eager to purchase." Vice President Ho Su chimed in with palpable excitement. "This marks a promising beginning. We must maintain this momentum and enhance the project to create greater value for the company." Lu Kaiyan smiled as she gazed at her colleagues. "Our promotional efforts have played a significant role. Through various channels, we have increased awareness and reputation for Zizhu Garden community." "Absolutely. Your contributions are invaluable," Li Chun affirmed, offering his commendation. As time passed, the fervor within the sales hall showed no signs of waning. Clients eagerly signed purchase contracts, and the sales personnel were busily engaged, each face alight with exhilaration. The printer incessantly dispensed contract papers, while the sound of the currency counting machine resonated in the air. Each contract signed symbolized the imminent realization of a family's dreams and heralded a brighter future for the Zizhu Garden community. After a day of relentless activity, the sales staff finally exhaled in relief as the last client departed from the sales center. Though exhausted, their faces radiated triumph. On this day, through their professionalism and fervor, they had provided exceptional service to clients and achieved remarkable results for the company. Sales Manager Yu Man, brimming with excitement, reported the day's accomplishments to Li Chun. "Mr. Li, today we finalized 80 housing contracts, generating sales totaling 15 million yuan. This figure only accounts for the down payments received today, excluding bank loans. It is an excellent start, and we believe that our sales performance will only improve in the days to come." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Li Chun's face as he gazed at the employees of the sales department, his heart swelling with gratitude. "You've all worked hard. Today's success is a testament to your dedication and effort. To express my appreciation, I have decided to award each member of the sales department a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan as a reward." The news ignited cheers among the staff, who felt the company's care and recognition, filling them with renewed vigor. Li Chun's first significant earnings were successfully deposited, symbolizing not merely wealth, but also a testament to his hard work and perseverance. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the future. On this day, brimming with hope and passion, the pre-sale frenzy of Zizhu Garden became a striking feature of the city, offering a splendid residential option while instilling confidence and drive in Li Chun and his team. They would continue to strive for their dreams. Chapter 93. Tang Shui's concerns. After completing the company inspection, Li Chun returned to the office, choosing to disregard work matters and heading directly to his bedroom. He had been exceedingly busy lately and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Perhaps the multitude of recent events had left him mentally fatigued. He languidly reclined on the sofa, quietly summoning the system. "System, initiate the lottery." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Charisma, 4. Gold coins, 600,000. Lifespan value, 3. Lucky card, 1. Misfortune card, 1. Not bad," he mused, appreciating the convenience of accumulating lottery chances, ensuring he no longer needed to worry about it daily. Li Chun felt satisfied merely to see the lifespan value, having little expectation for the others. After all, living was the most important reward. He gradually closed the system and succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Moments later, Tang Shui entered the bedroom. Upon seeing Li Chun asleep on the sofa, a fleeting shadow of concern crossed her face, only to vanish instantaneously. She gently draped a blanket over him, choosing not to disturb his rest. Tang Shui then walked to the window, gazing thoughtfully at the dusky twilight outside. Uncertain of her thoughts, her expression appeared somewhat grave. It was, after all, another call from home today, once again urging her to find a boyfriend. Tang Shui, 2 years older than Li Chun, had already reached the age of 21. According to local customs, it was indeed time to discuss marriage. Some of her peers had already begun families. Tang Shui's mother had long since grown anxious, repeatedly pressuring her to attend blind dates. But Tang Shui had consistently declined. Her refusal rooted solely in her feelings for Li Chun. Caught in this predicament, Tang Shui felt at a loss. The prolonged situation left her unable to explain herself to her family, and she could not confide in Li Chun, fully aware of the inevitable outcome, yet stubbornly persistent. Wasn't this the path she had chosen? Was she regretting her decision? Tang Shui silently questioned herself. She was uncertain about whether regret would ever touch her heart. At least for now, she felt none. But what about the future? That remained unclear. At that moment, Li Chun awoke, glancing at the blanket draped over him. He sat up and surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Tang Shui standing by the window. Dressed in a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt and a tailored black blazer, she exuded an aura of seductive charm, accentuated by her black high heels and stockings, a cup of tea cradled in her hands. Li Chun could certainly discern that something troubled Tang Shui. Otherwise, why would she stand there lost in thought with such a conflicted expression? He rose and approached her, wrapping his arms around her alluring waist and softly whispering in her ear, "What's wrong? Are you troubled? Speak to me." "Oh, it's nothing. What troubles could I possibly have?" Tang Shui stammered evasively, but such a flimsy excuse could hardly deceive Li Chun. He pressed further, determined not to allow her to bear such burdens alone. "Will you tell me? If not, I might get angry. Do you really think I can't see through you?" "All right, fine. It's just that my family called again, pressuring me about marriage," Tang Shui finally confessed, resignation evident in her tone. "In a few days, I'll accompany you home, and you can talk to them," Li Chun replied without hesitation, eager to alleviate Tang Shui's discomfort. As for the future, he believed time would provide answers. "Really? Husband, are you serious? You're willing to come home with me?" Tang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, fully aware of the significance of introducing him to her family. "Yes, of course it's true. Would I ever deceive you?" Li Chun affectionately kissed her earlobe, a gesture filled with tenderness. In that instant, Tang Shui's heart soared. The heavy burden weighing on her chest had finally lifted. Whether they would marry in the future was a matter for later, but at least they had navigated this immediate hurdle. "Thank you, my love. I'll tell them right away." Turning to him, she wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing deeply into his eyes, happiness radiating from her being. Li Chun slowly lowered his head, gently kissing her cherry-like lips. Tang Shui responded fervently, wrapping her arms tightly around him, perhaps lost in the moment or overwhelmed by passion. The two stood by the window, enveloped in a tender embrace. The days dragged on, during which Tang Shui wholeheartedly expressed the longing she had harbored. Li Chun, in turn, endeavored to alleviate his guilt towards her. A unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his senses. In a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been transported into a realm of illusion. Overcome by a profound weariness, he collapsed onto his bed, shaking his head vigorously, only to realize that it had merely been a dream, yet the sensations felt astonishingly vivid. In his dream, he was a dashing youth wielding a longsword, facing towering peaks and a multitude of colossal beasts. He relentlessly swung his sword, delivering fierce strikes upon the creatures. Effortlessly, he navigated through the throngs of beasts, ultimately decimating them all. Standing amidst a sea of corpses, he gazed down at his blood-stained figure, his expression unyielding as he surveyed the aftermath, until the very fabric of space tore apart. The overwhelming sense of pressure left him trembling as the space contorted around him. His body felt as though it were being torn by an invisible force, his insides racked with torment until he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Uncertain if the system was hinting at something, a sudden dread enveloped him. Leaning against the headboard, he lit a cigarette, striving to recollect the scene he had just witnessed. It seemed that the last spurt of blood had indeed saved his life. Tang Shui, with her eyes closed, clung tightly to Li Chun, her cheek resting against his abdomen, savoring the blissful moment they shared. At that moment, Li Chun's phone vibrated with a message. Upon checking, he found it was from her. "Are you busy? There's a small gathering tomorrow, as I mentioned before. Do you have time?" Reading Shun Yu's message, a medley of emotions surged within Li Chun. He was uncertain if his actions were justified. Torn between his own lifespan and the mounting debts of affection he owed, he pondered whether to proceed. However, the thought of his fleeting existence spurred him to respond with determination. "Yes, Miss Shen, how do you plan to arrange it?" Just a simple meal and some singing." "Don't worry, there won't be many people." Shen Yu continued to elaborate on the gathering. Li Chun could not fathom why Shen Yu was so enamored with organizing such events. frequently arranging them. All right, just let me know when it's set. I will pick you up at the school gate tomorrow. Ultimately, he resolved to seize the opportunity to continue his tasks. Survival necessitated such actions. Okay, see you tomorrow. Li Chun set his phone down, gently caressing Tang Shue's delicate form, suppressing any errant thoughts. As time passed, the two remained tightly embraced. The following day, Li Chun and Tang Shui awakened early. After a brief wash-up, they strolled leisurely along the streets near the company, where pedestrians hurried by and vehicles flowed like a river. Everyone is striving to survive, merely for the sake of 3 meals a day and a few pieces of silver. The youth, in particular, find themselves in a state of helplessness, burdened by car loans, mortgage debts, and the necessity of supporting their parents and children as the pressures of life continue to mount. As Li Chun reflected upon his own situation, it seemed that aside from the injustice of fate, he had little to trouble him. The two casually chose a breakfast shop and indulged in some morning fare. Tang Shui wore an ever-present smile, radiating happiness, occasionally gazing dreamily at Li Chun. "Darling, when shall we return home?" Tang Shui's eyes sparkled with longing, her expression undeniably endearing. "You decide. After all, we have no pressing matters," Li Chun replied nonchalantly, feeling that the timing of their return was of little consequence. However, Tang Shui did not share this sentiment. She was eager to return immediately to flaunt before her parents. "Let us plan to go back in the next couple of days. Prepare yourself mentally," she said with a playful glint in her eyes, tinged with a hint of mischief. "What is there to prepare? We shall face whatever comes our way." Li Chun responded with a dismissive air, confident that he was no longer the naive youth he once was, and that such situations would not faze him. Giggling, "It's good to see you so confident. But my mother can be quite bothersome. She will undoubtedly bombard you with questions." Tang Shui remarked with a hint of playful concern for Li Chun's ability to handle her mother's inquiries. "Rest assured, it will be absolutely fine." Seeing Li Chun's confidence, Tang Shui's happiness was palpable. After a brief while, they strolled back to the company, engaging in light conversation. Time flew by, and Li Chun prepared to pick up Xinyu. "I have some matters to attend to. You need not wait for me," he informed Tang Shui, gently ruffling her hair and planting a soft kiss on her lips. "All right, go ahead. I will be waiting for you at the company," she replied, unfazed, even helping him adjust his attire, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful and understanding wife. Reluctantly, Li Chun departed from the company and drove towards the county high school. Moments later, seated in his car, he fiddled with his phone out of boredom. He had heard that his uncle had published a new book, and he aimlessly browsed to see if it was available yet, but alas, he would have to wait another day. Just as he was about to close his phone in disinterest, the car door swung open, and Xinyu slid into the passenger seat. With her shoulder-length chestnut curls framing her face and bangs playfully resting on her forehead, she exuded a delightful charm. Her large, expressive eyes seemed to communicate 1,000 words, while her small, rosy lips revealed 2 adorable canine teeth when she smiled. She was petite, dressed in a pink hoodie adorned with playful ears on the hood, paired with a white pleated skirt that danced with her movements, her fair legs captivatingly exposed. On her feet were white sneakers, their laces tied with colorful ribbons. "Hello. You arrived quite early. Are you so eager to see me?" With a playful tongue sticking out, Xinyu couldn't resist teasing Li Chun. It's a tad early. Why don't you get out, and I'll take a spin before returning." Li Chun responded with a mischievous grin, his gaze fixed on her. Xinyu burst into laughter, playfully punching Li Chun with her tiny fists. "Hee, you're so annoying." Just then, the back door swung open to reveal Su Jingyi, who maintained her signature aloof demeanor. Her silky, chestnut hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, swaying delicately in the breeze, stirring the hearts of those around her. Her eyes, akin to deep blue sapphires, were framed by long, dense lashes that curled gracefully, exuding an enchanting allure. Her visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, with exquisitely defined features harmoniously arranged. Her porcelain skin, as fair as snow, was smooth and delicate, blushing faintly. With a high nose and slightly upturned lips resembling ripe cherries, she rarely smiled, as though the world owed her a fortune. Her tall, voluptuous figure was accentuated by a fitted black dress that hugged her curves, highlighting her slender waist. The hem of her dress rested just above her knees, revealing long, elegant legs that were as flawless as fine china. She wore black high heels and, unusually, a pair of black stockings. Li Chun merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, showing no signs of emotion. once perhaps his idealized muse. He had long since evolved beyond that youthful infatuation. Now, he lacked for such ideals and saw no reason to invite discomfort upon himself. Su Jingyi was taken aback by Li Chen's reaction. She had dressed deliberately to captivate. Doubts began to cloud her confidence as she noticed the spark in his eyes when he looked at Shen Yu. Yet, when it came to her, his gaze merely brushed past her. Oblivious to the fact that her frosty demeanor made others uncomfortable, she seemed accustomed to being the center of attention, basking in the admiration of many. Unfortunately for her, Li Chun was no longer swayed by such charms, and for the first time, Su Jingyi felt a sting of rejection. Clenching her small fists, she pondered her thoughts in silence. You all are so slow. Where are the others? Shen Yu turned to the preoccupied Su Jingyi and inquired. They won't fit in the back anyway. Let's head out first, Su Jingyi replied, hesitant to admit that her elaborate preparations had delayed them. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her stockings were on the verge of being torn. Chapter 95. A gathering of classmates a moment later. The trio arrived at a familiar venue, the Century Hotel. The county was quite small, offering few upscale establishments, making this a popular choice for gatherings. Shen Yu seemed to exude a subtly different vibe, one that spoke of habitual comfort, difficult to conceal. For instance, her demeanor and lifestyle exuded an aura reminiscent of a hidden heiress. Li Chun withdrew his thoughts and followed Shen Yu into the private room, where a few individuals had already gathered. To his surprise, they were all girls, with not a single male present. What is this situation? Why am I the only man here? Li Chun murmured softly to Shen Yu, a hint of confusion evident in his mind. Miss, please don't cause a scene. This is rather awkward, he added, feeling the tension. Oh, come now, isn't it delightful? Shen Yu replied nonchalantly, continuing her conversation with the others, completely disregarding Li Chen's discomfort. Li Chen felt increasingly restless. It was indeed quite embarrassing to be surrounded by a group of young girls. He contemplated leaving but felt it would be inappropriate. After all, he needed to maintain some face for Shen Yu. Sensing his thoughts, Shen Yu suddenly grasped his sleeve. What are you trying to do? Planning to slip away? Shen Yu inquired with a playful smile, her large eyes sparkling mischievously. No, of course not, Li Chen stammered awkwardly, feeling compelled to remain seated, his expression one of helplessness. Fortunately, no one was drinking, and the gathering concluded swiftly without anyone suggesting a second activity. A sense of intrigue lingered in the air, and Li Chun felt relieved, believing he could finally make his exit. However, just as he began to feel hopeful, Shen Yu spoke again. Noticing that the others were gradually departing, she took hold of Li Chen's arm. Let us go sing karaoke. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. His mind momentarily blank as he tried to decipher her intentions. Just the two of us? He exclaimed, eyes widening in astonishment. I want to join too. Su Jingyi chimed in from the side, her head lowered and a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Not only was Li Chen flabbergasted, but even Shen Yu looked surprised at Su Jingyi's unexpected eagerness. Shen Yu had intended to act alone to seek an opportunity, but she was taken aback by Su Jingyi's unusual willingness to join. With a hint of suspicion, Shen Yu leaned closer to Su Jingyi and whispered, You seem a bit off today. Su Jingyi's face flushed crimson. She herself was unsure of her sudden boldness. The more indifferent Li Chen appeared, the more determined she became to capture his attention. Whether to prove something or due to an inexplicable impulse, she simply wished to draw closer to Li Chen. Well, let us go then. After all, there's nothing else planned for today, Li Chen remarked nonchalantly, welcoming the chance to pursue some tasks while out. Let us go? Let us go? Shen Yu exclaimed, taking Su Jingyi's hand and leading the way out of the hotel. In truth, both Shen Yu and Su Jingyi were acutely aware of their mutual desires to take action. It was merely a matter of who would make the first move. Su Jingyi, today, has decided to fully embrace her resolve, determined to assert her presence before him, all in the name of pride. Yet, one wonders if the cost of such a gamble is rather steep. Moments later, the group arrived at Maiba, arguably the finest establishment in the county. Li Chen had refrained from informing anyone else. After securing a private room, they proceeded inside. It was evident that Shen Yu had ulterior motives today. She had deliberately ordered an abundance of alcohol, seemingly intent on intoxicating Li Chen. As they sang and drank, they occasionally paused to engage in conversation. The atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious, with Su Jingyi consistently conversing with Li Chen, her intentions appearing somewhat contrived. As time passed, the trio began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Li Chen's tolerance paled in comparison to theirs, given that he seldom indulged in drinking. Xinyu and her companions, however, were accustomed to such gatherings, naturally building their endurance. At that moment, Su Jingyi approached Xinyu. "Come on, let's go to the restroom together." "I don't need to go. You go ahead," Xinyu responded, either intentionally or inadvertently rebuffing the suggestion. Unfazed, Su Jingyi made her way outside alone. Li Chun, feeling somewhat drowsy, leaned against the sofa, succumbing to fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Xinyu was determined not to let it slip away. Ever since their last kiss, this was their first encounter, and her heart had been brimming with anticipation. Otherwise, this gathering would not have taken place. Suddenly, Xinyu wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing intently at him. With the memory of their previous encounter lingering, Li Chen found no reason to be surprised. He was well aware of the young lady's feelings and willingly acquiesced to her desires. Xinyu was adorned in a short pleated skirt, and it seemed they both sensed the affection reflected in each other's eyes. Xinyu gently nodded, and Li Chen offered her a reassuring glance. In that moment, they appeared to forget the world around them. Accepting fate's design, Li Chen decided to surrender to the moment, closing his eyes and relinquishing his thoughts. Just as they were lost in their own world, the door to the private room swung open. The atmosphere froze momentarily, and Su Jingyi clamped her hand over her mouth. Nearly gasping in surprise, Xinyu glanced back, but at that moment, she was beyond concern. Nothing else mattered to her. She clung tightly to Li Chen, attempting to disregard Su Jingyi's presence. To her astonishment, Su Jingyi chose not to leave. The scene grew awkward. Su Jingyi acted as if nothing had transpired and walked straight to the karaoke machine. She randomly selected a few songs and began to sing. Perhaps in an effort to convey her emotions, most of the songs were love ballads. Li Chen, observing Su Jingyi before him, was engulfed in memories of his long-time infatuation. His unattainable ideal. Back then, he had never dared to hope, let alone imagine that he would ever have any connection with Su Jingyi. For they were truly from two different worlds. Xinyu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected scene, gazing curiously at Su Jingyi's silhouette, her small eyes darting about in contemplation. Chapter 96. Incomprehensible. Su Jingyi surveyed the unfolding tableau before her, her heart surprisingly unperturbed. Perhaps due to the fact that Xinyu was her close friend. A more audacious thought crept into her mind. Had her admirers known the sentiments swirling within their goddess at this moment, they would likely have been rendered speechless. Even Xinyu could not have anticipated that after a few songs, Su Jingyi would gradually approach, leaving her utterly astonished as she took a seat on the nearby sofa. Li Chen was equally bewildered, his mind a blank canvas filled with confusion. What on earth was happening? He turned to glance at Xinyu, a look of skepticism in his eyes. "Don't look at me. I'm just as perplexed," Xinyu replied, feeling somewhat helpless as the situation spiraled beyond her control. Su Jingyi disregarded their astonishment, as if she were simply releasing the pent-up emotions within her. Li Chen felt his intelligence waning, overwhelmed by the surreal atmosphere. Moments passed in silence within the private room, until Xinyu broke the stillness with a casual remark, "I don't mind. It's already happened." Both Su Jingyi and Li Chen exchanged glances in unison. Su Jingyi, appearing somewhat bashful, then spoke, "Since you're not angry with me, I have no objections either." Li Chen, taken aback by their conversation, thought, "What on earth is this? Wasn't he anyone going to consult me?" He raised his hands in resignation, eyeing the duo with suspicion. "What more do you want?" Xinyu retorted, her temper flaring as she glared at him. "Exactly. Haven't you benefited enough?" Su Jingyi's usual aloofness softened, her tone becoming gentler. I suspect you two have conspired against me, but I lack evidence," Li Chen sighed, feeling utterly bemused by the turn of events. Xinyu's actions were somewhat anticipated, yet Su Jingyi's behavior was an unexpected delight. He could scarcely believe that the exalted figure he had admired could exhibit such a different facet. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an additional task. Reward: 3 million gold coins, 5 years of lifespan, and 4 charm points. Wow, splendid. System, I adore you. Li Chen exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he beheld the reward of 5 additional years. His initial efforts felt justified as a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Look at you. So pleased with yourself. How shameless, Xinyu teased, her earlier grievances forgotten. Just a moment ago, you were all pitiful. Your true colors have emerged, haven't they? Su Jingyi chimed in, not missing the chance to mock him. Hey, I'm not what you think. It's futile to explain, Li Chun replied, exasperated. Li Chun, feeling utterly helpless, resigned himself to bearing the blame. For who could blame him for his momentary lapse into arrogance? Nevertheless, the thought of that precious lifespan suddenly dispelled all his worries, filling his heart with an indomitable spirit. After a brief respite, the trio finally departed, with Li Chun behind the wheel, preparing to escort them home. The journey was filled with laughter and conversation, leaving one to wonder how their relationship could be so astonishing, almost beyond belief. Moments later, Li Chun safely delivered them to their homes, agreeing to visit them whenever time permitted. As for whether he would actually go, that remained uncertain. It could merely be a fleeting whim. After completing his task, Li Chun readied himself to return, a slight headache beginning to form. Unsure of his destination, he found the notion of spreading himself too thin to be quite exhausting. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the club, intending to pay a visit to Li Xiaoya's mother. During his previous hurried departure, he had not had the chance to check in on her. Upon arriving at the club, he made his way directly to Zhang Cuiji's room. At this hour, she had yet to retire, and upon seeing Li Chun, a warm smile illuminated her face. "You're back. Have you been overworked lately? It's been several days since I last saw you," she inquired with genuine concern, reminiscent of a mother checking on her child. "Auntie, I returned briefly, but time was too tight for me to visit you. Please don't hold it against me," Li Chun replied as he settled on the edge of her bed. And Zhang Cuiji instinctively took his hand in hers. "Why would I? I understand that young people are busy. It's good to be occupied, as it brings hope for the future," she reassured him, her eyes filled with warmth and pride as she gently caressed his hand. "Yes, Auntie. Just focus on taking care of your health. You need not worry about anything else, for I am here for you," Li Chun declared. His words brought immense comfort to Zhang Cuiji, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The scene was reminiscent of a tender mother-son moment, and they continued to engage in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere suffused with harmony. After a while, Li Chun slowly exited the room. As it was time for Zhang Cuiji to rest, Li Xiaoya stood at the door, refraining from intruding, her heart swelling with sweetness and happiness as she observed them. "Husband, thank you," she said, linking her arm through his, radiating joy. "Thank me for what?" Li Chun queried, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Thank you for being so good to me and for not resenting my mother," Li Xiaoya responded, a touch of shyness causing her to lower her head. "Silly girl, are you overthinking again?" "This is merely what I ought to do," Li Chun replied, adopting a mock-serious expression. "Hee, I love you," Li Xiaoya said, her playful smile rare as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Li Chun gazed at her with indulgence, his eyes brimming with tenderness. For Li Xiaoya, her mother represented her anchor. As long as her mother could enjoy her twilight years in peace, she felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. She simply wished for her mother to experience joy in her remaining days, and although the torment of illness could not be escaped, at least they could savor happiness together, free from the burdens of life. This may well have been Li Xiaoya's choice from the beginning, regardless of the motives behind it. Her feelings for Li Chun are undeniably sincere. "How has the store been lately? Has it improved?" It has been quite some time since Li Chun inquired about the store's affairs, and he suddenly remembered to ask. His primary concern remains the store's profitability. Should it truly be in the red, he is prepared to inject more funds into the accounts. Recently, business has been thriving, and profits have finally begun to materialize. Li Xiaoya felt a surge of joy upon mentioning this, relieved to see the fruits of their labor. "That's wonderful, but don't put too much pressure on yourself," Li Chun said, gazing at her with affectionate eyes filled with love. I understand," Li Xiaoya responded, enveloped in his warmth and care, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Little did she know, an unwelcome piece of news was about to catch her off guard. Chapter 97. The Kai family's conspiracy. Upon returning to the bedroom, Li Chun gathered his scattered thoughts, suppressing a flicker of guilt, and opened the system interface. He stared blankly at his attribute panel for a considerable time. "Well, for the sake of my limited lifespan, I might as well give it my all. After all, survival is paramount." With a sigh, he offered himself a small consolation. The next day passed in silence. The sensational news of the pre-sale quickly spread, and early that morning, Li Chun received a call from Zhao Shuwen. "Ha, my brother. I am in awe of you. Congratulations." Zhao Shuwen's hearty laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "Big brother, you should share in the joy as well. Just wait for your dividends," Li Chun politely responded, though his statement was indeed factual. Yes, indeed. We share in the joy," I'm truly blessed by your success. It seems age has diminished my boldness. Zhao Shuwen's tone carried a hint of regret. Naturally, had he developed this project himself, the profits would have been substantial. In a couple of days, let us take a trip to the city together. I'll introduce you to a few people. Zhao Shuwen, recognizing Li Chen's potential, was finally ready to reveal some of his cards. Sounds great. I'm eager to learn more from you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up, both in high spirits. However, at that moment, someone was decidedly less pleased. Kai family villa, Hall Dam. Have you heard, Dad? That newly opened property is completely sold out, snatching away most of our clientele. Kai Yin exclaimed with a fierce expression, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. I've heard. What can we do about it? Kai Shuahai replied, his face a mask of helplessness as he witnessed the dismal performance of their luxurious Phase 2 project, rendered powerless to change it. Damn it. We need to find a way to create some trouble for him. We must destroy him. Kai Yan's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Do not be reckless. He holds shares involving Wenyi. Are you seeking your own demise? Kai Shuahai seemed to cling to the last vestiges of reason. What can we do? He asked, stealing all our customers. What will happen to our Phase 2 project? There isn't a single buyer in sight. Kai Yan shouted in a hysterical rage, venting his pent-up frustrations. Please maintain your composure. Even if actions must be taken, they should be meticulously planned to avoid self-inflicted harm. Kai Shuahai was also harboring dubious intentions, albeit with less impulsiveness. Witnessing the encroachment upon his business undoubtedly stirred feelings of resentment within him. I have a method we might consider, Kai Yan remarked, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What method? To orchestrate an accident on his construction site, which would undoubtedly lead to an immediate halt of operations. As long as we prepare adequately, no one will trace it back to us, Kai Yan proposed, feeling a surge of confidence as though victory was already within reach. You must ensure that everything is foolproof. We cannot allow any traces to lead back to us. Otherwise, Master Wen will not let this matter rest, Kai Shuahai cautioned, clearly wary of Zhao Shuwen's influence. Dad, I fail to understand why you are so fearful of Zhao Shuwen. Is he not just an old rogue? What is there to be afraid of? Kai Yan retorted, seemingly indifferent. Had he known the true extent of Master Wen's power, he would likely refrain from such remarks. Do not underestimate Zhao Shuwen. I have an inkling that he is far from ordinary. Otherwise, why would everyone regard him with such caution? Kai Shuahai, being a seasoned player in this arena, sensed the underlying currents, yet no one could fully decipher Zhao Shuwen's nature. Enough of this. I will handle the matter. We cannot permit him to continue his antics, or we risk not selling even a single property, Kai Yan declared impatiently, rising to exit the hall. Oh, let us hope for no unforeseen complications, Kai Shuahai murmured to himself, watching his son's retreating figure. A gateway to perdition had slowly begun to open for the Kai family. Shortly thereafter, Kai Yan found himself in a private room of a modest restaurant. A disheveled middle-aged man entered, appearing somewhat distressed by life's circumstances. Please, take a seat. Order whatever you wish, Kai Yan gestured, summoning a waiter to stand by. I shall not hold back then. The middle-aged man ordered a plethora of dishes, predominantly meat, as though he hadn't tasted it in years. Once the waiter completed the order, he exited the room and closed the door. Kai Yan then got straight to the point. What I require of you is quite simple. Induce an accident at the construction site involving your brother, but without any fatalities. Just create a scene and push someone to the sales office to cause a commotion. His plan appeared straightforward and seemingly flawless. The agreed sum is 1 million. You must provide the payment up front before I proceed as instructed. If the plan succeeds and you fail to pay, I cannot contend with you influential figures. The middle-aged man displayed acumen, recognizing his precarious position, and was unwilling to act without assurance. Not an issue. This card contains 1 million. Just execute things as I instructed. Remember, no one has contacted you, understood? Kai Yan smoothly produced a bank card and handed it over, ensuring to reiterate his warning. Rest assured, no one has sought me out, the middle-aged man vowed with conviction. However, how could those who are solely motivated by profit possess any credibility? It merely comes down to who offers more money and is more ruthless. After issuing his commands, Kai Yan turned and departed from the restaurant, leaving the middle-aged man to consume his meal in solitude. Damn it, that beggar has quite an appetite, Kai Yan muttered as he settled into his car. Never mind. As long as this matter is handled well, it doesn't matter. With that, he drove off. Once the middle-aged man had his fill, he first visited the bank to check his balance. Satisfied with the numbers displayed, he returned home. He pushed open a dilapidated iron door, revealing a scruffy young man lounging against the headboard of the bed. "Hey, I'm back, Ergu," he greeted the young man with a grin. "Have you finalized everything? Did you get the money?" The young man's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for wealth. "Yes, I got it, no problem. The rest is up to you." The middle-aged man waved his bank card but did not hand it to the young man. Instead, he tucked it back into his pocket. The young man paid no mind, knowing he would still need his brother's support afterward. "No worries, I'll head to the construction site this afternoon. Wait for my call at home." They briefly discussed their plans, ensuring everything was foolproof. Moments later, the young man left the rented room, heading straight for the construction site. Chapter 98. A Farsley Chun was idly wandering around the company, feeling quite pleased as he observed the bustling activity around him. Tang Shui accompanied him, and they chatted animatedly as they walked. At that moment, Sun Haishan rushed in, breathless. "Presently, there's been a situation at the construction site. A young man has been injured and is causing a commotion at the sales office." An accident at the construction site. Yet he's causing a ruckus at the sales office? Li Chen sensed something amiss, realizing that unusual occurrences often herald deeper troubles. "I just found out that the young man fell from the scaffolding and broke his leg. His brother is demanding 2 million in compensation, which is an outrageous sum. When manager Wang refused, he brought the matter to the sales office, claiming our project is flawed, causing many clients to hesitate, seriously impacting our pre-sales." Sun Haishan recounted all the details he had just gathered in one breath. "That makes it all the more suspect. There is something going on," Li Chen mused, a smile playing on his lips, unfazed. "Let us go see what is happening." With that, Li Chen, accompanied by several senior executives, headed toward the sales office. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered, animatedly discussing the unfolding drama. Li Chen exited the car with a calm demeanor and approached the throng. At that moment, the middle-aged man was still vociferously protesting. "Someone, please, judge for yourselves. My brother's leg is broken due to the substandard quality of their construction, and they refuse to compensate us. This is blatant bullying. There is no law, no justice. Everyone, do not buy their houses. They are made of inferior materials." The middle-aged man sat helplessly beside his younger brother, weeping uncontrollably. The young man, too, was wailing in agony, dragging his broken leg while still attempting to feign distress. Indeed, he was putting in a valiant effort. Observing the situation, Li Chen quickly deduced the underlying cause. It was evident that someone was deliberately causing chaos, not for monetary gain, but to slander and discredit. Such a commotion would likely deter potential homebuyers, leading to hesitation, especially concerning the safety of the construction. Li Chen promptly called Zhao Shuwen to explain the situation. Zhao Shuwen was infuriated, nearly ready to overturn tables. This was not merely a personal affront to Li Chen, but an attack on Zhao Shuwen's interests. Moments later, Zhao Shuwen arrived at the scene with over a dozen men. Without uttering a word, they surrounded the two brothers. The fury etched on Zhao Shuwen's face was palpable, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. "Damn it! You must be tired of living to play these tricks on my turf." Upon witnessing the intimidating presence, the brothers felt their hearts tremble. The group before them was clearly not to be trifled with. Initially motivated by greed, they had yet to spend the money they had just acquired. "Speak. Who sent you here? If you don't clarify today, do you believe I will toss you both into the sea to feed the fish?" Zhao Shuwen's fierce demeanor was genuinely frightening, perhaps due to the palpable hostility emanating from him. His eyes and aura exuded a power that few could muster. "And no one sent us," the middle-aged man stammered, recalling Cui Yin's warning and refraining from revealing the truth. "Is that so? So, you are implying that you have intentionally targeted me? Then there's no need to seek out others." Hearing their boss speak, a nearby henchman immediately seized the two by their clothes, preparing to drag them away. "Take him to the sea to feed the fish, and find a pit for the cripple to be buried alive." Zhao Shuwen commanded his subordinates with a wave of his hand. "Yes, boss," a menacingly large man responded, casting a glance at the brothers with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, the brothers instantly cowered, a stream of yellow liquid escaping down their pant legs, the odor unmistakable. "Big brother, I was wrong. I will talk, I promise." The middle-aged man cried out in desperation, genuinely terrified. Earning money was hard. And what was the point of having a life if one could not spend it? The onlookers were equally startled by the scene, whispering amongst themselves, some even pulling out their phones to alert the authorities. However, Discerning individuals could see that there was clearly a story behind this, and curiosity piqued among the crowd. Zhao Shuwen signaled to his subordinates, and they unceremoniously threw the brothers onto the ground. Their condition was undeniably pitiful, yet one could only say it was the result of their own making. Now, speak clearly in front of everyone. Zhao Shuwen was no fool. He understood the intent behind this disruption was to sabotage the pre-sale. Naturally, he aimed to resolve this matter publicly, having previously only intimidated the brothers. I will talk. I will talk. It was Kai Yin who approached me, offering 1 million to orchestrate an accident for my brother at the construction site, allowing him to create chaos at the sales office. The middle-aged man divulged everything in a rush, completely disregarding Kai Yin's admonitions. After all, when it comes to one's own life, the choice is glaringly evident. As the saying goes, a friend may perish, but I shall not. Is there more? Zhao Shuwen bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The middle-aged man trembled in fear, hastily pleading for mercy. No more, brother, I swear. Please spare us. We shall never dare again. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly stepped forward, addressing the onlookers. Everyone can see this is a farce. Rest assured, the quality of our property is impeccable. Please feel confident in your purchases. The crowd soon grasped the situation, realizing it was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. The sales office staff quickly approached their clients, explaining and elaborating on the community's features, dismissing the chaos as if it were a mere nuisance. Cast them aside. They are disgusting, Zhao Shuwen commanded. Choosing to ignore them further, several burly men seized the two and marched them toward the exit. Brother, you've disturbed someone else's cake. Now they can't sit still. Li Chun remarked with a wry smile, recognizing that this matter was best left to Zhao Shuwen to handle. Leave this to me. You just proceed as usual. Zhao Shuwen assured Li Chun with a reassuring glance, though his rage remained unabated. Li Chun offered no further words, nodding in agreement and refraining from mentioning the incident again. He slowly turned to face Sun Haishan. Mr. Sun, how do you find the handling of this matter? My apologies, Mr. Li. It is indeed a lapse in my management, and I accept the consequences. I assure you, such mistakes will not happen again. Sun Haishan was acutely aware that demanding accountability from General Manager Wang was merely a formality. The incident, originating from a construction site accident, had escalated to the sales office, indicating a failure at all management levels, a sign of gross negligence. While punishment may be warranted, it is crucial to learn from this lesson. The repercussions could be significant or negligible, depending on how it is managed. You understand the potential fallout better than I do, Li Chen stated, weighing his words carefully before falling silent. Sun Haishan understood all too well. If this escalated, it would undoubtedly impact pre-sales. In a worst-case scenario, the community could become a ghost building, contingent upon how far the chaos would reach. Next, Zhao Shuwen would settle accounts with the Kai family. Chapter 99, Zhao Shuwen's Fury, Part 1. A Mercedes sped down the highway, flanked by more than a dozen autos. To the uninitiated, it might resemble a wedding procession. However, this was no celebratory convoy. Zhao Shuwen was genuinely irate. Since the first day of pre-sales, he had resolved to bind his fate to Li Chen's. Yet just as Zhao Shuwen reveled in his anticipatory joy, he saw his hard-earned wealth beckoning him. However, some individuals have come intentionally to cause trouble, seeking to seize what rightfully belongs to him. How could Zhao Shuwen tolerate this? The Kai family has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. They would never have anticipated the extent of Zhao Shuwen's power. Soon, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Kai residence. Zhao Shuwen, filled with fury, drove directly to the front door, almost wishing to crash into the living room. With a stern expression, he exited the vehicle, his anger barely contained. The Kai family, being a prominent clan, naturally had their own means of defense. Before long, a group of 20 to 30 individuals surged toward the villa. At that moment, Kai Shuahai rushed out from the villa, a broad smile plastered across his face as he welcomed Zhao Shuwen. Isn't this Lord Wen? What brings you here? Please, come inside. Zhao Shuwen let out a cold snort and walked straight into the villa, flanked by two middle-aged men whose physiques were not particularly imposing. Yet they exuded an aura of menace, unmistakably the presence of seasoned warriors. Inside the living room, Kai Shuahai remained by Zhao Shuwen's side, wearing a servile smile, while Kai Yin dismissed him entirely, having prepared the outside crowd in advance, fearful of any sudden revelations. To his surprise, the situation had unraveled so swiftly, directly confronting him. Kai, I have always regarded you as a friend. Speak plainly, Zhao Shuwen said with a frigid countenance, devoid of any emotion. Lord Wen, could this be a misunderstanding? What exactly has transpired? Kai Shuehai feigned ignorance, attempting to obfuscate the truth. What is going on? Are you truly unaware? If you are, you might want to inquire with your son. Zhao Shuwen's anger intensified with these words. I genuinely do not know. Lord Wen, please calm your anger. Let us discuss this rationally, Kai Shuehai implored, pretending to be outraged, as if he were entirely in the dark. How am I to know? If you ask me, who should I inquire of? Kai Yen retorted disdainfully, refusing to adopt the obsequious demeanor of his father, maintaining an air of indifference. Lord Wen, could there truly be a misunderstanding? Kai Shuehai feigned distress, as if his son had been wronged. Not saying, are we? Very well, then. Bring him in. Zhao Shuwen shouted to the outside, and two burly men dragged in the troublemaking middle-aged man, who was battered and bruised, almost unrecognizable. Do you recognize him? Does anything come to mind? Zhao Shuwen observed Kai Yen from a distance with keen interest. Kai Yen's expression shifted slightly, though not overtly, as he maintained an appearance of composure. How would I know him? I don't recognize him. What do you mean by this? He countered, pretending to be oblivious. Suddenly, one of the burly men slapped the middle-aged man awake, gesturing for him to look at Kai Yen. The middle-aged man, in a daze, finally grasped the gravity of the situation, compelled to reveal the truth. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that they had been beaten to such a state. He was genuinely frightened. Woe is me, it was he who bestowed upon me 1,000,000 and instructed me to act thus. Having uttered these words, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Kai Yen, perceiving the evident confrontation, decided against maintaining his faade any longer. Yes, it was indeed I. What of it? I orchestrated his actions. One can only blame that scoundrel surnamed Li for his ruthlessness. He left us with not even a morsel of soup. What could I do? Kai Yen, having reached a point of no return, recognized that feigning subservience would not resolve their predicament. Ah, you have some nerve, far bolder than your father. Zhao Shuwen's remark was ambiguous. Whether it was a commendation of the youth or a derision of the elder remained unclear. Now that matters have escalated to this extent, what do you propose we do? The Kai family is not easily intimidated. My father has shown you due respect. Do not overstep your bounds. Kai Yen, emboldened by desperation, found himself confronting Zhao Shuwen directly. You scoundrel, how dare you speak to Master Wen in such a manner? Do you wish for me to strike you? Kai Shuehai feigned anger in his expletive, yet secretly harbored similar thoughts. Observing the deference others displayed towards Zhao Shuwen, he understood the necessity of maintaining civility. Most were unaware of Zhao Shuwen's true nature, recognizing only that he walked a shadowy path. Thus no one dared provoke him. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let me see just how formidable the Kai family truly is. Zhao Shuwen laughed heartily, regarding them with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing fools. It was evident to Zhao Shuwen that they were playing the roles of the red-faced and the black-faced, a rather effective collaboration. Once the mask of civility was torn away, Kai Yen felt liberated. He bellowed towards the entrance, "Bring everyone in here." His commanding presence was palpable, yet regrettably, no one answered his summons. A wave of panic washed over Kai Yen as he hurried to the villa's entrance, only to be met with a shocking sight. Outside stood dozens of men clad in black, all clearly seasoned fighters, while his own associates lay strewn about, writhing in pain. The strength in his legs faltered, nearly causing him to collapse. Trembling, he returned, avoiding eye contact with Zhao Shuwen, instead fixating on his father. Kai Shuehai sensed the gravity of the situation, his heart racing with trepidation. Realizing the dire state of affairs, he immediately turned to Zhao Shuwen with a sycophantic demeanor. Master Wen, please do not hold my child accountable. He knows not what he speaks. Kindly temper your ire. Had you intervened earlier, I might have extended a hand of opportunity to you. But now it is too late. Zhao Shuwen replied coldly, devoid of any semblance of goodwill. The calamity was of the Kai family's own making, leaving him with no recourse. Zhao Shuwen rose from his seat and exited the Kai family villa, swiftly entering his Mercedes, which then sped away from the estate. Within the villa, a few anguished cries echoed, soon silenced, and then several burly men emerged, hauling the Kai father and son out and unceremoniously tossing them into the trunk. The convoy swiftly departed from the Kai residence, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the anguished cries of the young brothers. In Chapter 100, Zhao Shuwen's Fury, Part 2. Zhao Shuwen ignited a cigarette while seated in the vehicle, his mind already filled with curses. "Boss, what is the plan?" inquired the young man in the passenger seat. His expression devoid of emotion, clearly a formidable character. "Damn it, I had intended to retire, but they've forced my hand. Is it truly so difficult to earn a clean living?" Zhao Shuwen took a fierce drag from his cigarette. "Let us just settle this," he decided. The driver, who usually followed Zhao Shuwen, was another tough individual. These two young men were Zhao Shuwen's trusted confidants, former mercenaries from Southeast Asia, their hands stained with blood. By chance, they encountered Zhao Shuwen and were lured by his generous salary, all seeking to make money. Now, it was far easier than being on the battlefield, and they were earning more than before. "First, let us collect the money. You two handle it," Zhao Shuwen instructed. He had engaged in such activities numerous times in the past, but in recent years, he had planned to return to the county and avoid entanglements with the mundane world. Yet, fate had dealt him a hand with an unwise adversary, leaving Zhao Shuwen feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he never personally dealt with such matters. It was always these two who undertook the dirty work. Soon, the convoy arrived at a secluded estate on the outskirts of the city. Although the location was remote, the surroundings were quite exquisite, built beside mountains and waters, with a decor that exuded grandeur, resembling a small castle in a European style. Zhao Shuwen headed directly into the villa, while several burly men seized the father and son, dragging them into the backyard. There, a concealed chamber awaited, an ominous room reminiscent of ancient torture chambers, equipped with an array of 18 gruesome punishments. The Kai father and son were instantly petrified, realizing the dire intentions behind this arrangement, and began to plead for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I want to see Master One. I want to see Master One." Kai Yin screamed in agony, his eyes nearly bloodshot, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Kai Shuahai fared little better, desperately begging as well. "Hero, oh hero, let me see Master One. There's much we can negotiate. I can pay a substantial sum." Kai Shuahai's lips turned slightly purple as he spoke, his voice quivering, and a yellow stream unexpectedly escaped between his legs. The mercenaries, however, paid no heed to their pleas, promptly binding them to a tiger bench. Slaps rained down mercilessly, and soon blood was visible at the corners of their mouths, a testament to the force behind each strike. After this brutal barrage, both Kai Shuahai and Kai Yin were engulfed in fear, filled with regret. "Big brother, please stop. I'll pay whatever it takes. I'll surrender all my wealth. Spare us, father and son." Kai Shuahai, displaying some cleverness, recognized the necessity of making concessions in this dire situation if they were ever to escape. A tall man revealed a sinister smile. His name was Tao, a foreigner. However, the Huaxiao language was spoken with greater proficiency than that of the locals. He held a notebook in his hand and slowly approached Kai Shuahai, placing the computer on the flat surface of the tiger stool. "Transfer the money to this account. Remember, it is all the money." All right. I will transfer it right away," Kai Shuahai stammered, trembling as he began to operate the laptop, transferring his life savings. An astonishing sum exceeding 100 million. It appeared that this old man had indeed amassed a considerable fortune. Once the transfer was complete, Tao presented another document. A property donation agreement, remarkably unconditional, indicating an intent to strip the Kai family bare. Kai Shuahai clenched his teeth in silent fury, yet dared not utter a sound. Refusing to sign would undoubtedly prevent him from leaving this chamber. Kai Yin, witnessing the scene, felt his heart bleed, yet remained silent, fully aware of the delightful nature of the arrangement. After a brief moment, all procedures were completed, marking the end of the Kai family from that day forth. As for Kai Shuahai and his son, they never reappeared, and their whereabouts remained a mystery. Zhao Shuwen sat in the living room, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze lost in the wall-mounted oil painting depicting a stunning Western woman lounging nude in a bathtub. The old man seemed quite entranced, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. "Boss, everything is settled." Tao entered the living room, holding the notebook and the contract. "Distribute some to the brothers. The remainder, as usual, should be transferred out," Zhao Shuwen instructed without turning, demonstrating his profound trust in Tao. Zhao Shuwen slowly retrieved his phone and called Li Chun. At that moment, Li Chun was reclining on the sofa, indulging in a massage from Tang Shui, enjoying a life of luxury, firmly detached from any pressing affairs. Even if a slap in the face were to occur, it would reflect on Zhao Shuwen rather than him. Thus he remained unconcerned. Everyone was aware that the land belonged to Zhao Shuwen, with Li Chun merely operating it. Just as Li Chun was reveling in his bliss, the phone rang. Upon seeing it was Zhao Shuwen, he answered immediately. "Little brother, everything remains as it is. Just proceed without hesitation." Zhao Shuwen's voice came through, devoid of unnecessary elaboration. As certain matters were understood without need for explicit mention, Li Chun discerned that the outcome for the Kai family was unlikely to be favorable. "All right, big brother. Everything is progressing smoothly here. The pre-sale has been remarkably successful. Just wait to count your money." Li Chun responded calmly, tacitly avoiding any mention of the Kai family affairs. "Haha, splendid. That is precisely what I like to hear. Expect my call. Let us gather in a few days," Zhao Shuwen concluded before hanging up. It was then that Li Chun recalled the matter he had previously mentioned, curious about who Zhao Shuwen might introduce him to this time. If Li Chun were to discover yet another stunning beauty, one could only wonder how he would react. Has the issue at the sales office been resolved? Tang Shui gazed at him with curiosity, her large eyes wide open. "Well, it's resolved. Such matters are hardly a challenge for Zhao Shuwen." Li Chun spoke in a casual tone, refraining from divulging intricate details. "It's good that it's settled. Otherwise, it would genuinely impact the pre-sale." Tang Shui felt a sense of relief. Her heart had been anxious ever since she heard the news. Following this incident, Li Chun also developed a sense of vigilance. Perhaps those inadvertently offended could deliver a fatal blow, as exemplified by the situation with Cui Jia. He resolved to implement protective measures, particularly around several women in his life. For a heart continually on edge is unbearable. "Last time, I asked you to help me find a secretary. Why has there been no progress?" Li Chun reclined on Tang Shui's lap, looking up at her, his gaze playfully teasing. "Are you implying that I don't have enough women?" "I can easily find you a male assistant," Tang Shui retorted, playfully tapping his forehead with her small hand. Li Chun had anticipated this outcome and had refrained from mentioning it. It seemed some matters were better handled personally for efficiency. Chapter 101. Bad News, Part 1. The following day, Li Chun stood in a corner of the pre-sale hall, unable to conceal the smile on his face. Observing the throngs of prospective buyers in the hall, he felt a surge of excitement. This overwhelming turnout exceeded all expectations. Perhaps it was divine favor that allowed his initial foray to yield such bountiful returns. The employees were energized, bustling about in a frenzy, yet their faces radiated happiness. This was not merely about their professional achievements. It also instilled a profound sense of pride. As the company thrived, so too would their futures become more secure, a natural inclination. Who wouldn't he consider their own future? Just as Li Chun was reveling in the moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing that it was Li Xiaoya calling, he answered joyfully, eager to share the good news and elicit her excitement. However, the next moment left him frozen in place. From the other end of the line, Li Xiaoya's anguished cries pierced through, evoking a deep sense of sorrow in Li Chun. "Wu, husband, my mother is not well. What should I do, husband? Wu." Li Xiaoya's uncontrollable weeping revealed her profound distress. "Don't panic. Take your time. What has happened?" Li Chun was stunned by the news. Recalling their conversation just days prior when everything seemed fine. How could things have deteriorated so swiftly? "Wu, I'm at the hospital now. The doctor has just issued a critical condition notice. I don't understand how this happened. She said she felt unwell, so I brought her to the hospital. But I never expected it to be this serious. Wu, what am I supposed to do now?" Li Xiaoya recounted the events, her tone reflecting her inability to accept this sudden calamity. "All right, wait for me. I will be there shortly." Li Chun hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed to the sales office, driving at the utmost speed towards the hospital. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of the operating room, where he found Li Xiaoya slumped against the wall, her arms wrapped around her knees, curled up and weeping incessantly. Her figure appeared profoundly desolate and helpless. Li Chun quickly approached her, crouching by her side and enveloping her in his arms, gently caressing her back. There. Do not cry. I am here now, do not worry." He continuously offered her solace, his heart aching for her pain. However, life and death are immutable truths, and all one can do is accept reality, a fate that cannot be evaded. "Hubby, what should I do? My mother will be all right, won't she? I'm so scared." Li Xiaoya sobbed into his embrace, her voice tinged with desperation. "Do not be afraid. You have me. I am still here, and your mother will be fine." Li Chun reassured her, uncertain of how to truly comfort her, merely attempting to stabilize her emotions for the moment. After all, Li Xiaoya's mother was her only family. and they had depended on each other since childhood. Just as life seemed to be improving, she had yet to enjoy any semblance of happiness. Li Xiaoya was undoubtedly struggling to accept this harsh reality, having only desired to spend more time with her mother to allow her to enjoy her twilight years. Yet, even that modest wish had been cruelly stripped away, leading to her overwhelming emotional turmoil. Time seemed to stand still as they remained locked in each other's embrace. Li Chun continuing to soothe her, while Li Xiaoya's sobs gradually softened. "Hubby, I am so frightened. I do not want to be without my mother. She is my only relative." She lifted her tear-streaked face to him, her exquisite features marred by sorrow. Li Chen's heart ached at her plight, yet he felt utterly powerless. There, do not cry. Such events are beyond anyone's control. You still have me, do you not? I will always be by your side, he urged, striving to comfort her. Li Xiaoyan nodded silently, leaning against his shoulder, motionless. Li Chun, too, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, silently sighing within. After a moment, the door to the operating room swung open, and a doctor emerged. Spotting Li Xiaoya, he addressed her directly. "You must be Zhang Cuiji's family. I am truly sorry. We did everything we could. Please say your goodbyes to the patient. We kindly ask that you prepare for her final arrangements." The doctor sighed deeply, a reflection of his own helplessness, before turning to leave. Li Xiaoya stood frozen in place, rendered mute as if all strength had been drained from her body. Li Chun, witnessing her desolation, felt a profound sadness. At that moment, any words would seem painfully inadequate. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Cuiji was wheeled into the intensive care unit. Her life signs now solely sustained by machinery. Li Xiaoya tightly clasped her mother's hand against her cheek, tears cascading down without pause. "Mom, please wake up and look at me one more time. Can you truly bear to leave me all alone?" Li Chun quietly stood by, allowing the mother and daughter a final moment of farewell. "Did you not say you wanted to see me marry and help me with my children? How can you go back on your word?" Just then, Zhang Cuiji's fingers twitched slightly, and her eyes slowly opened. However, the breathing tube prevented her from speaking. She glanced at her beloved daughter, and then at Li Chun standing nearby, her finger weakly gesturing towards him. Li Chun hurriedly approached and took her hand. "Mom, you're awake," Li Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement, unaware that this was merely the last flicker of Zhang Cuiji's consciousness. It seemed she could not bear to part with her daughter without a final glance, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. With all her strength, she guided their hands together, a serene smile gracing her face. At last, she closed her eyes tightly, her breathing growing faint. The harsh beeping of the monitor echoed, signaling that Zhang Cuiji's heartbeat had become a straight line. Li Xiaoya cried out in anguish, shaking her mother's body, but it was all in vain. She continued to wail, her voice hoarse, yet she remained unrelenting. Li Chun quickly stepped forward to intervene, not wanting her to spiral further into despair. Although their mother had departed, she still needed to be strong. "All right, enough crying. Let our mom rest in peace," he said, pulling her tightly into his embrace, preventing her from approaching the bedside any longer. The term "our mom" jolted Li Xiaoya back to reality, her eyes reflecting both gratitude and joy, believing that if her mother could hear her, it would bring her comfort. Chapter 102. The Grievous News, Part 2. Li Chun and Li Xiaoya sat in the car, their hands tightly intertwined. It seemed that only in this way could Li Xiaoya find a semblance of security. They slowly followed an ambulance ahead, making their way towards the cemetery in the county. Li Chun conveyed the news to Tang Shui and informed Lin Yuru from the funeral home. Moments later, the vehicle gradually entered the cemetery, arriving at a building designated for funeral ceremonies. Li Xiaoya did not exit the car immediately. Instead, she turned to Li Chun, her gaze filled with complexity. "Darling, I wish for her to be laid to rest directly, without any ceremony." Li Xiaoya understood her situation. She had no relatives left, nor many friends. In truth, a ceremony felt unnecessary, and she was well aware of it. "All right, I promise you, we will do as you wish. Let us go?" Li Chun reassured her with a comforting glance, and together they exited the vehicle. The staff gently wheeled Zhang Cuiji's body into the hall, which had been meticulously arranged in advance. Li Xiaoya approached her mother's side with a slow grace, gazing silently at her without uttering a word. A staff member approached Li Chun, speaking softly. "Good afternoon, sir. How shall we proceed with the arrangements for this lady's final rites?" "A simple farewell ceremony today would suffice, after which she can be cremated and laid to rest. Please assist me in selecting the most suitable burial site for her." Li Chun, exhibiting great courtesy. Conveyed his wishes to the staff, adhering to Li Xiaoya's desires. Moments later, a procession of cars entered the cemetery, all making their way towards the hall. Tang Shui hurriedly exited her vehicle and swiftly entered the hall, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. She approached Li Xiaoya, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Their gazes met, each understanding the other's role in this somber moment. Be strong and take care of yourself. Your own well-being is also important, Tang Shui softly consoled. Hoping to offer her some comfort, Li Xiaoya nodded lightly, responding with a quiet, "Thank you." Before long, a multitude of individuals began to arrive in the hall, employees from the company, senior management, as well as all the staff from the venue. Lin Yuro quickly made her way to Li Xiaoya, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Sun Haishan and others remained at a distance, quietly finding their places to stand. It was unclear who had notified Cui Jie, but she arrived in a hurry, marking a true reunion. Li Qin cast a glance at her, but said nothing. Cui Jie merely exchanged a fleeting look with him before approaching Li Xiaoya. Standing beside her, she gently clasped Li Xiaoya's hand. "I offer my condolences. Life and death are beyond our control, yet you must continue to live well." Li Xiaoya recognized Cui Jie immediately, remembering her as the one who often came to the venue to escort Li Chun. "Thank you, I will. I appreciate your presence," she replied, warmth swelling within her heart. "There is no need for such formality between us. Tang Shui informed me. I hope you don't mind my uninvited arrival." "Not at all. I am grateful that you could come," Li Xiaoya responded sincerely. After a while, Zhao Shuwen and a group arrived as well. How he had learned of the gathering remained a mystery. Perhaps there were eyes and ears within the company. Noticing that most attendees had arrived, Li Qin signaled the staff to conduct a brief farewell ceremony. In such solemn circumstances, there was little time for lingering. Once the ceremony concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties. Li Xiaoya stood beside Li Chun, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, my love." Li Qin turned to her, his gaze filled with affection. "Why are you being so formal? This is what I should do. Just remember, you have me and so many others who care for you." His voice was tender, imbued with love. "Yes, I know. I will be strong. You need not worry," Li Xiaoya replied, her spirits seemingly steadied. After a brief moment, all the attendees departed from the cemetery, leaving only Li Chun and Li Xiaoya behind. Following the burial, they placed several offerings and burned some paper money in tribute. Li Xiaoya gradually began to accept this harsh reality, striving to compose herself. Regardless of the circumstances, life must persist, and she must embody resilience. Once the staff had tidied up, they took their leave, and Li Qin settled all expenses, which, for him, were trivial. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoya felt immense gratitude. Without Li Qin's presence, she would have been utterly lost. Shortly thereafter, Li Chun escorted Li Xiaoya away from the cemetery and back to the hall. Everything appeared to revert to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. Such is life, where daily scenes of birth, aging, illness, and death unfold as a natural course of existence. Within the grand scheme of nature, life is akin to a grain of sand, fragile and insignificant. Time relentlessly cycles onward, perpetually claiming countless souls. At this moment, it was Li Chun who bore the most complex emotions, lying in bed deep in contemplation. He gazed at his attribute panel, momentarily lost in thought. Without the system, would he too face a similar fate in the near future? Observing his lifespan of merely 36 years, he felt, for the first time, the chilling grip of mortality. Witnessing the scenes that had unfolded before him that day, he realized how perilously close death truly was. System. Who are you? Who am I? What lies beyond this world? Li Qin muttered to himself, a rare glimmer of fear evident in his eyes. He gradually steered his thoughts back to focus, striving to quell his irrational musings. System lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charm value. 6 gold coins. 500,000. Lifespan. 2. As he saw his lifespan increase to 38, a sense of joy eluded him. Does eternal life truly exist in this world? What is your lifespan, system? He couldn't help but inquire, yet the system offered no response. Slowly, he withdrew his thoughts, closing the system panel, but questions continued to swirl in his mind. Rising steadily, he exited his bedroom and entered the office, only to find Li Xiaoya absent. Just then, he heard some movement next door and ventured over. There she was, diligently sorting through her mother's belongings. Li Chun entered the room with measured steps. "If you wish to keep them, do so. If not, Let them be burned, he said, bending down to assist her with Zhang Ziji's garments. Let them all burn. Keeping these things serves no purpose, only deepening my sorrow, Li Xiaoya replied, her voice eerily calm, as if her tears had run dry. All right, I'll follow your lead. Don't overthink it, Li Chun responded casually, continuing to help her with the task at hand. After a brief moment, in the suburbs, two figures stood closely embraced by the roaring bonfire, their silhouettes merging under the warm glow of the setting sun. Chapter 103. The transformation of Li Xiaoya. The following day, Li Chun chose to remain at the conference hall. Still somewhat uneasy about Li Xiaoya. However, he was taken aback by her unexpected reaction. Upon entering the office, he found Li Xiaoya diligently engaged in the month-end accounting for the hall, preparing to distribute salaries to the staff and assess the month-end performance and profits. As soon as Li Chun stepped into the office, Li Xiaoya noticed him. Her face lit up with a joyful smile. It was as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Indeed, this woman was formidable, her emotional fluctuations bewildering. Li Chun mused inwardly. Darling, come quickly. The monthly earnings are out. Li Chun, eager not to dampen her exuberance, instantly adorned his face with a warm smile and swiftly approached her side. Darling, we've earned 160,000 this month, after deducting all expenses. Li Xiaoya appeared genuinely elated, a testament to her hard work over the month, though the extent of her efforts remained unspoken. Impressive. I knew you could do it. You doubted yourself at first. And look at the results. Li Chun praised her incessantly, offering encouragement. Indeed, I didn't expect this. I'll continue to work hard next month, striving to surpass this achievement. Li Xiaoya exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if invigorated by an unseen force. Yet, Li Chun's expression bore a hint of concern. He sensed Li Xiaoya's underlying intentions. She was suppressing her true feelings, channeling her focus entirely into work as a means to numb herself. While this approach could be effective at times, it also risked amplifying her repressed emotions, which could lead to an explosive outburst at an unforeseen moment, resulting in unimaginable emotional turmoil. Therefore, in similar situations, it is advisable not to deliberately stifle one's emotions. Instead, one should seek appropriate avenues for release, be it through travel, a night of revelry, or a cathartic cry. Whatever the method, it is essential to avoid bottling up feelings. Dear, don't place too much pressure on yourself. We're not lacking in finances. I'm here for you. Li Chun gently guided her, careful not to delve too deeply, lest he disrupt her good mood. I understand. But I can't just be idle. Rest assured, I'm fine. Li Xiaoya maintained her radiant smile, showing no trace of sorrow. Li Chun felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he could only strive to spend more time with her, hoping to alleviate her pain. Well then, do as you wish, but please don't overexert yourself, all right? He expressed one final concern before refraining from further discussion. Li Xiaoya continued to manipulate the various data reports on the table, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Observing her seemingly untroubled demeanor, Li Chun felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. He turned and walked to the reception area, brewing himself a pot of tea. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was Zhao Shuwen and promptly answered the call. Zhao Shuwen's hearty laughter echoed through the line. Haha, brother. Would you join me for dinner tonight? Do you have time? Li Chun suddenly recalled the matter Zhao had mentioned previously and promptly replied, of course, older brother. Even if I didn't have time, I would make it. His words suggested a busyness that was far from the truth. In reality, he spent his days idly, merely a bystander. Haha, splendid. I'll have my driver pick you up shortly. Where are you? Zhao Shuwen seemed to be in good spirits, particularly as he had been enjoying considerable financial success lately. Although Zhao was indifferent to such profits, he was eager to cleanse his past and shed the unsavory remnants of old transgressions. Why did Zhao wish to ally himself with Li Chun? It was simply a means to redeem himself through Li Chun's influence. I'm at the club, just send the driver here. Li Chun informed him of his location. Given his frequent movements, Zhao would hardly guess the extent of his engagements. All right, see you soon, Zhao Shuwen concluded before hanging up. Li Xiaoya had overheard their entire conversation, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, only to vanish almost instantly. Going out again? She paused her work, looking at him inquiringly, fully aware of the implications behind her question. It's Master One. We've scheduled several meetings. He mentioned a dinner gathering in the city and invited me along. Li Chun admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to spend more time with her, But before he could settle in, he was called away again. "Oh, then you should go. Don't worry about me. I can manage on my own." Li Xiaoya forced a smile, appearing unaffected, though internally she felt a sense of grievance. "I apologize. I genuinely wanted to accompany you, but this is unavoidable. I'll return as soon as I can." Li Chun noticed her change in demeanor, sensing an undercurrent of resentment in her tone. Go ahead. It's all right," she replied, returning to her tasks. Li Chun felt helpless. Plans rarely aligned with reality, leaving him with no alternative. He approached Li Xiaoya, gently enveloping her in his arms, one hand tenderly caressing her hair. "I'll be back shortly. Wait for me." Li Xiaoya remained silent, uncertain whether she didn't wish to speak or simply had nothing to say, maintaining an appearance of compliance and understanding. Go on. I'll be here when you return." Moments later, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the club's entrance. This time, the visitor was not the driver but Tao. Li Chun nodded slightly upon seeing him, then followed him out of the club. Soon, the vehicle roared to life, vanishing down the street. A silhouette lingered motionless before the window above for quite some time. The car swiftly returned to Zhao Shuwen's residence, and after picking him up, it wasted no time before heading towards the city center. Li Chun cast a glance at the two mercenaries in the front seat before turning to Zhao Shuwen with an inquiry. "Brother, I am looking to hire a few bodyguards. Do you have any recommendations?" Zhao Shuwen was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Li Chun would suddenly seek protection. Is something wrong? Why the sudden need for bodyguards? He regarded him with evident confusion. "It's nothing serious. I just feel the need for a sense of security, especially around the women in my life. Personally, I am not concerned." Li Chun articulated his intentions, primarily aimed at ensuring the safety of those close to him. "Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, it makes sense," Zhao Shuwen replied, feigning cleverness with a laugh, as if he had grasped the situation. TSK, this old fool always thinks himself wise." Meanwhile, Tao perked up, his ears attentive, as an image unexpectedly surfaced in his mind.